Wow, y'all. Wow, y'all. Sorry about that. I when I went to go share a video, and remember I had an email with butthole, uh, and so I had to stop it. I had to stop it, take that down. I'm sorry. Oh my God, yo. Um, yeah. The email tab was still open. Okay, so that was an accident. Okay. Um, it's not what I was trying to share. What's this? Friday night. Yeah. Okay, we got people coming in, come in. Hit the thumbs up. Yeah, girl. I was sharing the screen. I'm not sure if y'all was able to see it, cause maybe not, but I saw it. Um, and I wasn't sure, so that's why. So let me grab the link to this. I was like, look, I said, I think that booty hole might be showing. It happened so fast, though. Okay. Um, so I'm putting the new link in. And anyway, we need a new conversation anyway. I was about to share the video that um Big J was sharing. You saw nothing? Yeah, I hit shared screen. It happened so fast. So if you was out here, I may have caught it before. You know, there's a delay. There's a delay on the Zoom, then outside the Zoom. So I think I ended it before y'all was able to see it. So I'm glad. Y'all sure y'all ain't see no booty hole. God
Hey, Mom.
damn. Cody, Mela, did you see the booty hole or no?
No, I did not.
Oh, y'all probably was you not? Did you see when I started to share the screen or no?
I saw the screen share and then I turned away because I thought you were going to share
Mm-hmm.
and I was going to come back to it. And then
Uh-huh.
I heard the device say, I gotta go, I gotta go. I was like, what
Yeah,
the fuck
okay. It happened so fast. Soon as I hit share the screen, the booty hole popped up, and I said, "Oh shit, I gotta go," and I ended it.
happened? Yeah,
Which mean
I didn't see anything.
there's like a 5 second delay, which mean they probably never saw it out there, which is good. That's good.
Yeah, that's
But
good.
it
Protect
was
your channel at all times.
that booty hole was right there, girl. Booty hole was right there. Told you.
That's what that was. That's what that
Did you?
was.
Did you see it?
I saw a little bit of something. It was real fast because
You saw it?
Yeah.
I
I
didn't
was
see it.
between the spring Zoom and YouTube, so I think I saw a little bit of it
You,
on the
you s-
YouTube.
on the YouTube? You said they can saw it on YouTube. Let me go
I
look.
think I had that. It's not up
But it's
streaming.
private. Yeah, I took it down. Yeah, I'm glad I took it down. So what happened? If it wasn't taken down, somebody could report it. But now that it's taken down, they can't report it. And then I'll
Can
go
Okay.
and
you
edit.
edit that part out and then
Yeah, I'll edit
re-upload?
it out. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Y'all hold it down. I'll be right back.
I was really curious. I hope Rich Bleeds to come up because they're always offering unsolicited advice and
And I
unsolicited.
appreciate that you reminded him he's not owed pleasant conversation. Like you don't get to have pleasant conversation just because you want it, especially as a man. My motto had always been no free erections. There are guys that come on panels that women
Yeah, to turn it
have joined and they're
sexual in
looking
a
for
way.
free erections. They want to know if their penis still works. They do.
They want to know if it still work for women because it will still work for men.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question since it's just three of us before we get crowded. Remember when so Rude was saying that there's no young men. Wait, let's see. Okay, I'll let him out. He said Rude was saying that no young men, regular men, are going overseas, anywhere having sex. And then he said in the slums. The women though was saying, "Bomb, these young men are not who look good not going overseas having sex with women, right?
Yeah, that's what he said. I don't.
He mentioned the slum because when I kept saying people are going over there and vacationing, these young men are going over there vacationing. They vacationing. They single with some of them are even in relationships. You know, they're going on vacation with their boys, right? And but then Ruth was talking about no, they are going over there to have sex, just not in the slums. So I was like, well, if the woman who's from the slums go to the resort and having sex, and he said, oh yeah, I don't know what somebody, even the women said, I don't know what the difference is, because if the man is having sex with the woman from the slums, so what you think he was saying? Was he just saying men not going over there having sex with the women in the slums? That's what he was saying. But the women, I kept telling them that the women are thinking that men who they would like are not going over there having sex. They don't understand. Why do we have a confusion of what men will do, what males will do?
I think males will do anybody. First of all,
They will anybody at any time, and
it
the
don't
cheaper,
matter.
the better. If it's free, that's good. And if it's cheap as hell, that's even better. And if they have to pay for it and they got the money, they'll do that too.
This all they are yelling about, comparing us to them women, is trying to drive down the price of pussy in America. That's all they try to do, make us get the
That's
same
right.
prices they got over there.
They're pulling a monetary strategy.
It's so childlike. It's crazy. It's like this what my little children do at 6 years old. Oh, look what I got. You can't have this if you want. I guess they think it's complicated, but it's so simple. I guess we don't see the obvious.
So
But
we got
Well, when I
we
was in
got
the DR,
wait.
I only paid $10 for pussy. So why you want
So
why you checking my pockets for 6 figures? They trying to drive down the price of what it takes to get a woman in America. That's all they trying to do.
Okay, so we got a guy up here. We got Philly Boy DC. DC, what are you thinking about men who? Because I'm not saying all men do it. We're never saying all. I don't even know if to say most. But the men who have the money, aren't they bragging about going overseas and testing what they call exotic pussy?
No, have you seen the niggas in these photos that's doing this?
Yeah, what you mean? You talking about here on YouTube? Or you talking
the guy that was in that previous stream, he was Snaggletooth.
Like they.
Oh
they
no,
just,
that guy is the pimp. He's the one helping the women get. He's not over there buying women.
nah. But okay,
He's
yeah,
the one
yeah.
pimp. He's the one who's advertising those women.
It's not.
He's the promoter. The
Yes.
Snaggletooth.
Yeah, bomb is right. But listen, I think you take it as a grain of salt. Like I just see it as these guys have no like
Okay, let me ask this.
I can get what I
my straight son is 22.
It's
and they don't have no problem.
Wait, both of y'all can't talk over each other. Philly was talking. We can't hear y'all when that happens. Now, what you saying?
Myself, I'm into my 40s, right? I'm single, right?
Mhm.
I can get what I want, so I don't see why they have to go so far.
Right, but wait a minute. But they are saying because they got the money and they want to go over there and actually get what they want. Which I'm not even saying that it's wrong what they're doing, because it's their money, and the women who participate,
Right.
they getting paid.
My confusion is why can't they get it here? Like it's not. I don't know. Like
they make it
men over 25 that are going, because my son's 22, and when they ain't had no job, they ain't had no like a pussy. Cause I work night shift, and when I seen a girl, they ain't had no problem getting pussy locally. So Why they ain't got no passport? So are these men over 25? Because at that
One,
age,
one
I
thing
can't
for
see a
sure,
halfway decent looking man having a problem getting pussy.
one
Mhm.
thing for sure, the exotic thing is a thing.
That's right. And that's why that's why they going over there. They exotic. They just something different. This woman who don't even speak English. She's speaking Portuguese and Spanish and French. And they going over there and even Asian, right?
Yeah.
Chinese. And the men like that. And ladies, if we would, to be honest, like a guy, if he's speaking a different language, a guy, even though we want class normally,
That
we want to
no,
make,
that
you know what I mean?
that's
We, huh?
that's just all exciting until the rent is due or the mortgages need to be, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
International women are just another peak to climb. That's why they like them.
Yeah.
that,
And I'm not,
that that's
go
the
ahead.
that's
It was
what
the
it
same. That,
me as a male, that's what it is. I've traveled and I know these things. Like I've traveled being a military guy.
So why are you making it seem like because the military men, most definitely, you could catch a hop from one Germany, to another area. And if the women accept you, you or you go in the areas where it's legal to pay, they pay. Why we acting like it don't happen? And I'm not against it. The only thing I think we as women, Black women, are against is when you comparing us, when you're comparing regular women to those where you going over there and having and paying for sex.
they
Like,
ain't even comparing us. They trying
I
to
see both
triangulate
sides.
us. They
I,
they trying to make us jealous on some
I see
old.
both sides.
so wait a minute.
I
So
see
see,
black
this is
women
what
are
I'm talking
mad.
about. When y'all use word, so to triangulate, give me the definition of that. Because I
Okay,
did use the
it would
word
be
compare,
saying,
which we know they comparing. That's
well, they are
exactly what they
doing
do.
that, but they doing it
Oh,
in a way of playing both sides against the middle. I guess that would
well,
be the thing when they trying to make us be in competition, not just comparing us, but they doing it for a reason to put us in
It's to
competition
initiate
with each other.
competition against somebody who
they act,
usually
they
are,
actually
Yeah,
they're actually
yeah.
and
not
they saying the
initiating
same thing
competition.
about.
That's
Wait a
not even
minute, you
true.
asked what triangulate
I
means,
know
though.
what it means. Remember when I said they come over here, they saying these things to make us jealous. And she said, well, they're not, no, I said comparing, right? And she said, no, they're not even
But
doing
bomb
that.
is it's
They
working.
No, it
triangulating.
is that.
It's
It is
working.
that,
No,
but it's
and
for another.
so in
It's
order to
for
put us in competition, that means those women, who by the way are prostitutes, would have to care. But the only thing she care about is that she create that money. And when he walk out that door, she don't even know nothing about him. How is that competition?
in their
I,
head. They think we're in competition for that. We're not,
Oh,
but they think we are. They
we
think
were
oh,
that
talking
they.
about triangulation.
so we actually not in
I don't.
competition, but just in their
I
heads.
think they're thinking they're trying to initiate to make us like when whatchamacallit say the women would be jealous of the men going over there or something. I think that was Linwood. They want us to be, but we're not buying it.
We're
But that is
not.
their goal.
Exactly. Why
But
would we be
yeah,
jealous when we know they're going over there messing with prostitutes? The only way I would be jealous is if I was a prostitute here and they was telling me that the prostitutes over there was better.
But see, that's
we
where you're
did the
getting it.
same thing in
That,
college and high school. Like when
that's where you're getting it wrong. Why do they all have to be prostitutes?
Because they are a prostitute. What are you talking about?
You're talking about
pay for play.
I'm talking about they going over there,
that's what
paying
they're
the woman
representing.
for that hour, and then they're leaving. That is called prostitution. What do you
No,
mean?
no, no. I've
Y'all
I've
hear this?
I've worked with white guys that have been over there.
What? Go ahead.
It's very different. Like, and they bring them girls back.
Dude, we not talking about the same thing. And you now just trying to recreate a new conversation. We was talking about everybody who was involved in the conversation for those 8 hours know exactly what we was talking about. The man called the finger is advertising women, saying how much they cost and telling men to come. for less than $10, they can sleep with a woman.
I
So
saw that.
those, well,
I saw
those are
that conversation.
prostitutes. Well,
Yeah, I
then,
saw that
so why
conversation.
are you now adding in this man went over there and met a woman? That's some military or some guy who went over there and was there for a minute where he could meet a woman and possibly get her. So we are talking about prostitutes. And I'm not even judging those women, right? But yeah, we are talking about the men. They even admitted I could go and pay. They call it tricking.
Do you believe that woman in the previous live stream when she says she's never been propositioned or sold pussy?
Yeah, I could believe that.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
believe
have every single woman up here right now been somebody believed that there was a prostitute?
I can believe it because she didn't even think about it. She just rolled off her tongue like,
Yeah, she simply said, well, in fact, she didn't even give no excuse. What she said is, well, I have not been around tourists.
Right. That was her response.
I
Right.
saw that. I can
So
believe that.
she didn't deny that it's happening to people. She just saying, well, she's not really been around tourists where they can even approach her that way.
That's what I liked about her answer. She made sure that tourists are those who usually do that, and she hasn't been around them.
But that's what I asked her. The question was about tourists coming over, approaching her. And she said it hadn't happened. I believe her. It's not like men walk up to me, strange men, and ask me and act, like I'm a
I
whore.
believe her too.
So, Bomb, you've been to a foreign place, right?
Mhm.
So you know it's not all what they're making it to seem like.
What you mean, like what?
Like what they're saying, you can just go over there, buy a prostitute.
Well, you can. Korea, you
You-
able to buy a woman. What are you talking about?
I mean, I was in
in Brazil-
Japan. It's not all.
Japan is different. Japan, China, it's not like that. But even there, isn't it? It's legal.
I
So
know it's legal. Is what I'm saying is, yeah, we actually had guys missing from like formation in the morning, messing around with them girls, but
and they
it's what
paying.
it's what
Now the
it's
difference is, but the difference with military, right? So
right.
military is a lot different because the women can see you if they know you're in the military, they may not even charge you because they think
Exactly.
long term. But they think long term. They thinking if they can get you to marry them,
You're right about that. I didn't think about that reason, but yeah, you're right about that.
and then they get that green card. And even in Japan, they don't need a green card, right? Because it's not bad over there like that.
Right.
But they have access to a military man. In fact, the women over there, if they try to get you to marry them for the benefits, and as soon as you get out, they will divorce your ass.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. Yeah.
So, because it's about the money, it's about the assets. In Korea, the families sell their daughters.
So getting back to you're wondering why they're doing this.
No, I think Root was trying to make it seem like men don't just have sex with women, like just to have sex with women. Like, you know what I mean? Like some of you men, if you got a shot, you will go and grab that money if she hot enough, if she different enough. You know what I mean? If you just like, yeah, I would like to try that. That's how simple it is for a man.
Right.
Ain't got to be no love, ain't got to be no relationship. It's simple. If you know you can get it.
On the reversal side, it's simpler for a woman. So
What you mean on? What you mean? What
on
woman?
like women can just put on her clothes. Like I've seen fat women, skinny women. Like
Yeah, but what they got to do with this conversation? Are you
what I'm
talking about the women in the countries who are
I'm just
whores?
talking about in America. I'm just talking about like women that's not attractable got 5, 6 kids. Like,
Well, she must be attractive to somebody.
who's fucking them?
Well, a lot of men who the ones who she had babies by. She
So
must be
that's,
attractive. Why y'all
but
think that just because a woman is big, she's not attractive or attracting anyone?
but
There's the whole
a man has to have a certain type of attributes to
like
let
what?
that. I don't know.
The girl in that
Maybe
video
she
Wait,
was
can
what?
not
cook.
small. The girl in that
Wait.
video would be considered a BBW here. She
Yeah,
was not
yeah.
Oh
small.
no. Hey, everything's for everyone. I'm not saying like fat women, skinny women. What I'm saying is a woman has it easier.
Yeah, women got it easy. That's facts. When it comes to fetish and sex.
So basically there's no comparison. Like, why are men trying to catch up to what women can do? Fortunately, women have
Women ain't trying
conscience.
to fuck everything. So the goals are
Right.
different. We might got it easier to get fucked, but a lot of women just don't want to be fucked.
Exactly. That's where I was
We
getting
we
to.
want something.
That's
We
not
want
an easy thing for us. So it's not like it's a good thing for women for the most part. You saying women got it easier just to get fucked? Well, man,
Hey, I'm not
that's
making.
not
I'm
what
not,
a lot of
that.
women looking for the most part. I'm not gonna say there's not a time and period when we have a whole phase, but for the
listen,
most part,
this is
no.
not my problem. Like, I'm
But
just
you're
trying to.
sitting here comparing, saying women have it easier, but we're not trying to get
We
fucked.
we
Just
need
or
another
just
male
fuck.
panelist beside him.
No, he good. He good. But yeah, women. Our goals might be something like we want something out of you. We might want a real relationship out of you. That could
Melody,
be hard to get.
Melody, the nap, man. Don't take a nap.
I'm cool.
So if I want a relationship with you and all you want is sex with me, no. What is that noise? Who that is?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me moving something. Let me go on mute.
So we've already agreed that men don't mature until they're older, right?
Yeah, I agree. I 100%. Until
The
you
women,
get, and when I say mature now, it depends on what I'm talking about. I say not until they turn 40 do they start really
yeah,
thinking about everything. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm trying to bring it into a perspective because
oh,
I'm
I
kind
know.
of
I just don't want to make it seem like I'm saying you don't mature at all. Like your bodies and all that grow big, your voice, all that good old shit. I'm talking
right,
about as far as you understanding life and family and shit like that. But go ahead.
right. I remember a woman when I hit 30, her mindset was way bigger than mine. Like as if she's seen it
Hmm.
and it didn't work out with us. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And
Let me ask you this, because you say you're single. Did you ever have a girlfriend that now that you're a little older, that you thought, damn, like that I had it good with her?
right. Yes,
Can I say something?
yes,
It's women don't care that you settle down at a later age. We're not having a problem with that. Just be honest about it and don't come up with all these excuses for what you're doing. Say, this is my life and where I'm at right now. I'm in my whole phase. And sometimes I want to travel out the country. Don't be downgrading Black women in America, saying all these excuses. Just live your truth and be like, I ain't. Some men will tell you, hey, I ain't ready to settle down. I want to play the field. Do that. But these men making all kinds of excuses for just saying, I ain't there yet. I'm still in my whole phase.
Okay. Yeah.
And see, they
Some
want to
women,
make us as
some women,
can I say one more thing? They want to make us as dirty as them. Every time they come on these panels, they want to say, you're just like me. We're not the same. And ain't nobody say we got to be the same,
right.
but just live your truth. I'm done.
well,
Nay, listen,
some women do care that y'all not maturing younger.
I
That's
don't know what
because
these.
we end up with women who end up having to take care of the babies herself, waiting
Right,
for a man to mature. he was mature enough to have sex with her, and then boom, she got pregnant, and then we find out, oh, he don't want to be mature enough to help with that child. So we can't speak for every woman.
You can't.
Listen, I'm pissed off that it took him so long to become what I would consider mature. Because you could be married and still like you single parent.
Could it be the
And
internet?
I-
Could it be the internet?
No,
That
I'm not even talking about the internet, but yeah, I guess it's worse even with the internet for everybody. Because we think we have access. We think we have choices, options that we really don't have.
when
And
you
it
walk
seems like
when you walk out here on this real life, I see beautiful women wanting men. I don't see
Yeah,
what I see men wanting women. I don't
right.
I don't know.
I agree with you. But you know why they're not getting together? Because like I hear these men say, well, something better might come. Like Letitia down the street, right? She looked good and everything. And Letitia looking at him, but he's thinking, something better might come. There's somebody on the internet looking better. He waiting for Cardi B looking like or Beyonce looking like to come. So he gonna leave Letitia hanging.
Well, I heard Tequila say that she's scared to date. I think that touched me a lot. Like I'm not young no more. I'm in my 40s, but for these young people, like you're scared to date.
Yeah.
but if I don't I don't think women care. It seems like men
Oh
on the
Lord.
no,
You
it
don't hear
seems like
these
the
women
men.
complaining. Listen,
No,
we
I
gotta
think the
stop.
men on the recruitment. That's not what I say. They on a recruitment campaign, not to just that be for them. They're trying to say, "Hey, come along with me." I have actively seen men who, like a guy settle down with a girl, and
When
he
you're
like
saying
that come
when
and
you're
try to
saying men,
pull.
you're when you're
They'll
saying
try
men,
to
you're
say,
talking about these old niggas that
no, it ain't just old, isn't it?
I'm
I like
confused
let's
at
say,
who she be talking about because she make these
I'm just saying
hard
in life.
statements.
Okay,
You
I'm gonna say
said you
in
don't
life.
think women care, but there's a lot
Well,
of women.
I'm saying, well, let me explain. Maybe I use the wrong word. In this space, it seems like these men are recruiting other men to engage in that, as opposed to saying, this is what I like. They saying, come on, hit on stuff. Because I've seen men in real life, like when the man want to settle down or he looked like he with one girl, seem like other men like, no, man, come on over here. It's so much just, and it seems like it's a recruitment campaign. If they, not that they did just want to do it, but they want other men to be with them while they do it.
Right,
That's
right.
the part.
I see that too. You know,
listen. These you're listening to these old niggas, man. Like they have no education. A lot of you women have surpassed them in everything. You get what I'm saying?
but the
Like
young men are following. Because let me tell you what I do know, and this comes from the young men themselves. They're looking for somebody to educate them. That's why Kevin got big so quick. But men are looking for someone to give them guidance because people daddies wasn't there. And so the older dude sitting there telling the men it's okay to come over here and get with these whores, right?
right.
And the men are like, yeah, why can't I do it? Oh, I can save up my money. And when I get my income tax, I'm gonna just go there and I'm gonna spend my money. Now, your real daddy though would have told you, hey, you when you get your money, you could buy you a car, get you a new car, or you could get you a better apartment, or save it, or start a business. Only a nigga who don't really care about you gonna convince you to come and spend and trick all your money off.
And for
Your real
men, I
daddy
like,
wouldn't tell you. Would you tell your son, Philly boy, tell your son to go to some other country and trick off his money?
Right.
I'm
Like
asking you, would you?
man, say that. Repeat that again, Bob, because I was trying to.
Would you tell your son, even though you say you want to help him get what he getting, would you convince him of saving his money up, and when he get his income tax, to go to another country to trick off his money for a couple of days.
Oh, hell no.
Right. And that, but we have men, Obsidian, and a lot of these men telling young men who are looking for guidance to go and trick off their money. Something, they could start a business with that money. They could use that money as a down payment for a better car if they need it, or save it, to buy a house or whatever. But we got dudes telling them, come on, I got some beautiful girls and look at her big butt.
I could go way back, but like it's psychological with us, and it starts with everything, man. Like, and it feeds into everything. Like, I remember getting paid in the military, and guess all I wanted to do?
What?
Go to the best fucking club and do it up.
Do it up,
And that's good. Because
That's
at
good.
that best club, you
Feel
might meet
good
the person you want.
Feel good about myself. But yeah,
And that's-
Wait, let
we
him
were-
finish.
we were meeting people back then. You know what I mean? People, it's not that way today.
But how much you spent when you went to the club? With your outfit, you know what I mean? And you went to the club to meet women the regular way, right?
Right. It was
Right.
like these guys spending their whole bag. We were spending nothing $100,
Mhm.
but I don't know. Like,
But
you know
they'll
that.
make you think buying a woman a drink in a club make you a simp.
but
That's
no,
what they'll tell you.
we
You
were
could
out
go and
there.
pay this lady $10 and fly across the world, which we know it ain't $10 for some puss. But if you buy a girl a $10 drink in a club, you a simp. That's what
Right.
they say in here.
That's what they say. They actually trying to pull the black man from the community, embarrass him. Like that's that say that word again.
Triangulation.
Yeah,
Triangulation.
that they're trying to do. With those men, they telling them
Right.
why don't buy her nothing. She don't deserve nothing. And then at the same time, they tell them, oh, fly overseas, spend thousands.
But they got to think critically because these men only think all men want to manipulate women. These men want to manipulate you.
Men. That's
Because
right.
remember, I'm gonna just give you the hip hop thing. Who turned DMX out? Who turned him into a crackhead? The older guy he looked at as
That's
mentor or whatever. But
that's our
I use that for an example to say, don't be
that's our
trusting
that's
these
our
men
that's
because you think they ain't trying to trick you out of pussy. That the only people they trying to trick is women and young girls. They want to trick you young men too. And y'all miss that. You think, oh, this big brother, this big homie, this daddy figure. And they missing that.
Yeah, can you see something that's wrong with our culture? That's our culture. It's right to have a beer in your hand. It's right to have a drink in your hand. It's right to have a cigarette. It's right to have weed in your hand. That's. Can
But
you
if
see
I say
something
this
wrong
as
with
a
that?
woman, if I say this as a woman, I'm a hater.
No, let's
I
backtrack.
don't like
Let's
men.
backtrack.
That's she don't like men. She a hater. She trying to tell you what to do.
There's
But the
something wrong
one,
with our culture. And then when our women get older, they like, oh man, it's fucked up. This nigga coming in here sleeping on me, smelling like liquor and beer and weed and nah, we ain't doing that. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I got you. Let me go to the chat, y'all, in case I make sure I pin the link. But no,
I'm skipping all around the place, but it's a lot that's going on. We're running 1,000 miles a minute now. Like, it's not as slow as when we were coming up. Like,
yeah.
things are changing real fast. I don't even get how they date anymore. Like,
Look, somebody, Layla said, I think they travel so they won't feel obligated to create ties to anyone, among other things. If you're paying $300 for a flight and $300 for a room and board, they are not winning just because she costs $10. I agree. And she cost way more than $10. That was the purpose of my video. When I was playing that video, the guy was lying to his own brothers that it's gonna cost him as little as $10 to $20. When somebody came up and said, no, it is nowhere near that cheap.
But
You know?
even,
So I know
but
y'all
even
think
let's say they broke even. That means let's say it was the exact same amount as the United States. You could still only get pussy that one time a year that you can go. So you sexually frustrated for the whole rest of the year, as opposed to dating somebody in your area, going on a date, doing that stuff they say is simpish because the men trying to pimp you out your money. The woman ain't the hoe. Y'all the hoes. Y'all is the hoes to them pimps.
so
Not the
you
women.
think so you think these guys are taking their livelihood in their hands to go over there, put their dick in something.
You saw the commercial. That's what that man was saying, that he was selling a commercial.
Yeah, you didn't see any of those that I shared some of them?
No, I skipped that. I was off and on.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll put it. Let me see.
I don't know people like that. Like that would
We
trust
don't have
them.
to. We don't
I
have
don't
to. You don't have to know them to know that they exist, right?
That
So
was
let
a
me
whole commercial.
see here. Give me a second. Somebody coming up. I'm gonna give y'all some what's coming. But let me see.
know because I've traveled abroad, like in to have sex with somebody. Well, when I was in Japan, you couldn't come home with diseases. You understand that?
I gotta stop the share because I didn't do it right.
I guess I was taught military. Like, yeah,
Hey,
nah.
get your passports, guys. Get your What's up, Good morning, everybody.
Okay, I see him.
Yeah. Anyway, well, you gonna wait until this video play.
Good morning. Shout out to my people and my fan. Early live Sunday on the beach. Their family day. Supposed to be a lot of people here. But it's been raining since yesterday. It's still raining. Hoping this could stop, but it's been raining. But yeah, it's because I want to, you already know. You already know. Much love. Y'all know today is a family day, Sunday.
Let me see where he pull out
Australia.
of them.
Hold on, I gotta give a shout out to Australia real quick for this go fast. You heard me? For this go.
He over there advertising to everybody, Canadians, Australians, people from France, all over the place. It's not even just for black men. Whoever you just had sex with a woman who just had sex with another guy from a whole nother country, and I just don't understand.
I couldn't do it.
But
I
this is go ahead.
don't know. That's weird. But I'm just saying, I've been there, right?
You been where?
And I've been to Brazil. All right. So
Brazil. This is not
yeah.
Brazil. This is Dominican Republic. So y'all just be coming and making up shit. Go ahead.
Oh, that's DR.
It's comparable though.
But I'm just saying that shit exists. Like them niggas paying for pussy and shit. That shit exists. But there's a spot you could go for that. Like there's a spot where you could go to get that, and there's a spot where you could go to meet the locals and real women who want to be with Americans. I don't know how it is in the DR.
What you mean want to be with Americans? What that mean? What you
Like
mean?
they want an
green card.
Right.
No.
They want what?
They don't want no
green
green card.
Listen, y'all got. I can't hear.
Looking for a
Y'all
new
can't
credit
be
card?
talking.
Make things
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
They don't-
Yeah. They want to be with Americans for what?
Yeah, some of them want to be with American because they want to come to America, but
Right.
some of them, a lot of them, the ones that I met, they're like, "Why would I ever come to America? We see the bullshit y'all go through up there."
So
Like,
what they
I
want to
would
be
just-
with Americans for? For what?
They want work. They want work visas so they could get money and then bring that shit back here. Because it's
So-
like, why would I
so-
stay up in a country that's trash? That's
why
how they
would so
they view America like it's trash. They don't view it as like, well, in Brazil, they don't view it as how we view it. They view it as
okay.
like trash.
Okay, so but it's not that they want. So you saying they want Americans? So they don't really care who you are. They just care that you're an American.
Yes, they do.
I mean, well, when I went down there, right, all I can say is that
They cater
Now,
to Americans.
not all of them, not all of them, because you know
Uh-huh.
some of them have that stigma. Okay, you American, you just coming down here to pussy. But like I was
Uh-huh.
down there, I was surfing. I'm on a surf trip. I'm trying to surf with some of the best surfers in Brazil and shit. So it was a little different for me because I was there on like some actual shit. But I met some chicks and we were talking. It's not,
Mhm.
listen, you American, they gonna fuck with you, but I'm just gonna tell you, you're not wrong. There is places where dudes go to buy, but them dudes are not even black. Them dudes is European. Them dudes is white. All them dudes down there buying pussy on them little shacks and shit. Them dudes is white, bro.
But it
White
ain't what this
weirdos.
guy is saying that he's the one flying y'all
Listen,
in.
y'all already know what's the big
Tell him to tune
voice,
in.
Mr. Alexander.
Tell them to turn
We
in.
here with
That's
the
our stop
family.
button. Turn in.
Sus.
Brooklyn in the house.
We here heavy.
Brooklyn in the
y'all.
house.
So what y'all making claims that when all we gotta do is go to the videos and see this dude gonna introduce lots of men from America who came down there to be with the
You
women.
feel me?
I get it one to 200
You feel me?
miles.
That should take you 3.
So why, like you coming up to try to change the narrative? Oh, that's gonna be the Europeans.
No, I'm not. Listen, I don't, when I take flights, it's more than 24-hour flights. It's a 48-hour flight. So
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
dynamic of people's think like, okay, DR, Jamaica. There's dudes down there, black, white, Spanish from the Americas, and they go down there, you know what I'm saying? Because it's quick, but it's more transactional. It's more like, okay, nigga, like, yeah, we know why you here. If you go 78, 48 hours down, it's not like that because they have, like, all right, them countries near America, they have the Western idolization of the women first, the women run everything, blah, 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 whatever. System. Down in like Brazil, the society is not set up for a woman to really like be truly independent where she don't need a man for shit. You will never go to Brazil. You will never go to San Juan. You will never go to Rio. You will never go to Monaco. Like you will never go to them places and you will hear a woman be like, I don't need a man. They
Yeah, she's
fight
not
for
gonna
men.
say.
Exactly. And
Yeah,
that is why. That's exactly it. And when I tell the world has not been kind to women and girls, those girls are socialized. They expect that I'm going to have to be the one to help the family out. And it was this song called Fancy. You know, that white girl remade it, but she really remade it from Reba McEntire, Fancy. That story, if you ever get a chance to look at that video on Fancy, that story is older than time because it's been here longer than that. We have more protections in the United States, which they try to shame us for. And you actually have some of these dumbass women repeating that shit because they have not took the time to look back and see what life is like for women and look in these countries.
All right, I agree with you because I usually play devil. There's pros and cons, right? There's pros and cons. Like here, the women are liberated, but the women here take less shit from men, and sometimes, in my opinion, it's not even shit. It's just like that's just who he is. Like he accepts you for who you are, so we accept him. But women don't want to hear that shit. Down there, it's like the women. They'll let you become the man who's going to save them. And that's what I think men want.
They have no choice. Trust and believe. They talk about, the women over there cook. Them bitches ain't got no restaurant to go to. They sell them pussy for survival. They ain't got no disposable cash for restaurant.
Some areas, yeah, but they ain't no different than up here. There's women up here selling ass for money
when
and to
they're
survive too.
complaining, when they're saying the women over there,
did he just say that ain't no different?
Yeah,
Women ain't got to sell no ass to survive here.
There's Craigslist, right? There's all that stuff, right?
We don't.
Craigslist has been gone. What are you talking about? I'm talking about at that point you talking about.
I'm saying there's pros and cons to each.
But women have other
here we got a government who will give you food stamp welfare.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
He actually don't have a point.
If you give women access to employment, education,
take it.
and birth
Mhm.
control, they would choose it every time because that shit they pushing down there, they don't have the option to have those. So it's not like they said, oh, we got that and we're gonna choose to stay there. They don't have an option.
It's
So
not
it's
that the men
no,
down
they
there
don't. They
won't
have
allow
to
that.
accept
They
that.
won't. The men
They
don't.
exactly what I said
And
is
I
they
don't
don't
bel-
have the
Listen,
option.
I don't know what is going on right now, but we cannot hear both of you, and y'all just a fucking rambling. Okay, because I can't get in and disagree because I disagree with both of you. Like you agreed
I'm
with some bullshit he said about Brazilians when we had a woman up here who has a job. She had her own place. Remember that guy was living in her place for a year. So to say that she and she also mentioned that there are a lot of men who left their families
Where?
from
in Brazil.
In Brazil,
Yeah,
yeah.
She
I
said
saw
that, and
When I
she's
went-
Brazilian.
When I went down there, right? I went down there and I was the chick that I was talking to. This chick's a lawyer. Okay, this bitch ain't no bum. She drive an X5B, and she liked me. Okay, some of you can say, "Oh, it's just for the fact that I'm American." That could be true. I'm not disagreeing with that argument.
Mhm.
But I'll tell you one damn thing, whether you want to believe it or not. That chick in America, I would never get with. I would never talk, especially if she was the chick.
Of course you wouldn't.
Of
The
course, I
only reason
wouldn't.
you get her in Brazil is because she can be a hoe and get paid more than doctors get
Well,
in Brazil.
Why
I
why
can-
does she
all right,
have
so
to?
say
Why
I
does she
make
have to be a
45
hoe though and a doctor though?
Yeah, I don't
What?
get that. But say,
Why
hold
you
on.
what?
Let me reply
Why does
back
she
real
have to
fast.
be a hoe and a doctor?
No, what I said, I didn't say she was a whore. I
Mm.
said though, if she does sell herself, she getting paid more than the doctors there. And that
She
was said on
doesn't.
this panel. Yes, she
She's-
does.
Well, like I said, I was down there to surf, and I
Mhm.
met her, and she was cool. She liked me. I liked her. It was nothing. I didn't got to spit game. I ain't got to do texts and all that. No, I was just at the beach, see her, talking to her, flirt with her. She wanted to know who I was. Told her I was. We at the beach. She went back to Copacabana Beach. We went to the Airbnb. She was straight. Nothing. No money given. She just wanted to be around me. All
Yeah,
right,
because
but I'm gonna say
you gonna feed her, you gonna treat her well. Whatever you do that day, you
she
gonna
brought
treat
me.
her to it.
Listen, she picked me
See,
up in her.
y'all don't convince
They-
y'all
y'all-
that passport is not valuable. That coming to America, y'all want to believe that it's not valuable. That she's just genuinely that is a valuable thing. Motherfucker still trying to come to America. So y'all don't convince yourself that ain't
I ain't
true.
never met no Brazilian that say, "Hey, I want to move to America." That's
You
just
think
me.
I'm
They
gonna
don't
say,
want-
hold up. Am I
I
gonna
never
come
met.
say I'm
I'm
trying to
being
lick you for a
honest. Y'all say
passport?
that. Y'all
Or
say
am
that.
I gonna
I had
try to
never met that.
convince? Okay, so am I gonna try to convince you that the obvious? I'm like, no, I don't want to come to America. I love my life because I'm trying to reverse psychology. Your ass, this is love here, baby. Because I want
No,
that. Because
I
I already
get-
know it's a set of women over there who's selling the puss. So I'm not trying to come off like that because I really don't want to sell it, but I do want to finesse you at that passport. And so I'm gonna pretend like I'm falling in love with you, and it's for that. That is an
Well,
option.
that is the option. And then there's another one where she don't have to never come to America, but she knows that you gonna send her that American money to help her. Cause you just her boyfriend, she gonna
That
ask
too.
you for this and that. You gonna send her that money. I don't know
Like
why
I
you
said,
guys act like y'all
I-
slow.
I'm
Hey,
not. Nobody's
listen,
slow here.
man.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
listen,
That, but
man,
what I'm saying to
my
you guys is
black
that when
women
I
need
was
to
down
stop
there,
hitting.
there's
Y'all
a
need to
place
stop
for
hitting
that,
the
and there's a
panic
place where
button,
you can
man.
meet
Like,
locals where
Yeah,
that
that's
don't
what we
go
talking
down.
about. The local. That's what we talking about. The local.
But the locals is like me and you. They lawyers, they doctors, they dentists, they hygienists, they drive trucks. They got X5 Beamers, they got 150 trucks, Ram.
Mhm.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
What
It's
area
like
you
I get
talking
what y'all
about? You,
saying,
dude,
but there's
you
people there
get it.
that are like,
And we got people with engineering degrees coming from other
Mhm.
countries that still want to come to fucking America. You act like two things can't be true.
A doctor over
I'm
there
not,
do not
but
make
they
nowhere
don't
near.
stay here. They don't stay here. They can bring
Listen,
that money back to their land.
a
And
doctor.
I necessarily don't
Oh
disagree
my
with them.
God, a doctor over there make what McDonald's worker make over here.
Okay, exactly.
That means you making more money working at McDonald's over here than doctors are making in the DR.
And that
Right.
means they
So
want
what's
to
the
come
pro-
to
so
America
what's
and
the
put
So
that
problem?
you
doctor license to
when
you.
you mention that you're this person is a doctor or a lawyer and they not making no money. So of course they would date you.
Damn,
But
this is
what's the
too
problem?
easy.
Bomb.
Y'all too easy to be lit.
What
They,
is the
yeah, they
problem?
crazy.
Y'all talking shit, but y'all do the same shit.
Exactly.
So I don't know
What
what the
same
problem
shit?
is.
I'm not saying there's a
Yo,
problem,
I'm doing the
but it's,
same shit.
listen,
Bob.
nobody's
we
saying
are
there's a problem. We just wondering why y'all lying to yourselves.
We ain't lying. Listen.
Mhm.
I hear, like my uncle told me from Jamaica, I'll never be on Jay-Z level. I'll never be on them niggas level. And the niggas y'all be, oh, he's hot, 6 feet. I'll never be 6 feet. I'll never have a 10-inch dick. And God forbid, I ain't trying to bust and kill myself prematurely to get 300 bands so y'all bitches can look at me. I make a minimum wage. I'm a truck driver.
Nothing wrong with that. You make good money.
There's nothing wrong.
Truck
No,
driver.
but hold on. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. To me,
Mhm.
the people,
Nothing
there's something
wrong.
wrong with that. So guess
Who?
what? I could go to
So
another
who
man's
is it
land and
wrong
live
with?
like a king. That's nothing
So
wrong with that neither.
I'm asking you.
Bomb.
So
Your
who is?
son doing your
God
son doing the
damn.
same.
Like I'm like even. Can I not be heard?
What you saying,
Okay.
Mom?
So I asked, who? You be the truck driver. Who is saying that's an issue?
I don't. It's not like a people are. Hey, no. It's like I could tell. You could talk to somebody. Hey, what you do for a living? Hey, I'm a truck driver. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'll talk to you later. Yeah. Can I get your number? Oh, where? I bet. So it's like I understand what y'all are saying because I definitely agree that you could get a lick out in DR and bitches gonna play you. I get that, but
The women,
y'all do
women
the
turning you
same
down for being
shit.
a truck driver?
Do
Well,
women do that?
that's on them. But
Oh, well, you're
yeah,
right.
a
That
lot of
is on them.
women. Yeah, a lot of women would know that's good money. Go ahead, Koji. What you saying?
I would say, Bomb, your sons drive truck and they don't have no problem finding dates and women, do they?
My sons are driving the truck.
Oh, I thought you said you said they work at Amazon.
One of them
But
works at
I'm
Amazon.
trying to
Yeah.
get in Amazon. Tell
No,
your son
I
to
just
spam.
thought you was
Man.
doing delivery. But nobody had
yeah,
the
but
only
that's not
thing
the
women
same
care
thing as
about.
what he's doing. That
Yeah,
my son
but
do drive.
the
He
only
did
thing
drive the truck.
women may
I-
have a problem with driving over the road is that men have a lot of the reputation of men having a woman in every town. But
So
other than that, I
what?
don't.
Who cares? I honestly, I wouldn't even care about who the fuck cares.
But
And so
nobody,
what?
but
Women don't
nobody
want
is.
no man.
I'm telling you, women is not having a problem with men earning their money with their hands. That's something that somebody else done told y'all that they say women want. We
Right.
ain't said that shit out of our mouth. We just care that you making decent money. We don't, and it's legal, and I ain't got to worry about using the money you made to bond you out of jail.
But there
whoever
are some
told-
women who do care. We got to stop saying.
It is some of them, but it's a
He
lot
just
of them.
said that's why
not all
we
the way
can make
true.
our points. He just said he met a few women. When he told them what he did, they kind of brushed him off. There are some young women who don't know that truck drivers make good money, right? And that they might be like, okay, they looking for ballers and shit like that. So there are some women who are like that. But for the most part, though, a lot of women, especially one of who's mature, she's okay with you being a truck driver. Garbage man. Okay?
Are these guys out of their league? Are they looking? I don't know.
What you mean?
Like, are they looking for something they can't get? Are they?
Some women, yeah. Look, they just like in the manosphere. We got some dumbass niggas. We got some dumbass broads too.
Are they trying to get Instagram models or going to the Instagram sites to find Instagram like type chicks?
Listen.
Yeah, some of the men are doing that, yeah. And some of the women are looking for ballers and rappers and shit. And dope dealers.
And are those that are those or not? I ain't gonna say to them, but I don't think I think it's a lot of women because we see them on the panels here and we see them in our lives. Just looking for regular old working people. And I ain't saying it ain't some of them out there, and it depends on the age.
It's a lot of them out there.
Right.
We see them
right.
on Kendra G. What are you talking about?
No,
All
no.
in and they looking for he gotta be in the street. I don't want a man who work 9 to 5. I can pull it up. It shocks me too. Like we don't want to admit it, but yeah, we got a lot of women who from certain areas, and to them that's normal for a man to be a dope dealer. That's why it's
That
hard to
has-
have conversation with people who only think of their lives and think that your life is the only way people live in life. See,
and
but I'm
maybe
thinking of it from all perspectives.
maybe is it a lot of guys out here hurt or something? Because I've had that happen to me before. Chick
Have
told
what
me,
happened? Oh, go ahead.
a chick told me I wasn't a thug enough for her.
Mhm.
I said, what? And moved the fuck out her way and got better. But maybe some guys can't move on. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't
That
know.
was a blessing. What you didn't know. I respect the person that say, "I'm a fuck ass nigga, I'm toxic, leave me alone." Or sometimes they say rejection is protection. So at least that clear you up, not to have no battle scars from dealing with that type of person. But
I mean,
for the most part, have you had more of those situations than you have had situations of women saying, "Hey," or I don't know your age range.
oh, I never
I'm not
been.
ready.
I never. And she had me all the way fucked up. Like I laughed at her like that.
So you got foresight to see and discernment to check out of those type of situations. You know, she thought you was a sucker and you moved on. But do most women see you as a sucker?
No, I'm kind of like a cocky guy too, though.
So, and if you had to say a percentage range out of 100%, what percentage of women that you've approached would be the kind that tried to lick you, compared to the kind that was genuinely interested in you?
I'm not gonna lie. I get a lot of women approach, kind of lead me on. And I'm no Denzel Washington. I can admit that. I ain't no ugly guy either. It ain't I don't know. That's what I was trying to tell Big J. Like, why aren't you out here getting yours, man? Like, women want you. Like, big, small, tall. Like, I don't know what's going on with these guys, man.
I think it's fear. I don't know, and it's just my opinion. I just think it's fear of rejection.
And let me tell you, women have fear of rejection too.
Yeah.
I think you men think that it's just you, but you know how a man can reject you because you don't look like that Instagram model. That's why these women go and get the BBLs and shit.
Yeah,
So
you're
they
right.
can look like a woman with filters and shit.
Wow, these guys are crazy out here, man. It's
Men
all
are now
about
y'all gonna get your penis large. It's called a daddy makeover. You're gonna
it.
get
They do what?
yeah, it's called a daddy makeover. You wanna see? Let me tell you, I'll find it.
I ain't never heard of no penis enlargement. What?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It's called a daddy makeover. Let me look it up real quick. See, men going to get BBLs. Y'all gonna get your butts bigger and all that. Not even joking.
I can believe it, man. Damn.
You probably watch this. Let me see.
The world done convinced y'all got to be perfect.
Look,
10.
this is called the daddy makeover, where he gonna get a gynecomastia. I don't know. I think that's where he get something off his
He getting his
boobs.
boobs removed.
Yeah, getting his boobs removed, and then he get a tummy tuck. Watch.
Okay, so today's case is an interesting case. We're having a gentleman who lost a lot of weight from gas.
Let's see. Let's see if he gonna mark him before, and then I'm gonna show you about the penis. Look,
So here you see he has this loose skin hanging off his chest.
so he lost weight, and he about to get his boobs reduced. They're gonna tuck him, okay? And let's see. I don't want to see the surgery. I want to see the after effects, though. Let's see if they're gonna show it. wonder if that's him or is that the doctor? But let me show you the daddy makeover with the penis thing. Let's see.
That's crazy.
Yes, y'all getting lipo like women. You're getting your boobs reduced. And you're getting your penis enlarged.
Yeah, no, I'm shocked at the penis thing. Like, wow.
Let me see. It was on what's the name of that? Yeah, let's see. There
But
we go.
nah, that's silly.
Watch these.
Senator Tom
gonna
Carper
admit it.
just
Men gonna admit to wanting to get their penis enlarged. Okay, here we go.
If you had the opportunity, would you add a couple of inches to your penis and cut your stomach out a little bit?
And ladies, if you could gift this to your man, would you?
Let's start with you. Yee, would you gift that to your man? I would.
No.
Would
Do
you?
surgery? No. The old-fashioned way first. Now,
Wait,
I would.
That's the penis, because a trainer
I'm
and a
That's the only thing I can see.
Makes sense for me. My wife is pleased.
I'm wait,
That
waiting
was
for a call.
wasted them
That was
12
what I-
days.
A guy gonna call me.
You're gonna get it.
Hello.
Oh, hey, good.
We can't see you, bro.
Okay, bro.
You about
All
to
right.
say something crazy.
Yeah, we can't see. You could have made up any name.
I don't.
So what you think,
I
bro?
don't know who's listening, and people know me. But listen, so yeah, it's gonna be the penis for me. I
gonna
think
be
the
the
woman is
penis
gonna
for me.
enjoy the penis
It's the penis for me.
more than the abs.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something.
Okay.
For people that's just tuning
Wait,
in
I
and
wanna
don't know the
why,
context,
though.
they think you just came out the closet, bro.
But we want to know why. Like, what
Charlotte-
is it about your penis that you want to change? Like, what's going on down there?
I don't.
Lack of.
I personally
Hey,
don't
Mom,
think it's big
this
enough.
must be them
Or long
Leonard
enough.
Roy
Mhm.
looking type niggas. This must be them Leonard Roy type looking niggas getting shit
Nah,
done.
they regular men. Black regular men. Let me see. We go.
I learned it back in the day when I ordered.
Get your mouth.
You could tie a weight
okay.
to it and
800
just let
Could enhance your penis, get a little daddy do-over, and increase your penis a couple of inches and cut the fat out your stomach a
Call it
little bit,
daddy.
give yourself a little abs. Would you do it? Let's talk about it. It's the
I
Breakfast Club. Good morning.
I must increase my thrust.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Envy, Angela Yee, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club.
They're gonna tell some people call in. The woman says she would get it for her man.
I'm good. How are you?
Blessed, black, and highly favored.
Now, if
Amen.
your
How
man
blessed.
said he wanted to increase his penis size, would you get that for him maybe for Christmas?
Absolutely.
Woman says she would get it for her man.
My relationship better be.
And I mean,
All right,
like,
hello,
people are
who's
that
this?
Crazy, like.
You said
What's
what?
your name, not mine. Hello, who's this?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name, bro?
My name's Real One.
What's up, real
Okay,
one?
real one. Now, if
How
you
y'all
had the
doing? How y'all
opportunity,
doing?
would you
Blessed,
add some
black, and
inches
highly
to your
favored.
penis, real one?
Nah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't add any inches or nothing like that. Like, I'm pretty good where I'm at.
You
but
sure?
as far as like yeah, I'm definitely sure. I'm definitely
Nah,
sure.
you
Especially-
say that till you get a gift certificate for 5 free inches.
Nah, because like, what if you start to mess with how you?
Yeah. So what
Can I
y'all
be
what y'all
honest? Can I be honest? Can I be honest with you, Mom?
yeah, go ahead.
What man likes fake breast and a fake butt?
A lot of them.
Yeah, I guess it's a.
I never seen touch the fake butt. It do look kind of weird to me. Look like a diaper.
I've touched them and everything and felt them and it's not the same. I like them stretch marks. I like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like that natural. It doesn't feel, it don't hit right.
Yeah, but it's funny that you talking about a goddamn woman when we clearly was talking about a daddy do-over. We was talking about men getting inches on their penis, getting their
Because
belly liposecond, and even y'all getting calves put in y'all muscles put in y'all calves, or should I say implants. This man gonna end up getting fake muscles in his belly in this video right here, right? And you want to talk about a woman's fake
All right,
breasts.
guys, here we are. It's Dr.
You men are doing it too.
Well, I haven't
think
heard a woman that says I have never heard a woman say she like a 10, 12-inch dick. Like, I don't know.
you haven't.
No, I haven't.
Well, but
I've heard
see,
some.
I think that men have not had the option in the past, and just like kids, when they can't get none, they like to make fun of it. But now that they're developing things for men, they're going to be doing it more. And it
They're
was, it's always the projection. They always be jealous, and then because they really want to do it. But I don't think women would care some of the stuff. But that mean they will have to stop talking about women and let the shit die down so they could go on and get the shit for themselves.
Look, this man got a BBL. Look.
Dang.
Look at him. Look.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I have an appointment at 1:30. If you're coming,
Look.
Get out of here.
Watch, you gonna share yourself.
So women like BBLs on men. Wow.
Look, he got it. Look.
Goofy ass dick.
Somebody said goofy ass. Look, he got a big butt like a woman.
Nah,
Yeah.
this is,
Look at him. Let's see. Y'all happy with his new ass and everything?
Man, this shit lost, man. This shit is lost.
And there's a black man too. Ooh, Lord. Y'all be like, I bet you them white men. No, baby.
The first time I seen the calf thing was a white man, and I want to say that was probably over 20 years ago.
Look at
So,
it. You could get.
No, I was gonna say, so men definitely gonna follow. Now, I don't know what community that man in. If did he get something added to his butt, or did he just take stuff from other places and it looked like his butt was done?
No, he got something in his butt.
Well, he, for that community, I ain't saying he in that community, but if it is, then that's his thing. But straight men will definitely get things that make them, not, can be confused. They will definitely get chiseled abs if they could tell that some lipo down there or some stuff taken off, like the person who done lost a lot of weight.
Straight men are getting BBLs too.
Yeah.
Look, they may have no butt, or their butt maybe have some weird shape, and they want it to be a little more round.
Right.
So if they lose weight and their butt sagging, they go and get it contoured. So yeah. I mean, look at some of these men. Look, this dude going to Dominican Republic. He went to go to get a tummy tuck, lipo, and BBL. Let's see if he's gonna show himself.
One eternity later.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. I'm here at my doctor's office. This is very confusing because there's like a lot of there's a lot of stuff going on. That's why I keep looking.
I wouldn't go. Look.
Honestly, it's just a bunch of
Damn,
things.
I guess it is a thing. Huh.
But yeah, this shit is no joke. I'll see you guys downstairs when I go get my massage.
Hey, Kimi. So, this is day one. Post-op, and Kareem is
look like he got his arms done or something. Huh?
The worst. And
you got a fake beard too.
To show you what it looked like immediately right out of the faja.
Everything.
He's gonna get it washed really quick by one of the nurses, and he just looks amazing. Keep in mind he's very.
Look at it when he started healing. Look, he went and got a whole scar all the way around his body.
Here, so I'm doing laundry, and then.
Shit. Okay. Y'all be talking about what women are doing, but these men, look, why are men getting BBLs? This black man right here gonna talk about it.
Man, I can't comment on nothing like this. Like, I don't know no man.
I got surgery and have a 6-pack abs. Let's see what his 6-pack abs look like.
This is probably gonna be the most drastic move I would have ever made to accomplish that look. My name is Jay Kuza. I'm 40 years old. I'm single, bachelor here in Miami. I work out 6 days a week, and I'm gonna get an ab sculpting procedure. A 6-pack is gonna feel great.
I think men sort of...
I got the 4-pack already. Now,
working in digital, you know, it's a young man's game or a young person's game. And
let's go, hurry up, hurry up. Let's go, you gonna make it, but you gotta keep going.
what work can I put?
What time you get up?
I get up at...
I want to see what it look like. So they gonna see what they're gonna do. They're gonna look, keep marking him. Gonna give him. They're gonna give him.
just leave you like that.
Yeah, I'm good. I see it in the mirror.
Well,
He's not even fat. He just want to compete with young
All right,
men.
let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Why? His body's not even bad. What's going on? $75,000, y'all.
Damn.
You could buy a house, damn near.
I guess people can't deal with themselves.
So when you make it seem look like what he about to get hair. Look what he about to do with his head. They give him shots in his head. Oh, they about to put hair.
About
What this dude get?
2 months or about a month, you'll start seeing hair growth.
Look, they give him injections in his head so he can have hair growth.
Right.
I wonder if that works.
Have a good day.
as well, to continue to look younger. As you get older,
so I can really achieve my...
All right, so check it out. You men just as vain as women. It's just getting ridiculous. Okay.
That's terrible, man.
And I don't know if any, like I'm trying to imagine what woman, apparently him having this high-end car is not doing it. You see?
Right.
So he looked like he got this high-end car and still he went and had surgery done to his body and injections in his head so his hair could grow. So even what Kevin Samuels was saying, hey, if you got all that money, yeah, the women will just throw themselves at you. Women are saying, no, dude, we don't care about your money. All we care about if you respect us, like kind of respect us to a degree, treat us fairly, and you know what I mean? And but we got the men who want to act like they got the money, so they should be able to get what they want. That shit don't work that way.
It doesn't, bomb like that. I don't know, like you gotta grow, you gotta have some confidence. You gotta be everything, like.
Yeah.
Is it psychological? I don't know. Because like you said, women are getting big butt lifts and breasts, and men like.
You keep on to take it to what women getting, but you sure don't want to talk about what men are getting. Men are getting their breasts reduced, liposuction, and you getting BBLs just like women. You also getting weaves like women. Y'all be claiming black women are doing this and third. Black men are doing it too. Y'all get y'all beards be fake. That's a weave. Men weave.
Some of their eyebrows arched.
Yep.
Eyebrows
They use
are
the clippers.
damn.
Yeah, they say they hit them up with the clippers, so you know it don't look like they don't. And some of them even getting them waxed and stuff. But you know, y'all can just stop at some point. You could just
look.
These men can stop.
Y'all don't see that beard weave? He went from that to that.
All that Beijing and spray on, whatever that black shit be.
Look at this dude. He went from this to that with dreads.
And you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think women would even care on some of the stuff, because women would be like, I do it for me. You know, I do these things. It's maintenance. You know, it's upkeep. But the fact that y'all pick at women so bad about doing it, it's like our time to get back. It's like women say, oh, it's our time to laugh back at y'all. But it wouldn't even be a thing if men didn't make it a thing.
Well,
Y'all made it a thing.
look at young Jock when he got a fake beard, y'all. He got he went and got him a weave beard.
Let me see. All right, well.
There's nothing more American than beef jerky, beer, and of course firearms.
Look,
something is.
You see it?
Nah, he could grow that. They just darken his beard. That's all.
No, they didn't. Where he got no hair on the side of his face. What are you talking about?
All right, so yeah, you could see with his line where the beard would grow.
Yeah, and they put the weave there and gave it to him. You don't see it? This is young Jock. These are fake dudes with fake beards. What are you talking about? Look, so you don't see where he on this side he has zero hair, and right here he got a full beard.
That doesn't mean you can see his line where he can grow it. Like,
yeah, but he didn't grow it. They created it. What are you talking about?
okay, he's like a shaved nigga here, right?
Do you not see that this picture is two pictures?
All right, let me see the other picture.
Now, why he acting like it ain't men out there who got struggle beards
Wait,
and
I'm
shit? Don't
sorry.
feel.
What do you see right now on the screen? I am showing you a video. Two pictures up on one. It's both. They side by side.
Yeah, it didn't fit. It didn't. My screen didn't fill it on.
Oh, okay. So do you see where he? And then the next they side by side. That's him without, and then that's him with the beard.
That's not the same haircut.
That is the same haircut. What is wrong with you? Wow. So I got to show you the men getting their beards. Well, let's do it then.
I know, Bum. I know. I did.
But then why are you making it seem like that's not him with a fake beard? It takes longer than a week to grow a goddamn beard, longer than a month. For that beard that he have on that takes many months.
No.
And some men can't
you
even
can
grow
see-
a full one.
That's right. They got patches and shit. That wasn't a patchy beard. It
And
takes
that's why
months
they
to
get the
grow
black
that.
stuff. That's why they get
Know
that
that
black
them
stuff
bald-headed
sprayed
face
to fill it
dudes
in.
been trying.
Look at that. You trying to make it seem like this. Look, he got on the same item. You don't see that? You don't see he got on the same clothes in this?
No.
You see, he don't want to.
Dude, you can see it around his neck. What are you talking about? You can see his shirt.
I cut here. That's the same barber's fucking.
He
neck.
don't want
He
to
go-
admit
he
it.
got
That's
the
like a
same
man with
barber.
no edges.
Oh, so he went to the same barber.
Yeah.
And why even though the barber is the one who put the beard on it. He
See?
admitted this himself. What are you talking about?
Listen. I cut
This
here.
the
too a
male
little bit.
equivalent of baby hair. This the male
But that-
equivalent of baby hairs, and they
No.
can't
I
pick
agree.
at women when they
Wait a
adding
minute.
baby hair to their face.
So wait a minute. We're gonna see him get it then.
He definitely
my
realized that his beard, it don't move.
It won't come out.
Oh no, you one side ain't done it. One
Do y'all want Jack to cut off his face front?
Look, you can't even cut it.
I just told him.
That ain't coming out. You ain't got no booty? Oh no. It's tight now. It's tight now. Keep on coming down.
It won't come out.
That look like real hair. Look at that. Hey, boy, that's it right there, Jock.
Oh, so I guess this not fake, huh? That's them papers that they put there so they could put the hair on it. You trying to take that shit off?
Good morning, Bomb. Good morning, everybody.
Hey,
Yeah,
Miss Mimi.
he didn't need all of that. You're right.
I was gonna.
Oh,
I was
but you
gonna
made it
say
seem like
that-
it wasn't happening though.
Yeah, I remember when he did
But
that.
see, he
on Love
can't.
and
They
Hip Hop.
these people ain't.
You
they
remember
ain't
what?
just-
Wait, what you were saying, Miss Mimi?
I remember when he did that. He was on Love and Hip Hop when he got that done. He wanted to get a beard. It
Mhm.
was, so he got that done. I saw the whole process on Love and Hip Hop.
But see, these men ain't gonna give in to that because they know that is the equivalent of men creating. You know how they jive women about baby hairs and this and that, and that's why they not gonna give an inch.
About 30
'cause they
days
will have
ago.
to
Baby
Go ahead,
hair
I'm
is
sorry.
different.
admit they doing the same thing that they done made fun of us for. And I'm gonna
Right.
drop down, Bomb.
Okay. You can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Thank you for coming up, Cody. Here we go. Here go the man weave his hair.
Today we're gonna be doing a man unit.
now this is
I've
a
been getting a lot of
no-no.
questions.
Don't that look good? That look good, don't it?
They do though. Like whoever did that, but that look like a natural cut.
Yeah, it is a natural cut, but it's weave though. Look at his head before. Bald. Look at the hair glue. Press the hair glue on. Put the little weave in. Paste, tape that shit in there. Fill it in. Long ass weave too. They're gonna just
She
look
said
at
long ass weave.
it. Y'all used to be able to make fun of black women and their goddamn weaves, but y'all ain't got shit to say. When we and guess what? This isn't new. It's just that I was waiting for them to finally make videos. Men been getting this kind of shit in their head. But people started putting videos up and then now we could prove it.
Nah, but these guys look like they in their 20s. Like,
Yes.
what the hell
And
going on?
they got people just hair just go bald. They go bald early.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, because Steve Harvey been doing that for years. He just stopped and went bald, but before that, all them TV shows and comedy shows, he had one of those on.
And I ain't even gonna lie, it makes them look younger. You know, you get you
Yeah,
some
it
hair.
does.
This guy right here with this bald ass head looking, this was him. Young man, look. Young man with a bald head. It runs in your family. That's genetics. Ain't nothing you can do about it. But at least you can repair it, fix it. And I don't think the women will care, like, to be honest.
I think so.
Huh?
I think so.
No, the women are saying they don't care.
Oh,
The women,
I
like,
ain't take my time and
yeah, like, why
let
would we
noodle
care?
effect out
You just go
so
get
I
it
can
done when it
hear
need to
real
be done.
naturally.
Keep it up.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Once you step back from the unit, you're
He
gonna
look
notice that you
good.
do
This
have
man
some
look
areas
look.
that still give you that noodle effect, like I have here in the video.
I can see
And what I
like
like to
adding a
do is
little
go
color to your
inside the
beard,
grooves.
but
When I teach my class,
not
I
no
teach
damn
guys all
fake
the time.
weave
Focus
in
on
your
the
head.
front.
And
So I'm
so
gonna
you
do
like
some shapes.
highlights
I
in your
wanna
hair,
go
Philly
around his
boy?
edge with it. And I
what
wanna go
happened?
around where the synthetic hair blended in with his
No.
hair.
These young
And
women
I'm
are
like I said,
saying,
I'm
do
gonna
whatever
always
you do
focus
to
on
look
the
good.
sides because
They
I
don't
already
care
laid
what
the
it.
tracks off.
I want to see
I'm
his
gonna
full
do
face. Why
all the
can't
little small details that matters, man. They matter so much. Now I'm gonna
that shit is expensive?
we're gonna finish off with a little wig shine. And we
Hell
are
yeah,
done
he
in a
look
little
good. Fuck
less than
out
an
of
hour. His
here.
face is priceless, guys, and that's what
He
I do these
Look
units
at
for. It's
him.
more than
he
just
really
about
did
the
that.
money with me. It's
He
about giving my
look
clients
at him. He's
that confidence
smiling.
and
Look
that
at the
smile.
confidence on his
Thanks for watching
face.
my channel. If you guys
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The women,
he really did that. Wow.
the women are actually saying nah, but the young women are saying nah. They don't mind. They don't mind. If you look good. You feel more confident.
Right, right. Oh no, man.
So this guy, look at this guy. This guy look completely goddamn different.
This guy, who was this? Silent?
Yeah, say Silent.
Yeah, Silent.
Look, a white man been doing this shit forever. Look at that shit, yo.
Yeah, you Borgen, big guy.
Now this guy got a whole weave piece. He got a, white men been doing it forever. White women been doing it, and black women been doing it. And now we got black men catching up.
Oh yeah, because they used to crack on like the toupee.
Yeah, the toupee. But that's the same. That's a unit. You call it a unit, and it's just a wig.
Yep.
And now
And
you can put it.
some dudes have like the whole mannequin heads and a whole bunch of them.
Damn.
See what this should say.
Are you looking for a fulfilling entry-level career in IT where you can work from home and earn $70,000?
So you think you can get a boy's number or Instagram right now if I choose somebody? Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, you confident. I like that. Right here in the shorts. That's light. That's light. That's light as fuck.
Yeah, alright. We gonna see. Alright, we gonna see. Watch this, JBY family.
Okay. But, hey,
What happened?
what's your name?
Please do.
Can I get your Instagram?
What?
Just cuz. Just cuz. Yeah.
Y'all, my faith in men is just like dwindling every single day. Like I just got out of a relationship, but I was
Yeah, who cares? Back to what really matters. And this is exactly why girls are not funny. This is exactly why girls are not good at a lot of stuff. It's not because it's some genetic thing where women aren't good at stuff or they don't have the
Definitely sounds like
capacity
a big
or the
this
proclivity
is a big
to be able to
topic.
be good at stuff. It's because they've been relying on their beauty so much. And she's, to me, she's not really my type, whatever the case is, but they've relied on their beauty so much that they don't have to work for anything. Look at her game. She said, "What's up?" He's like, "What's up? Can I have your Instagram?" No. Why? Just because. No game. Beauty is like the
What is wrong with this dude right here? So he act like women supposed to have game. Like we supposed to, it probably was abnormal for her to walk up to a dude and ask for his Instagram. Cause that's what men do to her. She just
Right.
figured, okay, she participated in the game. Yeah, she went over there, she approached, said how she didn't even know how to talk to him, you know? And she did kind of do it like a little corny, but you could tell it was all in fun. But how is it that dudes like this would take something that was fun and turn it into here's some proof of this, that, and the third.
Trying to fit their narrative,
Right.
whatever they trying to say.
And it's ridiculous. Like that's why women are out here like really having issues. Listen, because of the dudes who just want to make content of other people's content. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because if you never really talk to someone, I mean, it's kind of hard to, to have
Yeah.
a routine or what to say. Like,
And
you do be nervous. She seemed like she's nervous too. So you know what I'm saying? Like this.
Right. What he should have said is, damn, look how women have that issue too, trying to figure out what to say. And like it should have been on, damn, like women can have it hard approaching too.
But they're young though, Bomb.
Yeah, they're young.
But you got these niggas old telling people not to meet people no more. Like,
Well, I don't know about this dude who talking. He don't look as young as she do. Like the guy and the girl who talking, they look like they school age.
Guarantee. She was so confused as to why she was rejected, looking all goofy because she never.
She's not confused about being rejected, dumbass.
And I think that could be a thing of how many dudes they had to go through before an actual dude actually said no. If a woman, majority of the time, a woman walk up to a man, he gonna be like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially
Yeah.
attractive, like.
Unless he think like, to me, he looked like he was a guy who don't get approached, and therefore he's thinking maybe somebody playing the game on him. You could tell somebody's recording him, so he already know that that's happening, right?
Yeah, I think it's a game too. Somebody came up with somebody holding a camera and then somebody took my number. I'm like, what the hell going on? Yeah, I think it's
Right.
like, oh.
Exactly. So he probably decided he's not gonna fall for that shit, and he reversed it on her. Because all she asked was for his Instagram. It's not like she said, "Give me your number," even though, he could have gave the Instagram and it would have been it. You see? So I think because he don't look like he the type of dude who, getting a lot of girls approaching him, he probably felt something was odd. Let me see what this one is about.
There's so many things y'all can call us, but y'all decide to call us females. And by the way, Ricky, I'm not picking on you. This was just a comment that stood out to me. But yeah, I find that very weird, very odd, very peculiar. Like, girls don't walk around calling men males. You rarely ever hear that. That's not common.
Yeah,
But
because
you
that calls
pick the
niggas.
most hostile post.
Facts. This is that female woman conversation, which is ridiculous. Because if the man, black men, when y'all want to call a woman a bitch, isn't that what y'all call us?
facts.
So why is it now the women are saying when he called me a female, he's trying to call me a bitch bomb? And I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's
He trying to call you a bitch? So when he calling you a bitch, what is he trying to call you then?
Exactly. No mixed words with it.
So when we decide to have arguments like this, it kind of negate and the other arguments become invalid because of this one. Because these men will have no problem calling you a bitch. And just like we don't have no problem calling them niggas, even in a good way, you know. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest.
Be out of anger too. You don't be like, you female.
Right. That's right.
Yelling.
Exactly. It's usually with just one of the words they use when they want to just encompasses all, you know, all the, and they don't, because you can't encompass, you don't call a woman if you're including girls, right? So I explained that, but then they'll tell them, Bomb, you just don't know. Okay, I know.
I just can't see how a black male doesn't have confidence to get a female today. Like, I saw a big guy with the prettiest girl. Now I'm in my head, I'm thinking like, damn. And she was, I mean, she was all into him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could have had money or whatever, but
it's confidence.
I don't know, like, I don't get it.
Let's see what he had to say.
Let's get educational with it. Let's give y'all the actual anthropological, whatever they call it, anthropology term for what you guys are. Females. You can't lose with that. You cannot lose with females. And here we are arguing, frustrated about being called a female. I remember it was 10 years ago, the first time, and I was referring to women.
Yeah, something wrong with him.
But at least his argument is true though, right?
Yes, it is. It is.
Well, some female or some women over here get mad when you say females. now, Bomb, is it disrespectful to say female?
That's what they claiming. That's what they claim. That's what they claim. Like I said, it's ridiculous.
As females out of a sign of respect because they had a problem with everything. So I remember my female friend, I was like, yeah, you know how females do. And she was like, why you gotta refer to us as females? I'm like, I thought I was being respectful by calling y'all females. I don't know what to call y'all. So I thought by calling y'all females, you can't go wrong with that. Because every female is a female and every male is a male of the mammal kingdom is either male or female. You can't go wrong with that. She said, and we had a little debate and it's frustrating, but I'm like, yo, you don't really understand. I had good intentions by calling you female. I thought I was being respectful. I don't know what to do. That's why you should not live your life trying to please women, bro, because they'll make you, it's frustrating. Just call them females, bro. They females. That's what they are, females. Because they never one thing about women, they will never be satisfied. That's why as men, we just got to be the leaders and just lead. It don't matter if they like it or not. Now, I'm not saying that never do stuff that she.
And
welcome back, Coach.
You got a point.
Do anybody ever use male or female outside of like a job application or in a formal setting? When I talk about a man, I say men. And the way he said it, I don't care if she likes it. As just a regular person, if you ask me to refer to you as something, that's what I'm going to refer to you as for the most part if it don't go against my code. But when you say if she likes it or not, who calls men males and everything? You say I saw that
I
man.
do. Well, you said you saw that man. You said you saw that man when it's one singular, and you said
men. I saw those men.
There you go. So you just not saying.
I'm just saying, just in natural conversation.
Wait a minute.
Told you, if I saw you breaking the house, I'm gonna say I saw a female.
Wait a minute. You just asked a question. You say who say I saw that those men, right, are males, right? You
That's
say
what
I
I
saw, yeah, you. So I'll be like, well, those males over there. I could say men, okay, females.
I'm not
So
saying that we
you
don't just
never use the word
for the most part in regular
you
everyday
never. I've
talking.
even heard you reference women and females.
When we in these spaces, for the most part in everyday talking, I just say man or woman. If he say like if you saw a person breaking a house, if I'm talking to a police officer, I would more likely use male or female because that's more formal. Just everyday talking and everything, for the most part, we say man or woman, girl or boy. Well,
so you do use males
I say in
and females.
everyday talking, I say man, woman. Now when I'm at work and almost
I say
all
male and female a
applications
lot.
and what we do use a lot, and that's why I just say it's a work thing. Because when we go to like doctor's offices, I use male, female in the workplace because we distinguish. I'm saying it's just more formal, it's more natural to me.
Right.
And when I hear most conversations to say man or woman, but he said, I don't care if she like it or not. And that's the thing that it says you never can. It's like he trying to be argumentative. I just don't know.
You're trying to be argumentative. So he's saying he gonna use whatever he want to use, and because even if the men change it to the way you want it to be changed, you'll then say, "Oh, I know when you call me a woman, you want to call me a bitch."
If I ain't saying
that's all that's gonna happen. Somebody absolutely said that by them using the word female, that means a dog, a female dog.
But I have heard exactly what you're saying, and I really didn't hear it till I came in these spaces. But I'm just saying, before I came here in a regular everyday talking thing, most of the time, I'm not going to say all the time, I would say 90% of the time, I refer to men as men and women as women. But in these spaces, I never thought about it. And if you ask me to refer to you, if me and you ain't arguing like on these panels and we ain't on some rah-rah shit, and you say refer to you as this, or you say don't refer to me as no man, refer to me as a male. I say, okay, I'll try to accommodate that because that's your preference. And there's nothing wrong with being respectful to something someone wants to be called if we're not in a combative situation. Now we rah-rah on these panels.
It should not even be an argument though.
I agree.
I don't have, I'm just saying, most of the time when y'all talking to people, do they say man or woman?
It doesn't
in
matter,
real everyday life.
Okay, you can say man, woman,
male.
Women.
I mean, you can say male,
females.
I'm just saying what you use mostly in regular everyday life.
I use males and females, and I say it all the time.
As long as you address it as my gender,
I
like,
just say man.
What is the problem?
I try to be, because to me, a man, now if I'm being disrespectful to you, I say you acting like a little boy. But to me, not nobody else, man and woman is more humanizing.
A boy is a gender.
And more natural and more
boy not a gender.
Boy, when I'm talking about a little, I'm saying if I'm being disrespectful, I say if I'm being disrespectful to a grown man, I call him a boy. That's be on some disrespectful stuff. But if I'm talking about a little boy, I'm gonna say a boy. Or if I say a little girl, I say my daughter or my little girl. Because it's just more humanizing when we talk. It just was a thing I hadn't paid attention to before YouTube. But like I noticed it now more.
So you admitting that the women start talking about something that wasn't a thing, and now they make it seem like it's a thing.
I say I never heard it, but it's a lot of stuff I ain't hear before I came to YouTube. So I ain't heard about this big old gender war before I came to YouTube. So it just was something that was new to the space.
But I agree with you, Taylor. Coach. I'm sorry, Koja. I agree with you. Like we either say men or women. Like unless you're like looking at an application, male or female. But other than that, like
so when they doing an application and it says, "Are you a male or female?" Is anybody saying, "Oh no, on this application, you're calling me a bitch"?
I wasn't saying that men. I think it's a thing in YouTube land that they don't get under people's skin. And I'm not saying you calling me a bitch, but I do think it's become something in this space. Like I say, most of the time, like when I work for
There we go, making up
DOT.
shit.
No, I'm just saying, most of the time police say
Wow.
that's the language they use. Male, female, because they refer. We saw
But
black
that's
male
what you
about
are.
25.
Either you are literally a male
I'm not-
or female.
I'm
So
not-
when they're using it, but now we're gonna make it seem like the men when they said they're calling us bitches. Even when they call us
I don't
bitch.
believe they calling us bitches. I just said.
Okay,
before,
so
I
what's
said-
the problem then with using
But
the
I
word if
think
they're
it-
not calling you a bitch when they use
I
it?
say I think it's become a divisive. It's a divisive term in these spaces, and people use it as that.
It's a divisive term because the
No
women
way.
keep claiming that they're
I think
referencing
they
them
have
as a
made it a
bitch.
device. That's what I'm saying. I think they have made it a divisive term. I say before YouTube, I never remember, and I try to think back.
Okay,
and
we got somebody.
that's
You keep
all.
repeating yourself. Ferret Grove, Australia. Go ahead.
Oh, much peace, man. Much peace. I'm just new to this space, so just chilling, coming up. Respect
How
to
you
you. I
doing?
wasn't
How you
really
doing?
listening.
Welcome.
I'm doing great.
What
Thank
you think
thank
about the male female conversation?
Well, yeah, as I was just about to say, I haven't really been that has jumped on, so I haven't heard the past conversation.
Well,
Yeah.
you sound like you're Australian. Are you?
Yeah,
Mate.
I'm born in Australia. So,
Okay. So do y'all use the terms male and female?
oh, yes.
Okay. So when you refer to a woman, is she mad when you refer to her as a female?
Not in my experience.
Okay. That's cool. Anyway, welcome. Was there something you want to talk about that maybe
Nah, not really. I'm just much respect. Get used to this space, man. So if there is, I'll definitely chime in.
Bomb. I'm trying to understand code. Like, so if I'm talking about codes and I said, yeah, that female, that's a problem.
that's what some of the women say. I'm not. Yeah. If you say that female, I use the term a lot. And I males and females. Especially when I'm talking about groups. If I'm just talking about one, then I'm gonna be like that man, right? And
Right,
sometimes I
right.
may even say, and sometimes I say, well, that male.
Right.
But most of the time when I'm using it in a singular, it'll be a man. But if I'm talking about a group, then it'd be those males.
So I'm trying to understand her. That
And
she was
so-
saying it's a problem.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see why is it a problem to.
I didn't say it was a problem. I was just saying how people reference everyday language. I'm from a different part of the country, so it may just be a geographical thing. I wasn't saying it was good. I'm just saying that's just in normal everyday life. That's what I see. But what I see in my area may be totally different from your area. And you know, got different.
no, but and like I said, I agree with you. I said most likely we would say that woman or that man, but I know a lot of times I would say, yeah, he was a male, or it was a female. So you're not saying it's a problem with that, or I don't know. It's not a
It's just a listen.
It's not a problem. Whatever.
But let's finish listening to what this woman had to say, because and he said, "Hey, just use it how you want."
Likes or whatever, and never compromise. I'm not saying that, but you see, no matter what, it's always the issue. Oh, why are you calling us females? What is disrespectful about females? Nothing. But this goes to show you, women's psychology. You can never please them. So in my debate with my female friend, at her being frustrated of me calling her female, I said, well, what do you want us to call you? Women? Ladies? Females? Which one do you want us to call you? And as we went through, she was just like, she didn't even have the answer. We both concluded. See, got me frustrated and stuff. We both concluded that females, ladies, and women are all equally respectful. But because her male cousins used it when they referred to women, and it usually wasn't in a negative way, or when they were talking about women, they'd be like, these females out here. She associated that with the bitch word, which is that's not what it was. What do you want to do? Even if he said women when he was angry, it's still. So if he would have said women while he was angry, now you don't want him to say women anymore. That's the type of see. Anyway, guys, y'all should understand where I'm coming from.
Okay. Any questions? Basically, what he said.
His friend.
Huh?
He said it was. This is what I'm saying. If it's your friend, not even just a stranger on the street. If your friend say, "Hey, I'm more comfortable with you calling me this," or let's say somebody used to have a nickname, like sister used to have, and I only give this for reference, used to have a nickname when she was smaller. She don't like it anymore, so she told us, "Hey, I wish y'all wouldn't call me that." And because I respect her, I don't call her that anymore. It took but for her friend to say, "I don't like being called it. Can you call me this?" That should not even be an issue, and he seemed a little upset about it.
He don't seem upset. That's what you making it up, though. He seemed frustrated, and he explained why he frustrated. Did you not hear what he said? He said,
"You my friend, and you don't have to give me a reason to respect you."
He
don't like it.
That she was okay with how he referenced her until her cousins kind of taught her that, yeah, when they use the word female, they're referencing you as a female dog. How do I know? Because I've heard it. I've heard men, we've had that conversation over here where these women try to convince me that when a man call a woman a female, he's referencing her secretly as a bitch.
I think it all came into play, Bomb, when you had like a lot of sports team, and they said like boys varsity basketball, men or girls varsity, and then it's a lot of trouble in play when you're defining words. And it all gets into like lawyer talk. And you got and then you go into women's basketball, men's basketball. I don't know. It's terrible. It's just getting crazy. I don't lie.
I'll say
Getting complicated.
Just jumping in like quickly, from what I've seen there, it's like, I mean, I guess it would, dependent on like the particular situation, and how it's said, like, in an endearment or in a negative way, with it said angrily, the tone of voice, that might give a little bit of aspect to, how you feel about it. But at the same time,
I kind of think
as she just said before,
I kind of think where they're going
the
with
cousin,
this.
hang on, just let me
Wait,
finish
let us
this
try
point.
you finish talking.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, it's like, so, as you said, the cousin was coming, like, coming into the picture, and that's where her conflict came into the point. Now, as I saw them talking in the video face to face, and it's not to say just for this particular situation, I see it a lot, very, very much so. And I'm not to say I'm excused of this behavior either, or I know all the answers either, but it seems as though people just get argumentative for the sake of being argumentative, to like stroke their ego, to make them seem more intelligent, like just in the space of that conversation, and just the conflict, like really kind of immature, childish type behavior, and it comes a lot everywhere where, in these sort of situations, they just are just speaking an opposing thought and trying to make themselves like, define everything completely and in a wholeness, which I think is really quite impossible for anybody to like sum up anything in one sentence, let alone one stream. You know what I mean? Like it's too generalized, but that's what I got from watching them speak, it was kind of like, well, are they just saying things just to try and punch at each other's nerves and make somebody, well, make themselves feel better? You know?
Right.
But
Where are you from? The UK?
no, I'm born in Australia. Born in
Okay.
Australia.
Australia. Okay. And so, what were we saying? Female, male? Are you not identified as that over there?
Oh no! Well, in the beginning, when that question was put, so you know, if somebody was to kind of like what's the word, define somebody or just point out somebody with the word female, I don't think anybody would really, you know, take offense to that over here. I've never seen that in my experience. But as I just said, if what sort of tone it was put and what sort of manner it was put made change the situation, like, you know, I guess you wouldn't, you know, stereotypically, you probably see it more amongst media within the American culture of someone, say, replacing that word with what someone was saying just before, like with bitch or something, instead of saying, oh, that bitch over there, be oh, that female. And then the way they're saying it, it's kind of like, you know, it's not, oh, that's a female. And being factual, it's like trying to be derogatory.
Got you.
So, yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
So that doesn't really happen here at all.
Not just that, like, yeah, okay, I understand.
Miss Mimi, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Just making sure. Koji, you gonna be up here for a minute so I can give you co-host or no? Well, anyway. Okay, so what else we want to talk about? Because that's basically, I know that, you know, so back in
Bomb, you want to go? I don't know, Mimi, you gonna be up here for a minute?
No, I'm not
I'll
going
talk-
nowhere. I'm
Okay.
talking. So the B word, the bitch, that equals a female dog. So bitch, I've always known, I grew up knowing, hey, bitch means female dog. Bitch means female dog. Bitch.
Right.
They used to, when they talked about the dogs, people who had dogs, they referred to, she's a bitch, right? Bitch in heat. That comes from the dog, the female dog who's in heat. Then suddenly, so you could be, so it's a female dog. That's what a bitch is. The male dog is not called a bitch. I don't know what they're called. But anyway, so when I remember having this conversation about a year ago, a little over a year ago, the women kept telling me female means dog. Right. I was like, no. I said, bitch means dog. And it was like, well, I was like, bitch means female dog. Female does not mean bitch.
You're right. You're right.
So,
you're right, bro.
Right. So they tried to, that's what they doing. They trying to make that word, they're switching it up. Bitch means a female dog, but the word female does not mean dog.
So I'm trying to understand this Australian guy a little bit more.
Oh, okay. Do you currently live in Australia?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm born and bred here. My parents are from Fiji. I've been to Fiji like 15 times. I feel more at home there than I do here, but yeah, born here, schooled here.
Oh, okay. That's
I've been
cool.
overseas though. I've traveled around a little bit. So
Have you ever been to America?
yeah, I went to New York for 6 days, luckily, which was pretty cool.
Oh, okay. You liked it and everything?
Yeah, I did. Like, I found it really polluted though, in one sense, like, because in comparison to every other, like I've been to New Zealand, to London, to Amsterdam, and places like that. Whenever I was there, and anywhere else I go, I knew I'd like to go out and see the nightlife, or just go out and see what the town's like. But when I was in New York, I found that we did kind of the touristy thing in the daytime and go on a couple little tours, but when it was time to in the evening, like past 8 p.m. or something, I was tired. And everywhere else, I would be willing to just leave the hotel and go out. But I put that down to the fact there was like so much smog and not enough trees. It was all just buildings and pollution, car pollution. But that's how I felt. It might have. I doubt it was a bit of jet lag, but anyway.
Okay. I've never been to Australia, but I remember there was a song, something down under. I used to love that song. Who was it? Damn.
I think it's Men at Work. I come from a land down under.
Yeah. Come from a man down under. That used to be my shit, man.
Oh yeah, I remember that song.
Oh man, that used to be my shit. And then I love Crocodile Dundee. Oh, I loved all the movies like that, you know what I mean? So I always always wanted to visit Australia except for them goddamn crocodiles and shit. But
and the kangaroos.
Yeah, the kangaroos. What else?
Y'all got some bad snakes.
Somebody just died from Australia. I thought she from Australia. Wasn't she a singer?
Olivia Newton-John.
Olivia Newton-John just
yes.
passed, yeah. Sorry that she passed, man. But she used to be the shit back in the day. And that's all I know about Australia, those things. Oh, and I just saw a show, like I think it's called Web of Lies, and they did a show on a woman here in America. She was young. She ended up going to Australia and she wanted to be a citizen. So and in order to become a citizen, she had to do a job that your country, qualifies, because she wasn't married. So she went to go to beauty school, and then she met this older gentleman who took care of her, but he was really jealous of her, and he ended up killing her because out of jealousy, like he was trying to keep her. She couldn't talk to nobody. But that was the worst thing I ever heard. And that was just recently. I just saw that this week. But yeah, Australia looks like it's beautiful. She was on a beach.
One thing,
Go ahead.
It definitely is a beautiful place. I mean, and really vast country too. Like there's a lot of beach, and then there's also forest and kind of plains areas. But one thing I just would probably mention in response to your comments, because and it's no detriment at all, and it's everybody probably feels this way too, and it's something that I take passionately. So those things like Crocodile Dundee, Men at Work, those stereotypical Anglo kind of Commonwealth things where we do have a very, very deep indigenous culture here whose traditions really communicate and span with everybody, man, on a human level, that we're in the connection to the earth and living and being in harmony with nature and surviving amongst the earth. And this is something that's really not pushed forward to a lot of the world. People might think kangaroos, aboriginals, boomerangs running around with spears, but there's so much more to that. They're very intelligent and calm. It's just there's something, and that's something I'm studying at university too. I'm taking a couple of Aboriginal subjects at the moment, but it's something that I guess I'd like to push forward, in the sense that whoever I do come across, I want to spark that image as well, and maybe they'll do a little bit of their own research and thought into that topic, because it's a beautiful thing. They're a beautiful culture.
Yeah, I have a guy on YouTube who does a gardening channel from Australia. He does how to grow a ton of garlic. So I do watch him from Australia. And y'all got some bad snakes down there.
Yeah. So I think the Aboriginal or how you say the word again?
Aboriginal.
Yeah, those people, I think those people are beautiful. I think so. Even though I did think about that, I thought in high regard, you know what I mean? Not to think that they're slow or anything, but you know how powerful it is to be able to live off the earth, if you had to, you know what I mean? So don't think, even if people think about that, when they think about your country, that's in high regard.
Right. Peace.
You know?
Respect to that. Yep.
Yeah, that's like a level of respect. Because here in our country, I feel like if we didn't have electric, like if somebody hacked into our grid and electric went off for a whole week, people gonna die. There's gonna be a lot of deaths. Like people gonna go crazy. They're not gonna know what to do. They're not gonna know how to survive. We're gonna be in trouble. And so, but anyway, and I heard, and you could tell me if I'm right or wrong, because I'm not sure, because I only heard it, but I heard that they have a original like Black people in Australia, like that nobody has ever really, not many people come in contact with. So they're like, is that true?
Yeah, well, that's actually something that I've just come across in the past like few months. There's been some really, really intriguing information on that actual thing about original, and even the connection to Kemetic culture and travel around the world, and it really intrigues me.
Isn't it weird how we could live and be born and raised in the area and not really know much about it? Like some things are like hidden, I guess, either hidden or.
And that was the purpose of the schooling, like the colony that came over here. That was the whole deal. Like take these children away from their family, put them into these Christianized schools, teach them English, don't speak your language, don't know your culture, and keep growing and growing and just burn that out. It's
yeah, they did that with Native. I'm not talking about in Australia, but they definitely did that here in America with Native Americans. They took them, and I don't understand like what law, but they was able to go and take the children from their parents and turn them and teach them English, and then these kids turned up missing. Like a lot of them died, and the parents don't even know what happened. They just starting to find out now, like doing some investigative work here. This happened in America. But they went
I've
in
heard
and took
similar stories in Canada as well, right?
Yeah.
The native people have had similar things with those schools, and they've gone missing, or they found actually graves now. I heard one thing, there was like 1,000 children, in one mass grave or something under a school.
Isn't that crazy, y'all? Like what? Like our country and countries different, just in the world, some weird shit has happened. Lots of unfairness and just weird shit. I wonder what was the thinking that just because they speak a whole nother language that's bad, and that we need to take your kids from you, and then we're going to teach them, but then they end up getting killed and being murdered, and then we're never going to give you back your kids. And
right,
wow.
More of a power shift. You've got something we need, resource, and then culture.
So
they took.
Do you have a Black culture in Australia? Like, is there?
Yeah. Well, that's something that's kind of been distorted in a way, in the sense. Okay, so on the capital cities and the coastal towns, right, where it is now highly populated with like all the infrastructure of business, Indigenous people, because that's the prime places amongst the river, and all the good agricultural land and stuff like that. So people were amongst those areas, right? So since that development, they've been completely wiped out and lost, and then like also been what's the word? Kind of they use the term bred out because that's what they wanted to do. So white people have bred into that culture. They say it's still there. They speak the languages slowly, and they do the customs here and there. But in a true sense of it, there's only in the corner. There's an area called the Kimberleys Arnhem Land. So that is still like native land, and culturally they're still allowed to practice in their ways. and they do. But in a general sense, it's really been, sadly, it's been lost. A lot of languages have been lost, and there's an effort to try and act as though people care and they want it back and things like that, but it's a slow process.
Sometimes when something lost, it's just lost. Certain things you can't get back unless somebody who still have the knowledge and can start teaching it again. But it's sad that once something's lost is lost. It could be
I think
gone.
that's a real issue amongst the elders in those places, because they're the ones who know the language, and the youth just know bits and pieces of the language. They don't know it fluently, so they watch videos of them and they're crying, sitting there talking to the interviewer, saying, "Look, I know this is going to be lost." And even there's people, elderly people, they're sitting watching, just looking out on the countryside, just looking out at the horizon, and they cry in the sense because they have that deep connection to land, their country. They come from it. They're here while they're alive to look after it because it looks after them. And then they get so sad when they see it's being lost, in the sense of their children losing their culture and buildings are being built over this stuff. But anyway, it is what it is. I'm really passionate and sad about it, but not sad, but just disgusted in the way actually how the establishment kind of was developed, but then still, it says, "Oh, we did it for the right reason," and will want to say they'll want to make a shift, but they don't actually want to make that shift without losing any power or any progress to the establishment.
Right. Okay. Anybody have any questions for Australia? Who's up here?
No,
Go ahead.
I just sounded like he had some discrepancies with like a male and a female definition when we were talking.
No, I think he said, well, go ahead. I thought he was saying that.
Go ahead, Bauman.
No, go ahead. If he wanted to answer that. I thought we passed that shit. Like the male, female thing. But if he want to answer, he can.
Well, I think I understand it, I guess.
Yeah, because the male, female thing, it's just a worded term, and I guess, I don't know. Damn it, I got caught.
So what's going on with Mrs. Mimi and Silent Mr. 25?
Mrs. Mimi, what you?
I was gonna ask. So, do you guys feel like a lot of your languages were lost once the British took over?
Yeah, most definitely, and it was in a way, purposeful thing, because, as was said before, like a lot of the time when those people were surrounded by the European, they weren't allowed to speak their language or do any way, wear their clothes. They had to change their clothes, cut their hair, not speak their language, and they would have been beaten or starved or something. So, it was an educated effort for that thing to happen. Because if the Europeans weren't there, it would have been plentiful. There would have been generation after generation speaking that language and you doing that culture. No, in my opinion, anyway.
Okay, so the official language in Australia, it would be English, right? Or it's an Australian English. I'm trying to figure out what the difference is.
Just a couple of consonants and vowels. I think we take the British version of English. We take the British version of legal system. And yeah, there's many different dialects there's hundreds of different dialects amongst the indigenous communities, and there's like a couple hundred different tribes. Before those people came, and those boundaries have work on it. There's one guy who broke out in 1970 he went around and an English guy just kind of drew out a map amongst those tribes. But yeah,
When you
because even back in like in 1901,
right.
like it's I mean it's even from the whole. I mean this is how I see it. Like because Australia was birthed or colonized, I guess, kind of late in the 1700s after what's happened in Europe, what's happened in the Africas and the Americas, and the way they conquered here by saying because I guess you could take over by the rules of conquest was war if you took over by war, or if you were like given that the sovereignty by the other party, right? So which would have usually been through war anyway. Like they gave it to you, or and this is what they did. They made up a third one saying terra nullius, which was the land of nothing, saying that the people that they saw here were not even people, they were animals. And up until 1965, they were still considered amongst the Australian flora and fauna. So that's the flowers and animals, right? This is how they were classified in all the books up until 65. Then they got the right to vote. So, and prior to that, in 1901, when the Constitution of Australia was written, there's a line in there which really strikes out to me, and it says the establishment of this colony is for a white utopia. And that's the literal words in there, which would translate to a white heaven on earth. And that's what they wanted this country to be, but it couldn't because the economy wasn't able to roll with them just, living a high life. They needed labor and stuff like this. So they had to get immigrants in. And then that's what the country is at this moment. So it's pretty deep. To me, it's very deep and tragic. And it's all over the whole, all over the world. It's similar. It's similar situations we face. It's not the same, but yeah. Kind of like the language thing, as you said. We speak English, but it's just spelt differently.
And what do you think about your prime minister?
The current one, it just changed. I don't really fuss too much about politics, to be honest, because I think they're all kind of full of shit. They just talk and have no meaning behind it. But it was interesting that the prime minister just passed is now in some scandal about he took up like 4 different offices or ministers, so like different portfolios looking after departments, and he didn't tell anybody about it. It's just coming out now. He's not even really owning up to it. So that's really sad to see that level of kind of secrecy and almost corruption, I guess, from our leader. But then also the new prime minister, I guess they just do things to please whoever, they think they need to please and is going to pay them and stuff, like, because they're really moving into the let's recognize and give some more respect to the indigenous people. This is what he's just come into office, and he's just started talking about this in the past like few weeks. We'll see as to what will happen. But maybe I'm happy that the talk has been said, but is he just saying it to try and win some votes? But I don't know. Do you guys follow the Australian politics? What do you hear about it over there?
I just oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bam.
No, I don't know anything. I know we could talk about it a little bit, but we don't want to, we don't want to put people to sleep. Okay. Good.
No, I was just gonna say that that my husband is always like following up on different things. So he was saying that the Prime Minister of Australia was slammed for trying to take 5 cabinet members. He was like criticized for that.
Yeah, that's what's just in the news at the moment. So he tried to take these different offices and be the leading role, and didn't tell anybody about it.
But let me ask you this, since you mentioned politics a little bit, what do y'all think when we had a president called Donald Trump? What did you think about that?
Ooh, good
As a
question.
country, yeah, not just you personally, but you can give us personally. And what is the overall thought of America when we had that president?
I think I don't know. We got probably is similar. It's divided in the sense that you have some of the media channels try to, be really like sympathetic or pro-Trump, and then the other ones will be slandering him all the time. So there is that here still too. Even myself, like, to be completely honest, it's like I don't really follow it too much, but from the show, like The Apprentice back 15 years ago, whenever it was on, like I was kind of in my teens or whatever, and I watched that show. I liked it, right? So I kind of thought Trump was cool, and so when he got in, I don't really see what's actually happening, and when he's saying these things about women and Mexicans and all whatever he's done, like it didn't really trickle to me until a couple of months ago as to the real impact of it, and how atrocious it kind of is, and like, or not atrocious, but the real impact of it, because there's murders and violence going on, and just real bad behavior. So, but then that's not to say like the other side's not doing it either. Like we see the things like the corruption from
So what
Nancy
when you say the
Pelosi.
other side, yeah, what the other side is doing, what you think they're doing?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I was just going to think that Nancy Pelosi's husband, there's been several instances where, he's made some pretty beneficial corporate decisions, like in terms of investment to build their wealth, under decisions he's made. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't follow it too much, and I guess if I do turn it on, depending on what channel I turn it to, if it's the news, as to what side, like they're either going to be ridiculing it or sympathizing with it. So it is both, there's I couldn't say if it's half, but there's.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anybody in America really know Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Okay.
So, because we know who she is, and if you're talking about as far as corruption, as people making money through information that they know, I think that's across the board. But yeah, we have one side that is just outright lying to the people, and then there's the other side who is just it's it's terrible. It's ridiculous. It's almost like not lying from the media is supposed to be illegal. Like there's supposed to be somebody we can trust. But with Trump, when he started screaming fake news, I also see what is happening in your country and other places around the world. They're using the playbook that Trump started to use.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that definitely, I think that did spark. And that's probably what distorted the lines for me a little bit, in the sense that when that did happen, and there's probably like 4 mainstream channels over here, right? And one of them's pretty small. There's 3 pretty big ones, ABC, and then this other one. And basically, like, I did see all these kind of, independent little YouTube channels coming about news, and just people putting, and it looked pretty professional too, and some of it wasn't. But at the same, I saw some of those people being of ethnicity and pointing out kind of ethnic views. So that drove me to think, oh, okay, this fake news Trump thing wasn't so bad as, in actuality, it probably was pretty much designed for his type of people's interest, I guess.
So y'all do have, because it's happening all around the world, where they can just scream fake news, even though it's true. Like it's true, and what they'll do is say fake news. The media's lying on me, and then we as the people don't know who to believe, right? So
Yeah.
how do so if we don't know who to believe, we may think that it's happening on both sides. And some of the things are happening on both sides, right? But in Australia though, what did you think of? Because I know that we lost a lot of respect around the world with the president that we had. Like he was like if you didn't compliment him, if you didn't do what he say, then he will make the people, the American people, be against you. Like he's a danger. He's dangerous in that way. You know.
Yeah, that's that respect thing. I guess is I could probably see slowly. It had, and I don't think it's really helped each other with this new office anyway. It's not that it's completely gone, but it's like a lot of people see the decisions of war and just business and stuff that goes on, and it's like, you know, is it really? And I guess this is just coming from my viewpoint as well, where I'm standing from, but you know, because just to people probably want to have that independent Australian type of idea, you know, and not to be but the key fact of the matter is probably they do rely on each other heavily, but you know, as opposed to what I saw things growing up, you know, how blatantly we would follow what goes on there. I see that slowly fading. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I don't know either.
So what do y'all do fun in Australia? We're gonna change it from the political to, do y'all have some type of hip hop, R&B, or what type of music that's popular, and some of the artists that we may recognize here?
Yeah, we definitely got like all sorts here. Like I guess electro pop and country would probably be the biggest genres here. Like I actually I'm really into music. Like I do like stuff like make my own beats. I perform. I was in a band for 3 years and toured like New Zealand and East Coast Australia. But in seeing that, saying like artists you guys would probably know, because the hip hop scene over here, it's kind of the artists really haven't branched out too much, but artists such as like Iggy Azalea, I think is the Kid Leroy. He's actually one he's in the charts at the moment, and I don't really follow the pop too much, but he's actually from the city I'm in at the moment, Adelaide. But as saying that, because the way that pop sound has gone at the moment, or is at the moment, like it's very general, very similar sounding, I should say. And artists are going for that same sort of tone and emotion. So yeah, I mean, there's obviously artists I could mention, but you probably wouldn't have heard of them, like, you know, 1-4, Cursor, HP Boys. They're really big artists too. Like, you know, they're making 6 figures, if not millions of dollars. So yeah, just depending on what's in.
Do you have any questions for us here, or anybody else have a question for him before we?
Yeah, where are you? What cities are you guys all at? Or put it in.
Ms. Mimi?
Oh, I live in New York.
Okay, cool.
And I am. Go ahead.
Oh, that's me. Philadelphia.
Oh, okay, Philly boy, DC. Yeah. So all East Coast, so the hip hop culture there would be huge. You would have grown up with it tremendously. Yeah.
Mm.
How about you?
I am from Louisiana, but I live in Delaware.
Delaware.
Delaware. He's a Delaware.
No, I said Delaware. I was thinking of that movie Wayne's World. Remember that movie Wayne's World?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then they say like Delaware because
Mhm.
there's virtually nothing in Delaware. So shout out
Nothing. That's
Delaware.
right. Boring Delaware. Yeah, but I'm from New Orleans. But yeah, I live here in Delaware.
What's up in Delaware now? Is it mainly farmland? Or what's
Um, no, Delaware there's a big city. Wilmington is a big city here. It's close to Philadelphia. It's close to Baltimore. So
okay, so it's up on the east there. Yeah.
But Bomb, you have a big following on the West Coast too. Like, got a lot of West Coast LA people.
A big following. Who do? Me? Oh, I have a following around the world. Well, you mean this channel, or you talking about me as just me?
And your channel.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, I don't know, yeah. But we talking about, me. Yeah, I have a following all around the world. Damn, I'm playing spades, y'all. I'm winning, but I'm losing. Okay. So yeah. Who else is up here? Is it just us? I can't see. Am I sharing the screen? No, I'm not. So did everybody answer? Miss Silent? Are you asleep, Silent? I think Silent is in Indiana. I think. Silent sleep though. Okay. Did you have fun, Miss Mimi?
Yes.
I did get your pictures. I saw them. I'm not sure if I replied to you, but I did.
No, you did.
I did. Okay, I did. Okay.
Yeah, we just went. We went to the beach a couple of times, and then I spent time with my family. Because I haven't seen that side of the family since I was a little girl.
Yeah.
So it was really nice.
Yeah. So it's exciting. Wow, you get to see them after being a little girl, so they were surprised to see you as a grown woman, huh?
Yeah, and they were actually treating me like a little girl. Especially my aunt. My aunt in that picture, she's 50. Yeah, she's
she's
well,
beautiful.
so she was like, I remember changing your diaper and talking to you when I was a little girl.
Wow,
And
Mimi,
then
that's a nice picture. That's a nice picture.
Yeah, that is nice.
Thank you.
Isn't it something?
Yeah, but it was just weird because I remember it was so I was standing in the kitchen with my aunt, my dad. So we're standing there and my grandmother goes, I need to take a picture. You guys stand the same way. Like, it was just interesting to see like where I get a lot of my mannerisms from. And I saw it in, my aunt and my dad. It was so freaky. It was like really weird. But it was really nice. I actually felt sad, like when I got back to the airport, I was like, damn, I wish, we all lived in the same state. So it was pretty, I got a little teary-eyed.
Yeah.
So there's my aunt and then my grandmother. I got along really well with my grandmother. She's a little pervert. So, and we both don't like my dad's wife. So, there was one night where, I was laying with my grandmother in bed and we were just like talking about her and laughing. And then my grandmother goes, be careful, Mimi has a gun. She has a gun, like joking around. And then that's when the next day, the dumb bitch went and called the police and said that I had a gun.
No damn, because of a joke?
Yeah. She did it. I don't even know why. She came to be spiteful. She didn't join us in any activities. she just like stayed in the house and she was like watching my every move. And it's like it bothered her that I was like bonding with my cousins because my aunt has 4 boys. One of them I didn't get to meet because he just went back to Louisiana. He goes to college out there. So I didn't get to see him.
Does she know where she's at? Like, that's not a joke amongst men in America.
I know. She knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing.
So do y'all have gun issues in Australia? Are there gun issues?
Oh, like yes and no, right? So back in 1993 or something like this, early 90s, there was a it's supposedly the biggest massacre we've had in our history. So there's some you know, a man named Martin Bryant, who some people say it was organized, some people say he did it all himself, right? But anyway, he shot 30 plus people with fully automatic, and basically that caused the government to get everybody to hand all semi-automatic weapons up, and only like farmers could keep some rifles and things like that for hunting, and you could get licenses and that. So it really squashed out a lot of the guns for a lot of time since the 90s up till now. But in saying that, in the same breath, like just personally, I've seen from my high school years in kind of just, it's in the underworld kind of criminal element though, but even though, just to say that I just, as you know, I saw arms from the military base, they'd been leaked out, and they'd, you know, I was able to view these things. So school children are able to see those things, only particular if you're involved, I guess. But there's been a slight increase, I guess, in the past, say 5 years, in the amount of shootings that you'll see on the television. You know, maybe they were happening before, but they're happening more often on the news. But yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty hard. It's like when you can't just go to a shop and get, like, I mean, that's what we hear about America. Like you can just go into a supermarket or something and purchase a firearm, but you can't really do that here at all.
Okay. Well, you can't go to the supermarket, but you can go to a gun store and buy a weapon. That's true.
Yes, you'd have to apply for a license. It would take it would take weeks, months, and need a criminal background and all these things. If you were to do it, it would be completely illegal and whatnot. But
yeah. So do they have where people know how to get a weapon? Are there people?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's just like, as I said, just being from my childhood, and I come from a really humble middle class beginnings. My parents migrated over here, so I'm first generation, and for my ability to be able to view those things as a teenager, this is full military stuff, and we needed was the money to be able to get it. So if you are in the know, yes, you will be able to find these things. And then I guess with the internet too, that's kind of probably struck up a lot, with you can buy off the dark where people are getting orders shipped in. And I actually saw a little, I didn't click on it, but I saw a little, there was an upload about 3D firearms that are 3D printing. You can, there's printers, so people are making.
We call them ghost guns.
Okay, yeah, right. So that could be happening. I've never seen that in actuality, but it was on a little clip on the news. So there's probably an increase in that as well.
Okay, makes sense.
Well, thankfully though, because to me, I understand the sort of self-defense, most definitely, but I just see the fact of a weapon and war is just really unnecessary and kind of killing. We should be able to come to some agreement and compromise as human beings, to live on this planet together, You know, no matter what, there's enough space. It's just greed, I guess, that, you know, or something. So I don't see the need for guns and things like that. But you know, that's just from where I grow up and how I am. So I say, thankfully, you know, that's the situation here. Because who's to say if we did have? But you'd see more occurrences. You know, I guess if there was a higher gun ratio. Not to say everybody would be doing it, but a lot of people would be sensible with it.
Yeah. Okay.
How about you guys? Do you guys say if everybody brought up in? Are you taught like when you're primary school? Are you guys taught about gun safety and things like that? Since the availability
No,
is
you only learn about gun safety if your parents teach it to you.
Wow.
Which most people don't get that lesson. No, lots of people have never even touched the gun or seen one in person. So although we do have a lot of guns in this country, not everyone has a gun.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess one thing with that too would be like knowing what to do if somebody is shot or, you know, somebody's shooting. That's another thing. Like, you know, that's you need to kind of, I guess it's good to have a little bit of idea about it, but
yeah, they
no, I
don't
guess
teach it
that's
here.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that they don't teach us here. You know, there's a lot of laws that they put in place purposely, and we don't be knowing about them. You don't know it that you're broken the law until you broke the law. You know, and as you know, like everyone around the world, racial tensions here in the U.S. is horrific. Because even though we have laws, the laws don't pertain to everyone equally.
How did you find the racial element coming from Louisiana going up to the north? Did you find the culture was the same or
no differently? Yeah.
No different, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a difference. Yeah, down south is
there was a difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference. Especially since we know slavery down south, you know, lasted much longer and it was horrific. And so we have people still with kind of like that mindset to a degree. Wait for those people to die off or something. It's terrible, but yeah. Maybe they'll stop teaching their children that racial crap.
Well, so in that sense, how do they behave? So I understand that they're all elderly, I guess, and they've lived that, and that's all they know. But do they still go around like expecting colored people to move out of the way and do things for them and not sit next to them? Yeah, really.
If you're in a certain neighborhood, they want to know why you're there. If you want to move in a certain neighborhood, you know, and it's not everyone, but it still happens.
Wow. And I guess you just said it there, like the unfortunate thing would be them teaching that to their children and then their children teaching that attitude to their children.
Exactly.
So you've got teenagers doing that sort of thing, and you know, like, what are you doing?
Yes. That's what happens.
And what about up in Delaware then?
Delaware, yeah, it's the same. It's all over this country. It's just not as, you know, down south, somebody may call you a boy or a girl, and up north, you know, it's not that way. They'll just call the police on you, you know, up north.
Okay.
So yeah, there's some differences.
But in the South, you have every right to still call the police, right? It's just probably it just wouldn't happen, and nobody would really. They'd let it slide. Or not let it slide, but people would just turn away. But if you did call the police, if somebody called you something, they should be arrested, right? Or
oh no, that's not a law. They could call you whatever they want.
Oh, okay.
I think they just starting to make that a change. I think it's I think a state, they're making some changes where you can't use certain words, but then that infringes on the freedom of speech to a degree. So, yeah. So, and then if you ask certain generations of people, and then you might get a different answer from Philly boy who's from Philly. You know what I mean? You may get a different answer from Miss Mimi and Silent. So, I'm a different generation, and so I know what I see and what I hear. They got people who will say, "Well, nah, I don't think that was race issue," and I'm like, "Yeah, no, that was a race issue."
Yeah.
So I guess it depends on how you was brought up, what you saw, and if you know about people. Does that make sense? Like, so we all got to have our own point of views on things.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I agree with that, Bomb.
Yeah. Because I know in New York, like Miss Mimi from New York, so in her area, people grew up around each other. They grew up around each other, and so they may have less racial tensions.
In some areas.
Yeah.
It depends on the area, because I remember my husband was telling me the area that he was from when he was growing up. There weren't any Black people in the area. So I was like, so what would happen if a Black person came through that area? And he was like, I don't know, they'd probably get jumped or worse.
Right.
So it all depends. It would all depend on the area. So there's some areas in New York, like in Westchester County, where it was once predominantly white, and now that we have more minorities moving in, you can just see the faces of the white people. Some of them, I still experience it sometimes, like if I go to a store or if I'm just like taking a walk, somewhere, you can still feel the tension and you still get looks. But for the most part, like the area that I am now is more mixed, but the one before that, there was like a lot of tension over there. It was like once more minorities started moving in, all of a sudden the police just started circling around. It was never like that before.
Right. That makes sense. It's a difference of just a difference of how you grew up and what you see and what people are doing. I don't know. So y'all are under British rule. So is it like are you a part of the UK, or are you, what money y'all use? Is it?
We've got the Westminster legal system, but we have Australian dollars, but the Queen's face is still on it. So when it comes down to the crunch, everything written in the documents, the Queen is like the highest kind of power. Not the highest power, but that we have a prime minister, but then we have this thing called a governor general, and the governor general is the representative of the Queen in this land, and it's the one that corresponds with the Queen and her interests. And the governor general actually has the higher say than the prime minister at the end of the day. Like if it wants to, it can overrule the prime minister, and most times it doesn't. But yeah, but then there has, a lot of people have been, or I guess there was a couple of votes about having a referendum and making Australia go independent, but it never passed. I think we've had it twice in the past, like 50, 60 years. And, they voted to stay under the Commonwealth or whatever.
Yeah, okay. So y'all were a part of that. What was it called a couple of years ago? When y'all was voting to get from under the
Well,
Queen.
a referendum. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a referendum to be independent, so to have our own. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I remember that happening. I forget what it was called. Anybody remember? It was something. I forget what it was called, but and y'all had to vote on it, and then yeah, there was voting and separating. I don't think it was. I think you may have been a part of it, but it was another country. Was it England? No, I can't remember. But anyway, it was a big thing here. What we were dealing with Trump, and y'all were dealing with that over there. Yeah.
It
So
might have been was it the British getting out of the EU because
yeah.
they just became separate.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, well, we were dealing with Trump. So I know why other countries, like when you mentioned that, Trump, Trump. Did you see what happened on January 6th? Do y'all do those things play out over there too, as it's playing out here? Like for instance, the January 6th.
When they ran through the Parliament House.
Yeah, through our capital.
Yeah, the Capitol Hill. Yeah, I don't know if it went live broadcast and like it was all over the TV as it was happening, but definitely as soon as it happened, it was all over the news.
Yeah.
It was
So
pretty big thing.
that's a big thing in our country. Capitol Hill was, that's like that was big. And now we having different talks on it, and our president, or who was our president, is pleading the fifth, which means he's kind of saying he don't want to talk because he's guilty of some shit and he's trying to hide it. He took important documents that were supposed to be for the country for safekeeping. He took them and removed them and had them sitting in his house, as if they belonged to him. Like, man, we got some crazy shit going on in our country right now.
That's great. Like, I mean, I don't know, to me, thinking back, and this was what, 8 months ago, or so, it was the beginning of this year that happened, right? And then, I guess all the repercussions slowly coming out, but then, I'm still thinking to this day, why weren't they all just like, maybe not shot, but just all forced back, straight away, or all arrested, and, the military called and things like that. It's a bit strange.
A lot strange. A lot strange things going on. Like our country was being run, like, as you ever seen the movie The Godfather? Where
not completely. I've seen little bits and pieces of them here.
Yeah, well, it was like our president was like a gangster. He wanted people to come in and vow their loyalty and kiss the ring and says, yes, we're going to do whatever you want, even if that includes killing some people and stealing and you know what I mean?
That's real shit though. Like we're saying that as a comical thing, but he was probably doing that for real, thinking that I'm the
It's like a whole comic book in my eyes, he was telling police, yes, instead of, protecting people, just if you want to kill them, or instead of protecting their head, just hit them. It was like I don't know, it was weird. And people act like that wasn't weird. That a guy who's supposed to be our president, everybody's president, here in this country, he was literally promoting violence against a certain group of people. He's really doing that.
So at the moment, he's been summoned papers, or he's in court at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, true
Or
that.
should I say, yeah. To where and he you know, yeah, they asked him to return some things that didn't belong to him, and he decided to turn in some of them. And so that's when they went in his house to get the others. He can't deny it because when they went in the house, they got the other papers.
What the hell is he doing? Anyway, I should look into it. Yeah, I'll look into
Yeah,
it.
I always thought he was senile, to be honest. I used to give him an excuse and say he's senile, you know, he's older. But even when he was remember the show that he used to have, The
Apprentice.
The Apprentice.
I used to watch that shit.
I used to
That's
watch
why I
that shit
kinda-
too. Like, I'm not even like, I used to watch it and I thought it was funny. You're fire, you know, and things like that. But when you find out that he was you know, he was a racist, even then, and people just, you find out that he really isn't the millionaire or wasn't the millionaire that he was claiming. What do you think about Russia? That's a good question. How Australians feel about Russia?
I think, I mean, that's a similar thing. I probably don't really get too much involved in the politics to understand it, but I'm sure. Sorry, I'm sure it
There
would
you
be.
go. Nice looking man. Okay. Wait, what time of day is it there?
It's about 20 to 9 at night time.
At nighttime?
Pretty chill. Yeah, it's Saturday evening over here. So
Oh, Saturday? What today is, y'all?
Today's Saturday.
Oh, it sure is Saturday. God
Saturday
damn.
morning here.
Yeah, it's morning here. Hey, Silent.
Hello.
Now what we were saying, I forgot what we were talking about.
too.
Just that quick, anyway, what were we?
Oh, that's right. You said about people in the Ukraine about here. I think, like, I don't really follow up, but I think it would be pretty, you know, because they're probably a fair bit of that sort of population here. You know, that those maybe Russian and Ukrainian migration here. So I'm sure that they're really, you know, but I don't really know, man. And I don't really like, you know, I don't know. Because when I see things like that, like, you know, the powers that oppose the West, supposedly, like in the media, you know, Russia, even Saddam and Osama and things like that, like, I don't, like, you know, I understand that, or the way that, okay, the way that the West kind of just says it's this way, or on what we see in the media, and I'm sure if you go over there, it's a completely different story. But, like, you know, these guys, like, they put the other side as just completely evil and just wrong, even though they're human beings, and, you know, they go to war against it. So it's like, that's really sad to me, because then at the same time, I understand why somebody else who's come from there, they're human beings, it's their culture, they're living peacefully and everything amongst their culture, and, well, you know, they're living. And so I understand their feeling to be like, no, you know, I'm not, you know, like, I'd oppose it too, and have I don't know, the understanding of war, as I said before, is I don't think that's smart at all. And I just why people would want to kill each other is just pretty nonsense to me. But, you know, to have the right to live and not want to be overtaken, I'd understand that. So they have a right to be there. That's what I kind of get at, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So when people say, like, oh, Putin, this and this, I don't understand the situation, what's going on over there. But, you know, a lot of and it could be like The Apprentice. I used to like Trump, but then 20 years later, I find out the actualities. I'm like, oh shit, this guy's fucking really bad. he's an actual on the ground racist making and sexist type thing and making doing things. And he's active out there still. So maybe Putin will be turned out to be like that, but I just don't understand it yet, and I don't see it. So,
Right. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Anybody else have any questions for Australia? Because I don't want to hog him,
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Everybody else, man, what's going on? What's up, Silent? How are you, bro?
Hello.
Sure.
Yeah.
You ever make kangaroo meat?
Yeah.
How is it?
I never eaten a fresh kangaroo meat though. That's supposed to be. I'm sure it would be really nice because any fresh meat is really nice. But I've had the stuff you can get from the supermarket, and I've had just a normal. I found it okay. Like, it was nice. There's no fat on it, and you just got to cook it pretty quickly, I guess. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it's kind of it wouldn't, if to say like a taste, it would be, it has that kind of smell to it. So it's in between like a lamb and like a deer, or that venison type of gamey. There's a little
like
bit
a
of that
gamey
smell
one.
to it. Yeah. But
Right,
I don't think I've never eaten other thing.
Kangaroo. So is it legal to eat kangaroo, or is it not a protected type of?
Nah, it's not protected. You can buy it at the supermarket, and I'm pretty sure you can. I'm sure. I'm not sure. Like, there's probably areas you can't hunt them, but like in the national parks. But if they go out of the national park, there's probably every right that you could hunt it.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Or no, maybe they
The koala bears are
do
protected,
farming
though.
as well. The ones that go to the supermarket, they've got like they're mass farmed and stuff. But with the Aboriginal community, it's a real traditional food of theirs, so, and delicacy. So amongst the people in country, rural areas, they'd be hunting them.
Yeah. And, wow, kangaroo. That's like, to me, that's if somebody asked me, you ever ate dog? You know what I mean? I'd be like, okay. Well, I never thought about anybody eating kangaroo before.
Do people eat the bear?
Koala bears?
I'm sure people do it. Yeah, I'm sure people do it, like if they have to, and out in the
I
wild.
thought they was endangered or something.
What? Bears?
Koala bears. I thought the koala bears was endangered.
No. I'm not talking about koala. Koala bears aren't bears. It's just it's just a koala. But yeah, you can't. I don't think people eat them. I'm pretty sure they could be endangered. But I was talking about bears over in the Americas, like a grizzly bear or one of those forest bear.
I no,
No one's ever heard of that.
koala bears look like a little teddy bear. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But bears, I do know we eat buffalo and bear. I think is bears endangered here? Can we eat bear?
I think certain bears are endangered, but not all of them.
Oh, okay. Bisons is
I don't know,
buffalo.
shit, that's a big ass thing to try to hunt.
Yeah. I think I've actually seen bear meat. I'm not sure if I ever ate bear meat, but I know. Have you ever ate a crocodile? Because I've had alligator.
Yeah, see, I haven't yet. Like, I was about to say, that's the other, I'd like to. I just never have. You can get it at the shops, and you can get it pretty commonly. Did you like it? Did you like alligator?
Yeah, it's good.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did they cook it? Because you suppose you could do it all different ways. So, yeah.
Here we it was barbecued, like the ribs of the alligator. My dad would throw it on and he would fry the tail, or also stew it,
Yeah.
smoke it. You could smoke the tail as well, I think. Yeah.
Do they do anything? Do you like, so what gets eaten and what gets thrown away? Like, can you take things out of its head to eat? Or pretty much you just take the tail and the flesh torso? Even the legs, do they cook the legs?
I'm not the legs. I've never seen him cooking no legs. Yeah, my dad would the ribs. I remember the rib. So he would go out there and he would bash the alligator in the head, right? Because I lived on the bayou. We got there and hit him between his eyes. That's the
How
sensitive
big is
part.
it? Sorry to interrupt. How big would the biggest one be, or the average one? Like
Oh,
one
now,
meter?
yeah, now if he's a huge one, it doesn't matter really, to be honest, because if you hit him
It
between his
depends how many
eyes,
people he's feeding.
yeah, well, it depends on which one is available. If he was a big one, which they will follow you. The alligators are smart. Okay, one was stalking my mother. they will pay attention to you and watch your habits, and then they will come and get you. And you know what they do? They're fast on land, and so you got to learn how to. We had to learn how to run from them in case one would come out of the bayou and grab us. Yeah, alligators will come on land and grab you and put you in the water and roll you and drown you.
No,
What
so I
about
was just,
crocodiles? What
I-
they do?
No, it's exactly similar, same thing. I sorry to interrupt the story about your father because I want to hear what he was doing because that's cool. But I was just thinking how big was the average one of the biggest one? Like, it's the size of him, like 2 meters, or probably just like 1 meter.
I'm not sure what meters equals in feet.
Like
Oh, okay.
The size of a car, though. The size of a car.
Size of a car, the length of a car. Holy
Length of a
moly.
car, easily. Yeah.
Hey.
But I think
So keep going. He'd hit on the head, and then what happened?
yeah, he would go out there, roll the boat out there, crack him in between his eyes, and pull him on the boat on his back, and then it's like he go to sleep. You know, it's like he sleep, and then get him on land, make sure he's still on his back, because you know those legs. If he's on his back, he can't roll over, which is weird when he in the water.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And so then they would gut him. They would just take the knife and go from his neck all the way down his belly, down his tail. Yeah. And then skin him.
That's it. Yep.
As far as I
Just
know.
take the guts out. Take the
Yeah,
skin
take
off.
the gut. Yeah. Cut the head off.
Is everybody else eating alligator on the panel? You guys all tried it?
No.
No. So it's pretty much down the south. If you're in that area, you're gonna eat it in the territory of the alligator. Yeah.
Right. You know, from the bayou, so New Orleans, Louisiana, should I say, bayou area. Like deer, rabbit, no, not squirrels, birds. My dad would shoot some birds and turtle. Let's see. Can't think of anything else. But fish, you know, fishing, we go fishing and things like that.
Yeah. See, my parents are from Fiji. I've been there like a lot, so that's what I'm saying. So nothing compares to the fresh fish that you catch over there. The fish you get at the supermarket here, it's just like nowhere near the same as what's, you know. Same thing with fresh meat, probably, right? It's just not the same as supermarket. But for fresh fish from the ocean is mad. Yep.
So you had crocodile. Is it anything like a alligator?
Nah. I've never. I'd like to, but I've never tried it. Like probably, like I've had an octopus. What else?
What about a shark?
all sorts of fish. Yeah, shark, like, um, that's actually around when you go to the fish and chip shop. A lot of the people, it's like one of the, they call it flake here, and it's like one of the cheapest cuts you can get, right? With the thing. People realize it, but some don't. But it's actually, they're really common. It's shark because there's so many of them around. They just like a certain type, like, and I think it changes to certain types that they will get, and it classifies as flake. So people eat shark like knowingly and unknowingly. So I've never had like a shark fin soup or anything like that. Like, so, and when you eat it like that, it's just like all, it's more like fish and chip shop. So it's covered in batter and deep fried. You don't really get the taste of anything. I've had some strange things. Like I don't mind eating things. Like I'll try them. Because, if it's edible, it's obviously.
Okay. Wow, this is an interesting conversation. I bet you never thought you would come over and we start talking about
Well.
Yes. So how you ended up in this area of YouTube?
I think I've said like
You just saw the live stream?
tonight. Yeah, tonight I just typed because I tend to do like go into the panel like on open panels and things like certain channels, right? And then go into the chats. But I've seen this channel before for sure. But see, before I just typed in open panel and then it came up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because my panels are always open to, everybody. So I make it to where everybody's welcome. We usually have heated conversations and, on different
I think
things.
I might have been up on the panel like once, but I didn't get a chance to speak because I came up here, but I got busy and I went somewhere.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, that's pretty irrelevant. But yeah, I definitely appreciate it though. It's nice to meet everybody, and because I'm very respectful and I like to learn about other people and other cultures and things like that. And I don't want to hog the airway either.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming. I enjoyed the conversation. I like different, people coming over. We had somebody up earlier. She was from Brazil, her and her boyfriend. I'm gonna try to see if I can get her to come back on so we could talk to her a little more in depth.
Did she ever show herself?
No.
No, because I remember old dude kept on saying, "Oh, pay me $1,000, you can see her."
Yeah, which I get. He's saying, "Look, what y'all need to see her for." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like he was saying, that he wasn't bragging and making it seem like she's better than Black women in looks and stuff like that. So
I guess it was annoying. He just was saying the Brazilian, like
yeah, he was calling them.
They don't got no nickname.
Oh man, the Brazilian.
Damn, I missed it.
Oh yeah.
Last night.
Oh, but you know what? But you know what, Bom? Like, I started watching your stream last night when you were talking about when we were showing that video of the guys in DR. I actually have an uncle that lives over there, so I'm gonna try to hit him up. And then I also know another woman who goes back and forth. She's from there and she owns a hair salon in the Bronx. So I'm gonna see if I can get them to come on the panel to answer those questions and do the translations.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I like learning about, like I said, different cultures, what people really think about, the music. Australia, have you ever listened to, what age are you? You don't have to tell us your exact age, but are you in your 20s, 30s, 40s, what?
You still there?
He's muted.
No, yeah, shit. I just stepped out of the room. I come back. Hang on. Yeah, I'm in my mid-30s. I'm
Mid-30s.
36.
Okay, so you're fairly
Yeah.
young. So have you ever listened to hip hop? What do you think about
Oh, yeah. Hang on. Just give me a second. I've got to go for a second. I'll come back.
Okay.
And I think that one dude from yesterday that talking about he was a pimp over there, I think he was somewhere in the United States talking that crap.
Who said he was a pimp?
Didn't no dude say like he was a pimp or something like that? Like
Who said
him and
that?
I thought him and or maybe they was talking about messing with women, period. I thought him and Cyber was going back and forth, and Cyber started speaking the language to him, and he couldn't speak the language. So he's
No,
like, how
I
can
don't-
you talk to women?
He didn't say he was a pimp.
Oh, I thought he was saying like he was messing with, or he was just messing with women over there. He said he just go over there.
He said he's I think he said he's over there. I'm not sure if he said he's there or he's just been there, but yeah. I forget what his name was. Yeah. And so you see, like when certain people come up and he kind of throw my topic off.
Oh.
But that's basically what kind of happened to a degree. Conversation
Yeah,
gets
but he was
hold on.
talking some other shit. I was like, what? And then Cyber was trying to speak the different language to him. He said, you can't even speak the language. How you going to talk to him over there?
Right.
I don't need to speak the language. I was like, man, these dudes.
I think they didn't like my topic, you know what I mean? But it
Mhm.
really was about the men fighting amongst each other about which way is the right way to get women. And it's not even women, Black women here. They want to go into other men's areas and take the women.
Okay.
And then even when they do, it's hookers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As if she's so much better because what? Because the guy, what his name was, the one who in Brazil, his whole narrative was different than my topic, and these men and their narrative, the traveling bros or whatever you want to call themselves. Because these men say they traveling for prostitution. And he went over there and got him. When I asked him how did they meet, he didn't answer me. But then again, he probably didn't hear me. So many people was talking over me. But I wanted to know how he met.
Yeah.
Because
To
that
me,
was
honestly, she kind of sounded like, because he looked like he was younger and it sounded like she was older by her
she
voice. I
did
wasn't
sound
sure.
older. Huh? That is
That's what I
true.
was thinking.
Yeah, she sounded like she was older than him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably why he's over there being like a kept man.
Yeah, because one minute he's saying, "Oh, she have food ready for me," then they say, "Oh no, I cook too." Which one?
Right.
You cook?
Welcome back, Australia. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he's a guy who's talking about, it's like they're a couple, and he respects her. She has a job, and she owns her own. It's her place that they live in. He says he's worked also.
At first he said he was an entrepreneur. I was, oh, that's mean you don't got the job.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, oh no, I can work from home. I travel remotely.
Yeah.
Like, which one is it? You entrepreneur?
It's something how all of them happen to be computer
Y'all should ask them
experts.
some- Exactly. Y'all should have asked him some software questions. Talking about, oh, I'm a software engineer. Didn't he say that or something like that? Or
Yeah, something like that. That's what that's when I kind of tune out a little bit because they all got the same damn job. If that was so true, right? And but his situation is where he's saying, okay, this is my girlfriend, and she works, and then he says, well, he cooks sometimes too. And I'm like, but what you're saying isn't what these men are saying. These men are saying they want to go to other countries and sleep with women for money, and they don't care about her feelings. She should just be submissive and don't talk, they don't care about your feelings. And I'm like, dude, why are you going up here supporting these men doing what they're doing when they're not doing it like you doing it. We even asked him, hey, in America, the woman you love is thought of as nothing but a prostitute. That's it. And he denied it at first, until it was posed another way, and then he said, yeah, in America they only think about the women in the deep,
And honestly, I think he probably would have been talking the same stuff if he wasn't living in her house. Because if he living in her house, even, you know what I'm saying? So he can't talk too much stuff when you're in somebody else's house.
I'm saying when you're in somebody else's house, you got to play by their rules, huh? I know that's right. Are you back Australia? Because I want to know about what you think about submission, like women. How are the women in Australia? Like, do they have jobs? Are they because go ahead. I know that was probably a crazy question that I asked. Do they have jobs? But I know they do. But I'm just want you to voice it because
there's definitely like the spread. I guess there's women out there with corporate jobs. There's women out there with all sorts of middle level jobs, and then there's single mothers out there who are collecting benefits from the government as well.
Oh, you mean to tell me in Australia there's some single mothers?
Oh yeah,
these
the
men
welfare
here
system over here is really like something that it's. I don't think it's probably not a large, over 10% of the population. I couldn't be sure though, but it's a pretty predominant part of the culture though. And understanding that if you ever fall on your feet completely, you never really will, because you've always kind of got the government there who will pay you on a kind of weekly basis. Yeah. It's not a lot of money, but it's enough.
Right. These men make it seem like only in America and only Black women are, relying on the government, which is not even true. It's not a large, the larger group on our system are non-Black women.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Because, it wasn't really even built for Black people. And then they judge us on it to where even Black people judge each other who's on it. It was an embarrassed, I remember my grandmother, always hearing my grandmother, grandfather, the older elder say, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. And they were go-getters and they were working hard and they didn't want to rely on the government. They didn't want the government all in their business. And they worked for what they wanted. And so, but other races of people, though, they would run straight to the government for help, which is not a problem. That's what they're here for. But we were made to be embarrassed if we went to get help.
That's a very crucial point, I think, because I recognize that from my upbringing and going to PG and things like that, from the elders that I've seen, and that kind of fading, right? But I think at the same time, and as you just said there, they didn't do it because of the pride and they wanted to do it themselves, but they didn't want the government all in their business knowing information about them. Whereas nowadays it's like a given, that the government knows everything about, and it's probably a tight squeeze that they've been able to do because slowly more and more people have eventually gone into that, become more accepting, and then it's just leading to what it is, pretty much a society that's all really controlled by the government, whereas I'm picturing something where maybe in the 1920s, so that's 100 years ago. Not to say anybody was like around then from us, but like, a lot of the government would have been there, and there would have been the really, I guess, high money element, but they would have been surviving on their own, and so many people would have been surviving out of that and just doing what they did, living how they lived traditionally. And it just, slowly the government and that corporate structure just got bigger and bigger and overtook everything. And in a way, you see them doing it intentionally, in the sense of how they have worn down farmers all across the world, like with their farming techniques, and the one that Monsanto seed, you have to buy that seed. So that's just like those corporate elements just taking over in the sense of our own ability to survive and be amongst one another, and that's our natural ability. I'd love to be able. I mean, I'm slowly doing it too, and I'm only like thinking like this lately, in say maybe the past 5 years. Admittedly, when I was younger, I was pretty blind to everything, and I was just going along, having fun and stuff. But now I'm just really looking at stuff and being like, as I'm getting older, and it's like, man, everything I was told as a teenager and in my 20s is like a lie. It's really not fair, and the advantages isn't given to everybody, and stereotypes make a huge difference on people's lives, which people don't understand, and which they really should. Like, they recognize it, but they don't implement anything. So it makes me think a lot at the moment, which might not be healthy, but anyway, I'm dragging it.
Bam, you still there?
Hmm?
Oh, okay.
Damn, I went on and dozed off on y'all.
Sending to sleep. Oh no.
Yeah, it
Oh
is.
yeah, you were up all night, right?
Yes, it's 7:40 a.m. here,
Yeah.
almost 8 o'clock, and I haven't gone to sleep. And I'm dozing off. Look, I was over here playing spades on my tablet, and I guess now I'm just dozing off. Did somebody ask me a question or something? No? Diane?
I was talking, and then like it was like I was boring. Anyway.
Oh man. Oh yeah. And look, y'all never know when I'm asleep because I don't snore, Yeah, I don't snore. Oh man. So let's see. Any other questions,
Get
y'all?
some sleep if any of you're tired, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to lay down. I was seeing if Silent probably sleep and seeing if I'm shutting things down or the Devastating probably sleep too. I haven't looked in the chat in a couple of hours. Let me go look. Let's see. Where's the chat? Well, I wanted to share this. Let's look at this real quick. Maybe this will help me wake up because I know Mr. Kev will probably be up soon. Let me see. I'm gonna share this video. Give me a second. Share. This is the video that Big J gave me a link to. Oh, don't open that. Okay. And I think he was showing me, I forgot what he was showing me, but we're going to see. Here we go. Fair use.
MGTOW, men going their own way. My version of MGTOW, men gaining their optimism without women because it can be done. American women absolutely disgust me. American women disgust me. I am disgusted with American women. I'm to the point to where when I see American women or women in America, I feel sick to my stomach, man. Because American women are an abomination.
So I think he's in another country. I think it's what Big J was supposed to, let me see. Where to, I don't know, but I don't, he's not in America, right? And yet he's not talking to any women. Let's hear it some more.
You know, they don't, like I said, they dress inappropriately. They don't care about their bodies. They don't care about their, about their health. They don't care, Dress like a whore. Walk like a whore. Talk like a whore. Dance like a whore. Date around like a whore. Get around like a whore. I mean, American women make me absolutely sick.
Like, you hear him?
Yeah.
But
Where is he?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Where could he be?
I don't see a difference from the way these women are dressed. They dress like that over here too. What is the difference?
Right. I don't know. It's like they just hate women. I don't think he like any women. He's not even paying attention to women at all. In this country, it's no money, no honey. It's like the men are jealous and upset at women. For absolutely no reason. And he's walking around instead of being a young man talking and getting to know men, women, whomever. He's walking around talking about American women disgust me. American women are terrible. Walk like a whore, talk like a whore, smell like a whore, act like a whore, dance like a whore. Like, and he wonders why he don't have no women walking up to him, smiling, being inviting, because he himself isn't inviting. So he's in some other country. And remember, they say that Americans are fat, but I see lots of big women of all colors, races, and shit. You see, and that's what I see.
Why do I wanna marry somebody that doesn't believe in me from the beginning? Why do I want to get married knowing good and well I'm gonna have to end up paying child support?
And don't have any children, you won't have child support. But if you have some children, you got to take care of them. Is that so hard for men to understand? If you don't have no children, you don't have no child support. If you buy a dog, you have to feed the dog, right?
Right.
You have to you have to do things for this dog to make sure the dog is safe. And so if you have a child, it's the same thing. And they seem to have this issue with their responsibilities. Let's see what this is.
They must have that abomination on their X chromosome. They must have an abominable X chromosome. They inherited an abomination from a bad seed, you know, because she accepted that bad seed. So that child is bad. And if it is a good child, it carries the recessive gene to be a bad, it's carried a recessive bad gene. And I'm not gonna have a kid by her because
you don't have a penis and you don't like having sex with women. That's why you're not gonna have a kid by her. Anyway, anybody have any questions, comments, suggestions about this that we're looking at? Because this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. It is.
Yeah.
Like you're complaining about child support. Like you bring a child into this world, you have to take care of that child.
Right.
These men are delusional.
And here's another group of men. Let's go look over
We
here.
live in a city now where there's a lot of uncertainty and unfortunately a lot of crime and violence. And it's
Basically, I don't want to hear
No,
all
I'm saying if it's fresh food,
No,
Aaron,
you
if
know
it's
what I
fresh
do?
food, not
What I do
like
sometimes?
it had to be fresh. It has to be
Because they're
fresh.
still
Hey,
human,
No, you know
bro.
what I
They're
do
still
sometimes?
human,
If I
man.
I
wanna
mean, I'm
get
just
a-
saying, fam.
I'll bring them in a
Like
restaurant. I'll bring them in a restaurant to get the food. It's a pick
I
up
would
what
do
you
this.
need.
I would have. I mean, I'm just saying, man.
I've
If I
done
was in
that.
So these men, this is the Fight Club, and they too have issues with Black women. At least MGTOW say American women. That was a white guy talking about American women. And these Black men have problems with Black women. And their issue is the same thing. Except, yeah, they're worse than MGTOW. These men are worse than MGTOW. Because in MGTOW,
My bad. I was just gonna ask. I'm just getting familiar with these spaces with these dudes in it, and I kind of bump heads with them a little bit. And then so once I seen what it was, I was like, oh, so it's just another like He-Man Woman Haters Club. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I seen this movie before. Little Rascals was my favorite movie as a kid. But these dudes are older than me. I was expecting them to be closer to my age, but they're mentoring dudes my age and a little older. So that's bothering me because I want to find out where the niggas my age is getting mentored by these dudes, like what kind of culture they grew up in. Because I grew up in like, my uncles was in prison. So I grew up like a little bit of prison culture, kind of halfway normal. We tried to make it normal, you know what I mean? But it was mostly, my childhood was mostly a bunch of convicts telling me what not to do.
Right.
And then as soon as I thought I was tough, they offered to fight me. And then the first couple of times I took up that offer when I was still stupid enough to try. And after like the third time, like kind of like being all dizzy and the room sitting there spinning, I kind of learned like no matter how mad you is, no matter how tough you think you is, somebody could whoop you. Ain't no such thing as a disadvantage or unfair fight. No, you tough, right? So I kind of, but this is more like a sheep and shepherd situation with this internet stuff, with these dudes that pander to these insecure guys. You know what I mean? They're the dudes saying this shit. They're still the insecure guy. So they sit and they dream and they pontificate, right? But they have a platform because enough people listen to them whine and cry and put it off as advice.
Right.
So fucking they get in a position like, oh, people listen to me now. So they just hit the key points that lonely dude wants to hear. because they're still that lonely dude.
No, you're right.
Like, so, I mean, none of the rhetoric makes sense. It's fun sometimes to engage in a conversation with them. If I can stay in there long enough. I tried to fucking, I'm not gonna say no names because people gonna think I'm clout chasing and shit. But I was in a manosphere space and a dude called me a dick rider because I told another grown man that his opinion was valid. And I'm like, dog, I thought I just stepped into a space y'all call the manosphere.
Right.
Men don't call other men homosexual because they tell another man that what he said had validity.
Yeah. That's
So I don't know. It's a lot wrong in them spaces, man. And I hope not too many young brothers get misled by like this He-Man Woman Haters Club shit. Like, cause ain't none of it. A lot of these niggas are single. A lot of these niggas are single.
Yes.
And I'm single too, but the rhetoric's different. The mindset's different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. I guess it ain't. Help me understand this, Bombshell. I don't get it.
Well, like you said, we have some older men who's supposed to be elders and educating, but because their fathers wasn't there, they didn't have that. But that's still no excuse, because after a certain age, right, you live your life and you learn. But they are against women because they can't get it the way they want it. They want to go to Burger King and order it their way, not even caring about the woman, her thoughts. But more importantly, it's about how they educating young men.
Can I tap in?
Yeah.
Some years and years ago, I can't pull it up. This was just reading years and years ago. They say in developed countries, and it's what I've been saying, and I would have to go and relook up the recent statistics, that there are countries where women are getting educated. They're not choosing marriage. And it's not just the United States. I haven't done the recent research, but I remember reading stuff about it. And I don't think it's new, so I would have to go and research it. But women aren't choosing that because it's not a good deal. And it's not just Black women. It's women across the board in developed countries. And I haven't done the recent statistics on it, so we have something I have to look up to get the recent stuff, but that was really a thing. So why they saying it's Black women, it's not just Black women. And I'm guaranteeing you, you give those women in Brazil, Dominican Republic, they take their foot off their neck and get upset. You will see the same trend. Because you have to focus on people.
You're breaking.
It's like a minute.
Yeah, you're breaking.
They're not going to choose it freely.
You're not going to choose what freely?
They're not going to choose to live under that option that they have those developing or third world countries where women don't have a choice, but they have it. Once they have access.
You're in the matrix. Your audio is messing up.
Yeah, it's not only that, but our conversation, like, I don't even know what she's talking about. You asked a question, we moved on from where you at, and you just keep you bringing us back to the Brazil conversation or the third word. Rejects a actual question.
I saw the pictures of that just now, and it was saying, man, I was saying the old mind thinking and stuff like that, and I was just
We can't hear you.
That is there.
You kind of you're breaking.
Hold on 1 second. Let me put my AirPods in. Maybe that'll help.
Wait, I think she said, hold on a second, I think.
She said she got to put her AirPods in.
Oh, okay. I'll probably take them out because that's usually the thing that be messing people up. The Wi-Fi stuff. But
can you hear me better now?
Just say something.
Can you hear me better now?
It's a little better. Okay, try it again.
No, what about now? I got 4 bars.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, when he was saying about the old mind of thinking, I was just following up saying it's not just America. It's worldwide. And I was just saying, I didn't just make that up.
Worldwide.
It was actually studies and stuff that I had read a long time ago, and I hadn't just pulled it out the air. And I say I haven't kept up with the recent ones. So it's not a Black thing. It's not even an American thing. It's just a thing in general. That's all I was
Preach, what was your question, Preach? Because I'm not getting what she's talking about. It's hard to connect when somebody asks a question.
Maybe my phone had stalled at a different point in the conversation because my phone had went out. So maybe when I picked up and what I heard might have been less further in the conversation. When I turned my phone on, it came. Maybe that was it. So
he was talking about men being men, not being men, and now you came up talking about women not choosing marriage.
Okay.
So I'm not sure,
Maybe
but okay. So, but you wanted to make the point that women aren't choosing marriage.
I was saying
because of what? Why aren't they choosing marriage?
I'm saying when you have developed nations, not developing, but developed nations, where there are protections and stuff somewhat in place, that is the natural progression of things, because that is what women will freely choose other than that oppression. What you get when women are oppressed and without resources, that's what you do out of survival. It's not our natural instinct, and it's not those women's natural instinct to want to live under that. It's the only choice they have. Women in areas where they keep saying, like the cooking, women are more traditional and women are more this. It's that you have no other option. Like when they said, they'll say, when you have no other option, you don't have a choice. So you just do what it takes to survive. But give them a choice and give them development, and you'll see a change. They won't choose that freely.
They won't choose what?
Like the things that they were saying, kind of like in the video, the women they're cooking more, they cook more, they do
what
this,
video are you talking about? Was I asleep? What video are you talking about?
Like
right
I
now?
said, maybe my phone was in a different place, because when I clicked off, so maybe my phone, when it went out, maybe it was in a different place and started up at that old place. So when I came up here, I thought we was talking about something else.
The video, okay, so I played the video where there was a guy, MGTOW guy, walking around talking about he can't stand American women.
Okay, so yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's not just American women. It's not an American phenomenon. It is a phenomenon of developed nations with protections in place for women, and women have pretty much are women and not children, not under the thumb. It's not just America. It's all developed nations that women have protection in. You see this.
He said he don't like American women.
And what I'm saying is is not, he would have a problem with women of other developed nations similar.
Well, I just kept saying he have a problem with women no matter who, where, because you're not even trying to talk to women. But you're saying that because so you call it a progression that women decide not to get married? Because you said that like as if that's a progression.
I'm saying,
and that sounds great, and that's the next best thing. That's how you said that.
I'm not saying it's a great. Okay, I'm not saying it's a great thing. I'm saying what people and they're saying they want in, like the other places that are not developed, that marriage, women are choosing not to exist in it because it's so oppressive.
But that's not true though. Like,
phenomenon.
But it's not true. Even now, even you're married. It's weird how a married woman gets up and says almost like it's great that women aren't choosing marriage. But when we know that women want to be married, women are not complaining because they don't want to be married. The women want to be married, and you making it seem like women don't want to be married. Women just want the right type of guy to
The
marry.
more
They don't want men who are hating on them and men who are judging them and putting them against other women. Women do want to get married, but you are saying that yes, when we get these freedoms, women don't get married. In fact, that's what you
no,
said.
I'm not saying that.
That's what you said. I can rewind it.
Given
You
the
said
option,
women aren't
given the
choosing marriage.
option,
That's what you said.
given the
Given what
let me put
option?
the old traditional, given the option of the traditionally oppressive version of marriage, where a lot of these men around here spout, they would choose not. And that's partially why you hear them saying they having these studies where women are demanding better men. And that's when you hear the studies
You're
about
breaking. It's bad.
men are more lonely and this.
Men are more what?
It goes along with that study that they were coming out in Psychology Today, where they were saying that women are foregoing that and men are getting lonely because they're demanding.
When did when did they mention women in that article? You can't listen. Y'all just be making up all kinds of shit. Just because the men are lonely doesn't mean that it's because women aren't choosing them. Like the men are absolutely just not being men, and they're walking away from women or looking for other women. That's not the same thing as women aren't choosing them. Some of these men are awkward and they're not even approaching women at all. They're scared, they're frightened, they're claiming that women are nothing but, like that guy said, American women are whores. They dress like whores, they act like whores, talk like whores. So what woman gets to choose to not choose him when he's not even approaching women? So that article, I don't remember that article focusing on women at all. That article was mentioned talking about men.
One of the things that was being mentioned in the space is that women are demanding better treatment and relationships.
Yes, they are. But you saying that women are opting out. So that can't be the same thing. If they're opting out, then they're not even caring about what these men do or not. You said if they want to be out of this oppression, so they're choosing not to deal with men. And I don't think in our society, we're not even the oppression that you're talking about is not a thing. The men want it to be a thing, right? That's what they're saying. Oh, I want a submissive woman. But that's what they're saying online. But that's not what's happening in our society. So what you're saying can't be true, right? Because where y'all like to mention that somebody's feet is on somebody's neck. Women have careers, jobs. Women are having their babies alone. They're single mothers doing, raising their children, all of that good old stuff. Where is this foot on the neck thing that you're making it seem like we're just finally getting away from?
Sorry about that, my thing tapped out. One of the things that was being discussed is that women were demanding better treatment, more from relationships than what they really had to settle for. And it's demanding more better treatment.
That's not what I saw. I saw what it said. Women wanting standard, and they're requiring like money, right? They want the man.
Exactly.
But so money is a stand. What? If you expect a man,
it wasn't just money. It wasn't just money. It was more communication, more engagement, and things on that level. They were wanting more of that, and then, and so maybe this may was somebody breakdown, but they were saying they were wanting more that when you're in a place where you're scratching for survival, you can't demand those things. But when you, and there are some things you trade in for provision when you're trying to survive. But in places where women can provide that for themselves, I can ask for more now because I'm not scraping for survival. So my standards can be raised.
Yeah, you can ask for more, doesn't mean you're gonna get it. Right?
I think that was the gist of what they were saying. When you are not scratching for survival, and there are women are raising their standards, that's because we're
Okay,
society.
I didn't see. Let's go get this article because this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Let's see. It was let's see. Let's see if it's in my history. It should be. Let me see. I think I was on this. Let me make sure I got some stuff hidden before Booty open up. Okay, let me see. Let's go to history over here. And because it's crazy. Monkeypox, trolling agreement, step right back. My club. Bam. Okay. Oh, let's see. Nope. I gotta exit some of this stuff. I don't want that to open by accident. Let me stop the share first. Emma, yeah, let me stop that and I'll go grab that. Because this
Okay, here's a breakdown of it.
Now I want to break down, I want the article.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. Because like I don't even know how we got here. Like I was playing a video. Would you got the link?
I'm looking for it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said here go. Yeah.
Here it is, right here. I don't. Here. I put you in the back check. Hold on.
Okay. Cause we was getting into and then next thing I know we back. Man, like some of y'all are worse than these manosphere men, like on some real shit. It's
there it go.
Okay. Like when I broke this down, I mentioned that it seemed like they was advertising dating apps. Okay, let me share the screen and share this.
It go down to where it's a relationship standards. I think it's like the.
No, I know how to read.
The fourth paragraph.
Yeah, but okay, so lady, the rise of the lonely single men, right? And they're talking about younger and middle-aged men are the loneliest as ever, right? Over the last 30 years, men have become a larger portion of growing group of long-term single men. I keep hearing something. What the hell I hear?
Let me see if my app came on by accident, my YouTube.
You suck. Hello? Is that you, Preach? Anyway, it says relationship standards. Okay. Well, first it says whether you are just starting to date or you recently divorced and dating again, dating apps, right? That's what they start talking about. They start talking about competition in online dating is fierce. They mentioned that. Relationship standards with so many options. Okay, it's not surprising that women are increasingly selective. Okay, they talking about some TikTok bullcrap. I hear recurring dating themes from women between ages of 25 to 45. They prefer men who are emotionally available, good communicators, and share similar values. Where does that say that women
And
are
then say
opting out.
for men, these relationship skills gap that if not addressed will
I'm not, what are
likely.
you doing? I asked you a question before I got there and you just want to continue reading when I was the one reading. If you want to take over the reading, you could have said, well, I'll finish reading.
It was further down. I think if you read a
You
little
just
bit
told
further
me to
down.
go to relationship standards. That's exactly where you told me to go.
Yeah, and the part
But
beneath it,
right now, though, what you not
that was
reading
the
is relationship.
start.
But you
That was
not
the start.
okay. So I asked you a question. I said the question was, they prefer men who are emotionally available, good communicators, and shared similar values. And then I asked you a question. Where does it say that women don't want to deal with men? They're opting out. This is what they say. They actually are saying women want, it says men, they prefer men who are emotionally available, good communicators, and shared similar values. That means that women do want men. In fact, we know they want men. You said that women are opting out of marriage. I never heard that before.
I said, okay, let's not the Psychology Today article. Was not saying that. I said in previous articles that I had read a long time. And now when I'm talking about the Psychology Today, I'm saying this part. But when I was referencing earlier, I said in earlier articles that I had read years before, it conveyed that thing that was not. I was not talking about the psychology. This here specifically, I'm talking about the Psychology Today article that was mentioning the
so
old
there was
research
somewhere where they said women are opting out of relationship because women are when they do complain. You said that you did say they opted out of marriage. Like I never heard that ever in my life.
When I first spoke, I said back some years ago,
you read the article, yes. And
but
then you said,
okay, so when I said years ago, that wasn't Psychology Today article called
I know that already.
Okay, I was
so years ago, is that when women was opting out of marriage?
They said in developed countries. When I always say that thing about education,
developed countries, okay, come on,
that
spit it out.
I did spit it out, but I'll spit it out again. I said that in developed countries where women had access to employment and stuff, they showed
like our country.
They showed that the marriage rates decreased as well as childbearing decreased.
Wow. So you're telling me childbearing decreased? You said that you remember, wait a minute, you said years ago. You said years ago you read it. That means years ago childbearing decreased.
Here. And I said I cannot pull up the stuff, but I remember reading stuff like that. And I said I would have to do the new research.
Okay,
to prove it.
You did say that.
Yes, that was being said years ago, and I was not referenced. Now, when we progressed in the conversation later, I said the Psychology Today article, and so that was I don't want to mismatch the two because they were two separate things, and there were multiple years in this, and that's why I say I can't pull it up because I don't even remember just that I had done. So I ain't want nobody to say, "Oh, go pull it up," whatever. I'm just saying what I had read. Now, that it had to be the end all to whatever. But I do remember it being conveyed that. Also, but what the part when I was saying about the thing, it said when the part I was speaking about the Psychology Today, because I don't like misquoting. It goes down and says skill deficits. For men, this means relationship skills gap that, if not addressed, will likely lead to fewer dating opportunities, less patience for poor communication skill, and longer periods being single. The problem for men is that the emotional connection is the lifeblood of healthy long-term love. Emotional connection requires all the skills that family are still not consistently teaching their young boys. That was the part I'm saying. The things.
Saying what? Because that don't say nothing you said.
I'm saying women with the standards. One of those standards are better communication. And stuff. Those things more engaged, like when we say, well, I ain't gonna say, well, I'll give an example. being more engaged, and we do see an increase in some men in taking on the daily chores and things that were traditionally, I would even say 20 years ago, thought of as women's work. There are some increases, but they saying it's not, there are changes, but like most stuff changes slow. And with this, maybe
what are you talking about? Lord have mercy. Women have been working for since before you was born. You talking like we are a third world country, and where and now women are just finally like feminism just started, ladies and gentlemen. And women, we're fighting for rights to get jobs, although women been working for over 50 years.
And some men are changing. You see more of an example.
We don't know. No, that's not true. We see men are trying to. We are seeing more men trying to change it back.
That's what I just said.
No.
I said some men are changing. And
changing for what? Changing what? Changing what?
Because you see more men engage with the schooling, the education, more of what was traditionally thought of as the woman's work. You see more men engaging in that, taking their children to school. Hell, even being single parents, you do see changes.
Yeah, but that's been changed for over 50 years. What are you talking about? What you see here on YouTube is men trying to change it back. Like back to before, where they want the woman, and they're saying it. They want the woman back in the house, being submissive.
Okay.
You're speaking as if women are just now getting freedoms. I'm 50 years old, and as long as I've been alive, I'm 52. As long as I've been alive, we've had freedoms. So what you see is a group of men online. What you see is a group of men online complaining about what has changed, and they want it to go back, and that's what they keep saying. They keep saying for the last 50 years, these women have been doing this, and women been doing that, and the women been doing this, and we want it to go back. And we're like, why?
But the men, the women in those other countries don't have those things. Is exactly what I'm saying. We do have those things.
In what countries are you talking about? Because the
ones that they reference for traditional, the ones of the women that they're saying, those women don't have those protections.
Which ones? Because I hope you're not talking about Brazil. Those women work. Hope you're not talking about the DR. Those women work.
Even when they talk about, even if you don't want to say Brazil, even if you want to
we know we're not talking about Brazil. Those people work. Those women work.
Anything that's not Black and not American for the most part, they say that.
They say what?
They're more traditional. They're more.
Yeah, but you know the point that we've been making all day is that those women are not traditional.
I think we're saying the same thing in different ways. So
we actually not saying the same thing.
Well, maybe we're not
because
saying the same thing.
Yeah, because you're making it seem like those women in those other countries. You just said they're opting out of marriage. That's what you said. You said you read that somewhere. They're opting out of marriage.
I say in countries with protections. They say that in countries with protections, and women have, like America, they say the marriage rates decrease and the birth rates decrease.
Brazil,
that was something I'm not saying though. I say those countries don't have those things.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You saying Brazil don't have protections? What protections do Brazilians have? Maybe that's what the confusion is. Because I got a friend, Black woman, who has been over here rocking with me for years, who's in Brazil.
Okay.
And she had freedoms. What freedoms you saying the Brazilians don't have? Maybe that's what the confusion. Yeah. I think that's what the confusion is. Like you're making like is Brazilian
it's not a big deal.
Maybe it's just some confusion. So maybe so maybe you're talking about some other third world country where the women don't have rights. But I guess maybe the reason I'm confused because you're talking like that's the Brazilian women don't have freedoms. They have, and when you say freedoms, we're talking about jobs, and they are taking care of their children. Also, the men. The point is the Black men who want to go overseas, wherever they're going, right? They're claiming these women are special and so different. The only thing they are, depending on where they go, is that they could go over there and act like they got something that they don't have because the dollar is stronger in certain areas. But the dollar isn't strong everywhere, stronger than everywhere. And when they go to those little areas where the women are barefoot, barely got any money, he go over there and the whole family is acting submissive to him because he gonna bring them money. He gonna take care of their whole family. He gonna take care of their whole family.
I think we're saying the same thing.
No, when you said that women was opting out of marriage, not even in those poor countries.
I wasn't talking to them. I wasn't speaking about them. I said in developed nations where women have protections, education, and the ability to earn income.
Yes.
That the marriage rates as well as the birth rates they've shown women decreased. That's what they said. I didn't make, it was something I read. That was years ago that I read that, and I was sharing that. That had nothing to do. I'm not saying I'm saying if you give those women access to the same things, like they can go to Amazon and get them some jobs and not have to do that. I'm guaranteeing you they would choose different. They don't have that, so that's what they.
You guaranteeing that, but that's not even true.
Okay.
You connecting the fact that you connecting the fact that birth rates and marriage is going down, and then you're saying because women got more of this or that and third, but all over the world, birth rates is going down.
Okay.
Like people
we just got different point of view and different opinion. That's all.
No, I agree. I agree with that. But I guess I was confused because first of all, we was past that. You came back up and I was confused at what you was talking about because it wasn't what we was on. And then you said something. I was like, is she talking about Brazil, DR? And it seemed like you're not talking about both, neither. So I don't even know what area you're speaking of. Because remember that young woman was up here and she said she had a job. She had her own place that he moved in with her. He's staying with her in her place. I don't even know. We asked her, did she have kids? If I'm correct, he didn't have kids, but I'm not sure if she did or not. Okay. The truth be told, she sounded older than him. Okay. But we could be wrong, right? She sounded a little, it could be just the communication barrier because of the language barrier. But so in the DR, we saw them women working. We know women work. So it's just that their economy is different. So that's why I was confused. Like, so you're saying, hey, the women aren't choosing marriage, and so I'm wondering where aren't women choosing marriage? Where aren't women choosing marriage? They might listen if they have the right man, the right type of men, women would choose marriage. But you made it seem like they wouldn't choose marriage as long as they have jobs and shit like that. If that was true, we wouldn't have women. You wouldn't be married because you got a good job and you're married.
I'm saying marriage under certain conditions where they literally, like when your survival or your whatever is tied to marriage, it functions differently. It's a whole different thing.
But it's like a slave, you mean?
It makes you tolerate some things that probably aren't tolerable. Like, yeah, I just, like those young girls doing that, that's survival. That is survival.
The young girls doing what?
the
what?
you
'Cause
hear
see-
or okay, we've
Cause
all
you
heard
see,
the
cause
horror.
then we got culture. We listen. We have women in different cultures where the man rules. Like he makes her get.
We've all heard
He
the
makes her
stories.
get a circumcision. He makes her like she could get whipped, stoned to death. They know all of this, and yet they still choose marriage on a large scale because that's the culture, and that is how they grew up. And then for American to then think that, oh, if we give them a different option, that they're going to choose different, is not true. You may choose different. That doesn't mean they're going to choose different. How do we know this? Because they got a lot of them in this country where they do have protections, and they still end up in marriages with men with more than one wife. They still end up getting circumcised in the US. They still are very submissive and bowing down to their husbands.
And that goes to what I said, change is slow. Because it's not
change is slow. So everything you got to answer for everything.
I said
Change
that
is
earlier.
not slow. What do you mean? They don't even have to change of what is slow. You mean changing their mind is slow? Or maybe they won't change their mind at all because maybe they are okay in the situation they're in. What do you mean change is slow?
We just there.
What?
It's not
You really simply just said change is slow. That's what I meant by change.
I said it
no,
earlier.
but they don't make sense is what I'm saying to you.
When
it's almost like you want to dictate how people live their life. And if they don't do it the way, like so when I said they are okay in those type of marriages, you then said, oh, that brings it back to when I said change is slow.
No tradition. Even it took decades for women to even say that. When you say about the genital, it took decades for women to be able to start standing up to that and not choosing that.
Standing up for what?
Like when you reference female genital mutilation, it's been going on for decades, reconditioning the mind against that, and it's making progress. But it wasn't an overnight thing, and it's still being worked on. And that's what I meant.
What's still being worked on?
1 second.
Okay.
Your time up. You need to go.
She all over the place, y'all. Talking to coaches sometimes is like talking to these, like, because
I'm a little confused.
She don't, yeah, because she don't want to she just, it got to be right. She gonna make it fit some kind of way, no matter what.
I just don't think all of the actions are independent, and they're all linked together. But
you the one who linked all these people and made it seem like we all should be doing the same thing.
I didn't say they shouldn't. I said if they were given access to different things, you would see a different outcome. I didn't say what they should be doing. I said give them access.
But they got access and they still, and then when I gave you an example where they have access, they right here in America. Okay. Are you disagreeing with that? Don't we have women who have multiple husbands right here in this United States of America? They're born and raised here, and even the ones who came from over here, they have multiple husbands. So they have access, and yet that is the lifestyle they have. They don't have no problem with it. But when I said that, you then said, oh, change is slow. You use like, okay, well, eventually they're going to change their mind. So if I showed you 1 million Muslims with one more or more, where the men have more than 1, 2, 3 wives, right here in the US, that's a lot. 1 million is a lot. Okay. And so I guess they are slow.
But 1 million is not a lot compared to 330 million.
Yeah, but 1 million is a lot if you making it seem like most of these women should have changed by now. Like that's something they don't want to do.
I'm
If I would
saying,
just talk about 20 people or 100 people, yeah. But we talk about not just a million, but millions of people in this country who have
I'm
multiple, where the
saying
man have multiple wives.
at this point, that was the research. Now, I'm saying if those women were given and are given better socioeconomic changes, you will see a different. That is my belief that you'll see a
Oh,
different thing.
but how could that be your belief if we don't see it? And
They
the
don't
reason you'll
have it
say,
yet. They
yes,
don't
they
have
do.
it yet.
What are you talking about? They are
Okay.
Americans. Oh my God, never mind.
I'm
And never
not
mind.
talking
It don't make
about
no sense.
Americans.
But
Okay.
but
We just
okay.
gonna agree to disagree, Bob, and
Okay, so
everything
wait
is
a minute.
good.
So
But I see you fully
if
awake now.
you're not talking about Americans, but I said, well, what about the Americans who have the right? They have the freedoms, and yet they still choose to be in marriages with where the men can have multiple wives, right? Based on what you're saying, these women shouldn't be opting for that at all because they do have the freedoms. And so basically what I'm saying is, I know you are thinking about how you will handle things in certain situations, what you will do and will not do. But you know, when it comes to other women and they do things the way they want to do it, I can't fathom why a woman, well, I can understand a woman allowing her husband to have multiple wives. You can't. We've had people on this panel who said that they had that their husband had multiple wives and they had the freedoms. Based on what you're saying, though, that wouldn't exist because you're saying if they had other options, they wouldn't have chose that. But that's not true, though. And my
I
example
just
shows
try.
that.
I have not had time to look up anything, and I probably won't. But
But you
I
ain't got to
just
look it up. It's
I'm
not that
finna.
important. But what I'm saying, though, is that we've had, like, I'm not going to mention her name. She was just up here yesterday. I think she was up here, well, yesterday being Friday. She was up here Thursday, and she spoke on these things. She sounded like a smart woman to me. She's educated woman, a teacher, in fact, right? So, and I think sometimes and the reason why this is important because when a woman tell another woman that she shouldn't be doing certain things or allowing certain things, you know what I mean? Because that's your belief. I think that's messed up. If a woman want to have multiple husbands, or she allows her husband to have multiple wives, if they live these type of lifestyles, I don't see nothing wrong with it. But based on you and what you're saying, you're making it seem like they should be past that. They only choosing that because they ain't got no other options. But that's not true, though.
I don't feel you should do it, make them happy.
Okay,
And I
you
didn't
breaking
say
up.
that they should do it. I said
You breaking up. You're breaking up. Wait a
what
minute.
they shouldn't do.
We can't hear you. Wait a minute. Kind of move a little bit and see if you can. Okay, try
Can
again.
you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's good. Go ahead.
I don't tell people what they should or shouldn't do. I was just saying, given the history and some stuff I read, I haven't had time to do the research, and I did come across a little bit of article. I haven't read this article, but I share some. I tried to put it, and I'm gonna recopy the link to see if can I share something?
You about to share something?
I haven't read this article.
Well, I don't think you're gonna be able to share none because we can't even hear you. Okay, we can't even hear you, let alone you share. Well, if you want to share a link that I can look up. Okay.
I can't share right now because you got some on the screen.
Yeah. Go ahead. What can you give me? Give me the link. What is it? I can share it.
Let me recopy the link. I got to go out of this here to recopy the link because I had copied it, but let me see. recap it
Because you're
again.
breaking. Now we could barely hear you. But I'll stop to share. But so Maggie, go ahead. How did that picture come up? Go change and put my pretty picture up real quick, y'all. My pretty picture. This is my pretty picture. There we go. Love it. Love it. We relate the decline in the birth rate to two demographic factors associated with women, fertility patterns, marriage, and educational attainment. Married women are at least 3 percentage points more likely to have a child than unmarried women.
I was trying to, and I haven't read this. I'm just trying to do a quick.
Well,
Google
listen. Where is the article? What are you doing right now? We throwing up summaries.
I was trying to find something quickly. I would have to go and do more
If
research.
you found that, give me the article. Give it, like, either post the whole
put
thing.
it in the back
Is that
chat.
it?
I put
Okay.
it in the back chat.
The budget
haven't read
model.
I haven't read it.
Okay, let me go and
I haven't read it.
Okay, well, guess what? But I can read it though. Okay, so you didn't even put up the title. Like
I gave you the link.
Yeah, you gave me the link
you
now.
link.
Okay,
I
got
gave
it
you
now.
the link before.
Oh,
Well, I
okay,
said
but-
when I first copied it and I initially tried to put it in, it didn't paste. I said, let me go out and pull it up again.
Okay.
And I had put it in there, and I said I put it in the back chat. I ain't trying to hide no link.
Okay, but
that ain't how I
not
do.
the link. I'm not talking about the link. I'm talking about when you put it up, you didn't have the title showing.
I gave you the link.
I know, but you didn't. You showed you showed this article. You shared it, right? Am I wrong? Did you share it?
I wasn't trying. I gave you the link, and I said when I first had both of them, I copied and pasted it the first time. When I came to put it in, it wouldn't paste initially, so I went back out. So I'm not trying to sneak some shit in or give credit for something, because that ain't how I do.
No, I'm just saying that when you shared it, the title wasn't showing. That's what I was saying.
Okay, but I initially tried
so
to
this is
paste
about
it in there
the
before.
decline.
I haven't read it, and
okay, we're gonna read it. I'm gonna read it.
Okay, but don't try. You know I don't even do like that. I ain't trying to.
I know. I'm playing with.
I know you trolling me.
The decline in fertility, the role of marriage in education, right? The decline in fertility. So this is Penn Walton's budget model. This is a blog post. Let me see. Let me go straight down first. I'm looking for some. Let's see. I'm trying to see where they get the information from. That's why it's short. Oh, data. Okay, here we go. Decline in fertility. So let's be clear. What we was talking about, you said women are opting out of marriage, but now what you're showing me is that there's a decline in fertility. So let's be clear. If we know that women are not getting married for whatever reason, whether it's because the men aren't the way they want the men to be, or the men don't want to get married, which that is a large one, right? Probably the largest of all the reasons. And then of course there are women who just don't want to get married at all. They don't want to have to deal with others. So we got that too. So we know that if that is true, the decline in marriage, then of course there's going to be a decline in children. And it don't have nothing to do with education at all. Now, if you were saying that, so yeah, we can, it don't have nothing to do with education. If a woman is
like I
not
said,
getting,
I was
if a woman is if a woman is not getting married, a lot of women not having children. It's hard on her to be a single mother. A lot of women just opting out of that. So that's a decline in fertility. I ain't got to read none of this shit. We already know that. This is basically what this is going to show.
What
You
I'm
were saying, go ahead.
I was saying I used to do a lot of reading on a lot of different stuff. So what I said years ago, that was something that I read. So I haven't done any recent stuff because I used to read a lot. I stopped reading when I had started having kids, but I used to do reading and stuff on stuff. So that was one of the things. I'm not making it up. I can't go and pull up that stuff now. Like the other stuff, like I used to read when the professor, I was even trying to find the professor that had got caught arrested. I can't just pull it up, but I was looking for it. But that was something that I read. Now the stuff may have changed because that's a long time period, but I'm just conveying, and it's not something I'm making up. I don't have any dog in the fight to say that. That's just was what it was. Now, can things change? Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to share fault. I'm only going to say, and I will always say, I said,
Okay.
it was this
Okay,
time
we
ago,
good.
because I ain't going to never try to misrepresent.
Okay. Women who complete 4 years of college are less likely to have a child, while completion rates of 4 years of college rose 10% for women over the past decade. In other words, if a woman has a degree, the chances of being a single mother is slim to none. Okay, a smart woman, an educated woman knows how difficult it'll be to have a family, especially if she's doing it by herself. So if she has an education and she wants to have a career, she understands that she won't be able to do both of those effectively and be a parent. So that's the decline right there. Women are going to get educated and getting careers, jobs. But it's not in the reverse like you're saying it. It's not like women are opting out of marriage because they have these opportunities.
Wow.
They opting out of having children. See, it does say that, right? Decline of fertility. That doesn't say decline of marriage.
Bob.
Hmm?
There are multiple things that have taken place, and I don't blame it on one thing. I'm saying there's all factors impacting life today, and we also had an advent of some other stuff that happened. It's multiple issues, but that part particularly was really a thing. And
what is it? What is the thing though? But you gave me this
I
article. I'm good.
I just want you to say that I just want to be clear, and that's why I preface stuff with saying this was then and whatever. And
I don't even know what you do. Do you hear what you're saying? Because I don't. You said this is why I'm saying this and that and whatever. I don't even know what this, that, and whatever
I'm
is.
trying to pull a flip. I just don't want you to think I'm trying to pull a flip.
No, I don't think you're trying to pull a flip. I think you just won't concede to the fact that what you said, and even though you can't prove it, and you give me some information to kind of back up your point, and then I'm telling you this does not back up your point. And then instead of you just saying, okay, you keep saying then you keep saying, I wish I could find it. Okay, but why didn't you put decline in marriage instead of decline in fertility?
Guys, I just told you this was a quick search.
Okay, decline of marriage. God. So in other words, you couldn't find it because this was a quick search. And so if I type in decline of marriage, that's how quick that is. Good morning.
Good morning, Bam. Good morning, Culture. I just wanted to say something, which is good morning. I think that's true with Bam. You just not read because I don't know if I told y'all, but my daughter and her fiance, they just got engaged.
True?
About people with education now or don't want to have kids because even my son, when we were on vacation, him and his fiance, they done got engaged. But all these people say they don't want children ever. And I
I
don't
agree.
understand what's the purpose of getting married, and they seriously don't want kids. I just
Hey,
don't
so
understand
answer
it.
my question.
Bomb, I sent you some in the back chat.
That said they didn't want to have children, but they get married, right?
Bomb,
Yeah,
I
they
sent you
get
some in the back
married, but
There
chat.
I
you go.
mean,
So that
they
proves
don't
my
want to have
point.
children. I don't understand
Exactly.
it.
Because
Bomb,
a lot of
I
people
sent you
saying
some in
that
the back
they
chat.
think the world is coming to an end. They got many reasons why people they say they don't want to bring children into this world with all this debt and a lot of shit that we can see that we didn't see before because of the internet and videos. And a lot of people, but she's trying to prove that women are opting out of marriage.
No, they getting married, but they don't want kids, and I don't understand that. But I see a lot of women around where I live big pregnant. These babies still popping out here in Georgia.
No,
So I don't know where y'all live. But I mean, it is a weird thing now. People are getting married and they're both saying they don't want
bring
kids.
children.
Yeah.
Right. So I agree with that. You said
Did you get my message in the back chat?
No, I'm trying to come to it. Hopefully, is it gonna
But
prove?
don't say it loud.
Oh, okay, no, okay. Let me see what it. Oh, okay. No, I got that. Oh, I know.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I knew. But so yeah, but women want to get married. Like you don't see women come up and say, we can't find women. Yeah, so they do want to get married. And we want the men to know that women want to get married, but women not gonna let them hold them hostage to some shit. Yeah, to some shit where you talking about you want us to be your slave, you want us to go back to the 1950s, give up feminine to be your wife. That shit ain't never happened.
That's what I knew we were saying the same thing, because that's exactly what I was saying. I ain't never said nobody want to be. I want to be married. Women want to be married. We just want good marriages that are equitable and symbiotic, in which both people benefit, not one person happen at the expense of the other. One person fully energetic, because the other one working like a slave at work and in the house.
No,
we want a balance.
Yeah, women want to. We are human too. Shit. And this nonsense of they got some men saying, "Oh yeah, even some of the women. Yeah, I'm just here to be his helpmate." You was put on here just to be his helpmate. Oh, so if that's true, then he don't have to treat you like anything if he don't want to, because you supposed to be just here to help him.
But how is the woman the weaker vessel and she supposed to be helping? Because they say we the weaker vessel, so the weaker vessel just supposed to be helping and don't never get no help.
Girl, that's some weak ass shit. We the one pushing out them goddamn babies. Something that I think if men had to have babies, do y'all think we would have children in the world? The world would have ended all time.
No. He gave it to the right sex, because guess what? Ain't no men would go through all of that for no baby. And we go through it proudly.
The world would have ended after like the first 12 men had a baby. That would have been it. They were like, how you stop this from happening?
Look, that's why I get mad when these men be complaining so much about their mom. I be like, but all that she went through just to get you here. that was a lot. Shoot.
Oh man. And imagine the women who was in labor for 2-3 days, just in pain. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They have women that go through labor for a whole week.
Yeah.
In labor, the labor stopped, the labor started.
All I was saying is reciprocity, whereas before we, when they want some equal.
And they don't like when we say equal. They're like, we're not equal. Nobody said we were equal in the eyes of, I don't know, because they'll start talking about, remember I had a conversation, they were talking about women not truck drivers. Even yesterday, didn't somebody say that women are worse drivers? Like that was past the shit that come out these men mouths.
Know how many women delivery drivers there are? How many women delivery drivers they are?
You don't know.
It's so, a lot of women are coming to the place, dropping off these packages. That men aren't the only one doing FedEx and UPS and stuff. It's women driving some of them trucks.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
but
it's lots
listen,
of them.
But it was
even for your
funny.
insurance, it's cheaper for the women. For my insurance was always cheaper and better than when my husband was getting insurance. That's why it always was in my name.
Right. Girl, he was like, oh, the insurance is cheaper for the woman because she had more accidents. I was like, dude, that don't make no goddamn sense. These men is ridiculous, yo. Some
I
of them,
didn't
you
hear
know,
that.
they're ridiculous. Girl, it was
That's
ridiculous.
crazy.
Pastor was like, that's because y'all have more accidents. Y'all worse drivers. That's why it's cheaper. Like, what? It would be more
Not even
expensive.
logical.
Girl, not logical at all.
I don't know.
They come
I
up.
do think that everybody, a lot of people, I think even men, I think they just lie to themselves. I think men want marriages too. I just think that they be scared of it. I don't believe all of this here. Men don't want this. I think most men, honestly, they hear other men complain so much. But I think it's a lie because men be very happy in their marriages. And I think if they treating a woman good, then the women be very happy in their marriages. I don't see all of the foolishness, you know.
Because you know what
and
you
so
hear?
for a 50-50, it ain't never been no marriage that's really 50-50. Because every day is different. You know, every day different. One day you gonna give more, the next day he gonna have to give more. It don't go like that.
Right. These guys, so they got guys who get on the panel with these men. They are married. And then they'll say some shit like, I don't want these men to go through what I'm going through. And we're like, well, what are you going through? Right? He's still married. He's not getting no divorce or nothing. These men are trying to destroy these younger men. Let me tell you men something. Y'all got men who jealous of you. They're jealous that you're available, you're young, youthful, have access to young women. And while they're married to somebody and probably happy, they don't want you to be happy. And so they're telling you things that's just not true.
Because they want to be the unicorn.
Yeah, they want to be that guy, right? The unicorn, the special one. The one that doesn't exist. Because unicorns don't exist. And I'm watching them. The men get up there and I'll say, aren't you married? Yeah, I want to save him so he won't go through what I'm going through. Well, what you going through, dude?
And if you're that miserable, leave. I
Right.
mean, who does that for that long a period of time?
God, the things they say, it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Was so funny last night to me. They was talking about, not last night, night before last. They done changed. Thursday night, they was talking about women don't cook. And I'm like, I literally just came out of teaching my daughter how to make macaroni and cheese. While they down there talking about women don't cook and don't do this.
Then he said ramen noodles only. Listen, I didn't know what top ramen noodle was until I went in the army and my husband was making some for himself. I never seen that shit ever. Ever. Shit, if we would have known that shit existed, we probably, in my house where I'm from, we probably would have been eating a lot more of it, you know? Something simple you could cook. It's cheap as shit, 10 cents per pack. Shit. I never know that.
Don't believe you could bake people don't believe you could bake microwave. I mean, chicken in the microwave. We've been doing it since we was like 11 years old, 12 years old.
I ain't never did that, but I'm gonna tell y'all something about them noodles.
Wait a minute. Y'all talking to one another. Koja was telling us about the chicken in the microwave. Now say it again.
That's quick little things that our mama taught us to do, like when we get home from school, you know, before chicken wings went up way back in the day when they were cheap. So when they talking about women don't cook, most women who love their husband and like to, they actually want to cook for their husband when their husband show them that they're appreciative of it. Don't nobody.
So wait, somebody made some chicken in the microwave?
Yeah, you cook chicken in the microwave.
What kind of chicken? Is it a microwave or is it what's the name of that other type of microwave? Induction. Is it an induction?
A regular? Oh, nope.
And what kind of chicken
Everybody
is this?
say the same thing. You can bake chicken wings.
You
And I
baking
promise
chicken
you, I promise
in the
you,
microwave?
you can. Yes, you can. And I promise you, everybody when I cook it, they say, "Oh no, you can't." And when I do, you have to see it to believe it. And then once you see it,
Well, what you
you be
doing
like,
with
you
the
put that in.
chicken? What kind of chicken pieces?
Just wings.
And how you treating it before you put it in the microwave?
You wash it.
Are
You
you
make
putting
sure
it on the foil or something on the
No.
tips of
What you do is you put saran wrap on it for the first part of it, and then you take the saran wrap off for the last few minutes of it.
Wait, I
Then
gotta look
you
this
do
up.
cover it up. You don't cook it without no saran wrap. You use saran wrap for the first
Bone in,
little
as you
bit,
say?
and not boneless, regular.
No, I'm looking at all this shit.
And
This
most
shit.
people don't believe.
Yeah, I don't
I
believe
ain't
it
never
either.
heard of that.
Yeah, we ain't gonna
I know
listen. I'm looking.
everybody. I promise you, everybody who I done brought chicken to work and cooked, and people like, oh, I can't believe you cooked it. It's one of them things you got to see to believe.
Yeah, we sure do. Wait, I'm about to look it up right now. I'm looking, and then look like they're putting slits in it.
Yep.
Why you doing that? Okay.
And what you do for the chicken, you know the yellow stuff come in the container. I don't
Yellow
know what they call
stuff.
it. I just call it yellow
Garlic
stuff.
salt.
It come in a little. No, I just call it yellow stuff. I don't know what you call it, the name of it. I call it yellow stuff because it gives it some color.
You talking about like a
It's a
bunion cube
Spanish.
or color?
And
Curry
you know
powder?
what I don't know the
They
name
just
of it.
put all
It's a
kinds of shit on here.
Spanish type seasoning. It's a Spanish type seasoning because when you do it, I season mine with seasoned salt, garlic powder, onion powder, a little bit of celery seeds, black pepper, and some parsley flakes. And then we put the other stuff on there for color. I don't know the name of the seasoning. I just know we buy it. I could probably show it to you.
But I'm not understanding it. I
But I
just
ain't got it
watched the
right here right
video
now.
and wait a minute. This I could have sworn they said.
How about?
Wait a minute. No. This is ridiculous. And let me see what it says. I think it said 15 minutes on each side. So you gonna put this in the microwave for 15 minutes on
It
each
don't take
side?
15 minutes. No,
You might as well fry
They
it.
said you well to fry. That's right.
You
I'm
don't.
about to show y'all the video, y'all. I'm
I
not
said
even.
when I said when we were kids. When I said we were kids,
Oh, so y'all could
younger,
use
and
the
we could
grease.
not go
But why
near
not
chicken
use a
or
regular
Wait a
oven?
minute.
So yes,
But you say you still doing it. What is going
when
on?
we were,
Okay, let me see y'all.
because I know how to do it. I still do like
But
chicken
you
baked
know
in the
how long
microwave.
that 15, that's 30 minutes. And it's only like 4 pieces. Okay, y'all. We're gonna look this shit.
It's not. No.
Don't be doing
I
this shit,
don't cook.
y'all.
Number one, I don't cook 4 pieces. I don't
Okay.
cook 4 pieces. Those 4 pieces of chicken. Nobody. And it's not 15 minutes on each side. You will do. It's not
Okay.
15 minutes on each side. But I could just do it better. I could just do it for you and show it to you one day. You know? But I don't really buy chicken wing no more because they're too expensive.
Well, I ain't talking about no chicken wings. I'm about to show what I see. Y'all, listen, don't do this at home. Don't do it. Microwave chicken. Y'all see that? Microwave chicken, an easy method for a quick and tasty dinner. Boom. Here we go. We're not gonna play the sound, but she started out slicing, putting holes in the chicken. Right? Then
I never cooked thighs in the microwave.
Well, what you cooking?
I said chicken wings.
Oh,
yeah, chicken wings. I never
okay,
cooked thighs. That's a much bigger, thicker piece of meat. I've never done thighs. That's it, chicken wings.
Okay, well, anyway, here we go. Then she looked like some ginger and garlic puree. You gotta, in order to get the flavors right, you got some salt, paprika is what's gonna give it the color, and then we got some turmeric and pepper and salt and all that good old shit. Lemon juice, right? And then they're gonna mix this shit up. And the only way this chicken gonna get color is if you really put some shit on there and give it color. You see it? If you don't put that, you can put some paprika on there. Paprika give it color too. Okay. 15 minutes on that side, and now they're about to do the other side. 15 minutes on that side. And I wouldn't wait. Look at it. I wouldn't do that. Don't do it. Look at it. Don't do it. It is cooked, but for 15, 30 minutes, you can put it in the oven.
I've never cooked thighs and chicken
Look, here
wings.
go chicken legs right here. They might
I
do
never-
wings. Let me see. We're gonna see if they're gonna do some wings. Look, see, you got the.
I don't cook chicken that big in the microwave.
Oh,
I've never
look,
cooked
you
something
got to
like
take the bone off. Okay, so that's the way you do that. And when is she making? Look at she. What's she about to put that microwave, that moving for? Oh, she about to do
Oh,
that.
that's-
So, what the hell is she making? When she put that in? That's a pressure cooker of some sort. That's a steamer or something. It looked like a sausage. It look, no, we're gonna say no to that. Okay. Oh,
I don't know what
good
that
enough.
is.
Yeah, that's
know what that
nasty.
is.
That's nasty as fuck. That's some nasty looking shit right there. We're gonna
I
bypass.
don't know what it is.
Listen, okay, this is like we're gonna put a whole chicken in the microwave. This that
don't know
white
nothing
people
about
shit
that.
right here.
I don't know nothing about that. You could tell that's because you can't even see the seasoning on that. What is seasoning?
They put it underneath. There goes some rosemary.
Put some
Lies.
rosemary.
Like
Lies.
some. Look at that. Why are they putting all that shit on top like that? It don't make no sense, y'all. Look,
For 8 to
cook
10
for 8
hours.
to 10 hours.
Oh, that's in a crock pot, ain't it?
No, that's in the microwave. Wait, that can't be right.
Yeah, that was it looked like a crock pot or
Crock
something.
pot.
Was it? Wait, let me see.
Yeah, that's a crock pot.
Putting it in a pot.
Got new jeans on?
And I bet you I ain't never cooked no chicken for no 10 hours though.
I know that's right.
Like,
What the hell?
it looked dry. It looked dry, but that looked like one of them things one of them years they say you leave it while you going to work and you come back home and it's cooked. And it always that's what it looked like. That looked dry as hell.
10 hours, man. It don't take nowhere near 10 hours. Where she cooked this shit at? It must have been in the crock pot.
Yeah, that's one of them. And it's
But
too
they
white.
ain't show us this shit said microwave chicken.
It
Microwave
looked
chicken.
dry.
It does look dry.
Anytime I try to do anything in the crock pot, I guess I was going to work too long. It seemed like it was overcooked.
But I work with some teachers and I'm telling you, they cook their whole breakfast in the microwave. Bacon, eggs,
yes.
everything.
You could do bacon and eggs. You could do grits, and grits is easy because their grits ain't coming out right. That's that packet
That's
of grits.
some
You know that
instant grits.
instant?
Yeah.
That instant.
Mhm.
Yeah,
They do
that's all
everything
you
though.
can-
I never cook egg in no microwave and all of that. I use the stove for everything.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I
put
like
it. I have
stove better.
a egg thing that goes
For
in the
some
microwave. You
stuff.
put them in there. But
I've never cooked anything, no piece of meat that thick as far as chicken. Chicken wings is a lot thinner than that. So it would not take that same amount of time like that. And I've never cooked a thigh. Hell, I just started eating thighs when the price of chicken wings went up. They done took my bougie. Because I used to be real bougie. I used to only eat the flat piece, not even the drumstick. But this economy made a bitch change some things. I might eat leg quarters now.
mm-hmm.
And they even gone up. I seen the shit jump from $7.77 in Walmart in less than a month to $9 and some change for a 10-pound bag.
I wouldn't eat none of that food that these people don't cook.
Because it looked raw. They putting this
It
shit in the
looked
microwave.
unseasoned.
I
and
know
it
not to
look
eat
good.
from. I know not to eat from Golden neither. Since she putting chicken in the microwave, she must
When
be talking about the
Bomb, I'm gonna cook some chicken wing in the microwave and send you a
Oh my
picture.
God.
Look
You
at
gonna
this
make me
chicken,
bust
y'all.
my budget. You gonna make me bust my budget cooking some chicken in the
If it look
microwave.
like this, we're gonna pass. We're going to say no.
The chicken do not look like that.
Look at that. They gotta keep putting it in the plate hot and shit.
They don't know what they doing. They don't know
Look,
what
it's
they
raw.
doing.
They cooking chicken wings like you do. They look like
That ain't no chicken
look
wing. I
like
don't even know what
doo-doo.
that piece of chicken is. I don't even know what that piece of chicken is because I don't eat chicken breast. Is that chicken breast?
I don't think so. I
I
think
don't
they
know
took
what
the
that
bone
is.
out. That was legs, and I think they took the bone
I
out.
don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, and
And
they just
the chicken legs really be thick. Just the chicken legs. To me, they too big to put in there.
and look
Cause
how long you gotta put that shit in there to cook. Nuh-uh. You was to put that shit in some oil. If you're frying it,
I don't know what
or boil it, broil it, bake it, saute that shit. You could many things you can do, but do not put that shit, stew it. Yep, do not put that shit in no microwave.
Barbecue it.
Barbecue it. That's right. Fry it, tie it down, bake it. Listen.
But yeah, I say as a child, that was something because at my mama worked for DCL. You was not going near no grease at no 11 and 12 years old. But if you wanted to fix you a snack, and I'm trying to teach my daughter how to cook you a little pieces of chicken in the microwave and cook you some ramen noodles for a quick snack.
Look at this, y'all.
So
somebody made some cornbread dressing. Y'all see this shit? That's exactly how you do. You boil that chicken so that shit break down, and then you're gonna take that chicken and you're gonna shred it, and you're gonna make you some cornbread, and then you're gonna they using cream and onion. People do that a lot. I notice online. What the hell is it? Oh, that's their vegetables. And then go they. Wait, what's that? That wasn't cornbread. That looked like breadcrumbs. What you think? No, that's cornbread. Okay, I see it. I'm about to say. I'm telling you, best thing ever, baby. Put these juices in there. There's a little too wet right now. What's that? Look like egg. Okay, they gotta bake it. Now they're gonna put the meat in there. They're gonna mix that shit up. Oh my God. And there go your cornbread dressing. What you thinking?
Hello, everyone.
And then they're gonna bake it. There you go. Making me hungry.
You gonna
Who that was you say hello, huh?
Just silent.
Silent, how you doing, baby? You woke up again?
I'm at work, so.
Oh, you're at work. Let me see.
Yeah, I had some haters at work telling me for wearing my earpiece. They wasn't tripping on me until someone told on me. So
I don't like this hot water cornbread, y'all. I just don't like it. It burned my hands making it. And it just like I don't know. But that's that hot water cornbread. Anyway, we done talking about cooking unless y'all want to continue on. Do not listen to Kosher with no chicken in no microwave.
I'm gonna cook that chicken and I'm gonna send you a picture. I ain't even bought no chicken wings in a long time because it's above my pay grade. But they say women don't cook in this and that. And even if a woman don't know how to cook, if she got an appreciative husband and he got to eat the mess ups before she get good, then you eat them mess ups with a smile and encourage her, and she'll cook more for you.
I cooked some chicken on my cooking channel before.
Say it again.
I cooked some chicken on my cooking channel. I think I cooked chicken and steaks on my cooking channel. Matter of fact, I got fried some, I baked some. I grilled it yet.
But why they acting like cooking ain't just a skill? that what people can develop if they want to. It's just a skill. You either want to do it or you don't want to do it, and you learn it or you don't learn it. It's not like something you're born with and you just know how to do. Some people have an aptitude for, they like it and they want to do it more. But if he's a good husband and not some dictator, she will want to learn and provide it for you if you're providing her with the things that she needs.
Y'all, isn't this that woman who was here on YouTube talking about, wait, let me see.
These small companies owned by one on IG with this.
Yeah, it is, sir.
She wrote, I have owned and operated Rose Credit Repair for the past 3 years. Since I have a lot of new followers and I've been pretty quiet lately, here's a few facts about me. I started credit repair 6 years ago when I decided to fix my own credit to remove a broken lease and payday loan collections. I'm obsessed with credit and decided to use my knowledge to educate my community since we lack a lot of knowledge about credit. PSA, my business is legit. Any of my loyal followers can vouch for Rose Credit Repair. I would have to fix your credit to use, and I don't have time for that. Sorry, but no one is this special in my eyes. Business owner, also specializing in business credit, a tax preparer, and a YouTuber.
Y'all remember her?
She was arrested just 5 months.
Y'all remember this when this happened? She was She was talking about fixing people credit and all the scams that these people do here, and she got arrested.
Months after this post,
that was her
accused of illegally fixing people's credit, defrauding financial institutions out of $3.3 million, and allegedly taking advantage of customers who claimed that her credit repair service did not fix their credit. Take a second to make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Click the notification. A little over 15,000 people subscribe to her YouTube channel, which features various videos giving financial. She was charged with using a credit restoration scheme that wiped out more than $3.3 million in debt between.
She was doing good. If she wiped it out, like, how is that a scam? Like, if you can get that shit off your shit, that's the name of the game. Once you get in there,
Did she do basic scamming 101? Because there's a lot of unofficial credit fixers and tax preparers.
Right, and how they get her? Like, that's what I'm wondering.
Between November 2020 and March 2022, unlawfully repairing people's credit. After being taken into custody by.
Maybe you have to have some type of search to do it. Like some type of classes, and maybe she didn't take them, and maybe she didn't know that because that's what they put these laws in, where you can't do certain things for people for payment without having either degrees or classes or certs. Maybe that's what happened. Let's see.
By the Harris County Precinct 4 Constable's Office.
I thought this was the woman where, if I'm correct, she was buying a house. It's something else. And she got caught doing something it had something to do with a house too. Let's see.
She was charged with forgery and false use of identifying information, which are both felonies. One of her clients, a woman named Valerie, says that she paid Rokeisha hundreds of dollars and gave her personal information. Valerie told reporters in Houston that she was continuously posting everywhere on social media, Instagram, and TikTok about how good she was doing with people's numbers, but unfortunately, she wasn't one of them. Valerie said that being contacted by police knocking on your door to inform you that someone is taking advantage of you is just a pretty unpleasant experience. Rokeisha didn't help clients like Valerie, but for the ones that she did help, the DA claims that she did it illegally. According to court documents, Rokeisha created 133 fake police reports and sent them to financial institutions to get them to wipe out the debt. Ally Financial, one of those institutions, says Rokeisha allegedly submitted altered police reports from Houston Precinct 4 with fake case numbers. The false reports contained information about lost and stolen credit cards, seeking to erase approximately $980,000 of debt on behalf of 27 people. A total of 133 fictitious reports were submitted to several financial institutions, including Discover Bank, First Credit Union, and Credit Central. Investigators also accused Rokeisha of falsifying reports from other agencies as well. Another financial institution says that she submitted 74 fictitious police reports, attempting to erase $1.4 million for 74 clients. Authorities say Rokeisha's plan was to create false police reports to submit to these institutions as proof that the unpaid debt from the client didn't actually come from the client at all. She told the institutions that the debt occurred from criminal activity, suggesting possibly that their identity was stolen or their debit or credit card was stolen, and it was scammers who ran up the charges in her clients' names. So, since the clients didn't incur the debt, they shouldn't be responsible for it. All of this a part of a scheme to get the institutions to erase the debt completely, which will update on the client's credit.
Get our clients better credit.
Police report with my name on it.
But Precinct 4 Constable Mark Herman says it was under the guise of that business, Rose Credit
Report to prove it.
An allegation where they discovered 133 falsified police reports from his department alone. And Herman says there's evidence she used reports from other agencies as well.
FBI is involved with us.
All of them pointed back to Rokeisha, the real victim of identity theft. The woman filed a report with Houston PD Precinct 4 after her information was stolen back in October 2019. Rokeisha allegedly used the real report from 2019 to doctor up and recreate new police reports for her other clients. When Houston PD obtained the reports from the institutions, they noticed that the case numbers did not correspond with their current case number system. It was 104. Prosecution told the judge 3 long days. So not only did a 8-year-old was injured for 3-year-old son to the hospital, already free on bail on charges stemming from a 2019 case involving her boyfriend and her son. In that 2019 case, Rokeisha was accused of waiting 3 days to take her 7-year-old son to the hospital after her boyfriend forced him into a boiling hot shower, then gave him a whooping and choked him as retaliation for getting a bad grade in school. The 7-year-old was injured for 3 straight days before Rokeisha took him to the hospital for treatment. And get this, when she got there, she told the staff that the burns came from a cooking accident. Her son suffered burns to over 25% of his body. That's what Rokeisha allowed her boyfriend to do to her son. She didn't contact authorities, didn't take him to the hospital for 3 long days. So not only did they lock up her psycho boyfriend, she got locked up too for not reporting the crime. They eventually allowed her to bail out and the case is ongoing. So with all that being considered, the prosecutor said that she should remain in jail. A little over a week before she was arrested, Rokeisha Rose, she posted this message to her followers on IG. She said, "Reminder, people are not who they post to be online." In the caption, "Don't get it twisted. Everybody is not who they post to be. People do strange things to keep up a lifestyle. Focus on your race." You know, those followers had no clue about the strange things that she was doing to keep up with her lifestyle of Tom Ford and luxury items. And now you have victims in the triple digits who purchased her service. Some of them, like Valerie, who said their score never changed. But you have some of her clients who saw temporary increases to their scores after Rokeisha was able to remove the negative accounts on the reports using those fake police reports, allegedly. Those people who saw their scores increased are now back to square one because the institutions were able to get those unpaid accounts added back to their credit reports. So the true victims are the women and the men that she collected hundreds of thousands of dollars from to help them clean up their credit reports, help them qualify for loans and funding for their businesses or personal car loans and mortgage loans. Vulnerable people who just needed help and they thought Rose Credit Repair could help them.
Y'all make sure to go give the pink book lesson a thumbs up.
This had a good video the other day too. Because I think she's still doing videos. I think something of hers came up in my feed the other day and it was kind of good. If that's the right one. But I guess the step that she did was the fake police report. Because you know everybody got a hood person who fixed their credit back in the day. But basically they was just doing sending out the letters and doing the work for the people
which they could have did themselves, but that police report was extra.
Well, she did so many of them. That's what caught their attention.
Yeah, I had the IRS fraud. People got caught. Everybody know one who got busted for doing the IRS tax fraud. Like, ain't everybody got one in their town or one in their city? And the feds come in with the black trucks and it's the talk of the town. Yeah.
Let me see what you say, y'all.
Like I gotta choose between my child and my marriage, and it's getting old. It's getting very old and frustrating.
Between your child and your marriage, what is you doing? I mean, like, what's going on?
I'm recording, man.
I ain't no recording because you ain't dropping that. I don't give a damn about no Facebook, no YouTube, or nothing. No. And I don't care nothing about that. Because my thing is right here. You pay $500 a month. You can drop it. I'm going to put your business out there. You pay $500 a month in child support, and ain't nobody but doing no extra. No shoes, no clothes, no toys, no nothing. All that.
What you talking about, man? My son needs some shoes.
I don't give a damn. No, she can get the shoes out of child support money. She get the shoes out of child support money. That's what you pay child support for. The court ordered child support. You ain't got to do else. And she ain't gifting nothing else. She should have never took the child support out if she needed more money.
All right, so you got his wife upset with them because.
Wow. What y'all have to say to that?
I'm thinking if he want to do extra for his kid, he can do extra for his kid.
She wrong for that.
Okay, y'all talking over each other. Go ahead, Silent. What you were saying?
I said if he want to do some extra stuff for his kid, he can do extra stuff for his kid. Why is she so mad about it? You know, like.
Right. Now, who went next? Somebody went next.
I say she wrong for that. Cause the kids was there before she was, and she knew about them kids. So you can't come and. I'm sure she spent more than $500 a month on her children.
Awesome. Anybody else? No, I'm gonna come look in the chat and see what y'all say.
Yeah, no, I want to say something, Mom. I know that he is a good person, and he's a good person because it doesn't matter that he's spending $5. Let me say, when men and women are together, they usually either gonna split the bills or he helping in their house paying bills, right? The thing when they don't realize is when they break up, not all the bills in their house is on that woman. The child support is supposed to not just be buying clothes for children. It helps subsidize him being gone, paying bills, making sure that child got water, food, you know, a roof over their head, all of that. So if somebody said, hey, can you get your son some shoes? What's the problem with it? When you know she paying the rent, the lights, the water, everything on her own. The bills in her house might be $2,500. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't like how people always try to make it seem like you're going to pay that and that's it. No.
All right. Agree. I agree. And I don't think it's really none of her business if she got with a man who had a child already.
Exactly.
There's all she want to spend that money. That's what it is. She want the extra money.
I have heard of this so many times where women actually hate the baby mom or the woman who was before them because they'll be like, oh, she keep asking him for this, for his children. And she keep, I mean, the new women really hate the older woman. And it just really be on financial. They know that's taking money from their household. You know, taking money from them. But y'all chose to get with a man who was a parent. And what if he makes a child with you and y'all break up? You wouldn't want him to be responsible and help you take care of his kid? That's a good person to me when you see somebody being honorable and taking care of their kids.
Right.
Because some women do get jealous of the father-daughter relationship if that's not their kid. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy to me.
That's and these are mamas of it. I'm saying it's wrong. I've been on both sides, and you just don't do children like that. You don't ever. whatever I could do for my daughter, my husband gonna do for his son. And I ain't got to agree with what he do for his son. That's his son. And if money that tight, it's other ways that you could squeeze some money out these days with all that work that's available.
Okay, here go another issue we're gonna talk
And
about.
then
Here
she
we
was
go.
so bold about it too. Like people was gonna be on her side. Like, oh, you post this, I don't care. Okay.
Here we go. Fair use, another one.
Sunday season, which I want to take some home with me.
I got you. You know I got you.
Okay.
Now listen, everybody want to know. Well, is she single? Is she married? Is she engaged? Is she
They all
dating?
know I ain't married no more.
You ain't married no more.
Right, but I am single
Okay.
and looking.
And you were married.
Yeah, I was.
Not to that dude from.
Turks and Caicos,
Oh yeah, I heard about Buddy.
which made me the first African American actress to be a first lady.
Oh, big y'all.
I don't know, but it's been a very long time since Lisa Ray was married to her ex-husband. Only married for 2 years, and they've been divorced for at least 14 years, almost 15 years.
Damn,
But she's
I
still
know.
holding on to all of that. She'll never get over Dwayne Martin and stop blaming him for their marriage. And it seems like she was just very happy and excited about the title. But shout out to Trick Daddy and Lisa Ray. This comes from Trick Daddy's show, I Got My Pots. If you're from Miami-Dade,
Baby, with the 40 weight, is what we call it in the hood.
Normally, I take that little tip right there and suck on that bone and see what that crust do. I can do that.
You want to suck on the bone?
I can do that.
Yeah, suck on the bone. And them is some real eyes too. Them are
Suck on
real
that
eyes. They
bone.
look scary.
Lick on the finger.
Oh my God.
Does that make
people from Chicago, but we gotta keep it 100. You can't take them heifers nowhere. Lisa Ray, just like Ari Fletcher doing all this licking and stuff, that's why that man had to divorce you off that island. You can't be the first lady or the queen Karen.
You hear me sucking?
Yes, I hear you
You hear me
sucking.
sucking and showing?
I hope you don't get burnt over here trying to listen to you suck and then.
The fact that he can have a female friend. That's not real, because I get along with men better than women, because
Right.
women make me want to, lay
And
my
I
hands
noticed
on
that
them, and I
about
don't
you
be wanting to
because
do that.
a lot of women these days do things to please other women. They don't know how to please the
I'm not
man
doing
no
any
more.
of that to please anybody. I mean, family is number one, but you got to be number one here. If I'm not okay with it and I don't feel comfortable, then it ain't happening. Period.
What
so
about
you
a
gotta be
pass?
strong.
What about a pass?
I
Let's say
feel
you
that-
knew something he done.
Like what? Because you got to be specific.
Okay, so remember this. I feel like this. I feel like a woman and a man should not be together or stay together if the woman ain't being the woman.
Okay.
Because a man could be a man or you really a woman is what am I saying. But I think the man's supposed to pay the bulk of the bills, take the bulk of the responsibility, and the women is supposed to make sure that man is happy, able to go out there and get that money and come home and take care of
Well, you
his
threw
family.
me off when you said the bulk of the bills.
I mean, like the mortgage, the shit you pay.
I mean, he
you
paying
get-
the bills is what I'm saying.
Well, you gotta get something, Lisa Ray. You gotta get the light bill.
Giving the man. What
The,
you mean?
the water, but he giving you.
Lisa did not like that, but I'm showing you this so you can see where the younger girls got it from. The city girl wasn't invented just a couple of years ago. The Lisa Rays of the world, they've been the city girls, the fast money girls, the D-boys girlfriends type of girls, the get money by any means necessary type of girls. These older women that's now in their 50s and 60s, they're the ones that taught this game to the younger ones. And that's where they get the idea that they don't have to do anything but have relations. And the sad thing is that they really think it's worth the same. 20 years old to 30 years old to 40 years old, 50, 60. They think it all has the same value.
Right. But that's supposed to be, let's take it back biblical.
Does have the same value, you dumb motherfuckers, dumbass, stupid flip. Okay, anyway. What is wrong with people?
I think that's the one I saw on Pink. That's Pink Book right there, Bomb.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that the one who I was thinking about? Didn't she get in trouble with some shit like a year ago?
I know she made that comment about Beyonce, Blue Ivy hair. They was up in the uproar about that, but she always saying some dumb shit. Now, to me, she is the epitome of a bitter woman. And she was so busy, and she still ain't learned trying to finesse somebody instead of being genuine, that she got finesse. They say that man ain't did nothing but leave her with the payments on that Bentley he supposedly bought her. and he was gonna take her to the cleaners.
Who you talking about? This pink person?
No,
you talking about
Lisa
Lisa
Ray.
Ray?
Lisa
Yeah,
Ray.
he left her with what?
I think she didn't come out in the divorce like she wanted to, and they was trying to talk about, from what I remember, that she might have to be paying alimony or something. The divorce didn't turn out like she wanted, but she's so busy talking about finessing, what I call finessing, instead of being a genuine person. And she bitter. Now, when they say a bitter bitch,
I wasn't
to
talking
me,
about.
she a bitter bitch.
Well, I wasn't talking about Lisa Ray. I was talking about the
I
woman.
know, but that's the one I saw on Pink Book when I said earlier about she had something good, and that was it.
It was. Let's see. I didn't hear what you heard, but we're gonna see. Let's see. Let's see what she got. I thought he cheated on her, right? So why you think why would she not? Okay. So why she gotta pay him if he cheating on her?
I think what they was talking about in the divorce, and when they was going through their divorce, with that Turks and Caicos guy, that she almost came out on the bad end. It was, from hearing the reading the little pieces and stuff about it. But
So you said she didn't get no money out that guy, so because once she got a lot of money.
I think if I remember correctly, yeah.
Yeah, what?
I thought it was supposed to be like wasn't he some type of, what was it? Like a
Like a king or something. Yeah.
So they don't got no money?
Hell, got that money. I'm wondering what she's talking about right now. She filed for divorce because he cheated on her. Now he was under investigation by the British government for misappropriating taxpayers' funds. Okay. He declared assets of only 50,000 Michael sold land in Turks. Okay. Looked like they got in trouble. He got in trouble for bribery, money laundering, conspiracy to possess. The trial was coming. Okay. I'm trying to see where you saw that she didn't get no money and she had to pay him.
I didn't say she did. I think the divorce, she didn't get nothing in it. And I think they were actually talking about him coming after her for some stuff.
But she don't got nothing.
Yeah.
You know how you go back and forth in the divorce, I want this from you and I want that from you. And he tried to pull that ploy on her in the back and forth of the divorce.
I'm kind of spying this right now because I think she got lots of money. You make it seem like she had to pay him. This is when it turned ugly. Let's see, because he's the one that cheated on her.
Here you go. Here go the article bomb. If you want me to send you the link.
Yeah.
Let me see. Copy link.
I'm gonna stop this so I can come get it. Damn, I don't remember. She had to pay him. He cheated on her.
They was going through the back and forth, and he was asking at one point for her to pay him. You know how you going through a divorce and y'all negotiating stuff, and but I just put the article in the back chat or something. I just remember
she probably didn't get what she wanted, but I think she got.
I think she claimed. I put the article in the back chat.
Yeah, I see. Trying to go through and see if it mentions
it
what
was
she got.
She'll be bragging about that title.
Yeah, she said she was the first. She was saying that she was the first actress that turned into a first, First Lady. I'm still fighting for my settlement. I don't understand what you telling you, Richard. Okay. Now I don't even say what you still don't. They don't mention anything about that. About her paying anything. It don't even
I
hit.
say he asked for it in the back and forth. You know how you go and you say, I'm gonna ask you for this, and you ask for it. It was contentious. And I remember, I think they were saying he was asking for some stuff from her. I didn't say he got it. I said in the back and forth.
You actually did
he
say he got it. You forget what you said.
Okay.
You literally said she had to pay him.
There go the article.
I said, man, y'all be saying shit, and then y'all be forgetting what y'all said, and then when I question, and then you said, "Well,
let me clarify. He was asking in the back and forth of the negotiation. At one point, he was asking her for stuff. I said, I think she left with nothing.
No, okay, but she didn't leave with
But
nothing.
they got the article. I think, and I just remember it being the back and forth about the settlement being contentious, and that's why I say a lot of.
Yeah. No, that's not what it says at all. Okay, so it's not even giving no information, y'all, because when this article was written, she still was in litigation with it. Okay.
I said it was back and forth. It was
No,
contentious.
I know you said that, but you did say that she had to pay him.
I say he was asking.
Okay. At first you said, that's why I didn't, like, I was like, wait, she had to pay him? He was
He was in the back and forth of the divorce. At one point, I think he was asking her for money.
Mm-hmm.
I think she ended up being able to leave, if I remember correctly, I think he bought her a Bentley, but I don't think he had paid it off. And basically, I think she had to end up paying it off or whatever. I think it was the white Bentley that she had in her.
She had to pay off nothing. It says here,
it wasn't paid for.
Yeah, but he got to pay for it. He bought it. In April, my divorce was granted to me, but I'm still fighting for a settlement. She told Essence, I don't understand why he wants to make the attorneys richer by keeping this thing going. He needs to focus on the political fight he has ahead of him and give me what I'm due. I don't want his money, only the money I contributed to the marriage. Okay, so that would just be a piece of, look like it's not done. I'm sorry. I thought it was done. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna share so y'all could see.
That don't make sense. Like, if she just was talking about like how she shouldn't have to pay nothing, but then now she's saying she did contribute money to them.
Huh?
No, she was just saying how a woman shouldn't have to pay nothing, but then she just said she was contributing money to the marriage. I don't know. That didn't sound right to me. I don't know.
No, she talking about dating, but yeah, she said that she didn't say that a woman shouldn't contribute nothing to the marriage. That's not what she said. She said a man. Huh? That's pretty. I like that dress. Finish. Go ahead.
No, I said if she said that a woman should have to pay for nothing, but now she said she did contribute money to the marriage. I don't know. That just sound like two opposite things.
Yeah, when she was talking to Trick Daddy, he said if a man is paying some of the bills or most or the majority of the bills, and she checked them, she was like, some of the bills, majority of the bills. He was like, well, yeah, a woman got to do something. If I'm paying a mortgage, you pay the light bill. She didn't agree with that. She didn't agree with that. But now she's talking about in this settlement, she just wants the money she put in.
Yeah, she talking about, no, she said the money that she contributed to the marriage. That would mean while they're married, she's entitled to 50% of everything that was brought in.
No, she said, okay, but she said she contributed, like she put in some money.
No, it doesn't say money. Contribute it doesn't mean money. It could mean money. It may be other things. This woman was his first lady. She was going places. He was making money. He had his status while she was going here and there. She helped him, keep his thing going. So she's contributed. It don't have to mean money. So for the years that they were married, 2 or whatever, how many ever years, that's her contribution to the marriage. And yes, she gets 50%.
She had a prenup.
Yes, they had a prenup. And so whatever they agreed to in the prenup is what she's due. So
yeah, I agree. Whatever they agreed to in that prenup, she is due that.
That's right. And it looked like he didn't want her to divorce him. But remember, he cheated on her. That's why she don't like her, who used to be her friend. Okay. What is his name? The dude who played on who messed
Dwayne Martin.
Yeah. He took him out. He was her friend. He took her husband out and showed her husband a good time with other women. And she found out about
Wasn't it? I think he cheated. Remember the guy, Michael Strahan? He was Eddie Murphy ex-wife. Did he cheat on her with Michael? With Eddie Murphy ex-wife? I think so.
That's what. Yep. Cheated. This and dude trying to get close. Like that's some weird shit. Like if me and you close, you my friend, right? And because you my friend, I don't mind you going out with my dude, right? With my husband. You my friend
Dwayne
though.
Martin. They said Dwayne Martin was Eddie Murphy lover too.
Said in their
Oh, so you saying that he cheated with a man?
No, but there was the gossip in the tabloids that Dwayne Martin was also Eddie Murphy. Was it Eddie Murphy or Will Smith? One of their old men, and he lived in their pool house.
One that I had to address was the idea that I am a ghetto gold digger. I did not grow up in the ghetto. I may have been driven by the ghetto, but wasn't raised there. She told Black Enterprise. Now what people see in me is an urban girl who is real and they identify with on some level. And if speaking my mind unapologetically and honestly is considered ghetto, then so be it. Regarding the gold digger label, when I said I'd been digging for gold since high school and I'm digging for platinum now, I simply mean that every man and woman wants to be a winner. What's important is that a woman and a man stand alone in spirit, so when they come together, they are powerful. Okay, that's what she said. Even if she's a gold digger, she had the opportunity to be a gold digger because she's beautiful and men wanted her. And so men definitely, if you want to get close to her, what would you do? You'll buy gifts and things. She ended up with a prince, or a guy. I don't know if he was a prince or what they called him, but they were royalty. Anyway, I'm not afraid to admit that after all that happened during my marriage and divorce, that I was feeling a little lost. I had to call on a higher power to help me figure things out. I'm able to talk to Michael and appreciate the man he was to me because he gave me the best of the best in the beginning. Okay. I don't know who Michael is, I guess. Was that her husband's name or her friend's name? Anyway, let it go and look at the high-end cars. You know what I'm saying? That looked like a Rolls Royce. But I don't know much about cars, so I don't know. I could be wrong. Let's see.
Yeah, I know it's some expensive car.
Yeah, but if he put his name on it, then he got to pay for that shit. It like when they get in divorce, it all goes down. he dispute whether he want to pay for it. She'll say, well, I'm accustomed to it through the marriage, and he bought it for me as a gift, and then it'll go from there. I'm sure she asked you. Okay, let's see. Page. Look, she even mentioned, so infidelity was a big issue in the couple's marriage, according to the actress. She actually accused former reality TV personality Nicole Murphy of pushing up on Michigan when they were married, which Murphy lied. But she said another star who was a major detriment to her marriage was Dwayne Martin, Tisha Campbell's ex. He became disrespectful with introducing my husband to different women and women that we actually knew as friends and associates. She said in her TV One uncensored episode, I introduced you to him. What are you doing? I'm still kind of confused about that one, she added. So needless to say, me and Dwayne don't fuck with each other at all. Fuck him, fuck him. And that's what she said there.
So do you think it's a thing that he literally was like, hey, let me hook you up with this chick? Or do you think it's, hey, this is so such and such? You think you think he was like meant to like, oh, I'm going to hook you up with some other women type shit? Or you think it was just like introduction, oh, this is such and such. We at the same party.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see, after the divorce, Michigan, after she divorced, whatever his name is, I don't know his name. Anyway, there were people who had less than positive things to say about Lisa Ray when she said she hoped to turn the Turks and whatever that islands around for the better. She stood by her comments after some backlash online. As their first lady, I brought a lot of attention to Turks and whatever island, but that's what I planned to do, and that's what I wanted to do, she said. I bought the film festival there. I built a theater there. I bought the first ever carnival there, music festival, calling my friends saying, hey, we may not have it in the budget to pay your fee, but if I can make a vacation out of it for you, because I'm the first lady of this small country, and I wanted to shed light on here. Can you bring your talent over here so you can entertain our people? So she's saying she brought entertainment, she brought some people. Anyway, so if she did that, she did a lot. If people looked out for her and had a back, let's see,
Cap.
Why you call it cap? What do you mean? When y'all wouldn't even know who this dude is over all that island if it wasn't for her.
Bomb.
Hmm?
I'm gonna send you another one in the back. And I don't think the divorce was final when they wrote this, but this.
Yeah, so this Issa Rae doesn't want them to be anything like her ex because she shared with Honey magazine in 2010. It was a very messy situation because he had to go to court on lots of shit. Y'all, you men just really hate giving credit to women. You got a basketball player husband, and then he got children by his wife. He's on the road how many weeks a year? So the wife taking care of the children and everything, dealing with the kids. And then they get divorced, and you know what people will say? It ain't her money. She ain't do nothing.
But they say she was very instrumental in bringing tourism to Turks and Caicos because she was a spokeswoman. That's what
right.
I read.
Yeah. And so, and what's going to say, Cap? How many of y'all know what that island is? Nobody know that shit.
But
for
they
her,
said,
you wouldn't even know.
I know when I was reading that they say she got left with the divorce, with the payment on the car, which that's what the article said. Now I don't know if the divorce was finalized after that, but and that her name was supposedly on a mortgage for a house. I don't know now about if that's true or false, but I know that's what was conveyed, and that's what's in that article. It was a bunch of writing here and there and stuff like that.
I think these are the articles that when I was reading the one I did, they mentioned all of this already. Let's see, Cook here. Issa Rae blames magazine cover for a marriage breakup. Let's see what this is. Essence did an interview on her. But I don't know. Yeah, so so a woman who is taking care of children while the dad don't even have time, then she's doing more than her part. And so even though he's out there playing ball and making the money, half that money belongs to her because they're family. That he wouldn't be able to even have a family if it wasn't for her. And he definitely wouldn't have a successful family if it wasn't for her, because his ass is on the road and he wouldn't be able to do it. He wouldn't be able to play ball and know that his family is okay, the protecting and serving and shit. So unless he finds some security people who are always there, helping his wife do things for the baby, then she doing it all.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably say, this is what we're doing for the meantime. When I retire, we're going to be that family. We're going to go and do this and that. And we're going to spend more time together. And that probably didn't never come.
Right. And so she's doing her part.
This
These
is
men
another
be
story?
talking about,
But you showing a different story?
No, I'm looking for a story, but even this thing is so old, it's not coming up. But yeah, so that's how this thing with that woman, her husband is I think he a basketball player, Aisha somebody, and she got a restaurant, and she had 2 of his kids, I think, right? 2 kids or 3. But yeah, his money, so if they got divorced, she getting half of what he made, as she should. There's a lot of things wives do. Single men don't know what wives do. Married men, on the other hand, have a lot of free time because of what their wives are doing on their behalf. And so that is called marriage. She's doing her part. And yes, when they get divorced, she getting paid for that.
Yeah, the intangibles that,
that you never think about, right? So he got a basketball game, she knows it, so daddy need to rest up, right? But the baby's crying and diaper need change. The baby's up all night crying with colic, and he gets up and do it.
Yeah, grocery shopping was fun. Like women just get giddy at the idea of grocery shopping. Oh, I just love to go to the Publix, to the Costco and lift all this heavy shit and bring it home. Who told them that was fun? And they don't know about that because they never had to do it. Those are real things. They just wonder, oh, we got soap and we got good towels and stuff.
How I got there?
They had no idea.
when they go in the kitchen to get them a glass of water or whatever, how that glass got clean? Who cleaned it? Who even bought the glasses?
They
Just
got
going
toilet paper to wipe their ass.
right and never run out. Who went and got that? Who made sure that it was stocked up? Now in my house, my husband go and get the toilet paper. To be honest, he go get the toilet paper. He buy this big thing with maybe 50 rolls. I'm not sure how many rolls in it, to be honest. And when I see us going low on stock, I'll text him and say, hey, babe, we're gonna need toilet paper soon.
He good at getting the water now. He going by the water. I ain't going about the water. If it's like a hurricane or something, but just the day-to-day water and stuff, that's kind of like the little division of labor.
Yeah.
He gets the water. And he sometimes get the toilet paper and stuff too. The heavy stuff.
Yeah. Hubby, since COVID, been going to get pretty much everything. I'm about to send him to Joann's. I'm about to make an order with Joann's. They sent me a coupon. Let me see. We're giving you 60% off a regular price item. Hell yeah. I'm about to go and I'll pay for it online and have him go pick it up. It's just for today. Oh yeah. I gotta add this. Add it to what? I don't know. But anyway, I gotta take a picture of it.
Bomb, you don't like driving no more?
Yeah, I don't go out in no COVID. I don't do that. Because that means I gotta wear a mask, which I wear all the time when I go out. And
I don't like driving no more, Bomb. And me and my husband, we always argue over it. Because I always like, if I'm not working or something, going to make money, I don't like driving away. And he always say, you would just want me to come to be your chauffeur.
That's what I be
driving.
Yeah. I'll be like, babe, you gonna take to my appointment? And if he not here, I'll ask the kids to take me. Or I'll call Lyft if but I just yeah.
That's that tide shifting thing that happened. You getting your makeup for all them practices you had to drive the children through and all them pickups from school. Now it's his time to drive.
I'm tired of driving. I'm telling you, if we going somewhere, I don't even want to go. If I ain't going to make money, I be telling her, I ain't going if you ain't gonna bring us. He'd be like, I'm gonna go, but you're gonna drive. No, I'm not. I don't know. I'm sick of driving.
And that's what you get to tag team him in for. It's the tag team of it.
Gorgeous. I want to be like them old women that didn't know how to drive. I want my husband
like driving Miss Daisy.
I want him to bring me to and from work. I had a lady years ago. Her husband and her was so sweet. He would bring her to school and pick her up after work. I want that kind of relationship now.
I said if I got the lottery, I would pay for a chauffeur. This was before they had Uber and stuff like that. Like if I ever caught it, I'd pay for a chauffeur.
I really be scared driving, y'all. I think my vision done got bad, but these people drive so fast and so reckless. I hate driving.
So what else? So Lisa Ray, I can't find what happened with her divorce, y'all. But yeah, I don't think she wouldn't have to pay him. He's working.
It said she ended up getting the car, but she had to finish making the payments on the car, and I think they were $6,500 a month. And found out it had been, I want to say least, I think that last article that I showed you had, but like I said, I don't know if that was the final or if that was whatever, but that's what it said.
Wouldn't come up for me.
Hold on.
When I go there, I don't see. It says she got played. I see that, and then I'll.
I Google.
Okay, here go it. Michael bought her a Rolls Royce Phantom. He even went so far as to present it to her in front of her castmates on a set of All of Us with a big red bow on it. Turned out it was also leased and in her name, no less. Now Lisa's stuck with $6,500 car note. It was revealed that Lisa's name is on a $7 million loan, and she claims to have no knowledge of it. This dude sounds like a shady character. Yeah, so no, it just meant this is not the divorce stuff. This is what she found out she had bills and why they separated. In order not to lose the car, she got to pay for it because he put it in her name. But yeah, this don't tell us what divorce. Wait, they said he was worth $8 million. Well, okay, look, it turns out Michael was playing his wife. In her court testimony says she was led to believe her husband was worth $180 million, while he says he told her it was only $8 million. Lisa also testified that Michael let her think he had bought her a jet, when in reality it was leased. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about the divorce settlement. This is just
that was the back and forth.
Yeah, and she until they made him pay. You know what I mean? She made him pay the bills every month. She had to figure out how to pay it. What this is? Lizzo reacts to Beyonce's Shout Out on Break My Soul remix. Lizzo took the Twitter for that. Man, Lizzo be doing things. She tall, y'all. They didn't like that Birkin. Y'all, they didn't like what she said about that Birkin. When she took a bag that was worth something, had no worth after she said what she said in the song. Just that quick. One line they got mad about. Birkin banned this TikTok use outrage when she claims that she said bag was out of style, comparing the Teflon bag to a Birkin. It's not even in the same. Well, if Beyonce said it is, then shut the hell up. This shit funny. Why would you buy a bag, $10,000 bag? I get it if you got the money, do what you do. But a lot of women
got some money. I wouldn't spend no money on that.
Even me, I don't know bag. What? Okay. Anyway, yeah, I can't find. Let's see. Megan Thee Stallion serves in a flesh-colored cat suit. Let's see where is that. What is that flesh color? What the hell is it? Oh, there. Okay, I like it. Boom, boom. Anyway, let me shut this down. Yep, we can't find. But yeah, if he was worth 180 million, and she's not getting all that. She's gonna get whatever they decide that he made in the 2 years. Did you say they were married only 2 years?
Yeah, the divorce been final and stuff, but
oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, but we can't find what she got.
Yeah, but I guess listening to what somebody say instead of dotting the I's and crossing the T's, because sometimes you got to dot the I's and cross the T's and not just. I guess rich niggas will sell you a dream, and so will poor niggas. But I think double check instead of just cause it look good and sound good. I said, but I'm finna go and take it down. It's time for me to turn in, and y'all have a good one.
You too.
Good night.
He told ya.
Later.
Man, I like Koji, y'all. I be giving Koji a hard time, man. I be like, Koji, what is you talking about? Look, I was bored. That's on it. She noticed I was falling asleep until I just and then she came up in the park and messed with her. Oh Lord, she helped me get through it. What's going on, Kev?
Hey, good morning, Bob. How you doing, babe?
Sleepy.
What's up, Preach? Silent. What's up, Mule? Hey, Mule.
Hey.
Stop acting brand new, Mule. Gotta get it out of mute.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Thank you.
What you been up to, Mew? You gotta work today, Mew?
I'm just waiting on a client. I gotta meet for 9:30. I'm just here early.
Oh, shit, I'm late. I ain't go to sleep yet, but I'm gonna be going soon, I guess. But I do need to. I want to go get Joanne's real quick on 9, I guess.
Mom, you make some bad purses, man. That fanny pack, that LV, I love that.
Oh, did you like it? Yeah.
I love it. I want it. I want it for real.
Okay, I'll let you know. Let me go to Joanne's. Let me see what other coupons they gave me.
Right, you gotta use luck, Bob. I'm sitting up here. I'm about to go to the grocery store. I got my Winn-Dixie coupons out here right now. 3 times the bonus.
Mm.
And you know, if you keep your old receipt, I got one like 10 times the bonus with the discounts. I use my coupons.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's what we're wearing Monday.
Yeah, me too. I like using coupons too.
You working up here today, Leslie? You helping me and Gabby?
I need some interfacing, and it's on sale this weekend, I think. Yep, it's on sale. It is today though, and it's 50% off. Yeah. Let me go.
Oregon.
Yes. Is she talking? Is she talking to us, or is there somebody in the background?
She's talking to somebody in the background.
I gotta mute her.
Mule, we can hear the trap house in the back.
Well, I don't got the power.
I muted her. How I still hear her? Okay. That must have was a delay, because I was still able to hear her after I muted her. Okay, y'all, let me see.
Hey, y'all heard me and I was on mute. That wasn't me.
You wasn't on mute. That was you. I just muted you.
My bad. My bad.
Yeah, it sounded like somebody in the background was talking to
you. Yeah.
$54.
I ran into a parent.
Sound like you was demanding money, like you was running the trap house.
Nah, she told me her son was denied dual language. That's all.
Oh.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't got no power over that. I wish I did.
It's almost Thanksgiving season, Mule.
I'm ready. You ready?
Yeah, boy, we gonna team up on Mr. Mike, because he a Dallas fan.
Oh no. I saw you say that to him one day. But you know what, Mr. Gab? I made some with my little Cricut, I made some hoodies that I'm gonna sell and some jogging pants. Like I made like little jogging suits with just the Saints emblem on it. I'm gonna try to sell get off again this Saints season.
Mm-hmm.
They got a lot of Saints fans around me. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would definitely be going to a couple games in the Dome. I want to go to one out the city though. I haven't decided which one.
I ain't been to a game in the Dome in years. I heard they upgraded. I heard they renovated it.
They can renovate it. That's still an old ass building.
No, I thought
they did renovate
like
the sweet spots and all of that and did a little something to it, but It still costs to go in there. I don't care how they renovate it, unless you're getting suites. But they do have a nice area now.
Mhm. Yeah. So what y'all been doing out on the movie set?
Mhm. I just did a show called Lisa Frankenstein. It was filmed in Marrero on the West Bank, but they got something else coming up, and then I might have a reoccurring role as a reenacting reoccurring waiter in another show that's similar to Queen Sugar.
Oh, okay.
I had to get my portfolio and resume up, and pay scale goes up. So if I can get on that show, that'll be good. Bomb, I was talking to my daughter yesterday, Bomb, right? And something that came across about race, and we decided I tried to sit down, and it was talking to her about history and race, right? And this damn show now was coming out of their school, right? So I did the whole black thing and how we were treated. And I did the timeline on how long ago it was, and was telling her that, on the other side over there from by Martin them, that how it was with them and stuff like that.
Mhm.
She got her little friends and stuff, her little white friends. So she was stunned. And now, I pretty much had to tell her, your friends, some of her little white friends at school, she got some black friends too, but some of her little white friends, their grandparents would have threw rocks at you and bricks at you for wanting to go to school. And her mouth kind of dropped a little bit. I said, that's just kind of the way it was. Now you're going to learn history differently, because I'm going to tell you the things that her little friends' parents ain't going to tell you, and her friends ain't going to know. Now, even though the parents know that, they don't teach their kids that. So we went through a couple of steps on the history and stuff like that, slavery, because I ran across a video where a little white boy, about 8 or 9, went banging on a black couple door. Across the street neighbor went banging on a black family door and was calling her their 8-year-old child out, a little black girl. He banging on a door with a whip, saying he was gonna beat her. The boy was 9 or 10 years old with a whip, banging on a neighbor's door, trying to call out the little black girl. That's how, and I started explaining to my daughter what the whip was for, and then start showing her what it did. Actually literally ripped the skin off the back of black people. So we had to go through that conversation last night. And so, I got to I'm piecing her into her own history and black history, the way it really is and the way it was taught to us. Not that stuff, and it's going to be confusing with the stuff that she learning in school. So I jump ahead of the curve on that shit.
Yeah, but they need to teach us the right way, because them trying to say they don't want to teach you a certain way because they don't want the white students to feel bad. Shit, it is what it is.
Yeah, they don't teach it at all. The only thing, I was telling her, she said, when she got the Christopher Columbus thing, I said they were not going to tell you that there was a black person on that boat with him when he discovered America. Right, so I just set the format the way it really is. They don't want to teach critical. It's not critical race theory. I think they messed up with the name. Just teach proper and truthful history. That's all. Just the truth. But yeah, they do believe that silent. They know it's going to be human nature, because and she saw the video that I had made on my channel. On one channel, and the white ladies at the end said the reason why they don't want to teach critical race theory in school is because kids are going to see their grandma throwing bricks at a 6-year-old trying to go to school.
Yeah.
I think that's why. I think why it's called history, because his story.
Yeah, I got mine. I'm gonna give mine like it got it to me. The first book I read was Roots, and I was big, I was like, that was my first superhero. I thought Kunta Kinte was a super. This motherfucker took 13 lashes to keep his name. Damn. That was moving to me. So when I was around her age when I saw, and I just, remember when we was locked in the TV every time that show came on. You remember our parents made us watch it. So at least we got a sense of it.
And then in that book, Uncle Tom's Tavern. Uncle Tom is actually the good guy, and Sambo is the bad guy. So when they say calling people Uncle Tom's, that's not even a bad name per se inside the book.
Right.
Sambo was the dude.
Yeah, or John Brown.
Mm-hmm.
The story of John Brown, which was a wife. And if I tell some people, when they get too
Yeah.
hardcore with it, I say, listen, a lot of black, and I had to explain to my daughter because she was watching the Selma. I had to sit her down and we talked about the Selma Bridge thing. She only heard of Martin Luther King, but see that say Martin Luther King for freedom. And she said, they only taught us we were slaves. I said, I know that, but I'm gonna show you what it was like. And I showed her the Selma Bridge walk. And she just
John
sat there
Brown
with her
kind
mouth
of started
dropping.
off. John Brown kind of started off the Civil War. He even dedicated, even let his two sons be in there.
5.
Too.
I thought it was 5.
Or yeah, it's 5. Yeah, 5 of them. Yeah. I did. When I was in Atlanta, I did. The guy, he was doing his doctoral thesis, and I'm the one that shot the video and edited for him.
Mm-hmm. And John Brown, sacrificed himself and his 5 sons trying to help free the slaves by breaking in the U.S. Armory to try to arm the slave, but the slave didn't come, which kind of fooled them. Hence the term, I'll be John Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
y'all remember what Kev said about Without Sanctuary, the book? Without Sanctuary?
yeah.
Yeah, it's by John Lewis. And there are essays in it as well. But that's definitely
That book will be in my home, Mella. It went down from
they have a
from
they have a
250
version.
to 175.
They got an $80 version where it's signed by the author, if you're interested in
Oh,
that.
thank you. I appreciate that. I will do that. Other than that, I would just go get the authentic hard copy, the oldest form I can. But yeah, if they got a sign. Well, yeah, what the Jews.
Yeah, Twin Palms Publishing Company can direct you to the version that you're looking for. If you want the autograph, whether or not you want the fresh pen autograph, the stamped autograph, the big hard leather bound book, it's by Twin Palms Publishing Company.
All right, thank you very much, dear.
Absolutely.
You just saved me damn near $100.
Absolutely.
Because I had that in my Amazon cart. That bitch been in there for a while, but I was gonna get it.
the black guy. Oh wait.
No, I'm listening to you, baby. Don't worry about it.
No, I was trying to think the black guy. I think he was the opera singer, actor. What was his name? Eric Roberson. He had that strong, deep voice. I think is it Eric Roberson? Something Roberson. You know what I'm talking about?
That sung opera.
I think he did sing opera. I think he had a real deep voice, tall, dark skin.
I don't know. What about him?
I said because he made a song, or he sung that John Brown song.
It was a song too. Damn, I didn't hear the song.
Yeah,
I just knew of the story. Somebody had to tell me that story.
I came up here.
Like in the song, he says it's the story in the song.
Yeah, I bet it was. I never heard the song. I'm gonna look it up.
Fortunately, I came on the panel just in the nick of time. Bomb might be tired, because she been running and doing her thing on her channel. That's what she do. That's how she do it. Can't nobody do it better. Anyway, I came up here about the groceries, right? And I'm not talking about eating groceries that way. What I'm talking about is saving money on groceries. Is anybody familiar with Aldi? Aldi food stores.
Aldi's, yeah.
They have what's called a double back guarantee. Okay. What a double back guarantee means is the products that they sell in the store, which are equivalent in quality to whatever name brand most people are looking for various staple items. Not only can you take that back after it's opened and they will replace it, they will refund you the money. So that's their double back policy. And it hasn't changed. It's always been the same. It was like back in the day when Walmart used to take it used to allow you to return things back like years later. I think Devastating was talking about that. He was like, I remember when Walmart would let you take a TV back 2 years later for a refund, So I said all that to say this woman introduced me to this concept about how she supplements feeding her children. Like she would buy 4 gallons of milk. She would have half of each gallon, in a house. Then she would take back the other half, drank 3 gallons, get replacement on those gallons and the money back. And she was doing that so often to where they called her out on it. It was like, ma'am, you're taking advantage of the policy type of thing. And what she started doing was she started going to different Aldis in the the city area, because there was more than I think 5 Aldis in the area. So she would rotate, and there was nothing that they could do about it because that's their policy. Their policy is bring back anything, claim you're dissatisfied about it. You will get the refund for the product, and you will get to replace it.
Ban her ass from the store.
I was like, how are they making money doing it?
And that's what happened. People take advantage of it.
Well, she has to feed her. She had she had like, I think maybe 6 children. And of course, she wasn't as well versed with the child support system as she could have been. And she found a way to make sure that those children were fed. Now, she also found a way to take them to the movies back in the day, because we're talking like like almost 2 decades ago, and they still have this policy with all these. But anyway, they also had something about Tuesdays where if you apply online for some type of membership, the children can go to the movies for free on Tuesdays. So she would take her children to the movies every Tuesday back in the. Now we know that Pixar and there were a lot of animated cartoons, around that time where children, could go and just, have a sense of normalcy. I don't know what she did about clothing and shoes. I'm not hating on people that shop at thrift stores and stuff. I just don't know whether or not she gave her children shoes from a thrift store. I'm not really attracted to the idea of doing the shoe thing. I can understand, you go to the thrift store, you stock up on, they play clothes or whatever the case may be, and you wash it, you launder it, you have it dry clean, whatever the case. When it comes to shoes at a thrift store, I'm not recommending that shit. But she never told me that's what she did. But she was talking about a whole lot of ways that she would, just try to give her children a sense of normalcy. She did something to where she got them game consoles. I'm trying to remember how she did that. I think she called the company, and she would just basically make these companies give her stuff. She would call them, tell her story, and ask them if they were interested in, something. Now, I don't know if she had a car or not. I would hope she did, but she lived.
Okay, hey, Silent. I heard it. I just heard that song. All right. I looked at the words of it. John Brown. Okay. Yeah, I never heard the song, and I'm surprised I never heard it.
Why do you do that to me, Cam?
I thought you was finished talking, Mella. I thought you had.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
That's what you
Go ahead. I'll go on.
No, it's not really crucial, other than I heard on the panel before where someone said you could get your car paid for if you get it, if you advertise some company on it. That's all and that's the end of my sentence, Gail. That's it. Thank you. What were you saying when you didn't hear me talking? What was it about John Brown?
Now,
what were you saying about John Brown when you didn't hear me talking?
I sound different now?
Huh?
I sound different now?
You sound like you're on your headphones.
Okay, what about now?
That's clear.
This is clear? Okay.
That's clear.
Yeah, I gotta have a little delay. All right. I'm saying I got several mic.
What's
Yeah,
the
I got a
deal with
couple
John
I
Brown?
got several microphones and a PlayStation hooked to this damn thing, and I got a delay.
If John Lewis is the author of Without Sanctuary, who is John Brown?
Oh, John Brown was we were talking about Brown. I was teaching my daughter Black history. I don't know if you heard it. You know, I was telling Baum I was just teaching her about Black history when you came up, and the facial, her face kind of dropped because she do have some white friends and stuff like that, but her face kind of dropped when I explained to her exactly what slavery was about, you know, in detail. You know, and we stumbled across the video where a little white boy walked across the street to a little Black family of neighbors, and they were about 8 or 9, and he banging on the door with a whip in his hand, calling a little Black girl outside, beating on the door with a whip. And the wife and the parents went over there and told the other across the street and told the boy's family what it did. And this racist white boy cussed them out and said, "Get off the damn property." And I was explaining to my daughter where that mentality come from. And I had to explain to her what the whip was for. And I told my daughter, see, that family there is racist, because I'm trying to get her to identify certain things when she see it.
And then I'm thinking, if
now
the boy
John
was
Brown,
only 8, that's where he learned it from. Like,
yeah, he got it. That's what I told my daughter. He learned that directly from them. So I had to explain to her, the significance of the whip itself, and that led into a Black history education. Now, but John Brown was a religious man, from what I understand. Don't quote me. I know YouTube hold a nigga to the fire, but he was a man.
That he was an abolitionist in Kansas.
Yeah, and he was trying to help free the. He was trying to help free the slaves. He had set up a thing where he was gonna break into, I think, a military armory and get the slaves' weaponry. And the slaves never showed up, and him and his sons died, fighting the Confederates. And,
right. I read that now. They also refer to Stephen A. Douglas, Dred Scott, and Harriet Tubman when you search his name. So
right. So he's deep in our history. I make sure my daughter understands that, and that's the one when I talk about Black history, I'll make sure they understand. At least he give us what we could throw the butter, but all white people weren't racist like that. Then I tell a story of John Brown, and then and go up into what she was looking at the Selma March, the real footage, not the stuff they show on TV.
That's
and
right.
That there were white people that actually marched with them, and they were also hung with Black people because they were considered, nigger lovers. So we had getting that whole foundation set. And she was comparing it to what she learned in school, which she said, well, in school, they only just said we were slave. I said, yeah, the book's going to tell you that. That's why you're going to learn some things in school, but your parents should teach you too. It doesn't stop. Too many people send their kids to school, and not handing on the history.
And they don't tell them what's really happening. There's a book that just came up on the feed, Breeding for Profit, American Slave Breeding. Wow. Now, they're not teaching that in school, okay?
Right. No shit. So, at 10 years old, she can handle, the truth a little bit as it comes, and you just kind of weed them into it. But I could see her facial and her affect change when she understood. And I was telling her, so the significance with the boy with the whip, well, I told her the whip was used to beat the skin off of Black people.
Yeah.
And then she saw some of that footage, and she was like, oh, I said, that's why the parents taught. I said, it's not the little boy's fault. His parents taught him that.
Yeah,
they thought our skin was thicker, and they thought we didn't feel pain like they felt.
Like we had some damn cowhide ass skin.
They thought we had indestructible skin for some reason.
So I let her see some of the footage in that, even to the point that they would hang and burn us and give souvenirs to their children. That same video I was explaining. And she was blown away. And I said,
And they breeded our kidnapped ancestors for profit. It's a skin game, and that's what it is. They breeded our kidnapped ancestors for profit, and they mangled, mutilated, and I guess misdirected how our fucking brain works over generations.
And
To
then
this day,
that's
we
why,
can't get along with each other, and that's a
and that's
goddamn
why
shame.
the same cheaper by the dozen is from slavery, because if the slave was born like disabled, has some type of disability, they will sell them by the dozen. So that's where that saying from cheaper by the dozen.
Damn. Now, Silent, I was talking to a couple of my white friends, right? One of them cool with me, like he can babysit my kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I made this comment just out and about, Bob, but two people I know and I chit chat with. And it was Black Friday. It was one of these Black Fridays. I said, nah, man, we don't celebrate Black Friday. They used to sell slaves on Black Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just rumored through my culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
They grabbed Google and they looked up Black Friday. They say, no, they didn't. And, they was like, damn, like, no, they didn't. They're adamant about it, And they said they pull up Google and they was like, well, such and such, this Black Friday was created to stimulate the economy and so on and so forth. It was not originated to sell Black slaves. That's and then when you go to fact checkers, it said that's a false, statement, that they were not. It didn't start to stimulate the economy by selling slaves, just to prove me wrong. So they was gloating. I say, see, you hear what you want to hear. I said they used to sell slaves. I didn't say that they started it because of selling slaves. It didn't originate. Look at the word. It said it didn't originate as that, but they used to do it. Why is that? And then they kind of stuck, but y'all immediately ran to go look. No, it wouldn't. It said, listen what I just said. I know what it originated for, was to stimulate the economy, but they used to do it because we were considered cattle.
Because I heard that's where Wall Street started off at. That's where he used to sell the slaves at Wall Street.
Right.
And then I don't know if you ever been to Atlanta, but it's this area called the Underground.
Mm-hmm.
And they still had the blocks of where they used to,
and the mall. Yeah, Underground Mall. Yeah. I'm like, and so even when I told Black people that's not true, no, I didn't say that. I just think around the time slavery ended. Now, can I pull something up? I may not be able to pull something that said they actually did it, but during the time they were still slaves, and you don't think if they brought and sold us, you don't think they sold slaves at a discount on Black Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, right? 2 for $5.
It makes them uncomfortable to hear about their I guess they would call them forefathers.
It ain't even uncomfortable for them. They was arrogant enough just to try to hurry up and prove me wrong about slavery.
That's why they want to do it. That's why they want to prove you wrong, because they can't sleep at night knowing that they got that evil going through their bloodline.
Right. See, shout out to RB. But look, and I noticed that, and so it's like I was watching a show today. You have Asian people, and same thing when they come with this narrow, white people, Irish motherfuckers, Mexican, Latino. The first thing they try to tell us is some shit like, well, we used to be slaves too. Well, everybody was enslaved. Well, we was from such Puerto Rico. I don't give a fuck if you was enslaved. Why are you telling us that when we go on our mission about shit? That's our problem. We the last one to get it, and we met people that was born in slavery. Don't tell me about some shit in India when they was enslaved, or Jamaica. That's not my business.
I've seen comments under certain videos where they would have the sentiment, Black people act like they the only ones that's ever been enslaved.
Right.
That type of fucking attitude, man, that pisses me off.
Right. Do your thing. Why you worrying about it? Don't hate on us. Asians got reparations when they, locked them up for Japan during the war. They paid them people. Everybody, Italians, all the motherfuckers. Irish got broke off. Now, they were like, well, Man, everybody I'm worrying about now. And I said, no, we understand. This was how I answered this, Silent. Yeah, we understand a lot. Everybody was enslaved, but we the ones, last one to get it. So it's still fresh on our mind. And then fucking Jim Crow was a beast for another fucking 50, 60 years. And they're still on our ass. Are they still on y'all ass? Fuck no. You know, and I'm talking to my Irish. You can't give me the Irish shit. A few of y'all died in the channel.
And that's the distinguishment
Shit.
about our skin, right? Our
Get the
skin,
fuck out of here.
our skin has a different translation in the eyes of people than it does for these other motherfuckers complaining. You know, like an Irish person can't tell me shit because their skin is not distinguished. It's not placed in a category set aside to be diminished, if that makes any sense. Our skin, skin on a global level is often interpreted on site as lower caste. And that's the fucking difference.
Yeah, right. Right. And we still got remnants of our shit because the after effect lasted longer than y'all slavery. Y'all slavery in, you're just free, go restart your shit.
Right.
Our
That
slavery in, they kept a foot on our ass, locked us up, killing us in the street, and keeping a foot on our neck to this day and time. So the shit ain't ended.
It has not.
We just free. They're still on our ass.
Absolutely. On site because
they're not on
skin.
y'all Asians. They're not on the Mexicans. They're not on the Puerto Ricans like that. They're not on no Latinos. Latinos running wild and free in Cali. They own them. So
and then first when the Irish and the Jewish, all of them, when they first, or Scottish, all that, when they first got here, the whites wasn't with them until they starting to come with us. Then they said, okay, y'all are white.
Right.
So then they was like a bad
took them back.
Like, oh,
that was started up there around New York. Similar movies like Gangs of New York. I mean, you saw that old that movie there? That was a good movie with the Irish fighting the Yankees.
With Leo was in that one.
Yeah, DiCaprio. That was a good movie. Mella, you'll like that movie if you ever see that. Gangs of New York.
I'm gonna put it on the list.
Yeah, and what it is when I just call them all white folks. Excuse me, I'm Southern. When the Irish white folks came to America and the Northern white folks, they didn't like them. You know, they was an underclass. White Irish were considered trash. We get that. And they used to have a fight, these battles in the street with knives and sticks and claws and all that kind of shit to fight over the 4 points? What did they call out there in New York? And they had these real battles and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know they had to fight when they immigrated over here. I don't know about, I didn't know that's what it was called. So I got to look at the movie to get the gist of it.
Yeah, it's dated back in that time.
I didn't know they
in the
were
1800s,
rejected.
Mella.
Say what? What'd you say?
Yeah, it's back. It was made back in those days of the 1800 when they got here. So it was during that time frame in the movie.
Yeah, they were hated.
That's not
they were hated a lot when they arrived, and eventually they figured out a way to convince, as you say, white folks to use them to I guess oversee our people, you know. And you know, it's just a whole bad thing to not teach your children about the reality of, you know, because they do have their little Caucasian friends and they get attached to them. And it is important for them to know the propensity of what's in their bloodline.
Right. In their history.
I'm not saying
when they're teaching American history, that's not that's part of our history, but our shit go another way.
It's like
I got to teach my child her history.
That's
she gonna learn American history. She needs to know hers, and the schools ain't gonna teach her history.
Yes, and it keeps her mindful that way, which is important.
Right. It's
So she
different. I
can
have
make
to
an
raise my
informed
child
decision.
as a young black girl that lives in America who's American, if that makes sense. She's
Yeah,
black. She's a
she can
black
make
girl first.
more informed decisions about who she trusts to associate with and why.
Right. I
Because
understand
at
that she's
some point,
different because
because
then
right now she's I guess you said 10 years old, and when they start making their peer relationships, they're going to be very influential, and it's important for her to distinguish who she can trust to be influenced by as a peer, as well as she can influence others who are her peers because she's more informed by being
she
taught
start
by
middle
you.
school next year then, huh?
Pardon me?
No, I said so she start middle school next year, or she in middle school already?
I think she just started getting lockers, so she's well on her way. She started, I think Kev said she was fascinated because she's she's getting assigned a school locker for the first time, a little milestone.
That's probably middle school then, yeah.
Yeah. Those brand new things that happen to children that we have long since forgotten, but we're reminded of when it's brought up. It's like, I wasn't introduced to having my own school locker until I got to high school, to be honest with you. And even those lockers, because of the building being as old as it is, they weren't much to brag about. But it was a trip being responsible for my own little locker. That was
they
a
got
trip.
theirs at 10 at 10 years old in middle school.
And it's important for students to clean their lockers. I found out some students, they just throwing all types of stuff in their locker, and they're not made to clean it out. Like, I don't know. There should be a policy where the children have to, have their locker, neat and organized.
What they do, Mel, you know what they do, Mel? What they'll do is during the school year, they have a day that they'll tell all the kids to clean out their lock, take all the stuff out their lockers, anything left.
Oh, they do that? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so they could come through and spray them down or clean them out, sanitize them, stuff like that.
They didn't do that when I went to high school. It was crazy what people were putting in their lockers, man. They were putting drugs and guns, trash, merchandise that they might have lifted along the way to school.
Yeah.
It was crazy. I was like, what is, that was in. I do remember when the janitor would occasionally come through and break open the lock of certain lockers because I guess certain activity was reported. But they didn't have cameras in the halls of the schools like they do now. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that they have cameras in the schools now. They didn't have cameras back then. A lot of children got into a lot of fights that could have been prevented if there was monitoring, camera monitoring. They had the hall monitor, but that didn't really add up to much compared to some of the things I heard that was going on outside of this,
Right. Yeah, I hear you, Alpha Omega. Alpha Omega says statistically we are much safer around white people than around black people. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, huh?
No, nothing. He always got to some other shit. Like,
yeah, I ain't worried about that. But see, but he also knows his history too. So he also knows that they stuck everybody in the most impoverished area, and with that comes crime, just like any other race of people. Same thing with the Italian, same thing with the Irish, all that shit there. Even during the Wild West, when they was gunning people down outside of damn every saloon, no different than the drive-bys that's going on now. So when people say that, well, it's the time, yeah, and we got our foot.
Hey, Bomb, I see your pictures pop up. Make sure Kev has the co-host at least, please.
What pictures pop up?
Because didn't they learn it from the Nazis about the ghetto and all that stuff, about putting stuff together and making limited resources?
Yeah. Yeah, they understand that, but that's just like my wife friend was saying, like we were saying. Why are you telling me that? Yeah, I don't get why people throw that underlying thing when you know what the deal is.
Do we think Alpha Omega is a black guy, a black woman, a white woman, or a white man?
A white woman. Obama had asked him one time, and he said he was a man. He was a male.
All right, I guess we gotta take his word for it.
He must not have had no lockers, fella.
Who you talking about?
Alpha Omega in the chat.
I don't know who that is. I don't know if that's a male or female.
I remember you asked him before, and he had put in the chat one time. He's because he had like, I don't know, you're a man or a woman. A couple of people he had put in the chat that he was a male.
Oh, he did say that, but
yeah,
I don't think nobody believe him. Yeah, we don't know if that's true.
Bob said could be not.
Mela, at y'all school, did y'all have the combination locks already on the locker, or you had to bring your
Oh
own?
no, these were old school. You had to buy the little master lock for yourself.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See, like I want my they got the combination already built in. So if they ever wanted to get in it, they didn't have to cut it. Like my daughter's school, they had to cut the locks off for hours with the padlocks.
That's right.
and
I
stuff.
saw them do that to a couple of people.
Right, even if you leave it on. But at my daughter's school, they got the combination. If they want to open it, they got a key, master key that can open them.
Okay.
Right in the middle of the combination. Yeah.
I've seen them at the newer high schools.
I got nice shit now.
Yeah, they do. They get it depend, and there's a such thing as in the city of Chicago called selective enrollment schools. And those are the schools where you have to test at a certain level to get into. For some strange reason, those schools get a lot of security protection, including the police department detail sitting right outside the school at all times. And then the other schools who aren't selective enrollment, they don't have police detail sitting outside those schools.
You're right.
So a lot of
At my
parents,
daughter's school too. Go ahead.
a lot of parents would do whatever they could to get their children enrolled in the selective enrollment schools for safety.
Forrest Gump, mama.
Say what?
So like Forrest Gump, mom.
I guess so. Chicago's political, so somebody might have been, negotiating in between the sheets. I don't know. I don't know, man. I would like to think things were honest and square, but somebody might have been negotiating under the covers.
Yeah, but ain't that much loving. There's many people trying to get in that one school.
Yeah, a lot of people were trying. Yeah. It's
now I go come down to the money.
because when you got people that can afford to send their children to private school, they can afford to do that. But they would rather take up the seat of a public school that could have gone to someone that has a more underserved family.
What they did and out here with my daughter's school, her school is exactly like that, right? So my daughter did well on tests, and it comes with that TOPS type program. But they got some of the schools in New Orleans, but they got some in the suburbs. Even the wealthy white kids try to get their kids in the school, and what they use, that's why I wouldn't with the voucher thing. These people, because they give a quarter out of the school out the vouchers, and then all the rich kids get to go, and
that's so unfair.
Right. So they kind of got a balance at this school here, but I know they got some wealthy kids still in there, so they did a better job than what I seen before raising the other ones. But even my daughter noticed that, she said she felt bad for her friends at the old school because this school is so much better. And I said, well, that's the thing.
And they could be there with her if it wasn't for those wealthy people trying to, I don't even know what you call that type
absorbing
of
the resources is what they call it.
They call it what now?
I just call it absorbing the resources.
Absorbing the resources that are designated for underserved people They want to slither their way into it.
Right.
Instead
And
of
for us to go
paying
by
what they
income,
can
like lower
afford to do.
income, and your child testing well. That include white kids too, and Asian and all that, but mainly the black kids that can test well because they go try to get you on a college type level through this program. You know,
It's the same mentality of people who are envious of those who get food stamps, but they have their physicians.
Yeah.
It's like, how the hell is a goddamn professional of in the medical industry jealous of somebody that gets food stamps? How the fuck is something, excuse my language early this morning, but it's atrocious. It's like, are you really saying to me, when you see somebody with a cart of food and they pull out I guess they call them EBT cards, and they pull that out, you sit up there snarling like, must be nice. Bitch, you make like fucking $180,000 a year. They don't. What the fuck? People get on my nerves. They do. When they do that crime, when they do that snark, man, listen. I'm sorry, I've had some green tea. I'm just saying. Like, I've seen people talk crazy.
I thought we did coffee in the morning. You done switched to green tea on me?
Well, God likes variety, and he told me to drink good green tea. So look, I'm just saying, I've seen it. I've seen people that are quote unquote well-to-do talk crazy about people that are trying to figure out how to make it. And if I didn't know any better, I think that's why a lot of people who are quote unquote well-to-do hold back on, being generous to underserved people. Well, it seemed to me that but what the fuck did that bitch say? It seems to me that the government already got them covered or some shit like that. I'm like, oh God. It's just terrible. And then when they do a little charity, they think they're supposed to get like something equivalent to a Heisman Trophy for it.
And look, Mella, when people talk about that stuff, they'll be like, okay, let's say you're another race and you just kind of tired of hearing about the black thing and the slavery thing. I said, I'll give them the same question I give to the dude last night about disrespect. How many times you go out in the course of a day and a black person walk up to you and tell you about slavery, or is society and television grooming you to feel that way before you even fucking walk outside? Nobody running up to you talking about slavery. You watch too much TV. How you can be feel that kind of way about it and ain't got nothing to do with you. For you to come up and say that, well, we tired of hearing about it because our ancestors went through it. That's hating. Yeah. Who tell why you feel that way when nobody's actually approaching you and telling you that?
Nobody's walking up to them talking about, let me tell you about this, what happened this day in Black history. Most likely your great granddaddy was on some bullshit. Nobody's walking up to these people and talking to them like this.
Right. Because they don't want to acknowledge it. They know it. They kind of see it's unveiling their little secret. They feel
they know it.
Right. And it's usually, especially if you're over 30, 40-year-old white person, you know. Right. And they don't, and from other races, they got pissed when they're like, Kevin, I got pissed when I got out of college. I'm like, okay, what y'all was teachers was some bullshit. Y'all still oppressing these people because they'll look, and she said when she used to go back home to her family, no, they still doing the shit. And while other people think that it was a long time ago that this stuff happened, my daughter picked up on it. See, when I said your grandmother, they would have been throwing rocks at you, your friend's grandmother and mother would have been throwing bricks at you at a 6-year-old. And then I showed the history of the 6-year-old when they had to escort her into school and then put the date and time in the visual to it. That's how you make it sink in for our kids. And she picked up on the fact that that's not that long ago. I said, no, actually, and I'm around that old area by Martin, Bomb, the old school. I said the people right over there.
It wasn't that long ago.
Right. And see, we got to remember that because I see educated people, black people still thinking that was a long fucking time ago. It's not.
That's right.
And that's when I keep it. Well, there was a long young marriage. People should have been moving. Hold on, man. You don't just get over that. You remember it and then you move on. But the thing is, we got to make sure that story hadn't forgotten because we still learning shit that they done to us. So when history hides itself like that, that's why white folks, they don't want like the black eye. No, black eye, just y'all was some dirty, low down motherfuckers. So when I tell Gunner, them not like Gunner, well, y'all know it. And see, they know it. This is when I tell Gunner, I say, hold on. Y'all, there's nothing more low down, dirtier, conniving, more murderous and fucking animalistic than a European white man. He can't even argue that.
Oh yeah, all of them will eventually.
Right. So whenever they come with flack, I put them right back in that trash place.
Right.
Right. Don't you nigga don't compare nothing a black man or whatever you think of a nigga has nothing on what a white man done.
And what they fear most is the retribution that will come out of nowhere, and it will have, because a lot of times the universe, I hate to talk spiritually, I'm just saying, a lot of times the universe will correct things, and it'll be it'll be supernatural. It could be anything, right?
I agree with that.
And
it's
so,
gonna happen. The same thing
and they
that
fear
you use
retribution.
Right. Even if it's not intention on our part, it's coming. Well, and they go get in their feelings about it. I said,
Farrakhan even said that.
Right.
Okay.
Well, hell, common sense tell you that because you see how it's going now. If you know your history, you see
I like Farrakhan's speeches.
Oh yeah, he gets some good speeches.
He's very eloquent. Yeah, I like. Now I don't know about his history to that extent, what he did with Malcolm X and everything. I'm just saying that his speeches since 95 have always impressed me. I've been listening to his speeches since 95.
Outside of Malcolm X, the message he was getting and what we had to endure throughout history, that's on point. You could take good stuff out of this, good speech. He always gonna I like him. Reverend, a lot of knowledge. Yeah. At least keep it on your mind what they did us. And that it wasn't that long ago.
Never
you
forget.
Could do it even without the anger. I said, well, you could tell a story without the anger, and white folks will still feel some kind of way.
Of course,
because they know already.
Because it puts a spirit of despair in their soul, and really, when people are in despair, they're useless. And the last thing that they want to happen is for them to be in such a state of despair that they're not prepared for the retribution that's coming outside of their control. That's my estimation of it. Okay, that whatever it takes to prevent them from,
because they got it all on power, and that's why they don't have no problem with the police being the way they are. With us, controlling our ass, it still feels safer. They really still feel like the police protect and serve.
They rely
and that's what they think that was the police original plan, the PDs, police departments. Even when you show them proof that it was started to catch and kill slaves.
They're not trying to hear that though.
They ain't trying to hear that shit.
They're not trying to hear that.
I said that's what they started as, man.
Yep.
So I tell one of them, but they're gunning white people down too. Yeah, but they got to roll with them because that's their last fucking thin line. They know face to face and man up without the reason now they was able to do so much of that shit is because the police caught almost those major cases. The police pulled black people over and killed them randomly, after slavery and stuff, just to control the population, especially the men. So I said, and that's why they started. Even with the old Mississippi stuff, they killed. I've had to tell some, you know, some of the East Coast psychos and psychopaths in them. And I said, hold on, man, y'all they picked us off. The only reason they was able to get us is because of the police department. And the police came through with guns, and we didn't have none. Once we got gun rights, you don't see people running through these neighboring towns just killing all the black folks. That should stop. Bomb them there to put a stop to that shit.
And now they're changing the gun laws.
Well, New York will get theirs. I know that. But it's amazing how many people never had these discussions with their own black children. You know, just in talk, it ain't got to be random, but you got to put it in terms of just what happened. It ain't got to be with anger. You know, so, you know, I just try to keep mine, because there's nothing I can do to help her feeling differently, of viewing her friends in the situation differently, because she'll think she just like them. No, there's a difference. Your history is different. So now she understands. And that makes her, so I had to tell the other ones that so you could be alert and identify harmful white people and black people. Don't just think it's all good over there because they all chipper. These same these little 3 or 4 white friends that she may be around will be the very one that, and one of them, and I had to tell her, you know, they got racist white kids in your school. You may not know it, but I have to educate her on it so she'll be able to identify it. Because it's coming. And that's coming just like anything else out here, like sex and all that kind of stuff, boy, girl. So that's how I raised mine. Before she get up there in the world and get food and think it's all gravy.
Shouting out blessings to everybody in the chat room. Good morning. Happy Saturday. I hope it's happy for you. Dirty Varmint came in. Free as the Wind is here. Black Dahlia. Shout out to Yeti Black. Shout out to Alpha Omega. Righteous Maurice showed up. Mike Hood showed up. Stay tuned, GG, Sugar Bum. Who we got in here? Aries Queen, we love her. We love all of you. You all stay tuned. We're about 6 hours into this live stream. We're gonna get you through lunch, brunch, and all that other good stuff. Share, like, and share, and subscribe.
Yeah. I want to address Dirty Varmint.
Let your family enjoy this good teaching right here.
Mella, Dirty Varmint said, why would I want to traumatize my kid with horror story? Well, that's the truth.
Yeah, I saw what I didn't read their comments. I just read their names.
Let me
if I read their comments, I might be tripping. So I try not to read the comments.
I just trip. Host.
You gonna be here, Mella?
Sure.
Yeah, she gonna be here. Come on.
Yeah, sure.
But let me Mella better not leave me. And she got me.
Now here's somebody. I will read this comment. Someone came in named Boy Bye, and he or she, whomever, the comment is racist white kids. They better not come around my kids. Them and their parents gonna get it. All right.
Okay.
And Dirty Vomit is responding to something by saying lying would be better for them. What does he mean by that? Okay, here's the comment referring to Kev.
Let me ask you.
Why would you want to traumatize your kids with horror stories about slavery? It doesn't have a positive effect. Lying would be better for them. Ain't that a bitch? What you mean? Keep them ignorant? Is that what you mean, Dirty Varmint? Keep them ignorant? See, this is why I don't read the chat. I just read the names of the participants. Some of these comments are unreasonable.
Yeah, she said, this is why I don't read the chat.
Some of these comments are unreasonable, Bob.
Oh, man.
Oh, so, Kev is good at being diplomatic when it comes to reading chat room comments. He's good at that.
There ain't no movement.
I get distracted.
There's an answer for everything because I didn't heard a lot of this shit already. Why even though it was trauma, so you wouldn't teach the history. I mean, they teach the history of their white kids and their European traumatizing times in their eyes, why we don't teach ours. And I was right here. So,
They
you
won't just
know,
teach the best thing.
right. And even though you're saying traumatizing, no, that's just what happened. You know, and that was a big, the horror stories is this was a big part of what happened. So don't tell them none of it. All of it was horror stories.
That was some old dramatic ass shit to type in the chat room, dirty varmint. That was some dramatic
That's a
shit.
question. That's my reply to it. You tripping?
Damn, y'all. God damn. I want to buy this for Leaky's birthday. Let me show y'all. I can't believe this shit. What the hell going on in the world? Y'all see these rugs? Leaky look like cars and
That is cute.
it's like a rug. You see it? So he can
Yes.
so he could play with his
I like
cars.
the blue one.
But you see how much that shit is?
Yeah, damn near $200. I see.
God damn.
And it's
What the hell?
6'7". Wait a minute, it's 6'7" and you know,
That's
so
not even tall, is that? 6'6".
a 6'7". I see they got the little picture about how you could stylize it around furniture, whatever. But just think of a 6'7" tall man and lay him down on the floor and think about it that way.
Now I have seen some of those in nurseries, Bob.
They big though, but I don't want to pay that.
I mean, you might not need it for Leaky League, but like they got the, like I seen the running mat, and then they have side areas and the different ages of kids. Now it is foamy, you know, so I don't know if it's the quality of material now. That's still high. That's real high. And and I remember it didn't shed, like the material didn't shed. So like in the nursery, they could put the kid on it, maybe something like that.
But God damn, look how much that shit $400. God
Well,
damn, I
but you
gotta
get
go to
free shipping.
Amazon.
Free shipping.
Oh hell yeah! I'll go pick that bitch up and even use
Better
that.
get some free shipping.
God damn! I thought I saw them cheaper than that. What is called like a rug, huh? What these people trying to?
It is too cute. That's for damn sure. And 6'7". I mean, just think about a 6'7" tall man, right? I would prefer
Yeah,
7
that is
feet
kind of
6
tall.
inches.
But
They could add a couple of extra feet onto it for that price, though.
I know that's right. Look at this one, $35, and you get 2 of them.
Uh-huh.
This big. Let me see.
Playroom rug. The playroom rug. Everybody get on the playroom rug.
Look, this 55 by 31. This is a big rug. That shit might be too big, huh?
55 inches tall. I think that's a 5'6" tall person.
That's almost like a nice size rug there, Bon.
Yeah, that's nice.
And you get a couple of them, you can put them together and make it bigger.
Right. Yeah, I gotta
they
say, I've
fit
seen
like
a couple
that.
of them in the nursery before.
Yeah.
It's so colorful.
That's too much for that though, Bomb. He ain't gonna be on there that long like that. You know, to be
For
spending-
$200, no.
Yeah, he gonna be on. He's stepping. You know.
But you know, Kendra D, she like to slang $200 to homeless people. So surely
Well,
she's
that's
got
right.
something for a child.
That was sweet of Kendra. Nice. That's how you pass. You know.
Man, she was bogus for that shit.
Yeah, she not bogus. That was it.
She was bogus.
My man like that with her and Cody. They ain't like that shit. Hold on, Kendra. Oh, I done lost faith in you now. Damn it.
And Taylor was snapping too.
and
She was
Miller.
like, oh
No,
no.
you let me down. Melly, she should have did that off camera, huh?
That was
Maybe
good
she should have
job.
did it off camera. She said, I believe in my spirit and my spirit moved.
She did. Oh God, she brought the spirit into it. She did.
But I will say she was flattered. And you know what, Bella? It's not, listen, man.
Huh?
I'm not one of them dudes that say I thought the dude was a decent looking guy. He wasn't no bad looking dude.
Okay, Kev.
Because I know you was like, huh? Kev, what you saying? I said, no, I ain't no problem with that. Some dude, there ain't no bad looking dude.
Okay, Kev.
Bella said, no, okay. Kendra thought the man was handsome.
I don't know what she thought. I have no idea what she thought. But let Ruth tell her she was ready to get on him on that live stream. Let Ruth tell her. He was like, she going. She going. And then somebody, I think Bob said he probably in the next room.
Oh yeah, with the panel.
That was funny.
Somebody said that.
Oh God.
Did the girl ever come back up and speak Portuguese, Bob?
Yeah.
Oh damn! I'm gonna have to go back on the stream. It'd be hard to go back on your stream, Bob. I'll be lost. Like
yeah, no. Actually, didn't I take it down? I took it down.
Why?
Because I think
yeah, you was gonna cut off the last couple of minutes when that image showed up or something.
Yeah, butthole popped up because me sharing my screen. So I had to hurry up and end it and hurry up and restart. And why did she cause 100? I don't know what the hell. Ooh, this cute. I'm gonna put it back up.
How much was that thread that you just went by? I didn't know the thread cost that much.
What thread?
A little further up, if you don't mind. It's metallic. You see? Okay, did you see the spools? That one.
Oh, those three for $11.
Oh, 3 for $11. I thought they were $11 each. I'm sorry.
Oh, are they 3 for $11? I'm not sure. I don't see where it says 3 for $11. We had 3 colors, yeah. Because sometimes, they should just look like it's for leather.
Yeah, I got to start teaching my daughter how to hem something. I got to find something to hem. Got to teach. I learned when I was young how to thread a needle. I was like, damn, my daughter don't know how to thread a needle. I'm glad I saw that. And how to
they
hem
got little
pins.
sewing kits.
Oh, that's right. You're right. They got like kids sewing kits, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mella.
No, thank you.
I gotta find that. I gotta stay on
Baby.
point. As parents, we got to stay on point with ours, keep them up to date. I'm on, today we hanging curtain rods.
Excellent.
Right, but damn, she don't even know. She ain't never get the kids sewing kit to thread a needle yet. Shit, I'm skipping.
No, everything sounds in order. Learning how to find the stud. You're gonna teach her that.
Yeah, she not.
Yeah, and then also teach her that the stud is every 16 inches. I mean, the stud finder makes it convenient. However, knowing that the studs are posted every 16 inches. I think it's 16 inches. And that way if she does, she knows both sides of the detail. And then the automatic drill, that's not a bad thing. But knowing how to use a screwdriver, knowing the difference between a common screwdriver and a Phillips screwdriver, that's important. Stuff like that. It doesn't have to be a big deal, but just those little introductions and doing things and explaining it as you go so she could pick up on it. She'll never
Now
forget
with
it.
y'all, I'm talking to grown adults. I tone it down for my child, but she do get to see some of the pictures because she need to understand that. And so I have to reinforce it with the change of the times that we're at today. starting back from John Brown, them, like all people wouldn't like that. Now things have gradually changed differently from your grandmother to me. And now to you, some kids, some people still like that. A lot of Trump supporters are still like that. I got to keep that real because you see the news, you know. So they do have some people like that. You just got to be mindful to understand. That's why I pointed out the fact that that little boy parents is also racist. So maybe because it gonna be, I say you're gonna come in contact, because I done raised a bunch of them, with one of your friends that's either gonna say the N-word and just think it's funny, or think they heard it, but they heard it from somewhere. Right. And that's gonna happen because in their society now, they even on the damn games. But you got to understand what that means, and it's always derogatory. That's not no common thing. Anybody of another race, that is a racial slur. ER and 8 is the same thing. So you understand that? So the base is always got to set, got to be set. And then because she gonna come across it, I'm looking at her school. And then I know kids go be kids, but I'm letting her know that some of that stems from their parents, and also be mindful of the parents if they treat her some type of different way, or a teacher or whatever, because black folks, you got neighbors, and in the interaction with black folks is different. It's not like a Disneyland going to be around white folks, and it's a lot better living. No, they got these kind of people too.
Wait a minute, did y'all see that on the screen?
Bond be going too fast.
This is what you could sew shoes with. This is a shoe.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. That's what that just fascinated me real quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The different between this one and mine is this one you hand crank it, like you turn this part right here, and you hand crank it, and this is the needle part. I'm thinking about buying this thing. See, this is a needle.
Get your exercise in with that one.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's a piece of cobbler equipment. Cobblers.
Bomb,
I remember some white guy was on the panel. Who was that? That was some white guy on the panel that was shocked that I knew what a cobbler was. I was like, ain't this a bitch? They really think well, maybe just me. Maybe they think I'm just ignorant. But it's like, how the hell are you surprised? He's like, that a girl. And I was like, if you don't get your hunky ass the fuck off this panel, the fuck. I don't like when white people think that black people are ignorant. That bothers me. Like, say what you have to say if you're interested in teaching people something, but don't sit up there and be astounded that black people are educated. The hell, informed, like, man. Okay, I'm not gonna get on my soapbox. Let's look at these images. Bomb is tempted to buy.
But society, listen, that's the issue. Society kind of tilts toward that way and have people thinking that, even subconsciously. So that's why you can't get any. So I'll use it to my advantage.
They think all we know how to do is rap.
Yeah, but I can't get mad at it. That's good. To me, that's good. Let them keep thinking we just rapping and going to jail when we still putting out a lot of top black women coming out of college, and a lot of HBCUs putting out boys and girls in our system. We still pumping in the South. It still come. We just now getting that push for education through the South. We on a lot of did just on the second generation of be able to get to go to college. In a lot of cases. So let them keep thinking that until we start. And while they looking around worrying about the wrong thing, we go study creeping up on them.
All right. Let it be said, let it be done.
Right. I was telling some of them dudes from the East Coast, hey, we're gonna go to Psycho and them, man. We're gonna do something, start killing. I said, man, they got a whole lot of other shit to war than just pulling out guns. They've been playing chess on our ass for a long time. Just pulling out the guns, that ain't chess. And you don't want that. You ain't winning that battle. I'm sorry, fella. There's gonna be a lot of dead black folks, with the hand-to-hand shit. They got too many weapons on us. Y'all got handguns. These motherfuckers, kids can knock your ass off from 500 full football fields away. That's different. Solid can tell you that, huh, Solid?
Yep.
Yeah, we can't win that. I know we got some military vets up here. That's not just you. That ain't gonna work, fella. But if we get our own people straight, it's gonna happen just like you said. It's the turnaround gonna come naturally. But when the turnaround come, you won't be wild with it. You won't be refined under their noses with it. You know what I'm saying? So you can step in and do, be all right. Make sure your people straight.
Let's welcome a new entry, Lola Noble. She's not new to the channel, but she just came in. And she said, we are scientists and researchers. Yes, Lord.
And seamstress.
Creative and innovative.
Bomb,
We
how
are
many
producers.
people? I got Bomb. How many people you think in the modern generation, that if you sit one of the old machines down, just the electric pedal one, not the crane, that you think they would pretty much just know what to do with it after they've been working on the new machines for a while?
What
You remember like the old one you used to flip over, and you had to damn near wind it and measure it up with the hand crank, and right before you press the button, like we learned on, like used to be like a little coffee table.
What you talking about?
Sewing machine.
Sewing machine. That was like a what?
You remember it used to be like a little coffee table. You could flip it up, and it had the first electric pedal one.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Right, kind of like my mom had one of those. Just the electric pedal one. You think people would know how to work that machine if they never used that one compared to the newer model ones?
No.
Kind of like somebody with a cell phone, you're learning how to use a dial, a rotary phone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Hey, y'all. Queen Aries on the attack about Lola. Okay, Queen Aries, we love you too. Don't attack Lola. Don't do that.
Hey, Lola.
Just out the blue, Queen Aries be like, fuck this. I want my name mentioned too or some shit. I don't know what Aries be on sometimes, man. We gotta love her though. Gotta love her. Gigi, what's happening? Good Saturday to you. Gabby Fox coming in. Oh God.
And Bomb, I
So
came
Queen
across
Aries
some of those.
Queen Aries gonna accuse Lola of having a white man just out the blue. Ain't you the one that was talking about chilling for your white man? And she was like, no, that wasn't me. It was like, oh, well, maybe that wasn't you. Like, what the fuck? And look, Queen Aries like, mind the panel, Mella. Oh man, I love this shit here. Oh God. Now let's talk about I'm gonna avoid, if I can, the what Frida Wynn and Black Dahlia are going through. I'm not gonna get involved in that. It'll work itself out. You're Black women, and that's what you have in common at the very least. So it doesn't have to be anything. It doesn't have to go overboard. So that's all I have to say about that. When you got strong personalities that are not, that Bomb, I wanted to ask you something before you, decide not to answer. When it comes to women, us as Black women, what is it about us that feel the need to crush a bitch? Just like when we could otherwise be silent and just let that woman just have her way. And I'm not referring to you specifically because this is your channel. I'm just asking your opinion based on things you've observed and how Black women interact with one another, and including myself. There will come a time when I could let something go, but I don't. And then there are times that I do. And I was wondering, can you tell me what that's about? What is it in some of us as Black women that just won't let shit go?
You mean just women, right? Shit.
Yeah.
Women,
You said, well, that's just women.
even the men say we don't be wanting to let things go.
Mhm.
Sometimes, sometimes I don't want to let things go. I don't know.
Bob said still be on our mind.
She said, I don't know. I
Still
should
be
have
on
caught
our
her when she
mind.
had more green tea.
Yeah, shit, I'm sleepy as hell over
She was
here.
like, right now, Mella, I don't give a fuck, okay?
No, that's right. Shit. I want to order this stuff if they got to be ordered by the night because it's on sale with the Joann's. Just looking around in case I see it cheaper somewhere else. Let me just
You said it was a 50% off sale on one of these stores, at one of these stores. Oh, that shirt was eye-catching. I saw a shirt that reminded me of my trying to impress somebody day. Oh, that's a dress. Va 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 boom. Like yeah, that would be like in the mid 90s. I would have wore a dress like that in the mid 90s. When I got picked up to go someplace, I would have like, okay, this dress is definitely not going to Burger King, motherfucker. You know, you want to meet and greet. I'm showing up in 1995 in that dress. There's gonna be more to it than a meet and greet. You know, this dress is to impress, and you're gonna do the same. That was my attitude back then. I was so cheeky. When I was in between marriages, I was a monster. Cause you know, I had something in my heart that wanted to make up for all that submission I had to give in my first marriage. I was like, let me get this straight. He was trying to set me up to get beat up for religious reasons. Fuck this shit. I'm taking vengeance out on everybody. It was crazy, man. Yeah, he tried to change religions on us. As it turns out, that religion approves of men beating their wives. I was like, not me. And especially when I found out he had to, when I found out he was just crazy enough to hurt himself, I could only imagine what he would eventually do to me. I got the fuck out of there. You know.
A little machine there used to make some money back in the days, huh, Bon?
He was a mama's boy too. So let that be an indicator, ladies. When they're a mama's boy, they're kind of disturbed.
Yep. Need a spanking, huh?
I don't know what the fuck.
What makes you a mama's boy?
Now, I will give them credit for this, and I hate to talk nasty on a Saturday morning. You know what? The fact that I misspoke, maybe I should keep that to myself until another moment. Like I was about to say something really. It's in relationship to having an orgasm. Had it not been for my first husband, I wouldn't know what an orgasm is. And so I give him credit for that. Okay. And we did travel a lot. He taught me how to drive a stick shift, and you know,
I bet he did.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In addition to that, we went overseas. We took what they call military hops, which is really a cheap ass way to do some shit, but it works if you can work it. You have to put on your uniform, and it costs $10, and you're basically on a cargo plane, basically. And it's you know, you're in your dress uniform on this cargo plane, so it's not the commercial luxury. However, it'll get you there. It'll get you there. And so we, like those are a few things that I can give him credit for.
You know what, Solid and Mellow, I remember when they picked us up at the Katrina in the helicopter, right? So it's just one of those rare times that civilians have to actually get the experience of a military aircraft, right? And it was different because we rode, you know, they picked us up in the Chinook. They just came down with the double propeller helicopters and, you know, put as many people as they can. And then, you know, it carry a lot of people, but it took fucking days to get in line to get on this damn thing, you know, because it ain't like a bus and they couldn't get the buses in, right? So we was we got on it like you know, it just took a while. It looked like there was evacuating damn refugees, literally, right? Like someone was hovering and shit, then they'll drop down. I'm like, okay, damn, that's different. It was interesting to see the formation. That being said, yeah, like when you say, yeah, it go get you there. It's not a commercial airline or something like that. So I can understand what you're saying, but riding down, you know, flying with that, with the back open, that you know, with the ramp on the Chinook, is different.
It is different
to be in that. And now it's the first time, like my ex and some of the kids, you know, the kids and the other people actually start crying after that whole thing, because then they were looking, because that's the first time we got to see it going up and looking how bad it was. We didn't know.
From a sky level, yeah.
Yeah, we're like, God damn, everything covered, you know.
It was like a bowl of soup.
Yeah, I was like, damn. I was like, God damn. All you can see is like the Superdome, the convention center, a couple of high-story buildings. The entire eastern part was just all water. You know, and like,
it makes you grateful. It makes you so grateful. And you don't waste another day of well, as much as you can try, you just remain grateful when you have a bird's eye view of what you survived. It's amazing.
And then
when you look down and see what you survived, you don't look at life the same.
Yeah, I won't get deep into the Katrina thing. Yeah, you're right though. So, but that was just that was a memory, you know. I might actually put that in my little autobiography. That was a memory that I remember, and for the first time as a civilian getting on a military aircraft. And you made me think, you just reminded me of that, Mella, when you said that. And I remember thinking, like, this motherfucker standing right, he had the little safety thing on. I'm like, he right there by the fucking ramp. Like, dude, sit down, you know, but the comfort level, he must have really rode in this thing a whole bunch of time to be standing by that damn ramp. But that was the first time we saw it, but, you know.
Hold on.
Yeah,
pause.
Like, it's no big deal. I'm like, damn.
Pause for the cause. The amazing you has entered the chat room with coffee and pancakes for everybody.
Oh yeah.
Hey brother, thank you for the meal this morning.
With maple syrup.
What's the syrup on those pancakes, man? What kind of syrup you talking about? I know it ain't Aunt Jemima now. You know we don't play that shit. Do I have to smuggle in my special combination of manuka honey and apricots? Like, you know, like should I smuggle in something for those pancakes? And we use real butter. Where's the butter? I hope that's not margarine devastating for you. Thank you for the coffee and pancakes, brother. Much love and appreciation for all your dedication. It rhymes, so you know it's sincere. Peace, baby. Thanks for showing up. Anyway, Kev, back to your book. We mentioned the publishing company earlier when we were talking. I know that this is too soon to mention. It's just a reminder that this will come into fruition for you. And I'm encouraging you to schedule a dedicated time slot, be it 30 minutes, 15 minutes, at least 3 times a week to complete your goal of eventually publishing it. I think you can tell it from a perspective of a Black man that has advanced himself after tragedy. It's important. I'm saying this.
Oh, I already got a publishing. It's GD Publishing, Gangster Disciple Publishing.
And see, you want to make jokes, right? So I'm going on
I'm
mute.
messing with you,
I'm going
baby.
on mute. No, you got it. You got it. You got it.
Well, why you laugh? You laugh as long as it's funny.
I didn't laugh. That's silent laugh. I didn't
somebody
laugh.
laugh. It ain't all about you all the time, brother. I mean,
Yeah, well, I bet you
yeah, I
won't forget
do.
what
Yeah,
I said.
yeah, I do agree with you. Thank you, man. Yeah, you got to keep me on my toes.
Mello.
I got to give you a deadline.
Yes, silent.
Do you
Now,
like
silent, you
babies?
know I can't have any babies, so we have to make sure that our conversation is just kept on a friendly level. Because I know you're looking for women who can bear children. So, what's up?
So then, never mind, be quiet.
It threw him all the way off. Look. He ain't
No, I was
say.
gonna say some other like busting it freely. Damn, shit. There's no holding back.
What'd you say? Wait a minute, I didn't hear what you said.
So you can busting it freely, no holding back. Too.
Man, I'm gonna
So you
need that.
Do
I'm
you
gonna
like
need
being
your voice to
spanked?
be clearer when you speak, man. Because you say the most amazing things, and it's mumbled, and because of the audio.
Yeah, I'm on this. I'm on the high. I'm on this highway. On the
It's okay.
backwoods.
That's all right. When you were a Marine, or well, you're always a Marine, all right?
Yep.
I guess what I'm emphasizing is the difference in your basic training compared to other armed service members. I say that you all had it so different that it was damn near traumatic. Now, I'm not discounting anybody else like the Army, the Navy, none of that, right? I'm just saying that time when you told me that there's a particular routine that you all have to go through where you're damn near starving. You know, you're only allotted a certain amount of rations to nourish yourself, and everything else is up to you. And we're not counting the lack of being able to, you know, do the hygiene that we're accustomed to in Western civilization and all. You know, you out there raw, like, you know, you better figure out what to do and how to do it on your own type of raw. What would you say? This is the question. What would you say was the closest breaking point you experienced in your training? The thing that made you sit down and it's like, why the fuck am I doing this? That, you know, can you pinpoint an experience, like a, you know, paint a picture that sat you down in your mind and heart, if not physically, where you was like, why in the fuck did I do this?
No, not really. I was determined to do it, especially when I was told I couldn't do it.
When he first tasted the food.
Yeah, when I was determined. I was like, I mean, you may have had that thought of what the hell I got myself into, but it wasn't no
That's
thing
what I'm
of-
saying. What was that? It's, you know, what made, you know, what was the situation that brought that question to your mind?
Oh, I'm trying to think.
It was probably so disturbing that you made yourself forget about it.
Matter of fact, it's probably when, because they have a day called Black Friday. Because when you get there, the first few days, you just doing paperwork, a little bit of marching. They make sure all your paperwork is right and all that stuff. You in like the receiving barracks and all that stuff. And then on that Friday, you get released to the drill instructors. You know, the senior drill instructor, you know, give his spiel, whatever. And then you tell the other ones, take charge. And then they come at you.
When you say they come at you, can you describe what that looks like?
Well, it's just like yelling, getting all your stuff together. They could dump all y'all stuff together and mess up everything. Then you gotta fix it. Then they mess it back up.
Like Full Metal Jacket.
Yep.
Yeah, Kevin showed the clip of Full Metal Jacket, the drill sergeant.
I got a question for
dumping
both of y'all,
everybody's-
even though it's different branches, just basic training. I mean, just getting off the bus at basic training and going to your first formation and getting set up that should be, is that a definitely I'm in a different world type of thing for y'all?
Yeah, because it's when you first get off the bus, we get on some yellow footprints, and that yellow footprints is pretty much how you're supposed to be marching, and that's the way it is.
See, Silent being gentle with the stories, right? See, this is where I come in, and I'm in what they call the chair force, which is supposedly the easiest basic training.
I mean, it's a lot of yelling and running, saying the constant moving around.
Typical stuff.
Now,
And it's psychological
funny to me now.
manipulation too, Silent. The psychological manipulation.
I remember one time, like when we do our workouts, it's not like you do 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2. So,
damn. That sounds like we used to do in football. Yeah.
That's not the type of
So I
psychological
remember-
manipulation I'm talking about, and you know it.
See,
you holding back.
Like when you do the exercise and when you up there and you counting and you already had 101. There's no telling how many you did. You know what I'm saying? Like doing jumping jacks. I just remember it was like 101. I mean, like my arms are just numb. Like this,
Still holding
just
back.
flapping, just
Everybody know about the calisthenics, man. You holding back on the real.
And then
I'll
they do
tell
a thing of the rifle. Let's say
Oh,
the
no,
rifle
okay.
empty.
Go
it's
ahead,
probably
tell us. Go
about maybe 5-7 pounds or something like that. Well, they have you got to straight arm your arm, and you just hold the rifle with your two fingers, and keep it there.
But see, Silent, what you've done is you made yourself forget about certain things, right?
Oh, it's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff you're not gonna tell the audience. I know, because you don't want to bring it up, and I get it. That's cool. And I'm gonna follow your lead. If in the event that you think it's best to just not reveal things, that's cool.
No, you can say stuff. I don't mind. I'm just trying to think offhand.
I remember RBR, right? And I hate to rag on the brother because I do have an affinity for him. I remember when he was talking shit about armed service members and why they aren't as important as we would have, allegedly we would have people to think. That's not what it is. And it really, I experienced myself being very patient with him on many occasions about many different things that really went against my mode of operation. I just figured it's his channel. I'm just going to wait until I fit into a particular conversation. That's the way I roll, right? And then he started talking shit about the military. Okay, with his civilian ass. Okay.
Right.
And I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's where he had to stick. He needed to stick to the $1 billion from Google before that.
This is when we started undercutting each other, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason why there's something about people who can relate to being honorably discharged, that can relate to one another, that he will never concede. And he refused to acknowledge that, and yet he wants everybody to acknowledge his points and what he's saying, there comes a time when a person has to acknowledge you don't know what the fuck you talking about. And he refused to acknowledge that. And that's kind of when things went a little haywire. You know, when he was gracious enough to, you know, spend some time on the panel, and believe me, I'm grateful for that. I too had been worried and prayerful and hopeful, and he sounded strong and happy and supported. So you know, that's good. That's a good thing. I mean, he bounced back like never before. So that's an inspiration. I'm not discounting that. What I will say is that I didn't hesitate to remind him that all the accolades that he's given Bomb Cherry Juice's channel, what he failed to recognize is that not only Kev and other people who really appreciate her support the channel in some fashion. What's really going on as well is that there are 4 representatives of the armed services that contribute as well to these 12-hour live streams. So much so that some people who are military service members, they like the snaggletooth motherfucker that needed a dentist appointment. You know, he wanted to get in on it, but he didn't know how to just say, like, I really want to get in on this shit. He would rather make a live stream about Bomb that I haven't seen yet, you know, just out of the blue.
You made some about you too.
I don't give a fuck because I know what it is. He wanted to get in on it. He just doesn't know how to say it. And at least RBR, you know, came over and, you know, contributed accolades to her channel and the innovation that he failed to fucking do when I told him to do it. And then he wanted to talk crazy about armed service members. No, I'm not going to let you. Now, as happy as I am that you're an example of how people can bounce back from, you know, what would seem to be a surgery of demise, I'm happy about that. It doesn't negate the fact that be cautious when you talk crazy about people that are trained in stick-to-itiveness. Okay? The stick-to-itiveness of it all, you have to go through something. That's why Kev can relate. Okay? Kev know what it's like to be grateful to come out on the other side of something that could have fucked your world up and your mind as well.
Yeah,
And
some people need to be humbled.
Yeah, and it's not a situation where it's embarrassing. It's about the truth. It's about the goddamn truth.
Y'all want to let
people talk
devastating
crazy about military people and they've never been in a fucking service. Look, I'm not saying that I'm going to respond every time. I'm saying that that's some foul shit because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
And it's clearly evident that things aren't being discussed, and there's a reason for that. But people who know already know. And if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, stop making assumptions. I'm not
That's
into
what we call That's what we call staying in your lane, and everybody got their place.
Yeah, and when you're intelligent, you can have a conversation without disparaging someone under the guise of you know, just guessing and speculating and hoping and wishing that what you're saying makes sense when you actually don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know, me personally, I want somebody to tell me when I can't relate to something. I can't relate to what it's like to raise a daughter. So I don't speak on that shit. I have encountered nieces that are going through, you know, their upbringing, and I can share stories about what I've said to them and things that we've done together that's enriching and helpful. As far as raising a daughter, hell no. I'm not gonna tell Kev like, well, you should do this with your daughter. You should do that with your daughter. No, I told Kev about a book. And even then I was stepping on toes because I'm not about to write a goddamn book. You know, I'm not. However, I'm encouraged by the fact that he has a distinctive story to tell. And I'm just hoping that he considers scheduling a dedicated time slot towards his goal. Now I can say that, but I can't say, well, you know what you should say in your book? You should say this. And you should, no, I ain't wrote no book. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how to recommend a publishing company. I don't know how to edit books or nothing like that. So I'm very careful when I communicate with people, unless they fuck with me. When they fuck with me, get ready for a roller coaster. Because depending on what type of mood I'm in, I'll either let it go or I'll ride it with you. Anyway, devastating for you with your masterful ass. Welcome to the panel, baby. What's happening?
Oh, what's up? Y'all good on Saturday morning?
I'm talking shit. You got to calm me down like you usually do. You got to say, oh, it's okay, Mella, cool out.
Trying to get going this morning with some maple syrup with the pancakes. And
maple is good.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually trying to hit up the air and water show this morning, but looks like the weather is going to try to be a factor, so I'm gonna try it out tomorrow.
Yeah,
we got
it's been raining here.
Yeah, overcast, rain.
Yeah.
And it figures, a lot of people were looking forward to the air and water show today. I heard the Jets come in the other night. That it woke me up. I was like, I know that's not what I think it is. I had a little flashback, just a little. I was like, God damn, I'm getting ready to hit these fucking Jets. Oh shit.
Yeah, they practiced on Friday, so they did a little bit yesterday.
I heard it. It was like, that roar. I heard that shit. I was like, here they come. Oh hell. But the weather today is keeping people away and delaying some of the exhibitions. Do you have any forecasts when the skies are going to clear up so they can do their thing?
Yeah, they usually come around about 1:30, 2 o'clock. So it's kind of iffy. Even if it's not raining, they can't really do a lot if it's cloudy. So they're basically going to play it by ear today. They're going to play it by ear.
Mm-hmm. You showed some previous videos since you have that expensive equipment over there. You sound like you're at home since you're eating pancakes.
Yeah.
Or you might be out and about, who knows. I wanted to bring up the fact that you have some footage of previous air and water shows, so the people might be familiar with how
I got a live shot from the Sears Tower right now, actually.
Okay, we might see the crowds. Look at that city, everybody. It's an overcast, cloudy. Ain't no telling when it's gonna rain again day. Nonetheless, that magnificent east side of Chicago lakefront area. Now, so what we're looking at is look at the curvature of the earth. You all notice the curvature?
No, that's the way the camera lens. That's a camera
that's
lens.
the camera lens. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to see the closer of those hips.
Yeah, but if you rewind it back about 10 or 15 seconds, I don't know what type of plane that was, but something flew over to the left there. I think that's Trump Tower right there. So the low-lying aircraft looks like it's going to be okay for them, but we'll wait and see if the clouds clear.
Yeah,
So
I don't.
so far, yeah, so far this is the best cam to try to catch some action if they're gonna do it today.
Yeah, when they do those tricks in the air formation, it's something to see in person.
Yeah.
Blue Angels.
Yeah.
The Blue Angels. When you go on a I forgot what kind of flight they call it, the courtesy flight. Where they take you up. The guys that did do it, out of 5 of them, 3 of them threw up. They were told have nothing more than a banana, you know, and I guess some of them thought they were gonna have a big breakfast, you know, and there was a few of them that that messed up the cabin of the plane because they were doing, you know, when they take those people up on the, I forgot what the hell those flights are called. They're not courtesy flights.
The ride-alongs.
Yeah, it's basically a ride along. It's just formally called something. Incentive flights. It's something that people have earned. They've you know, like that's one of the perks of having some type of distinguishable record in your you know, like how you do things on the flight line, right? They go up on these flights with the 2-seater jet, and they experience the full speed of what it's like to be doing that. Is, you know, back then they weren't able to record it. They didn't have cell phones with cameras back then. I don't know if there are recent videos about those type of incentive flights now. They described it as the 2 that didn't throw up, they loved it. The 3 that did throw up, they were embarrassed. I didn't even bother to ask them if they threw up in their mask or, you know, because, you know, they have to wear those masks, the helmet with the full cover shield and stuff. So I was like, I didn't want to ask them, like, so like basically your vomit was on your face, you know. I didn't want to ask them that. But nonetheless, it must have been quite the thrill. Must have been quite the thrill. I think they go knot. I don't know how many knots. I forgot how many knots. How fast they can go. I forgot.
Yeah, they don't take them too fast, but like Mach 1, that's like the speed of sound. I think they probably cap it at about 0.5 or 0.3. And
yeah,
like
something they can handle.
Yeah, everybody can't handle.
But they do turn them upside. They flip them. They flip them.
Yeah, they flip them. Yeah, they flip them for sure.
That's part of the thrill. They flip them. Oh my God. I would see it from the ground. I was like, look at him go. And then you find out he threw up all on himself. It's like, what? They told you to just eat a banana.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's like, don't eat anything more than a banana when you doing that, because you will get your stomach turned around. Look at that view.
Yeah, so,
that's so beautiful.
Yeah, so we're so that's as of 11 o'clock local time. It is light sprinkles. You probably can't see it in the feed, but I do actually see them. Who is that?
Sugar Bomb says she wants to see Washington, D.C. Yeah, everybody's not into Chicago, so that's true. We've been a little
selfish.
Look out the window, Sugar Bomb. Shit. Open them curves
Look
up.
out the window if you want to see DC. That's cold.
No, I heard they put up new barriers around the Capitol just last week.
Oh God. Okay, so also Black Dahlia and Frida are still debating whether or not they should kiss and make up. I'm checking. Okay, Carlos Thomas. Okay, that's who came in. Happy Saturday to you, Carlos. I was trying to find out who came in. And Gabby Fox talking shit. What's wrong with a white man? Love is love. Y'all putting biracial people on a pedestal, but y'all don't like white Mexican people. Okay. Good morning, Gabby Fox. Thank you for commenting. Oh my gosh. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. That was funny though. You showing Chicago. She was like, we don't want to see Chicago. We want to see DC. He said, look out the window. Oh goodness. Oh, Carlos Thomas said happy Sabbath. Okay. That's something that I'm not experiencing. And I'm not experiencing Saturday Sabbath. What religion practices Saturday as a Sabbath?
That's Jewish.
That's Jewish stuff.
Yeah.
Not Hebrew. Well, Hebrew.
From
Israelite stuff too.
From sunset Friday to sunset Saturday.
Well, all right. Don't let them discourage you from showing that magnificent skyline, please.
No, I'm
I'm going to get discouraged and be quiet. Is that what you want? Is that what you want?
No, I'm looking for the other camera. The other camera is on the. I got the other camera on another browser.
You want the host?
Hold on 1 second. I gotta switch some stuff around before I get set.
Okay, just let me know.
Miss Baum is she asleep already? I didn't know she was gonna go all.
No, I'm not gone yet.
Oh, hey, how you doing? You okay?
No, I'm sleepy as hell. I'm over here looking at some stuff.
I made him co-host until he wants to host, Bomb. I hope that's all right with you.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, you been up all night, Miss Baum?
Yeah, I'm sleepy.
Yeah, that was a good segment you had on the Brazil guy last night. I was trying to actually follow that.
Yeah, that she I missed the part when she spoke Portuguese. I was waiting for it, but I didn't get a chance to stay up long enough to check it out.
Yeah, it was a lot of over talking. A lot of over talking.
What do you think about when the brother was calling? He was basically, never mind. I don't even know if I should reiterate that. Like, it was ridiculous. You know, they gave the woman a hard time. When I say they, I mean one particular person. You know.
Yeah, I heard it.
You heard it? Okay, I don't need to speak on it. It was crazy. It's like, why is he doing her like that?
Yeah,
Then
it was taking
again,
it out on.
the
They got mad
guy
'cause-
was he was poking at him.
Yeah.
And you know, sometimes men they get into I can cuss you out better than you can cuss me out mode, and sometimes people get in the crossfire of that, I guess. Yeah, this view has
Nah,
always been my favorite.
nah, Joe W. I promise you, Chicago got the best skyline in the United States, probably the world. I promise you that. I
In
don't
the
have to go to the
world.
internet. I would drive downtown and go out on the lake and go live to
In
get
the
that
world.
lakeshore drive by Navy Pier. That view right there, where they have all them lights. When you go around the Navy Pier part, Miss Miller.
Yes.
From that angle, yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
And I've been around. This is it.
You can't drive
This is
in
the
New York.
bomb.
Yeah, you can't drive nowhere in New York City to get an actual whole cast view unless you're on the George Washington Bridge, and you have to turn your head,
You
at
gotta
a
turn your
weird
head and
angle.
look at it. Meanwhile,
Yeah, and it's
Lakeshore
so
Drive
far
going
right
into
in
the
your
city
face.
like that,
Mhm.
it's
Yeah, can't beat
remarkable.
that. Mhm.
Okay, I'm not taking away anybody's favorites. I'm just saying it's remarkable.
Yeah.
It's yeah, I'll just keep it at remarkable so I don't hurt feelings out there.
You see Buckingham Fountain, even though it's raining,
Yeah,
they still got the water on. They
yeah, they
still got
got
the water on, yeah.
yeah for the time being. You know how they do.
Mhm.
They now going south on Lakeshore Drive, you'll run across these signs that say you are beautiful. Think of the planet. And you know, all these little encouraging little signs along the way while you're
Okay,
going south, because they know once you hit
hold on,
71st
Miss
and
Miller.
Jeffrey, okay,
Yeah.
when you
Over
start,
to the right, you see one of the big cargo planes. It's like a C-130 just banked out.
did it?
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
man. Yeah.
Mm.
I'm gonna keep it right here. I got another browser that's open on my other screen, and I'm gonna try to see if I can catch. Here it comes back in. Yeah, it's real small. It's like a little glitch on the screen. Yeah, it's kind of hard to make
Kev,
them out when it's cloudy and overcast like this.
Kev, come back when you can. We didn't. I guess we should show Louisiana every once in a while.
No, I actually I try to look for all the major cities downtown cams. I think New York has the most. New York City has the most. Mhm.
Not Sugar Bone talking crazy about Chicago pizza.
About pizza, yeah, you're really gonna get an argument
That's
about
cold blooded. That's cold blooded.
this. I gotta mute my goddamn mic. This fucking dog.
I don't know, like brother Joe W talking crazy, man. He typing crazy. Like New York, the skyline, man. Like, come on, man. Really? Somebody, I don't know. New York is still #1. Come on. For real. Anyway, let's take time out to acknowledge Cherry's endurance and stamina as a woman and a grandmother. You know, when she's here, the numbers are astronomical. I can only say that with all due respect. You know, she can hold down her own channel. You know what I'm saying? So don't get it twisted.
Does she? Was
She's
she
a
able
human
to
being.
play?
She needs a rest. She's dedicated at least 14 hours to you all. I'm glad you've enjoyed her time and getting to know her better with all the different things that she has shown that she's interested in. The Cash App is in the chat room. And remember to like, subscribe, and share the channel. Your support is appreciated. Thank you.
Did she show all that that one video where that guy was ragging on the Passport Bros?
Yes.
She showed all of it.
She got
Eventually?
through it. There was a lot of interruptions, but she got through it.
Yeah.
I think when we mentioned pancakes and coffee, Silent and Kev decided to
Make a
make that
dash
happen.
for it. Mm.
They hit the ground running. It's like pancakes. That's a good idea. So
Yeah, boy.
hopefully they'll return. I guess I could talk to you about truck driving. Now, in the event, hypothetically, you were to win the lottery, let's say 5 million at least, would you be interested in owning your own truck business, or would you use $5 million for something else? And if so, what would it be? You hit $5 million today. Would you say, since I'm driving trucks, I'm going to go ahead and own my own and do what I can to build the company from that? Or would you do something else that you find you would have more interest in? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, I wanna I'm in the process right now trying to making that happen, but for sure, I think I would probably be more motivated to help others own their own trucking company.
Including the school, like you would have your own school and everything?
All that from front to back.
That's
People that
what's
don't
up.
even know how to drive nothing. Yeah, if you don't know how to drive nothing, all the way up to owner, operations, maintenance, diesel mechanic, dispatcher, compliance officer. I mean, the whole, front to back, inside out. It's a position for everybody, regardless of gender, background, whatever. Only because I've been in it. It is quite a bit of education that's involved, but if the dedication is there, people are willing to learn.
Even the repair side of it too?
Yeah. The
All
repair is part of it.
encompassing, an all encompassing
Yeah.
corporation?
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
The repair and the maintenance is very, very, very vital to operations. Preventive maintenance, emergency assistance. Even if you have a newer vehicle, and Silent can attest to this, there's no guarantee that you're gonna have a smooth ride on every trip. Computer chips can lock up. You know, so you need people on hand, contractors on call. If you don't have an in-house staff, you do need to be able to have resources available to help people that may be stranded in the morning at 3 o'clock in the morning in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Even if it's just transporting them to a hotel room until we can find somebody that's available the following morning. So I have personally went from my living room at my house to rescue a driver that was stranded in a blizzard in the middle of North Dakota. Took me about 7 hours to get to him, but he was in freezing temperatures with no heat.
Did he have to be hospitalized when you reached him?
No, he just wrapped himself up in his camping blanket. He was mindful enough to carry some clothes. So by the time I got there, he at least had one of those blankets that are like thermal blankets, like a goose down.
Yes.
One of those. Yeah. So got him all squared away. Took him to a little hotel, and I took stuff out of his truck and put it in my truck, and went on to Seattle, Washington, and dropped it off.
Yeah. That's the type of things that heroes are made of. Those sleeper, you've mentioned the down sleeper. There are now materials that are just as effective, but they're more compact. You know, a lot of people, they have what's called these bug out bags. Welcome back, Silent. Glad to have you.
Hello.
They have this trend with the survivors YouTube channels. You know, I guess they call them when shit hits the fan type of channels.
Yeah.
And they have new products that are so compactable that it makes surviving a lot more feasible, you know. You don't have to carry all these bulky items. Say what?
So I'm planning on making myself a bug out bag myself.
Yes. There's a lot of YouTube videos about bug out bags. And what to put in
Yeah, the
them.
material is it's kind of thin, like a wet diving suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're giving them out to some places. They give them out. There are giveaways, like some of the bug out bag recommendations. Those items are given freely on some sites. I think you give your email.
One of the most important thing in there is get one of those straws that you can filter water.
Yes, water filtration. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Saw that, yeah. Yeah, Detroit.
That's going to be very important.
Yeah, Detroit, Michigan, and surrounding areas is under a boil water order right now. Emergency.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
I saw a video where like it was flammable. Like someone turned on the faucet and put
Yeah.
a lighter to it, and there were flames coming from the water. Like the water was flammable coming out the faucet.
Yeah, it looks like a gas line might have ruptured.
There was a time I used to make Kool-Aid, like, you know, the regular little packaged Kool-Aid and Domino sugar. And you know, back before I knew any better, we're talking maybe 25 years ago. Not that I know that much better now, I'm just saying this particular instance is where I thought that drinking water from the faucet was not a bad thing. So I would fill up the pitcher making Kool-Aid with a little lemon juice, the Kool-Aid packet, the sugar, faucet water, stir it up, and we drank it like it was delicious. Not knowing that there's no way in heck we're supposed to trust municipal water filtration, especially for drinking. Eventually, still not knowing about the dangers of sugar, white sugar, I would still make Kool-Aid. This time I would buy
white.
this say what? This time I would buy a gallon of water, and I would just you know, pour like about maybe 8 ounces out, make the Kool-Aid and shake it up with a gallon of water. So I thought I was doing something, you know, clever. And then as time would have it, as things evolve, I learned about how bullshit, you know, drinking Kool-Aid is. You know, the Kool-Aid packages, they got these colors, you know, just these ingredients that you know, that are questionable. I didn't even think about. Not to mention how processed sugar is made and how that affects the hyperactivity of children. I've come a long way when it comes to nutritional insight. I'm not certified, you know, I'm not a guru. What I'm saying is, if I had it to do all over again, I would have done it differently. I would have definitely done it differently. There was a time I used margarine. Like, that was, you know, I think I used the hell is that brand? Blue Bonnet. You know, I was just caught up in what was the commercial trend to do. I was just caught up in that. Seemed like a good idea at the time. What can I say? Not questioning doctors when they prescribe you something seemed like a good idea at the time. Wearing makeup, no matter how expensive the brand was, seemed like a good idea at the time. You know, you live and you learn, hopefully. I like what Kev was saying, that he's scheduling how his daughter is being informed. If I had it to do over again, I would have made a few designated days of the week, something specific that he should learn about our people and financial edification, mechanical, robotics, like just something for him to have under his belt of knowledge. Just make that a scheduled exercise. A lot of times you go with the flow. And God knows when video games came out and all those other kind of things that he was interested in, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And what's the other guy with the Super Saiyan? Just those types of things. When he became interested in wrestling and all that kind of stuff, you just give it to him. You just give it to him. And you have your family night, your family game night, your family movie night, and that's it. It's just more to it than that for them to absorb. Those extra things are extra things and shouldn't be the main thing. If I had it to do over again, I would not have let all these new introductions of stuff that accommodated children with new toys and gadgets and electronics take over for good down home teaching and preaching about how he should think when encountering people. I would have taught him better about being a nutritional detective. Those very two things I would have at least changed. Now, one time I taught him something about entrepreneurship that was real modest, but it was cute. There was this the grocery store, I don't know if you all are familiar with it, it was called Dominick's. Dominick's was having a going out of business sale, like everything must go, and everything was little or nothing to buy. My aunt told me about it as I was driving back home from taking them to school. It was kind of those, girl, Dominick's, Dominick's is going out of business and they got everything must go sale right now. So it was on the way, I head on over there, and sure enough, everything must go. I saw the display of M&Ms. M&Ms that usually went for about $1 a pack or 10 cents. I had this idea, I'm going to buy the entire inventory, and I did. But that wasn't going to satisfy me, right? Because I wasn't just buying M&Ms so he can have M&Ms with his lunch every day that I made. It was for an entrepreneurial exercise, because he was like bragging on me about getting the Xbox. That's when not Xbox, Wii. That's when the Wii came out. Now he already had the Xbox. He already had PlayStation. He already had Game Boy. He's had every console since the little GameCube came out. And so I'm thinking, why should I get a Wii? Why should I do that? And so I came up with the bright idea that he can earn the money for himself, because I think at the time it was about maybe $300, $2.99 or the basic, $3.99 for some other specialized version of it. And I just thought he can earn this for himself. He was at that age where I believe he could earn it for himself. And so when these M&Ms are staring at me at 10 cents a bag, I'm like, okay, he could actually sell these M&Ms for $1, make enough. Who doesn't love M&Ms at that point back then? And make enough money to buy his own. It will give him a sense of accomplishment. I buy up the inventory of M&Ms. I'm trying to remember how many there were. It was a lot. It was a lot. I spent like a grip buying up that inventory of M&Ms. But I wasn't satisfied that was going to accomplish him selling his own thing. I wanted the display. The M&Ms, they came with the little cute, colorful displays of the M&Ms. I needed that. So fortunately, the manager's like, hell yeah, everything must go. You want it, you got it. Didn't even make me pay for the displays.
Yeah.
And when I talk about displays, I'm talking about the adult size height, big old,
the big
right? The big old exaggerated. Hey, don't you want these M&Ms? And it's a pouch, with a bunch of M&Ms in it and stuff like that. Those types of displays. And so I got 3 of them, and as I found out, they use like a little milk crate to hold them up and support them. Like they don't just stand up by themselves sturdy. So you have to have some type of support underneath them. So when I picked it up, there was a milk crate. I said, oh, and he said, yeah, you probably need that to support them so they don't get knocked over easily. And so I'm ready to hustle. I'm like, man, look, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna stand outside of a movie theater and sell these M&Ms. So I'm excited about the concept until my spidey senses started tingling. And I decided to look up the legality of it all, right? Because there's a lot of vagrancy laws and stuff like that in the city of Chicago at the time. And I was just like, I want to make sure that we're not gonna be, accosted while we out there slinging M&Ms. Because I thought it would be perfect. It's like, what, that'd be great. We just sit outside of a movie theater and just, just have this display that, look, we got a pack of M&Ms for $1 compared to the like 5, 7, whatever amount they were offering inside the theater. I thought it was going to be great until I looked up the law. And I was like, oh shit, this might not be cool. And then I found out there's something called a peddler's license that you apply for and all this other kind of stuff. I was like, I'm not getting ready to go through all applying for a license to slang M&Ms when that's not really the endeavor that we have in mind. We just trying to, make this boy earn his own money to get what he's looking for. I shouldn't have to get a peddler's license to do that. And so as it would have it, I came up with the idea, since we know someone that has a business inside of a mall, okay, and the holiday season is approaching because he wanted it for Christmas. The holiday season is approaching, and we know someone that has a store in the mall. I talked to them about permission to stand outside of their business to set up the display that we're going to present and sell M&Ms. He said yes. His wife said yes. And so here we are. I'm setting up the display. I'm getting to the point where my son is defiant about this, right? He's basically being a hater. I'm setting up the display. I'm encouraging that this is going to be profitable. Everything's they're going to buy out the entire supply. You're going to make this much money. Let's calculate it. Look what you got to look forward to. I'm being very encouraging. And he's just being really snarky about it. And so he happened to grab some type of basket or bag or something. And he came up with the bright idea to walk around the mall asking people if they want to buy some M&Ms. I'm like, no, that's not going to work. And he said, oh, you don't believe in me. This is when he started getting the attitude. This is this puberty kicking in. Oh, you don't think it's going to work. that type of shit. I said, it's just that we agreed upon doing it this way. If you just walking through a mall slinging M&Ms, that's solicitation. We're doing it this way because this is what's legal. Well, I'm going to try it my way and you do it your way. And we'll see who wins. He came up with that. We'll see who wins. I said, win? We're not here to do anything other than to make sure you get a weed. It's not about, I was like, you know what? Okay. Keep your cell phone on you and call me if you need. So I set up the display because he pissed me off at that point, right? Not only did I set up the display, I set up the display because he pissed me off. And when I get pissed off, I get extra fucking creative. I remember when we went to a Chicago Fire, game. The Chicago Fire is a team in the city. And I had one of their blankets, pristine. I had 2 folding chairs. I had a folding table. I had the M&Ms display. And I had this clothing rack that was from the store. And I made it look like that these M&Ms are being sold for charity. That's the way I set that shit up. I set up with a sign that I wrote real colorful and different types of ink, like support charity. M&Ms, $2 each, 3 for $5. Support charity. Them motherfuckers was selling like hotcakes, baby. Okay? We talking Christmas time, charity, and M&Ms, and a bunch of kids, and they mama wanting to shut them up in a mall. The shit couldn't have been no more perfect. He came back, his jaw dropped, because everybody was just coming through with it. So he came back, and he didn't say much. He just sat down in the folding chair. I said, "You're good with money. You're good. You're good with money. You know how to count. I can't keep up with everything that's coming in. Can you help me?" He said, "Yeah." And so he started, making sure the money was organized, and he kept, he was the money man. He was the money man. And, when the inventory was finished, the only thing that was really left was the peanut butter version. Like nobody seemed to want to buy the peanut butter ones. They bought they bought every other version except for the peanut butter ones. Those weren't really going so well. So when the mall was about to close, the owner of that store, not knowing that my son wanted to be defiant and go and sling M&Ms around the mall, and people looking at him crazy, talking about, "You better get the fuck away from me slinging M&Ms, you stranger." That type of rejection that he experienced throughout the entire mall, as he had told me later on. He told me what, some of the things that people said to him when he was trying to do that. He didn't tell me at that time. Anyway, he's counted. He must have went through hell trying to sling M&Ms randomly through a mall. Because he's an older teenager. He's not some little baby, he's like, people go be tripping. But he didn't listen. So when he came back, he became the money man. And then when the mall was closing, the owner came out and was proud. And he bought the remainder of the inventory. So not only did he get his Wii gaming console, the most expensive package he could buy, he also had money left over to do whatever else he wanted to do with it. hopefully he learned an entrepreneurial lesson. So that's my story. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh man, that was a real tripped out situation. Devastated. Do you find that to be something that was an unnecessary exercise in demonstrating entrepreneurship for rebellious, defiant, growing teenage Black boy?
Yo,
Huh?
based on the circumstances that he was dealing with and what he was looking to get, and the main objective, all he looking at is, yo, I need to do whatever it takes to get this damn game, and I'm going full out. So he set his heart, he set his mind, yo, I know you're my mom, I respect you and everything, but I gotta get this game out.
They're right. He thought he could do better than what I'm telling them to do.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
I'm like, look here, man. I'm getting ready to show you what it's all about. It's about timing, location, and the proposition of it all. The proposition of it all is holiday season. You're in a mall. You're indicating something's for charity. Did you find that to be deceptive? Because I didn't say it was charity for the Chicago Fire hockey. I think it's I don't know if it was a hockey team.
Soccer,
I think it's a alternate, it's a non-professional.
The soccer team.
Yeah, the soccer team, right. The Chicago Fire is the soccer team.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so with the blanket being displayed the way it was with the signs, donate to charity, it gives the perception that you're donating the proceeds to that soccer team when it was never clearly spelled out. It was just the display that gave the impression. And that's what brought even more traffic to it. Not just the M&Ms, but the perception that, oh, this is for charity. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to teach him how to get down. Okay? It's about perception. Perception is everything. That's why media has people convinced that Black people ain't shit. It's the perception, not the reality. And that's the lesson I was attempting to teach that child. And he just wanted to make it seem like mama don't know what she talking about. The fuck I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So them were the same M&Ms that you got out from the Dominic's store closeout?
The closeout was in November. We started selling them in December.
The same M&Ms?
I bought the M&Ms after Thanksgiving. We started selling them in the middle of December.
It was at the end. It was at the end. Okay, I get it.
We checked the expiration date. Everything was legit. We stored, as a matter of fact, when I bought them, I packed them in a way where they had the air. I forgot what you call those things when they come. It keeps air out of the container.
Vacuum bag.
Damn, what do they call it? It's made with silica. The little silica pouches that make sure that there's no moisture accumulating inside of a container. I stored them in that.
Yeah.
So I made sure everything was food grade acceptable. Just as if you bought them off the shelf. And we did, and I showed them how to get down. It's like, it's about perception, location, and price point. Fuck the dumb shit. Listen to your mama. Okay? That owner, he was so proud. He thought my son came up with the idea. He was like, that's how you do it. The presentation, young man. You know, he started talking about, I really like your presentation and your style. And I just let him say, I'm just sitting back shaking my head in approval. Like, man, listen. Sometimes these boys take their mothers for granted. She wants the best for you. She wants you to have everything your heart desires. And because she may communicate it in a way that is not quite Little House on the Prairie looking, it doesn't mean that it's not going to get you to where you need to be for greater comfort. She's teaching you strong things for strong reasons. That's my point. How much time is left? Devastating. I don't know how much longer I can talk shit. I really don't.
No, we crossed the 8-hour mark.
Well, somebody got to come up with something, because I ain't gonna say nothing else.
No, they was just to your story. I heard it. I am is talking to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the chat and find out what I am. He's a wonderful man. Oh wait, he said I lied. Look, it was the perception, okay? And Charity, that was the charity. The charity was so he could get a Wii console for Christmas. Come on, man. That was the charity. It just happened to be that this soccer team in Chicago had a blanket that we cleverly displayed in front of it. Why can't we talk about that price point though? $2, 3 for $5. How come we can't how come we can't talk about the price point? He said, oh God. Why everybody trying to, man, y'all some haters, man. That shit was a good lick. Okay? Fuck you talking about? Now, of course, we don't eat M&Ms anymore. When I would make his lunch every morning, there were certain little sweets I would put in there. It could be a Kit Kat, it could be a Twix, it could be M&Ms, the standards, right? The way I would make a sandwich, it would be a turkey sandwich. I used to put cheese on it, but I stopped doing that because I started finding out things about cheese. So I started switching to more natural, like Sorrento's or something, cheese that actually claim to have the milk enzymes, and as opposed to just buying Kraft, because I used to buy that big old box of Kraft slices, and I like the way it tastes, to be honest with you. And then I went to cheddar cheese, but the cheddar cheese brands, they had some coloring in it, so I wanted to find a cheese that was better for digestion. And then also he didn't like mustard, so there wasn't an option for him. I tried to encourage him to like mustard, but it wasn't working out. I definitely wasn't putting mayonnaise on a sandwich, so the way I would prepare I use hamburger buns, right? Sara Lee hamburger buns. And I would toast the bun. I would butter the bun using real butter on the outside as well as the inside of the bun. I would put the turkey and cheese on it, and I would wrap it up in wax paper, wax paper, and then I would put it in a sandwich bag. That was his sandwich. He would have a bag of chips. It was usually Jay's, not Jay's. It was the yellow bag, the little yellow bag of chips, or it could be his favorite was like the corn chips. He liked corn chip puffs and stuff like that. So that would be most likely the occasion. And I would try to put, I marinated apple slices in lemon juice, and I would have that in a snack size Ziploc bag. And then I had, like some type of sweet, like, Kit Kat, M&M, Twix, whatever. Sometimes Starburst, sometimes Skittles, and then he had, not oftentimes, a juice box. What eventually I started doing was packing him 2 bottles of water. 1 bottle of water, and then, 2 bottles of water rather, and then a pack of the Kool-Aid things that you pour and shake up the bottle. So when they invented that, he liked that. But prior to that, it would be something as ignorant as Sunny Delight. I was doing that ignorant shit. I would put the Sunny Delight in there, and eventually I would start making I would just start pouring Kool-Aid into a returnable thermos little bottle. But he would always leave the shit at school. So it got to the point where I was putting too much responsibility on him to return things that weren't disposable, because he would lose them or we're talking grade school. So I had to make things to where when he throws everything away, it's no big deal because it's disposable. When he throws, the bottles away, the water bottles away, it's already a disposable water bottle. So I started doing the Kool-Aid like that. And then I just found that to be real tacky as fuck. And so I was getting ready to go back to the Sunny Delight begrudgingly, just telling myself, well, at least it has vitamin C in it, just trying to talk myself into it. And it just so happened that Kool-Aid brand came out with these packets that you can pour into a water bottle and shake them up. And he liked that. So that was pretty much his lunch. And then when he got to high school, by the time, like sometime after the winter break, he didn't want me to make him lunch anymore.
Right.
It's like, Mom, nobody brings their lunch to school anymore. I was like, oh, okay. No problem. And that was the beginning of him separating himself from his mother.
Yeah.
And I had to just stand there and watch it happen. I was like, oh shit, he's growing up. What the fuck? He liked his breakfast. I made him like a quesadilla breakfast. Like, sometimes I would make, on Saturdays, of course, he had the French toast and the bacon and the eggs and the hash browns. He had a big breakfast on the weekends. The weekdays, it was something that I wanted him to be able to eat in the car, because the transport to that school, it was quite a drive. It was quite a drive. And I just, I knew he would, he was sneaking his little, I don't know if you remember this little handheld device, right? It was a little handheld video game that, what was that handheld? Not just the Game Boy, it was something else that was a little wider. But anyway, I would always catch him playing those little handheld video games in his bed. you know, and I knew that's why he would wake up tired,
Mm.
you know. Now he did his homework and everything, but after he ate and bathed and went to bed, I knew he was just staying up all night playing those little handheld video games. No matter how I would take it away from him, you know, forbid it.
He was the only child coming up.
Yes. Yes.
So
It brought him a sense
I
of comfort to just stay up at night. At first, I thought he didn't like the lights being off, so he had like night lights, and I didn't know what it was until he just considered himself to want to be awake at night in case something happens. That's the kind of mind he had. He's a pessimistic thinker. He always thinks something's going to happen. And I don't
yeah,
know if
we
it's because of my military stories or what. He just felt like he had to be like a night guard all the fucking time. And he believed in being awake at night. He just, he just believed in it. And I was the same way too. I'm a night owl. And sometimes I wonder if that's the deal, like, but he did. He would wake up tired. He would be, you wake him up for school and he's tired, like real fucking tired. And a lot of times he would sleep in the car on the way to school, and it was about maybe, I guess, a half an hour at least drive, he was tired in the mornings. That bothered me, that he would defy his sleeping schedule. And you can't, I didn't know what to do. He would defy, the schedule is cut and clear. And for whatever reason, he just didn't want to adhere to a routine that would allow him to rest for the evening for school in the morning. He would wake up tired, but for some reason he did well in school when it was crunch time, because he's competitive too. It was something about him that wanted to beat his fellow students in the grades. So, he's a pessimistic competitor. That's who he is. But anyway. And it's, anyway.
Yes, us as the only child coming up, we had a lot of extra time to meditate, and we would observe things that kids that had siblings grabbing their attention may not have been drawn to. So for me, I used to think that everybody on planet Earth went to bed at 10 o'clock, except for the fireman and the police department. I thought everybody else was asleep. And things would happen in the middle of the night that my mother would tell me that I would have liked to have been awakened for, not necessarily bad incidences, but somebody from out of town might have came through, or she may have seen something that the neighbors were doing, or somebody may have called on the phone or something like that. So my curiosity pretty much kept me up at night. I was the same way for a while, especially when I started working at the radio station when I got to high school. The weekends, that was my shift, 11 at night till 6 in the morning on Friday and Saturday night. And when I first started coming up to Chicago from the South, because in the South, everything's shutting down at 10 o'clock. But when I got up here, my auntie, she used to work night shift at her job. And I was like, wow, you got a job that you actually start work at night and you go all the way to the morning. That was a concept I wasn't familiar with. And so I started working night shift. I started throwing my biological clock off early as a teenager. It wore on me through the military. When I got out the military, even today, even still today, I can feel the fatigue effects.
We're
upon it.
only human.
Yeah.
My husband said he had the fear of missing out
Yeah.
syndrome.
I didn't want
I
to.
mean,
I don't. If anything went down, yeah, I wanted to be. You know, there was no video. There was no social media back then. Yeah.
yeah, that's what my husband told me. You know, it's like he's always falling asleep when we drive to school. He's always sleepy when he should be alert for school. And it bothered me, and my husband said he has the fear of missing out, and he keeps himself up at night because he has the fear of missing out. And I just had to accept that, you know. I don't know what it's like to be a boy, so I just had to accept that. You know, when I look back on it, it's like, what does the fear of missing out have to do with sneaking your handheld video game devices until you pass out a half an hour before it's time to get up and get ready for school? You know, it was just like, you know, oh my goodness. And when we got cable, like the fancy shit where you could like have all these channels, he would watch marathons of cartoons all the fucking. We had to force that child to join sports activities until he loved it. If it wasn't for that, he would not have gone outside. Did you find yourself being forced to have to join sports activities, or did you want to? Because I know you rode your bike and played with your friends and stuff.
Mhm.
So it's a different environment when you were growing up versus the children that have all this media access. Like you said, the television went off at 10 o'clock at night. So much for that. You know.
No, there was never any forcing or persuading me to be active with children in the neighborhood or people that I was drawn to, because I knew at the end that I would be I would be alone, so I kind of pushed it to the max. Not necessarily coming home or being in the house before the street lights came on and getting dark. My mother actually was into sports, or not into sports. Her associates, I think in college, one of her college friends was on the football and basketball team. So that was her relation. And I think my dad was on the high school team. But I think I was more drawn to football in the beginning. And I remember going to college football games as I was just, I think, between kindergarten and first grade. Yeah, I can remember I can remember that. So yeah, the outside, the environment down south in a rural environment, much more different than the urban, uh, not so not so safe for children environment in the inner city environment. Much
When I
more
grew
safe.
up, it was kind of, we were monitored and
Hmm.
supervised. It was a little bit safer because of that. If we were on our own, I guess
Yeah,
any random stranger could have picked us up off the street, I guess.
yeah, yeah. I'm saying it was safer, but actually it wasn't necessarily safer because our boundaries was not as defined. So as you have city blocks up here, and you have defined divisions like boulevards and just the infrastructure of the city. Whereas in the South, in the country, you have miles of just open grass and open field and dirt roads. I would, you know, after a couple of miles, if you couldn't see with your own eyeballs, nobody knew where the hell you was.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds dangerous.
Hmm. We're
On a
all in.
lighter note,
Yeah.
what was how did they keep how did they keep you all from getting bit by mosquitoes and stuff when you were children?
Yeah, me and my mom was just talking about that. That off spray got all in our clothes. Wasn't real
Mhm.
friendly to our breathing situation, but um,
We I was taught to bathe them. Um,
there was really no way to get rid of it. If you
right.
was outside, you could put all the goddamn anti-repellent on made in creation. You
Well,
still was
here's the
gonna
thing,
get
right?
some. Yeah.
He I had to be very conscious of respiratory conditions. And so
Right.
there's this product by Avon called Skin So Soft. And that really kept him from getting eaten up by mosquitoes.
Oh, okay.
I was grateful for that. I didn't have an Avon connection. It's just that my aunt, I guess, you know, she knew somebody because she certainly gave me a supply of Skin So Soft, and
Yeah.
that really made a difference. Um, in my childhood, I don't recall. There were some years that were better than others,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
You
that
had
Skin
phases.
So
I remember.
Soft, that the smell of Skin So Soft is
Yeah.
very distinctive, and I don't remember them using it with us when we were children.
Yeah.
I just know that it helped him from getting, when he would go out and play, it
Yeah.
it didn't he didn't get the mosquito bites like I used to get when I was a young child.
Yeah.
You gotta get them oatmeal baths and all that crazy shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And they would yell at you,
I
don't
re-
scratch it, don't scratch it. It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Sit here and take it. Yeah.
Man, listen. And what else? What else is significant other than teaching him as different scriptures in a way that a child can understand it, like the Full Armor of God. There is this board game called the Full Armor of God, and it helped him to recite the full armor of God. I thought that was really cool. Of course, he learned how to play chess. One of the things that was interesting is when laptops came out, he got a laptop. For whatever reason, children at that age that being irresponsible. He couldn't just leave the laptop, you know. He would just walk with it throughout the house, right? Typing on it with one hand, holding it in the other hand, you know, it's all off balance. Next thing you know, the laptop falls, the screen cracks. And he wasn't going to tell me anything about it as if that screen was still working. The screen wasn't working. So eventually he told me about it. Fortunately, I didn't get angry. I said, I guess we have to fix it. And so YouTube was out back then, and we looked up on YouTube how to fix a cracked laptop screen. We followed the instructions, and it was a good thing. It was a good thing. He learned how when you disassemble something electronic, it's important to place the different screws and all that stuff on a piece of Xerox paper in the exact order that you take them off, so that when you put them back on, there's no guessing. You know, there are people that disassemble things and they just throw all the little hardware to the side, and then when it's time to reassemble it, they're picking through the hardware, trying to find out what goes where. With these instructions, what he learned, and myself as well, is, well, I kind of already knew it, but I didn't really think about putting it into practice with this particular situation. He learned that you prepare for the disassembly. I thought that was really cool. He learned how to prepare for disassembling an electronic device by setting up, you know, a placement. And once you take out a piece of hardware, you place it on the mat according to how it was released while you're disassembling it. And you do that for each piece of hardware. You take out whatever it is you got to take out. We had to order the screen. The screen took about 2 days to get there. And when it came, that's when we did it. And so that way you can replace the screen in the same order of assembly as you had disassembled it. I'm glad he learned that.
Yeah.
It gives you a sense of mechanical order. I'm glad he learned that. Because to tell somebody about it is different than them actually doing it. I'm glad he went through that. I had to disassemble things in the military and put them back together with the same concept. It's different than when you tell somebody how to do it. You can tell somebody how to do it. Putting it into practice is a whole nother matter. I have a grandfather clock, and any event that something's wrong with it, I probably would try to fix it myself through YouTube. You know, I really like that YouTube has come about, especially with these do-it-yourself projects and news and information, as well as socializing with one another. It's really a godsend as a thing. I find that the censorship of it all is increasing. So with that in mind, I don't know where it's headed. I don't know if all the information that people could gather for quote unquote free is going to be increasingly limited. And I suggest people just not only save videos that are valuable to them to their email or wherever, also begin to start notating stuff that you wonder whether or not you'll ever be able to retrieve again. There are some videos that have disappeared that were really informative. And for whatever reason, things are becoming increasingly unavailable to find anymore. Like chiropractic videos, for example. There are people that might have a stiff neck or a stiff back or circulation problems. There were chiropractic videos that were showing people how to, give themselves a sense of relief. Those videos have mysteriously disappeared. There were some nutritional videos regarding what can help reverse cancer. And now some of these holistic practitioners are tapering their message. So the censorship of YouTube is becoming evident to me, and I hope people start to observe that and just start taking seriously the concept of physically notating things that are important for them, as opposed to taking for granted it's always going to be available at the touch of a button, because it just might not be the case. It looks like the skies are clearing up a little bit. I see the fountain is still on.
Yeah, that was when we used to when I lived in the city, we used to go every it seemed like that it would be cloudy, and then by the time the angels came, or the Thunderbirds, whatever year that was, the clouds would open up just in time for that show, and then it would start raining again. I mean, there was several times where we got caught a couple times. But I'm looking outside my window, and it's kind of mostly cloudy still, so it'll probably be kind of spotty. But it's kind of hard to tell from that cloud, the way the clouds are. I'm looking to the right. I see a little bit of activity. That's why we used to bring our tents down there. Be like a little camping trip.
It looks like the numbers went down. I guess somebody went live, and like I said, everybody comes to listen to Bomb Cherry herself, which is understandable. She's human. She has to get her rest. Devastating and I are not accustomed to cussing each other out, so I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we don't even have it in us to make up some shit to fuss about. It's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen.
You fake that shit.
Right, I can't even fake it, right? So it's like, okay, I don't know what else to do. I done gave you my personal stories, god damn it. I don't know what else to do. I appreciate this view, Cause I'm not gonna say too much more if ain't nobody in here. Shit. Like, come up here and fuss with me. I'll give it to you. Fuck it.
Oh, Melo, do you like spankings?
Do I like spankings?
Yes.
Not anymore. When it first happened to me, you know, in that position that you all know so well as men, from the back, and then you get that pop on your ass. It's like, whoa. But you're so into it, it's like, okay.
Nah, I
But
never
then,
got into that.
well, it wasn't hurtful. Like, it didn't leave a mark. It was like a pet more so than a spank. It was a pet. And it wasn't a repetitive pet. I think he did it to find out whether or not I would like it. And, you know, it did disrupt the rhythm. I was like, okay, that's different. So because it wasn't hurtful, I didn't mind it. It wasn't until he wanted to push the envelope, I was like, this is not what we're going to do. See, that's the problem. You know, you give a man an inch, he wants to take a mile. It's like, just because I let you pet me, that doesn't mean I'm going to let you whoop me. Okay? He was like, you know, so obviously he was, and this is in between marriages, by the way. You know, that's the episode I'm talking about, when I was in between marriages and I just wanted to explore my sense of freedom sexually. Yeah, that was the first time I ever got a pat on the ass during a session. I liked it until he wanted to push the envelope. What about you, Silent? Do you like to do that? And if so, hopefully you're hearing from me. If she likes it, leave it at that. Don't push the envelope. It's like, well, if you like that, let me turn it up a notch. Don't do that.
Do the shocker.
Say what, baby?
Said do the shocker.
Is that what you want to do? You want to shock her?
No, you know what no, you don't know what the shocker is.
I don't know what the shocker is.
You're saying chakra. CH.
No, shocker. The shocker.
No, he said shocker. He didn't say chakra. I didn't hear an R.
Oh.
I didn't hear I heard the placement of the R, I should say. He said shocker.
The shocker is when you
shocker.
It's oh man, how the hell am I gonna get back there? Okay.
He's talking about hanky panky.
Yeah, go on, figure that out, man. Shit, don't drag that shit out. 'Cause on the weekend, some of the normal places to deliver is not available.
It's not because where I'm at now, I've been here for damn near an hour trying to deliver this one pallet. And there's come to this door. I've been waiting at that door. Then I got poured down on. It's been raining like a mug.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's not at their telephone on Saturdays, man. Even though they're supposed to be on duty. I didn't believe me. I didn't been there. Luckily, you're not far away from your home base. I've been stuck in the middle of the desert on fucking Sunday, in the middle of bumfuck Arizona, with no cell phone signal waiting on the motherfucker.
I invite all to the panel. Who's on the panel now? That would be Silent, Devastating, myself, and Preach, who is not responding, so he might be resting. He might chime in when he feels like it.
How am I supposed to get
So
to
these are the
there?
people that are on the panel. If you all want to engage in some type of conversation or confrontation, we're open to everyone. All are welcome. Hit the link. We're here for you for the next hour or two.
I don't see how the hell I'm supposed to get to over there.
Now, Silent, when hypothetically you're married with children, you're in a situation where your wife is at home with the children. You come home from work. Are you the type of man that's going to tell her how hard how hard your day was? Or are you going to listen to how hard her day was?
I listen to her talk about her friends and stuff. I'm not gonna talk about my day.
Yeah. I think it's fair for both to talk about it. I think that's fair.
How am I supposed to get over there?
Every day?
Every day. Like, yeah, when you all greet each other at your home, at your house, it's just like somebody was arguing about who's gonna be the first to complain. That was what she was saying. Like, years ago, I used to sit in these group meetings with these women, and her complaint was she just wished that her husband would let her tell him about her day first. And I never really thought about that as anything other than selfish until I had to sit up there and think about it. After she's accustomed to him coming in the door, and she asked him how his day went, and he tells her, by the time he finishes telling her, she doesn't think that anything that happened with her day is important enough to speak about. And so then she wants to sit up there and complain with us about how she feels left out, not being able to tell him about her day. And what I didn't get a chance to say to her is, did you not ask him how his day was first? You're the one introducing the invitation, and yet for some reason you want to flip it around and make it seem like he's selfish. And that's the manipulation I'm talking about, that some women might not be aware that they perpetrate, right? And that's a real thing, that a woman will complain to her sister without considering her part in it. Have you all encountered any relationships in that, guys, as to, like, you've gotten to the point where you just say, okay, whatever you say, you just want to get the argument over with, when you don't have any idea where the fuck this came from, other than what she conjured up to fuss about? Do you all have any examples of fussy women in your lives, and you just, all you know is that she blamed you for something that you're not aware of, and it seemed to have come out of nowhere? Do you have any examples of that, so I can practice, practice analyzing it? Like, it seems to me, my brother, what we have here is a miscommunication problem. Had she or you done thus and so, it would not be the case, you see. I want to be on that shit. You all have any examples that you're willing to share so I can analyze it in terms of relationship conflicts from the past, that you're just wondering whether or not, was it me or was it her? Or you rather not go there?
No. I think by me not having nobody else in the household coming up as a kid, I was a little bit more open to tolerate or just be acceptance, especially in the case where it was her home. So I never was the the power man or manipulative type in any instance, even if I was, paying the bills or whatever.
Did she fuss
I
at you for nothing out of nowhere?
Yeah, and many
So what
different
were those
women
examples?
shit, not coming directly home after my shift was over from work. Not finding out if she wanted something from the store before I came home.
That's so annoying. Like when you can easily call me or text me, I get all the way home. Oh, I wanted this. So what? That is so annoying.
Not responding to my beeper in time. I mean, just various petty or somewhat petty things that I may have seen. It may have been petty to me, but and then it could be observed as being petty to somebody on the outside. But we are in a relationship, and that's my woman. So if she deems it petty to her, that's something that I have to manage. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not right or wrong. That's what I signed up for. I signed up to be with her. So I know going in, when I met her, she was, you know what I'm saying? The pettiness was there. So it was either I'm going to manage or deal with it, or I'm not going to be with her. So I did it. I tolerated it for, whatever time frame. But I never wanted to get to I never tried to force any type of self shame or try to get her to drastically change up how she was, because in the learning phase, in the first 90 days or 6 months or whatever the time frame was, a lot of that petty stuff was observed, not just on her end, but my end too. It's just something that we always worked out or dealt with or accepted.
I like
But I was always,
I like hearing a man's
I just,
perspective about what's annoying, but you just decided not to make it a big deal.
yeah, I didn't, see, my mom had a high stress level. She was dealing with disabled children during the day. Then she had to deal with me when she got off work. And so her constant day-to-day routine there was a lot of stress involved. So I had a thing for trying to keep that down to a minimum when I got with a woman. I didn't want to hear that anger in her voice. I didn't want to hear that tense. I didn't want to see that knot in on her forehead when she was angry about something. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to try to keep that to a minimum at all costs, even if I compromised and didn't agree with something. Just the fact that she's calm was enough for me, and I may have sacrificed things that possibly could have led her to believe that I accepted certain types of behavior or admitted to things that weren't necessarily true. So sometimes I went along with the lie just to keep things calm in the house. Bottom line, I ain't gonna sit here and hold you. You know, I've done that. So
Would you recommend that as a practice for men, or like in
Nope.
hindsight?
nope,
No.
no, I would not recommend it to the next man. No.
Yeah, because it's spiritually compromising, you know, when
Mhm.
something is right
Mhm.
and you pretend like when something, I'm trying to figure out how to formulate this sentence. When you know that they dead ass wrong,
Yeah.
but you just keep quiet about it to get along,
Yeah.
it's spiritually compromising.
Yeah. That's true. Then I'm walking around holding that inside, knowing that it's a possibility that it could come out later in another argument or just blurt out, and then that would be on me. You know what I'm saying? Because I should have said something at the time that would have been out in front. But you know, some of the things that I regret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those shoulda, coulda, wouldas are a hell of a beast.
Hell yeah. Shit.
Hello? So I guess my situation is totally different because I have 3 brothers, 3 sisters, and I'm the youngest.
Oh, baby.
I was the surprise one.
Yeah.
So I was the mom toots is tied. And she went for her annual, and they was like, "Oh, you pregnant?" So but I do see the difference in the trajectory of my life of when I lived with my mom compared to when I moved with my dad. I just it's a difference.
Yeah.
So it is some shit coulda wouldas, but he was on some other shit too. So
You see the Sears Tower is the top of the Sears Tower is up in the clouds, or the clouds are that low.
I think the Sears Tower is 1,100 feet tall. I think.
Yeah, you about right. You right. You see
I don't know if this weather is heading your way, but it was just pouring down here for a minute. Now with the sun all out and shining.
Yeah. Yeah, it's raining right there. That's rain. That's rain. They got their windshield wipers on. All them cars right there. It's raining right there. So they have stopped the show. They have stopped the air show right now. I'm listening in on the live radio feed, and they are pausing right now.
I took my shirt off. I got all soaked and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, boy. Hey, Miss Relax in the chat room.
The woman with the most soothing voice on YouTube.
Yeah, boy.
Amen to that.
Come up on the
Hi,
panel,
everybody
boy.
in the chat room. What's going on?
She come up on the panel, boy. I'll be trying to let her rock out, boy.
Oh yeah, she's fabulous. Sharice said, "Afternoon, niggas." Afternoon to you too, baby.
Yeah.
So okay, so Nella, is tying up too far? You said don't go too far with it. Is tying up too far with it?
when she likes something, keep it there. It's as simple as that. Don't push the envelope past what she likes. If you give a, if she agrees to a particular position or activity and she likes it, don't push it past that arbitrarily. And I'm sure you're familiar with that word.
Yes.
Yeah, don't push it arbitrarily. Invite to ask whether or not she wants to turn it up a notch. Don't just take it upon yourself to turn it up a notch, because getting turned off is a real thing.
Oh, I know.
He said, "Oh, I know." Getting
You
taught,
just say one thing and dry up everything. You lost.
man. Listen, you could, some people, they mess up a perfectly good thing by trying to push the envelope when all they had to do was communicate.
Oh, so you can talk yourself out of it.
Man. And I don't know what it is. I may be sounding biased. I don't know what it is about men that think that pushing the envelope is appropriate when they are, engaging in the love romance exchange with a woman. It's like, once you discover that she likes something, there's something about men that want to turn it up a notch without asking her, should we turn it up a notch? That's all you got to do. Just ask her. Well, if you like that, do you want to turn it up a notch? And she'll say yes. And then that way, when you do turn it up a notch and she realizes she doesn't like it, she'll say, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. Let's go back to where I liked it. As opposed to, I can't believe you did that. I'll never fucking talk to you again. You dirty motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You don't want that to happen. Because things were cool the way they were. You were in cruise control. And next thing you know, you decide to rev up the engine without her being in on it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I wasn't the pusher. I was always the allow her to push it. In fact, several times I was criticized for not pushing it enough.
Welcome to the panel, the sweetest voice on YouTube. Relax, it's life. How you doing?
What's going on, everybody?
No pressure, no pressure.
What's going on?
Your admirers are waiting to hear everything on your mind.
Well, I just wanted to hop on because I heard a little bit of the end of the conversation when Mela was talking about how men push the envelope. And, I can't stand when men overexert themselves or push the envelope or try to argue with you and bring you out of your feminine energy. And I was just wondering, where do you think that stems from?
Well, me personally, I don't like to argue. When you start arguing with me, I get quiet on your ass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you must not be talking to me, not in that tone. I get quiet, which sometimes make the person even madder. I'm not going to feed into that energy.
That doesn't mean that you're not mischievous in nature. And this is what we're referring to. We're referring to oftentimes a man's nature might extend to the proclivity of mischievousness when it comes to his woman, like just doing stuff just to get a rise out of her. It doesn't have to be something that incites an argument. It's just that you want to get a reaction.
Yeah, I may do an evil laugh on you. I may laugh at you.
No, we're not talking about evil laughs. We're talking about pranks and crazy stuff like that.
I'm not down with the pranks, no.
and then play it off as, oh, you sensitive. It was just a joke. You know, when it's not funny.
Well, I'm sarcastic, so sometimes I could be sarcastic. No, sometimes people don't get it, or sometimes they take something serious, like, oh, it's just a joke, or I'll just being sarcastic. Like,
In my opinion, I feel like that type of banter between a man and a woman, it's almost as if he's forcing you out of your feminine energy. And I have a problem with that. I don't like being stripped of that. You know, I have a rule when I am dealing with someone or talking to them. I always let them know, you know, I don't want my voice to have to get beyond this level, right? And when they are doing those little pranks and tricks and everything, it can turn into an argument really fast. And I just feel like, you know, that's not the way that you flirt, and that's definitely not the way that you communicate with a woman. And I'm not too sure what's going on, but I'm seeing a lack of communication, effective communication between man and woman. And I don't know if it's because they don't know how to communicate properly or what's going on, but you know, most women don't want to have to scream over a man's voice.
I really
yeah,
don't.
I feel you on that, because I'm the same way. Some men don't like all that prank and joking around stuff too. Don't try to scare me. Don't try to do no stuff. Don't try to put some shit in my drink or no. People be doing too much sometimes. On a guys, it's funny, or I'm pranking you. I don't know. When it
I
comes
have
to
a
food
gentle
too, I don't play with
example.
food. Don't play with my food.
I have a gentle example. Well, hopefully nobody's playing with anyone's food. That's terrible. That's psychotic. I have a say on it about this. When I was in high school, I started exploring cosmetics, especially lip gloss. And I came up with the bright idea to wear this shiny, super shiny, ice skate rink, shiny type of lip gloss. And I wanted to know how it looked. And one of the guys at the table, who I had a good rapport with, he's very successful to this day, as a matter of fact, now that I think about it. He said, it looks good, but it's not kissable. And I asked, what do you mean it's not kissable? And he said, it looks like he'll slide right off of it. So that's that was funny, right? So it was critiquing my effort to wear glossy lip tint without actually saying that shit looks stupid. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it added up to. It added up
In a different
to
way, if I'm saying.
It added up to that is not appealing. But he didn't say it like that. He said it in a way that's more absorbable. He said it in a way that was diplomatic. And when you say, Silent, that you're a sarcastic person, I'm wondering, are you being sarcastic with the intent to get a reaction, or what? Like, what's behind your sarcasm? What's behind that when you do things that are sarcastic?
Just being jokative, and or it could be a do you get it, or is it gonna be a head type thing?
So you're trying to gauge someone's intelligence when you're being sarcastic?
Not gauging their intelligence. It's more of a it's just more of a joking around.
He's trying
Like if you
to
catch
press
it,
their
like
buttons.
it's no, not press no
Exactly.
buttons. Not press no buttons. It's all in a joking matter. I know, like, no pressing no buttons. I don't like my buttons being pressed.
There's no malicious intent.
How are we supposed to know that?
It's more of a being quick-witted more. There's been times on the panel, y'all say something, it popped in my mind, but I was like, no, I'm not gonna say nothing. But you know, it's just more of a quick wicks, or just saying something real quick right back, you know, something like that.
Okay.
I think it's
Wittiness.
I think they think in their mind that they're flirting, but in reality, it can kind of get annoying after a while. So, like the nitpicking, like even though you were in high school with the story, a lot of these men still act as if they're in high school. So I kind of can see the equivalent in behavior from a grown man and that high school student that told you something about your lip gloss, right? So the fact that he even assumed that he could come up to you and tell you that, oh, it's not kissable, as if you were trying to be kissed, and maybe you just like the color or the shade of the lip gloss, right? So in my opinion, he was completely overstepping his boundaries. And this is what a lot of men do. They'll just walk up to you and, tell you, oh, oh, smile, or, oh, I like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why so serious? Relax. Well, I think sometimes women overthink stuff. We could just be joking, or we're not even thinking that much into it, and y'all think a whole different way. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, Silent. I got something for you, right?
But I thought he was trying to get a. When he said that to you, I thought he was trying to get a kiss.
Check this out. See, let's go to food then with it, right? Say you like your steak to be medium well, and she believes that the healthier version is rare. You don't want her preparing your steak rare, now, do you?
Nope.
Okay, then. It's the same thing. Some shit ain't funny.
I see.
And I mean that with love, baby.
I mean that with love.
I see where Silent is coming from. Maybe from his perspective, he's saying, oh, he's just kind of playing with you. You don't take it too serious, right? But from a woman's perspective, because this is who you're communicating with. And so this is my point. A lot of men will communicate with you from their perspective. They won't even take into consideration how you're feeling as a woman being approached by a man and him just kind of shouting out all of these directives about what you should and shouldn't be doing. And so for a woman, that kind of feels like, who are you? You're feeling like he's trying to control your every move, right? And so that level of dominance, especially from a stranger, or even if it's a boyfriend, anyone that you're in close proximity to, right? That level of dominance, it can get agitating and irritating. It's like, you don't get to tell me what to do.
Relax. Can you give me an example?
Well, let's stick to Mella's example about the lip gloss, right? You were saying, well, maybe he was just, flirting with her. Maybe he wanted a kiss. But from a woman's perspective, it literally feels like a man is running up, talking out of turn, and overexerting his dominance. And so it's going to take you out of your feminine, because now you have to defend yourself, or you feel like you have to defend yourself against this male energy. And so sometimes, that's just kind of how the miscommunication happens. And this is why you see a lot of women and men outside arguing due to miscommunication. I know you guys have seen it at the gas station or at the grocery store. Sometimes, you see them kind of get into it and you're like, oh, okay.
And it seems like a woman can say anything to a dude, but then he say something, even jumping around, it's like, oh, it's something like, what? I've had women say the craziest shit to me. I was like, what? Oh, but I don't take it as serious. Like, okay, whatever, keep it moving.
But that's you, but that's kind of the, I'll tell you an equivalent, okay? It's the same thing as when a woman is being what you guys would consider to be argumentative, right? Screaming and yelling, maybe even putting her hands in your face, right? She's kind of stripping you of your masculinity in that moment, right? You may be feeling challenged even at some point to have to, quote unquote, show her, who's wearing the pants, right? You're not going to necessarily allow this woman to get in your face, point and scream, and challenge you in that way. And so there's just another dynamic to that when a man is approaching a woman and saying, "Oh, I think, oh, you have like, oh my God." I was wearing shorts one day. It was kind of warm outside. I had on a pair of jean shorts. And this guy that's in the neighborhood who's familiar with us, he comes up to me and says, "Oh, you have really pretty legs. You should think about showing them more." And it's like, okay, I guess maybe it was a compliment, or I could have just laughed it off. But
So he came and say that. So you feel that was inappropriate since he don't really know you like that?
well, we know each other, like, we were familiar with each other. You know how, yeah, certain
So him
communities,
thinking
people
he
know
giving you a
people.
compliment, it was more disrespectful to you.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I didn't wear the shorts for him. It was a warm day. I had on a pair of shorts. And, he's like, "Oh, you should think about showing your legs more." And it's like, this is why I don't show my legs more, because of people like that. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
What the fuck? What?
And men don't get it.
They don't
Men
get it.
don't get it. They don't understand how bothersome that is.
I think it's
I want to wear
situational, but
shorts
if it was
without
if it
being
was a dude that
self-conscious
you like,
about
you'd
it.
probably be cool with it. If
I
it
want to
wasn't
wear
someone that
shorts
you like.
without being self-conscious about it. I didn't wear shorts so that people can look at my legs and say I need to show them more. I
That's
wore
life.
shorts
What
because
the
that's my option of the day.
Right. And I don't think that men understand that they're putting us on like, it feels like you're putting us on a chopping block or an auction block, I should say.
Like,
It's
why are you
like,
spotlighting my
Can't give compliments
physicality?
anymore.
no, it's not that. It's not that you can't give a compliment. It's just,
The way you say it or who says it.
you know what? I think that it's just them trying to be in control of everything. And
See, that's what I'm saying. See,
maybe
this
he
is what I
could have,
mean by y'all overthink stuff. He said it was just giving you a compliment, and you thinking some whole other shit like he's trying to
Well,
control
not
you. Like,
overthinking stuff will have you in a threesome.
wait, what? Wait, hold on, what?
I just had to put the shock in there. My bad.
oh no, I have had threesomes before, and I worked both of them.
Oh.
Yeah, but
But
you
okay,
told her, you
No.
probably told her she's overthinking it. Like she probably was like, I don't know. And he was like, baby, you overthinking it. The next thing you know, she's in a threesome. That happened to my cousin. My cousin wasn't trying to have a threesome. She called me like crying and shit. I'm like, what's wrong, Piper? Oh, I'm sorry, I said her name. Goddamn. Anyway, I was like, what's wrong? She was like, girl, I did something.
I never
was
thought
like-
I would do.
I was like, what you do?
That's some slick.
He talked
that's
me
some
into
slick
a
talking.
threesome. I said, what you mean?
That's
He
some
talked
slick
you
talking.
into it. He told me I was overthinking it when I said no. So I tried it and I didn't like it. And now I can't take it back. She was upset. Okay.
Wow. I have
All
said
because
that.
some guy told her she was overthinking it.
See, and I think that's where the miscommunication comes in, like you were saying, Silent, like, oh, they're just giving you a compliment, da da da. But to me, it feels like you're trying to control the whole situation. And if you allow someone to control the situation, they can control your mind, which will then lead you to this threesome analogy, right? Allowing them to kind of dictate how you should feel in that moment will eventually give them control over your mind and your decision. And so, because I know the pipeline, I stop it, I nip it in the bud.
Panel, I am.
So what did you say to him after he gave you that? After he said that to you, what did you say to him?
About what?
After he said you should show your legs more often, what did you say?
Okay, so I had my shorts on. I was walking down the street. He said, "Wow."
Okay, I know that part, but what
Yeah,
did you
yeah.
say when he said that you should show more often? What was your reply to him saying that to you?
My response to him was, "I know that I have pretty legs." Meaning, I don't need you to tell me.
No, so I guess that's where we
Okay,
different.
can I jump in here?
You should
Oh,
have
first I want to
said
say
Yes,
you don't like.
enjoy
You should have
yourself.
told me since you have since you don't like it, you should have told them. Because what you just said, oh, I
Right
know I got
then
the
and
legs.
there.
You should have said right then
No,
and
but
there.
there it was no need to start a
Chime
fight.
in.
It was, I'm sorry. Let
Everybody chime
I
in.
Good
I don't
morning,
have
I
a problem
am.
with people over talking one another. Chime in.
Good morning, Mela. Mela, I'm gonna need
What's
you
up,
on
man?
my Mela, I'm gonna need you on my charity fundraiser, okay? Just want to let you know that, all right?
Man, presentation is key.
Okay, so relax. Can I ask you a question? A few questions, maybe one or two. So why were you so bothered by him, I guess, complimenting you in his own way on these nice legs that you have?
No, I wasn't bothered by it. I think maybe you missed the part. You know, sometimes when you call in, you kind of miss a little bit of the
Okay,
live, right? When you're
probably
cooking
so.
over. But
Right.
what we were saying was there's a pipeline, right? So
Okay.
when you allow someone to control the situation, they can control your mind and then start making decisions for you. So it's just kind of like a controlling pattern that I am trying to nip in the bud before it even starts. And so when he kind of was saying, oh, you know, you should show your legs more, it's kind of like, you don't get to dictate what I wear and when I wear it. So let me nip this in the bud now. And then also, I don't care if you like my legs or not, right? So it was kind of me. It was
just said.
Wait,
So-
were you dating him, or is this a random person?
No, this is just well, you know how
Just somebody in the
certain,
neighborhood.
okay, you know how certain communities, people are, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I stay in an urban community, so it's kind of like everybody knows everybody, but
Right.
not like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, oh, hey, what's going on? You know, but so we're familiar enough with each other where he felt comfortable enough to tell me that, but he hasn't like been over to my house where I've entertained him. Does that
So do
make
you think
sense?
he was flirting? Yes. Do you think he was flirting with you?
I'm pretty sure he was. He was just giving me a compliment. So I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to figure out, like,
Compliment offended.
yeah, I guess in a sense. And then Mela agreed too. So I'm just trying to see. Okay, so how would you have wanted a man to approach you or to compliment you looking nice this day, walking around the community in your nice shorts or your skirt, and he sees a pretty woman?
You look
How would
pretty
you-
today. That's
That's
how you
it?
do that.
Yeah, you look. I mean, and I'm not
So
saying that
because
you
he was more
can't.
descriptive, that was wrong.
What'd you say, Silent?
So
Telling
because he
her
was
that she needs to wear
more
shorts,
descriptive, that
telling
was
her that she
too
needs
far.
to show her legs more often is different from telling her she looks pretty today. There's a
But I
difference.
think, okay, so as a man,
Hold
and
on,
I
hold
don't
on,
know
hold
how-
on, I am. Hold on, I am.
Okay.
Finish up, Silent.
No, I finished. No, that was me. I finished.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
I
it's
am.
cool.
No, I was just saying, I would think that's something I probably would have said if I seen a woman I thought was attractive and I'm a single man and today I see her and she got nice legs and I'm like, dang, you know, maybe you should wear shorts, you know, don't cover up those nice legs. I don't think that's, well, I don't feel like
We
that's
don't
me
like
trying
that shit.
to dictate and control you. I was just making, you know, an observation
is
on your
excessive.
nice legs.
Now, but
You know what
are
I'm
you
saying? So
assuming, and I have a question as well. From your perspective, are you assuming that I don't know that I have nice legs? You know,
no,
because
I'm sure you know, but if he like okay, so I live in a community, the gated community, and everybody walks around, their kids, their dogs, all that. So you kind of know who your neighbors is and you see them. So if I seen a woman that every time I seen her, she always had on pants, jogging pants, whatever,
right.
and then one day she decided to wear shorts, I'm like, and maybe it wasn't more for you, maybe more for him. Like, dang, she got some nice legs, you know, maybe, you know.
What do you mean
I
by
like to see
maybe?
those more. Well, okay, well, it was.
See,
it
this
was
is
more for
that
him.
cool. See,
Well, okay, so it.
right?
Listen. What
Y'all
I'm
getting
saying
Bella
is,
started.
Listen to your subconscious talking.
okay,
Maybe it wasn't for her to display them.
Well, maybe
Like,
maybe there was a woman who, I mean, he don't know her, so maybe
why is it that men believe women adorn themselves
For
to
them.
solicit?
Comments.
No, it's not for nobody, but maybe she, okay, so I'll take it as the Janet Jackson Poetic Justice, how she always wore black for whatever reason, you know what I'm saying, self-conscious. So maybe he felt like, oh, this is a woman that's, you know, she changing her dress habit, you know, maybe she's starting to show her body, she probably lost some weight, now she feeling good. So I guess he's saying like, hey, you should wear shorts more often because you got a nice set of legs.
How about,
So
I'm gonna tell you the importance of you look pretty today. I'm gonna tell you why that.
But then that's just saying today.
Say what?
He said
So,
that just
so
said
some women would get offended for you saying you look pretty today. They'll feel like, oh, so I'm
Well,
ugly all the
hold
other
on.
days.
Wait, listen. Okay, now we let the men talk about their point of view. Now let's hear the ladies' point of view on how it could make us feel when you're just running up telling us how to dress because you like it.
Well,
And that's the distinction.
I don't agree. I don't
Go
agree
ahead,
with
Telling us how to dress versus and it, you know, a comment of admiration is different than telling us how to dress. It's
I
different.
don't think he was telling her. I think it was more of just a
You should show your
nice
legs.
compliment suggestion.
You don't think that?
Yes. I think it was just a nice compliment suggestion. Now maybe I don't know.
And he didn't think nothing of it. You
He
overthinking
didn't
it.
think a thing. He didn't think a thing of it, and he was just staring at the
And
legs
then
too,
if
telling me
you-
what I should do.
Overthinking will get you in a threesome.
Melon, come on. You and Ruby going to the left.
Heard with this
When a man, I'll tell you from my cousin, when he was like all into, baby, you overthinking it, without considering the fact that she said, I've never done that before. I don't want to be no. She didn't say no. She told, because I asked her specifically. I said, at any time did you say no? She said, I didn't say no. I thought no. And I said, okay, did you say anything that gave an inclination that you weren't with it? And she said, yes. I told him, I don't know about this. And he wasn't trying to hear that. He told her, you're overthinking.
And see, I feel like that was very disrespectful.
Hold on. He didn't explore. Why don't you know? What is
He didn't
it
care.
that you don't know? He didn't care about what she don't know. All he
Well, he
cared
didn't-
about is, I'm getting ready to tell you, you
Self-gratification.
overthinking it, and let's get down with this threesome.
all the blood wasn't in his brain at that point in time.
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
we're
so men
what
are full
about
of
her?
shit.
Yep.
But
See, anytime that
So,
I've ever
but no,
been in
wait
a
a minute.
situation like
So y'all
that,
saying, it's his fault that she didn't directly say no, or she didn't leave the situation?
It's not, it's his fault for not examining that she didn't answer in the affirmative. She didn't answer the invitation for a threesome in the affirmative. And it was up to him to not say, you're overthinking it.
Well, good.
Which will throw a guilt trip on. Hold on. What that does is it throws a guilt trip in her court of thought to where, well, maybe I am overthinking it. This is my boyfriend. I guess we should. You know what I'm saying? What he did was he threw a damn ball of all types of, like,
I
you
think
being
second-
indecisive because you don't know what's best for you compared to me and all that type of shit, when he didn't examine, because he's selfish, most likely, that she didn't answer in the affirmative.
Okay, so this is can I make a suggestion?
She said, I don't know about this. And he took that
Okay, so
and ran.
can I make a suggestion? Can I make a suggestion?
She probably felt bad about it because he enjoyed the other girl more, and now she feels.
No, it had nothing to do with that, because she
I was
didn't
joking.
answer in the affirmative in the first place when it was introduced to her.
Okay, man, that's something different. That's way left. I hear you,
You-
Miller, but that's way left for what we talking about. I don't know. We go from you got
The
nice legs into a
compliment to a
threesome. Yeah. So,
We talking
but
from
this is
nice
what
legs to threesomes. Yeah, that's kind of a
right.
stretch. I get it. Okay.
But this is what I think some woman or y'all women on YouTube or some should write a book called "Think Like a Woman." How you had think like a man for the women. You should have a book like Think Like a Woman, so we can understand to better understand y'all, because we don't understand y'all. I don't know.
That's not gonna work.
I'm just
That's not gonna work.
yeah, listen.
Well,
I'm just saying.
well,
'Cause,
actually,
It didn't work for the men, and I highly doubt it's gonna work in the opposite for the opposite gender.
do you think that men are even interested in thinking like a woman, or do they? I don't think that they care. To be honest, I am. I think that they want to
but my
control the
point-
situation. They
but
don't
my
care
point is
how we
is
feel.
to have a better.
They
My
want
point
the
is to have a
playbook.
better.
Relax. They want the playbook. That's all they want.
Well, not necessarily the playbook, but to have a better understanding, so we can learn how to communicate with y'all and
Otherwise
understand.
known as the playbook, bro.
Okay, well then the playbook then. So then when you play sports, you get a playbook to study. So I think men do need a playbook on women. So
Listen,
we
if I
can
wrote
better
that book,
figure this
if
out.
I wrote that book, I'd be the Phil Jackson of that playbook.
Well,
Okay.
you need to write it then.
Somebody better give me credit.
Yeah, so
Well,
I don't
yeah.
know if
Well, hey, Mela will get you the money for the book for the publishing with her donation skills. So
Oh, okay. We could get
So
it going.
I'm
Let's
not-
work.
So I'm not sure if y'all are recognizing the two parts of Relax's example on the immediate compliment and the quote unquote suggestion of doing things in the future. I think
Yes.
coming from a stranger. So coming from
But
a
it's not a
stranger.
It's a
I don't
person-
even know how to describe him. It wasn't, he's not a stranger, but he was just, oh my God, I can't say friend. It's just a person in the
This
community.
is how you determine
Like a
who's a
neighbor.
stranger. If they knocked on your door at midnight, would you let them in?
Yeah, more like something
That's
like that.
that's the difference between a stranger and
Yeah.
somebody you know.
Yeah. But still there's two
That's
parts.
good, Mela.
Like you have nice legs. I mean, I would have just stopped there. Hey, you got some nice
Right.
legs.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure I will see you, if not tomorrow, later that day, next week. I'm gonna see you again. You have nice legs.
Exactly.
Nothing else is pertinent.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's like
that's
a
just-
that's like
Go
a
ahead.
genuine thing. Like when you see something nice on somebody, you will tell them, oh, like okay, the person has nice teeth. You'd be like, oh, you definitely should smile more because your teeth brightens up somebody's day and all that. I think it's just a genuine conversation on letting somebody know that something looks nice on them, and we can't say we haven't all did that. If you're like, I had girlfriends who would finally press their hair out. And I'm like, oh, your hair, you should wear your hair like that a lot more. Is that me telling her don't wear braids or whatever else no more?
That's exactly what that's telling her. Now she's thinking,
Okay.
damn, does he like when I braid it? Does he like when it's in a ponytail? Do I have to press it all the time now? He said he really likes it when it's pressed. So that's what's going through her mind.
See, you should write the book because
so
I'm.
shit.
Hey, well, look, I'm just saying, look, it look nice today. I'll see what you got for me tomorrow.
There you go. You see, that's beautiful. And then you give her back her autonomy, right? I think that's what it's about. It's the self-governance that you strip someone of when you're telling them, oh, you should do this more.
So I hope women think that same thing. So don't be out here buying man shirts that you want to see him in. Don't be out here buying man cologne that you want to smell him in. So get him what he wants then, because then that's the same thing.
No,
then, right?
that's not.
We
No,
going in
that's
that
not.
nation.
No, that's not the
Why
same
not?
thing. That's
Why is it not?
two totally
No, it's
different
not.
things.
If you go buy me something that you want me to wear, then now you're telling me you want me to wear this. So what's different?
No, if I see a shirt, because I've actually been in this situation before. There's I like certain body types in like a polo type shirt. Like there's like these, I don't know what it's kind of like the golf shirt, Like where it's
Yeah.
like a collar but short sleeve. Certain body types look good in those, I think.
3-button shirts with the collar.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right
And
above your
so,
muscles.
yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so with that individual didn't necessarily wear those kind of shirts. But I said, how would you feel in this? Like, would this be something that you would think about? And they considered it. And so then they went and got that shirt, right? And we picked out, a certain color that I thought would be complimentary to him, right? But we were agreeing upon it. Huh?
See, you played it smooth though, so I like that. In the story, you played it smooth because you threw it out there and made it both of y'all decisions. But if you would have just went to the store and bought him this shirt and said, "Here, I want to see you in this," then now we're going back to you're governing him his decision on what he should wear it. And so it's the same thing. So what I'm saying is, women, don't go out and buy your man stuff that he's normally not into. Maybe you should ask him or persuade him into wearing the thing, right?
Yeah, you bring it up as a suggestion, hey, babe, I saw this. I thought that it would compliment you. And, how do you feel about it? Would you feel comfortable wearing that? Or I smelled this cologne. One of my coworkers had this amazing scent and I asked them what it was. And I just wanted to see how it would smell on you. Should we go get like a sample?
So you smell other niggas now? Smell other niggas now?
Wait, what did you say?
You want me to smell like your man coworker? Huh? He probably the work husband. Smell like your work husband.
I have an announcement to make. I personally invited someone to the panel. I don't ever do this. And I did it on purpose because he has insight, experience, and knowledge. And I just want to hear what's on her mind.
Come on, Mello. We don't want to argue today and fight. We don't. I thought we was having a peaceful conversation.
Hold on. Do you have an ability to check your chat?
Before
yes.
this,
okay.
Before we make assumptions, it is my desire that we engage in peace. And I would ask that not only who I invited, but as well as all of us, to make sure that we don't say anything inflammatory. Okay, we can have a conversation as intelligent adults without sparking something that would be harmful to hear. And with that, Black Dahlia, I'm trying to pronounce that correctly.
It's Dahlia. It's like,
welcome to the panel. Dahlia. All right. Welcome to the panel. And please
I appreciate it.
Yeah, please keep in mind, I'm not here to attack you, and I would ask that you don't attack anybody. Okay.
No, the only reason why I came up is because you were gracious enough to invite me, because you're the only one that like kept it consistent, has been nice and not like jumped on the bandwagon because everybody else thought it was cool to just dogpile on me. And I didn't come to argue. I just came to give my input.
Yeah, like when people have said crazy stuff about you, not only did I go on mute, I would walk away. It's like, I'm not sitting up here jumping on no bandwagon against a woman I've exchanged pleasantries with.
Right.
I'm not gonna do that.
And I completely appreciated that. And I appreciated when you brought it up, even when Bomb flipped out and had her little opioid rage. That was cool too.
Now we're not gonna talk crazy. Now, see, I just said we're not gonna talk crazy about people.
I'm not talking crazy. She said it herself after I got off the panel. She explained, and that's why I was cool with it.
Okay. Are we gonna talk about general topics, or are we here to talk about people?
I wanted to chime in on how you said your cousin got talked into a threesome.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Like
my cousin.
I understand how it how it ended up being. She was in a position that she didn't want to be in. A lot of times women are sexually coerced into things because they think a man likes them, so they think if they do it, it'll make him like them more. And so I was speaking on an experience that I had a couple of years back where this girl busted out my windshield because
I was careful about oversharing, by the way.
Oh no, I'm
so
cool.
It don't come back on you later.
You
Girl, I
mute
don't
me?
think
Somebody
what
mute
we
me?
talking about.
No, I didn't
But
mute
anywho,
you.
No, I
but
said, can y'all
anywho,
mute
so
me because it's about to get loud.
Oh, I'm okay. I'll mute you in case you got background noise. Yeah. Okay. Black Dahlia, please speak. When you feel like it. Thank you.
yeah, but so a girl busted out my windshield because I refused to have a threesome with her and her boyfriend.
Now that's extreme.
Yeah, isn't it? And she did it right in front of the police and went to jail.
So, like, okay, let's talk about that, right? Like, did she really think she was missing out on the best sex of her life because you didn't participate in the threesome? Is that why she overreacted?
It was just more so like a bullying tactic. I don't think it was like that important, like the actual sex itself, but the power and getting somebody to do what you want them to do.
Okay, yeah. A lot of times, men and women will aggress themselves towards someone they think they can overpower. And
Well, she was a young girl and her mind was being manipulated by a much older man.
And with that being said, that older man was like, if you don't bring her back, I'm gonna beat your ass. That happens too.
Probably I wouldn't doubt it. He probably was saying things like that to her because she, like, I don't know why she would do something like that. Like I'm quite sure he said something to her. There was more of a conversation going on between those two than what I was aware of.
Yeah, that sounds volatile for sure.
Like she was weird as fuck. Like she even, like, I went over to his house one night and like she wanted to watch us fuck. And she even made up the bed and everything. And then she got mad because I wouldn't let her watch.
All right. Let's talk about femininity. And what's your definition of femininity?
Whatever the fuck that a woman wants it to be. I don't think that femininity is one thing or another. I think it's different for every woman.
Right. I agree with that because it means different things to different women, not just the Webster's version. Right.
Yeah, some girls are real prissy and they like dresses and bows and stuff like that. And for them, it's femininity. Some girls like sweatpants and hoodies and basketball shoes. And for them, that's feminine.
So, never mind, I'll be quiet.
Yeah. Any questions from the panelists before I continue on?
So, can I ask a question if you don't mind? How old was the young lady and how old was the man? And where did you fit in the part? Like, who solicited you for the threesome? The girl or the man? The girl did. If you don't mind asking.
Both of them did. It was at separate times. They were trying to talk me into it for like maybe a little bit over a week or so.
Okay, so who was you talking to first, the girl or the man?
The man.
And so the man told you he had a girl?
I didn't ask. I didn't care. He ate my ass. I didn't care.
Wow. Oh, okay. So the age range of the man and the girl.
The man was 46, the girl was 21.
And then how old were you in that situation?
I would have been 39.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, like, first of all, I've never had a threesome because that's just not my thing. Second of all, if I was to do a threesome, I wouldn't do it with a child.
Yeah, I'm not into threesomes. Like, the concept bothers me. I like one-on-one, and that's just how I'm situated in my soul.
Well, it's not, it's not so much that I just like, it's just not my thing. And most dudes don't even have enough dick game for one pussy, let alone two. That's what I try to explain to the little girl, but she just kept trying to tell me,
I was literally just getting ready to say that.
We're being inflammatory.
I didn't want to cut you off, but I was literally getting ready to say that. Like, I've been asked to entertain couples before, and I just tell him flat out, listen, he doesn't have enough dick for the two of us. I mean, it's just that simple. So I don't even know why these men are so intrigued with having multiple partners at once, knowing they can't, is not going to be enough dick in the room.
One woman.
I have done it. I have conquered that land.
Well, we would have to ask them, Silent, respectfully, we would have to ask them if they were satisfied, not just you.
Silent, you telling
let me
me
ask the question. She got her ass ate, so was you satisfied with getting your ass ate?
First of all, that's my favorite
Two
thing.
women have
What's your favorite thing?
simultaneous orgasms. That's what you're telling us.
No,
I
I'm
am.
not
You
talking
heard
about
me.
you.
You heard
I'm
me.
talking about Dahlia.
And he knew
I'm
to
saying-
initiate. He knew to initiate with eating ass because he had a little dick.
So he just came out and said, "Let me eat your ass."
No, just bend her over from the back and
He
put it in there.
ass. He just stuck his face in my ass and started eating it, and I let him.
Right. That's usually how it goes. I don't know why I am up here acting like he don't eat ass.
Yeah, I was actually.
Which one of you niggas was eating ass?
I am and Silent.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. I have, but I never went there first. That's an after fact. That ain't no first thing that you go to.
No, he was
What you mean? What difference does it mean if it was first, second, or third? What do you mean?
Because she
first,
just
second?
said that he just went just to eighth. Well, what I'm saying is my dick ain't little.
Right. No, you don't listen.
Because she said he
it-
went to eating the ass first because his dick is little. So-
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it doesn't have to do with his
but
size.
I've
It
had
has to do with his
that
freak
too,
level.
and-
But it has nothing to do with his size.
Well, I'm quite sure, like for him personally, he knew better than to start off with the dick.
Right. I mean, listen,
Hello.
everybody have their
Okay.
own way of working things, but just because a man eats ass does not mean that he has a little dick. He could just be a freak. Maybe he liked to eat it from the back and then he kind of worked his way up to the ass. I mean, that's usually how
Oh
it
yeah,
goes.
no, we were just going off
ass,
of Dahlia's because she made it seem like that's what he had to do to get her jump started. But
Well,
my
for
thing
him,
is,
maybe that dude, for
No,
him.
I didn't say that's what he
Yeah.
had to do to get me jump started. I said that's
No,
what he.
no, yeah, because he had a little dick for her. The
okay.
dude.
I would
She's talking about the
assume,
dude.
yeah. I was actually getting a tattoo, and he said that my pussy was blowing bubbles at him, so he wanted to see what it tasted like.
wait. So this was the tattoo guy.
Yes,
So you getting a tattoo somewhere down there,
yes.
and then the tattoo made your pussy wet. So your pussy was blowing bubbles,
Like pain.
and then the guy said, "Let me taste it." So then he
No,
bent
he
you
didn't ask.
over.
He just stuck his face in my ass, and I let him do it.
Damn.
Oh, while
Okay,
you were getting the
so-
tattoo? Oh, wait.
Right.
I thought you knew. Wait.
Wait, so then that's my thing. Then so
Hold
then why?
up,
So
wait
then
a
you should have had the
minute.
threesome. Then you were free. You out there, Dahlia?
Went straight to the asshole.
Yeah. Why would I?
have
Nigga, come on now. Y'all trying to put me out there just because I'm a woman. If a bitch just pulled your dick out and started sucking it, you gonna stop her?
So
Hell
have we
yeah.
moved
I ain't trying
on
to-
from?
Fuck no, y'all niggas is lying. You just trying to put me out there and make it seem like I'm some type of way.
No. I didn't say you was.
Off,
Well,
that-
me personally, I didn't say you was wrong. I just said you was a freak.
So
I just
have
said
we
you was a
moved
freak,
on from
so you should have
the?
a threesome.
So have we moved on from the
I
compliment?
obviously
that's
ain't
not
that much
needed,
of a freak
or-
if I don't.
Right, devastated.
kid.
Right. I think we moved on. Yeah. We've definitely
I
gone
don't
from
know.
PG
This
to
a whole
X-rated.
this a whole different compliment. This is your pussy spitting bubbles compliment. He wouldn't want to eat it. So this a whole new
Honestly,
level.
tattoo artists, everybody knows they're some of the most biggest man horse out here.
Yeah.
They,
No barbers.
they're
are.
always tattoo artists is around women more. They're touching different body parts. They're looking at certain things. Women always getting something tattooed, so they're always filling up on something. Barbers, I have had a barber before. They are kind of man horse too, but they're not around women as much as a tattoo artist.
Well, when women I used to work at a barber shop too, and yes, they are.
Oh
They
yeah,
would
they bring their
bring
kids.
their sons in there. Oh yes, Some women will
Mhm.
have sex with barbers just to get their kids free haircut.
Oh wow.
Relax. Check your back chat.
And like
If you don't mind.
the barber.
Relax mind. What you doing? I am. You looks like joking.
Wait, what you say?
Barbershop to cheat
Just
on them.
Wait a minute,
listen.
we got
Look, I'll
secrets.
say this
We
then.
got
Don't drop the
secrets.
ball don't drop the ball like Big J did. That's all I'm saying.
Let's keep it moving.
Okay, we got solicitation going on. All
Let's
right,
keep listen.
let's
It's happy
get
Saturday.
with it. Saturday solicitation. Okay, now
Let's move forward. Let's move forward. So
we're not gonna send any uninvited pictures now, are we?
let's move forward. So
I got
Dahlia.
pictures and videos. Let me put.
Okay.
So let's go back to
It's nothing like a good sword fight amongst men for a woman.
No sword fighting.
sword fighting.
Nah.
That means something else, Mella. That means them
Yeah,
they're
I
hitting their
was
dicks
like,
together.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I
Mella.
was talking about chivalry. Now, see, y'all stuck on the sexual. Okay, I'm not talking about sexual. I'm not equating a sword to a phallus.
Yes.
That's not
No,
what.
I
No.
understood. But
I
nowadays
just
that's what that
bring back the
means.
duel.
Anyway, it sounds like there's some salivation going on with somebody. I am. He's like, he didn't have a problem. See, this is the thing, I am. You could have just actually sent her the back chat to her. But you had to announce it. Like, hey, Miss Relax, check your back chat. Like, why would you do that?
He was just kidding. There's nothing in the back chat. He just was saying it to change the conversation. Come on, guys. It's nothing back
Well,
there.
I don't know, because everybody has, when it comes to this Zoom feature, people can actually send individual messages to individuals.
Yes, they can.
You know
Well,
how
Melly,
that
I was
goes.
just messing with Silent because I know Silent and Relax was flirting
Oh,
with each
so
other
It was just
yesterday. So
we
I
were
was
just
just
it was
So
just
you
a
trying to throw
stepping
a
on
little
his toes.
jazz.
You
No, I ain't
said
gonna step on
step
his
on his
toes. I
toes.
just told him don't drop the ball. Then I might, like Big J.
Welcome
Then I
to the
might have to
panel,
swoop in.
Taylor.
Oh my
Welcome to
God.
the panel.
It is
Save us, Taylor. Save
too,
us.
it is too early for y'all nasty motherfuckers
Well,
to
it
be
takes one to
talking
know
about
one now,
eating
doesn't it?
ass and
It
shit.
takes one to know one now, doesn't
Mind your business, Mella.
it? I'm minding my business, baby.
But anywho,
I'm doing the hostess
the
with the
cheeks. I don't
mostest.
everyone
eat ass.
Baby.
is exchanging pleasantries and shit, as Mella would say. Exchanging
I love you
pleasantries.
too.
That's funny.
Yeah, man.
No, but how's everyone's day today?
Devastating
far?
gave us some coffee and pancakes with maple syrup and real butter.
Oh, that's
Virtually.
Oh, okay.
And then we're looking at how the weather is affecting Chicago's attempt at having the air and water show. The Blue Angels with their jets doing feats that defy gravity in formation.
Yeah, we're above the clouds now.
Then I was talking about how I used a particular type of presentation to slang some M&Ms for my son to get what was known as a Wii video game console for himself for Christmas.
Wait,
Instead
did
of
you
me
say you
just
were slanging
constantly
M&Ms?
Yeah.
Yeah, you missed the slanging M&M story.
I missed that story
I'm
too. I want to
dead.
hear it.
Oh, you slanging M&Ms like
It
they
was-
crack?
And that's the way I put it, because
Yes, you
it was
top dollar,
crazy. I
$2
guess.
for a pack. Ooh.
How big was that damn pack?
Okay. Okay, let's go back to it. Okay. Now, there's this grocery store named Dominic's, popular in Chicago. It was going out of business. They had a everything must go clearance. I was informed about this driving home on the way from taking him to school when, you know, ironically, he was telling me how what he wanted for Christmas was the Wii console that came out brand new. And they had two versions. They had the $299 version, and then I think they had the $399 and the $499. And I'm thinking to myself, for years, I've been buying this child video game consoles every year. And I got tired of it. And I wanted him to experience what it takes to make money. And so when my aunt called me and told me that Dominick's was having this everything must go sale clearance, I went just to check out things, to see what I could bring home for groceries. No pun intended about the previous conversation. Anyway, groceries. Anyway, there was this display of M&Ms, and they were priced at 10 cents a bag, the standard size bag.
Oh,
The little standard size pouch, right? They're usually $1. They were 10 cents. And I bought the entire inventory that they had with the idea that came to mind that entrepreneurial exercise can be gained from this.
so you was flipping M&M.
Check this out. I haven't finished. I came up with the bright idea that the M&Ms wasn't going to be enough. I needed the display. You know, the life-size display that they might have in a grocery store, where you got the big old M&M and the compartment of the cardboard cutout that opens up in their midsection where you could grab M&Ms. You know, it's just a very inviting look. And I was like, I need those displays, those life-size displays. He gave them to me, the manager of the store. He gave them to me. I found out what it takes to stabilize them. Apparently, milk cartons underneath them. Anyway, fast forward. I'm like, this is going to be great. We're going to sit outside of a movie theater and sell M&Ms. That's what I thought. Until something occurred to me whether or not that was legal, because I didn't want any trouble. And I looked it up, and it is, in fact, illegal to do that. And the only way to make it legal is to get what's called in Chicago a peddler's license. I think it's called something other than that in different areas of across the country, but it's basically a license that allows you to sell something on the street. Okay. And why I thought to myself, I'm not going to sit up here and, you know, get a license to do this. I called someone who I knew had a store in the mall, and I asked their permission to, because I found out during my research that you can be under the protection of a corporation and distribute your goods because you're under the protection of that corporation. And so because they have a store in the mall, I can sit there with my son and sell M&Ms under the protection of their corporation as a store in that mall. So I tell my son, this is what we're going to do so he can earn the money himself for his Wii video game console. He is kind of agitated because he doesn't understand, why is it that you bought these video game consoles all these years and now all of a sudden I got to earn the money for myself. You know, that's what he was on. So I'm being encouraging. I'm telling him how this is an entrepreneurial exercise. It's going to be great. It's going to be profitable. You're going to love it. And so I have, you know, I set up a little tray, and it's quaint and humble. And there's 2 folding chairs, and we're just going to sit there and wait for somebody to be interested. He gets the bright idea to just grab a whole bunch of M&Ms and walk through the mall and just solicit people himself. I told him that's not the best way to do it because it's soliciting. He didn't care about that. He thought mama was uncool with what she was doing. And because he defied what I was trying to introduce to him, I said, you know, of course, my spidey senses kicked in. I was like, you know what? I'm going to show him what this shit is all about when it comes to making money. Okay. And it just so happened, my brain started functioning. I remembered I had what's called, there's a soccer team in Chicago called Chicago Fire. Right. And it's not a professional soccer team. It's just a regular, schmegler soccer team. And you go there, you enjoy the game, and sometimes you get a souvenir. We happen to have the blanket, a really large felt blanket. It had to be like 9 by 9. And with the store, they have a garment rack. So I was able to have the blanket fitted on the garment rack. I put up a sign called Donate to Charity. I put on the other side, M&Ms are $2 each, 3 for $5. I had a table, like a foldable table in the trunk. I got that out, as well as the blanket. And I put 2 additional sitting chairs, so I could, bring all the rest of the M&Ms because they were going real slow. But I said, you know what, this shit gonna work. So I brought all the rest of the inventory and I just sat it not only under the table, but on the chairs. And those fuckers were going like hotcakes. Okay. I couldn't keep up with the kind of money that was coming up. I couldn't keep up with the line, right? Next thing you know, my son comes back looking disappointed, and hopefully he wasn't in a fight, and instead of saying, when he saw the line, I saw his eyes bulk open like, wow, look at all these people. And I said, come here, son. Sit down. You're good at math. You can collect the money. You'll be the money man. And he sat down. He collected the money. He did very well with keeping tabs of everything. And those M&Ms sold so fast, it was fucking unbelievable. So by the time the mall closed, the only thing that was left were the peanut butter M&Ms. Nobody was really interested in that version of M&Ms. The owner of the store, he was impressed, and he started giving my son all types of accolades. Like, this is a great idea. Presentation is everything. See the way you said it was for charity, but it's not. It's for you. That's how you do it. He was just really going in on it, right? And he said the price point, everything. Excellent execution, young man. Let me buy out the rest of your inventory, even though I don't eat. This is a man that don't eat sweets like that. But he bought it out, being impressed with the effort, knowing that his goal was to provide himself enough money to buy something he had in mind. And that is the entrepreneurial story of slinging M&Ms in the mall during the Christmas season.
Hey, I ain't mad at you. Did you end up raising enough money to get him the Wii?
He raised it. Yeah, I just give it to him. He had, as a matter of fact, I think it was $1,200.
Oh wow!
Yeah, $1,200 in M&M slangs. So you got yeah, slang, because I'm trying to figure out how much I paid. I think I paid $300. I definitely didn't pay $500. I know that because I was prepared to buy them out for a max of $500. And I think it was just under that, if not, I think it was 300, I think. And so, so you take $300 and you make like 1,500. That's not a bad day.
Yeah, right. That's not a bad day at all. And then you keep that profit.
Yeah. And I think it might have been more than that he probably didn't tell me, because considering he walked around the mall for a period of time with a bunch on them too. So who knows? So we're talking 10 cents a pack. We're selling them for $2. I can't do the math, but I do know, I remember, when he said we're at $1,500, because see, I didn't count the money. I let him hold, well, not let. He is the money man. Because it's all about him. So it wasn't about me counting the money. It was about me investing in what it takes, and then him managing the profit. And all I remember is that he said we're at 1,500, and we still had an hour or so to go before the mall closed. So it could have been more than that.
Wow.
You know.
Well, bravo, young man. Bravo. That's some
that's a nice little
smart
memory
Mella.
between us. I also mentioned how he used to walk around with a laptop like it was gonna walk away by itself. He would, having hardwood floors, right? He gets a laptop, he's walking around with the laptop, and he's holding it in one hand, typing in another, laughing, and just being careless, and he drops the laptop and the screen breaks. He wasn't going to tell me about it. Only reason he mentioned it is because the screen wasn't able to display anymore. And instead of getting angry, I said, we're going to fix it. And that's because YouTube had came out, and I was familiar with do-it-yourself videos. And it just so happened that a do-it-yourself video was available of how to fix a broken laptop screen. First, you have to order it according to the make and model. And when you receive it, the process, and what I really like that he learned is how to track that you disassemble an electronic device has to be placed. The hardware has to be placed in order as you disassemble it. Like you take a placemat, even a Xerox piece of paper, and when you take out the left upper hand screw, you place it in the left upper hand area of that Xerox paper or that placemat, and so on and so forth, going around that screen, and whatever parts that are integral in the middle. And you replace the screen by reassembling it in order that you took it out. And I'm glad he learned that process, because it's not a lot of people can explain that so someone can understand it. Sometimes they have to go through it. And so, and I know you're not, another aspect of what I shared before everybody joined the panel was how not being big holy rollers per se. However, there were some virtues I wanted to introduce him to, including Christianity. And there's something called the full armor of God in the Bible. And there's a board game that got him to memorize what the full armor of God is, so that he's mindful with that in conjunction with virtues of how to, be more humane, right?
Right.
And what else did I talk about? And then we got to, which one of you niggas is eating ass and all that other kind of stuff. But it's been an interesting day. Well, how's your day? You said it's too early for us to be talking to freaky like this. Do you have any freaky plans for Saturday that you might find yourself getting ready for before time? Just ask. No pressure. Just ask. Oh, Silent. Oh God, Taylor. Oh my God. Silent. He asked me just out of the blue, not only have I ever been spanked, but did I like it? And I emphasized that I got a pat on the butt in a particular sexual position. And what a woman is not going to appreciate is when a man turns it up a notch. It's like once she announces that she likes something in a sexual escapade, keep it there. Don't push the envelope thinking that you can arbitrarily judge that she's going to accept you pushing the envelope. And then Silent went on to say he thinks it's reasonable to, play jokes and,
Well, I think it depends, I mean, I've been spanked before, and It gets
I
the
don't like
juices flowing.
surprises. I don't like surprises. Like, a pat, like, ooh, okay, that's interesting. But to
It gets
just
the
like start
juices flowing.
turning it up, that's not gonna work. You got to let me know, like,
So,
what you got to tell me something. Like, we're not gonna just like do whatever's in your imagination, because what you think I can handle, I might not be down with it. And that's what
well,
we were trying to explore.
well, Mela, some women are pain freaks, as they call them. So some of them like pain. Like the more pain they're in,
It's not fair
the
to
more they get.
assume that a woman likes pain.
I agree with that. No. I agree with you. I agree with that. I think that it's a level of comfortability when it comes there. And I, for certain, would think that, if you're going to be doing that silent, you need to be warning people what you're going to be doing, But it does get
Yeah,
the
don't get
juices
out the
flowing.
belt just too fast there.
Yeah, it does. It gets the blood flowing. It gets the. It
What
gets
about
the
a
juice.
leash and collar?
Ain't no leash and collar. We not animals. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
See, y'all be
No,
going.
it
Y'all be
depends how.
wild with this. Y'all be
No,
going
just
too
how
far.
far you can go.
Nah, ain't no leash and collar. Ain't no dog collar.
Is
No
he free for
goddamn
him?
leash. Did someone say something?
I was
Welcome
asking,
to the
he
Bomb
mean a
Cherry Juice
was it?
channel. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share.
Thanks,
The
Mel.
Cash App will be in the chat room shortly.
Well, anywho,
Yeah, I mean, somebody got to say something, because I'm not gonna do it all. Trust that. I'll be quiet in the motherfucker. I've done it before. I'll do it again.
well, I came up here because I heard the ass eating and shit. So I was just, I just came up here.
Now that's
I'm
too
pretty
far.
sure that was only for shock value. Yeah, that was strictly for shock value. It had really nothing to do with the relaying topic.
Okay. Well, we don't got to talk about eating ass then.
Well, Dev didn't answer. Do you want to answer, Dev, or do you want to?
The question, which question?
Shout out to the new entries, Third World Colombian. Welcome to the channel, baby. Much love. I'm sorry for interrupting. Please continue. Thank you.
Well, I think to answer both questions, I guess, how do you feel about unsolicited comments or compliments? And should a woman, feel like a man is trying to control her by telling her what to wear?
Yes.
All right, you enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Hello?
are you asking me? Yeah, what were you asking me?
I was just trying to help facilitate the conversation. I think everyone answered except for you. So I was just trying to see what was your opinion on unsolicited compliments and how should a woman perceive them when a man is giving them to her.
Yeah, I think it's on me or on the man. It's kind of hard to tell if a woman would be offended or feel that it was something not desired if it's not blatantly obvious, especially when you're talking about someone who is not familiar with them, someone that's not an associate or have any type of common thing other than just meeting, at random or in a public space. So as I said before, with your particular example, hey, you have some nice legs. I mean, that to me, there's nothing else that needs to be said. You have nice legs, and that's it.
Right.
I don't need to go into you should do it more. You should do it on Fridays. You should do it, when I feel that you should do it. I mean, I I mean, that's just me. I don't try to force or make extra, you know, if it's not needed. You know, even if it's my woman, you know, trying to, you know, portray this control manipulative. It's just never been my character, I guess. So
Okay, you devastated. Be careful. Somebody gonna put something in the back check for you now.
Nah,
You sounded a little too reasonable up here.
no, I'm just saying, because I wouldn't want nobody to do it to me.
Mela is
I guess
messy.
that's where I'm coming from.
Shouts out to the back
so if I'm
chat.
forceful, if I'm forceful to you, then for me, I'm going to be expecting some sort of forcefulness or manipulative behavior towards me. So I try to take that into account. But I just try to keep it short and simple. Yeah.
Okay, now to the second question. Dev, do you eat ass?
Oh, Jesus.
On behalf of my client, I advise him to plead the fifth.
All the guys
Clients would
answered.
like to know.
Everybody answered, Dev. So I mean,
Silent, did you say you ate ass?
No,
You
I
already
said-
know he does.
No, I do not. I kiss the cheeks, but no.
You talking about dog
Oh.
collars and shit? You better eat ass.
Right.
I eat pussy from behind though.
Dev, you're not gonna get out of this one.
I'm not
Okay?
getting out of it. Yeah,
You ain't
ain't
gotta
no-
answer it, Dev.
Ain't no automatic thing.
Oh, he does. Oh shit. God damn it.
Well, I
Can
think the
y'all
majority
let
of
Dev
men.
Didn't I tell you to
Dev
plead
is
the
a
fifth?
grown man. Let him answer. Go ahead, Dev. You have the floor.
No, it's not an automatic thing. I mean,
That's
it's
not
only
an
2
answer.
inches away from. Right. It's only 2 inches. So it's not a thing. So if it's not a thing, it's something that I don't do on a regular basis. I mean, that's just the thing.
But you have done it in the past, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Have I slipped? Has she, you know, squirted her, you know, pelvis to, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's happened in the past. But
Squirted.
no, I'm not going in nose first to
he meant
look for it.
squirm.
No. Yeah, I'm not going in nose first.
I think that's reasonable. I think majority of men have eaten ass before. Like, I think it's like an unspoken thing because go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, this is me like being a physical witness of her, you know, soaking it out, and you know, me probably you know, having eyewitness that hey, ain't nothing else in there but that. But yeah, just wanted to get that disclaimer going. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Shit.
That's awesome.
Yeah, mistakenly. Yeah.
All
Have the
right,
ladies-
so that brings a whole new exploration to Kaya's song.
You
Lick
Mela,
it
I can't
good, lick
stand
it good, lick that pussy like you know you should. My neck, my back, lick my
Yeah.
pussy and my crack.
Have the
Let's
ladies
get
But you
down
gotta
with
put
it.
your nook into it. Don't stop, just do it.
Do
have
it.
the ladies eaten
Do
ass
it.
before?
Do it. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. Now, let me
Mela,
tell you a true story about Kaya.
That
She
song
said,
deserves a Grammy.
hell
Okay.
fucking yeah. She was pulled over by a hillbilly cop in her Lexus. True story she told. And he walked up to her, ma'am, do you know how fast you was going? And he got his pad out ready to write the ticket. And she looked at him with her Kaya attitude. Do you know who I am? Ma'am, did I ask you who you were? You know, that type of shit. Until she said, no, seriously, do you know who I am? And he said, okay, who are you? And then she said, I wrote my neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. And he was jaw dropped like, That's you. Girl, you saved my
He
marriage.
was starstruck.
He said this, so we got this Caucasian hillbilly cop, state trooper. Like, girl, you saved my marriage. I did not know how to get down with my, well, now he didn't say get down. I forgot how she described it. But basically, he attributed her song with him being less inhibited, exploring and tasting his wife to the point where his marriage was saved. And he was like,
Shout out to
man,
Kaya.
Right. Shout out
She's
to Kaya,
saving marriage.
restoring relationships all over the world.
Okay.
Kaya be giving out a lot of game.
Well, my favorite song
Heal
by
the
Kaya
world.
is
Eat your woman's ass.
yeah, it will. It will definitely heal the world. My favorite song from Kaya is Trust No Nigga, though.
Yeah. That's the anthem. I'll be blaring that shit
Ironically,
all throughout iTunes.
Ironically, I like Santa Baby. That was like my first, like
That was your
I like,
Kaya song?
say what?
That's your favorite song by Kaya, you said?
It really is. It really is. I mean, I appreciate all her other songs, but Santa
Right.
Baby was just, it's adult
It did
cute.
something to you. Right.
It's adult
Right.
cute. It's like, you know.
Listen, Kaya
it's
does not
adult
get
cute.
her flowers, and I'm glad that she's getting her
She
flowers
is so creative, my
today
God.
with us because she is. She's very
She's
creative and she does deserve her flowers. And you know, she does it for all the thug misses out here. And you know, I fucks with Kaya.
Shout out to Kaya. Shout out to that young lady. Shout out to her.
Yeah, I think I'm actually sub to her channel, and I pop on her Instagram every now and then. Sometimes she goes live.
Can I ask the guys a question?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how come it is that men seem to be very comfortable with the fact that everyone knows that they're having sex, but when it comes to like learning better sexual technique, it seems to be taboo to them?
Okay, men on the panel, would you care for me to please address this important question? I greatly appreciate it. Don't hold back. Say what's on your mind.
Are you going to ask? What?
Miss Black Dahlia just asked the question.
I thought you said you was going to address. Did you say you was going to address?
No, sir.
No,
the
she asked
question
the
is for
men.
you, gentlemen, on the panel specifically.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. The definition of better. So I'm not sure how would a woman determine that.
Well, because
are you lost in translation? Because she could repeat the question.
Well, because a lot of women, they have sex and don't even have orgasms.
That's true.
So I'm wondering why it is that men are okay with everyone knowing that they have sex, but when it comes to them being better sexual partners, why does that become taboo? And like, oh no, I'm not gonna eat no ass. Oh no, I would never worship a woman's pussy like that. Like, how come it's so taboo to become a better sexual partner?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for me to ask because I'm not opposed, but I can't speak for.
All right, we got one in favor.
Men.
Worship the pussy. Yeah. Next man, what say you?
Schmeller?
No other men want to worship the pussy on this panel. Is that it?
Yeah. That's how I make my relationships last. I always listen to the woman to find out what is it that they need. So.
And when you give her what she needs, she's gonna give you what you need.
I mean, duh.
Absolutely, it's reciprocal.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that Drew Hill song. That "Tell Me What You Want." That one. That's my shit.
Tell me what you need. Tell me if it's good enough for you, babe.
Hey,
that one.
Yep. What you know about that, Mel? That's grown folks music.
So yeah, I don't know why other men don't listen to their partners, because I definitely am not a fan of listening to another dude's complaints about their woman. Why are you complaining to me about your woman every day, like constantly? You have something to get off your chest. To us as dudes, when you have an issue with your woman, you should have made it acceptable to communicate with her. That way, if you want to tell your stories, your good stories, that would be more pleasing. But I don't know. Maybe it's an ego thing. I'm just speculating. I'm not sure, but
All right. Alpha
Yeah.
Omega is also speculating with his punk ass, talking about, I know the real reason why R. Kelly has his preferences in quotation marks. It took a lot of research to find out the
Jesus.
secret. Your motherfucking ass getting timed out right now for that bitch ass shit.
Yeah, he's Alpha Omega. That's a strange person. But no, that I appreciate that answer, Dev. I think the men that talk about as far as women don't need orgasms and sex is not made to please the woman, it's made for please the men. Those are the individuals that can't fuck.
Probably
So
can't even diddy right.
Yeah, so I think they use that as an excuse for their lack of
Adequate.
dick game. Yeah. And they talk that bullshit. I heard that one nigga on, what's that one, Fresh and Fit, the nigga that looked like Mr. Burns.
Oh yeah.
I heard him say some stupid shit like that. Just ignorant.
Some other shit. He talking about.
I wonder why motherfuckers
like,
keep getting cheated on.
Yeah, he weird because he's like 31 now. He said he's not gonna get married for another 5 years, but he still want a girl that's between 18 and 24.
Well, if he ain't fucking right, I mean, listen, this is why women and these quote unquote picture perfect wives, this is why they get their back blown out by the FedEx man and the Amazon man, because they'll listen to you and they'll get you right. Meanwhile, while these old ass motherfucking niggas sitting up basically not getting no coochie because they can't fuck right. So let's pray for them.
What was the question? I'm sorry. Hey, Ted, how you doing?
Hey, I am.
And what was the question?
So I was wondering.
The question is regarding the stigma not stigma, I apologize. Miss Black Dahlia, I
was just wondering why men don't put in more work to become better sexual partners.
Oh, that's a good one. I honestly feel like it all depends on how that man values that woman. If he doesn't give a damn about her and it's just about getting nut, then he's not going to take your needs in consideration. But if he values you for whatever reason it is, then he's going to put in more work to make sure you satisfy. I think a lot of men fail in relationships because they don't understand that if you give your woman all and everything that she needs, she will return that favor and more. Period. So guys understand that you have to deposit into your woman to withdraw more, even when she probably don't want to. She'll go and beyond to make sure that you're treated right. So I think it's just all about value. I think nowadays black men in a whole don't value black women for whatever reason it is.
Yeah.
So they're not going to put that all into it. But also too, women need to start demanding, those things. If you give a nigga some ass and he ain't satisfying you that first night, you need to tell him. Don't
Yes,
lie.
tell
Don't cover
him.
it up.
Tell
Let him know. Now you don't have to be disrespectful with it, but sit down with that man. And then if he's not trying to learn, he's not trying to figure it out, then let his ass go. There's more men out here that's good for you.
I'm not nice.
So okay, well, however you want to do it. I mean, however you want to do it, however you want to slice that cookie. But Tell him.
I mean, I
if
wasn't
you're not
completely
satisfying
mean.
you.
I just told him like he nutted way too quick. So I told him that next time in a minute, he need to drink some milk and eat some Wheaties because he only gets a second chance.
Oh, damn.
Okay, well, there you go. So that saves you 2, 3, 4, 5 years being in a relationship where you're not satisfied and you're miserable. So cut
Eat
that shit
some
off real quick.
steak and drink some water while you.
Nah, nigga, take a shot of Hennessy and a Red Bull.
Oh,
or,
no,
you know,
yeah.
you'll be all right.
No.
That Henny dick, listen, that Henny dick be fire. I don't know what y'all be talking about. That brown liquor will do wonders.
All right, let's take an interruption from Henny Dick real quick and introduce people. The new participants coming in.
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
glad to see you, Queen of Cali. Welcome, baby. Nisha by nature. We love to see you. Third World. We already spoke to you, and we love you too. And we have Jessica X in the motherfucking building, and someone named Nobody. I haven't seen your avatar in here before, so I'm gonna read your comment. Also indicating that everybody agrees with I am, as well as other people on the panel. Everybody is, responded in the affirmative to what everyone has said thus far on the panel. So with this new entry that I'm not familiar with, I'm gonna read their comment exclusively. Their comment reads as follows: I have no problem receiving advice on how to please a woman. My philosophy is whatever it takes to get her off. And you get points for being able to spell philosophy. I appreciate that about you. Welcome to the Bomb Cherry Juice channel. You all come on through to the panel if you got something to say. There's no judgment here. It's an open panel. Just do what you feel like doing. We got a few hours left in this game of life as far as this live stream is concerned, and say what's on your mind. So
is that Third World or Third Ward?
Third Ward.
Oh.
W-A-R-D. Ward. I probably said world. I'm not gonna say that I didn't say world.
New Orleans?
I'm yeah, I think it's Texas, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Third Ward.
I think he's
Texas.
from Texas.
Houston. Yeah,
Yes.
Houston.
Okay, he's a Houston man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've been up here talking about what it takes to please a woman and why some men defy that. And the consensus is those who defy what it takes to please a woman just don't care. My question is, why don't they care?
Because they can't fuck, Mella. That's why. Like, let me say this, right? I think that with maybe the women that they were engaging with, they weren't as forthcoming and vocal with, with what they were doing right and if they liked it and different shit like that. So they just went on in life thinking that they was the shit and that they was, they was fucking right. But I just think that they came, I personally, I think they just came to terms with, this woman, she just keeps cheating on me or she keeps doing this. So I don't give a fuck how she feels.
So
at
it's
this point.
revenge. Until she says something, because let's keep in mind, it was introduced on this panel and in the chat room as well, that there's a responsibility on that woman to let him know you ain't cutting the mustard. Okay.
I think some women are scared to tell men when they're not up to par.
I mean, do men care
Some women
to
are
listen,
afraid
though?
of that.
That's the thing.
No, and that's what I'm saying.
No, someone, that's a valid point about being afraid whether or not the guy's gonna haul off and just beat your ass because you told him
I don't
he's
think it's
lacking
necessarily
in bed.
for violence. I think sometimes it's like having a piece of man is better than having no man at all. So if she actually loves him, she's gonna put up with him having whack dick because she'd rather have him around than to tell him that it's whack and he leave because he can't handle it.
Now, if I hadn't said it once, I've said it many, 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 many times. Had it not been for my first husband, I wouldn't even know what an orgasm is. Okay.
Shout out to your
And
ex.
so yeah, shout out to him for the most part in that regard. The thing is, there are women that have no idea what it's like to experience like that kind of fucking exhilaration, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they are under the impression, unfortunately, it's about stick it and that's it. And it's more to it than that. So even though we want to place the ball in the woman's court, like you should have said something, you can't say something about what you don't know. So what do we think about that? I think forums like this are important so we can, raise the spidey senses. It's like, wait a minute, there's more to it than him just sticking his dick in my pussy. Wait, what?
Well, I don't think people understand like the art of foreplay though. I think that's the problem, because the thing is, you can get a woman off by not even using your penis at all.
Yes.
Which a lot of men don't realize that you can do that. And you don't really even have to really be doing too much. But I think the thing is that like, if you say, hey, I don't like this, or this is hurting, some men have responded, oh, you just can't take dick, or you just can't do this, and da 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 da. You need a blah blah blah. Certain childish shit like that. And you're like, well, no, nigga, that hurts. Like, you're hurting me. So, I mean, are men truly and honestly listening to the women that are being boastful and saying, hey, I don't like that, or maybe, try it this way, or do this first before, you go all the way in, and different things like that.
I know one thing. I had one guy in between marriages. He was sucking my nipples way too hard, and I slapped him. I was like, what the fuck is you trying to do? Bite them off? Like, I was really angry. And then I got afraid because I slapped him, right? Because it was a response. It was like, that shit hurts, and I slapped him. And I thought for a split second that he might try to retaliate, but he just said, oh, I'm sorry, baby. And he just, and he just kept going. So, sometimes, corrective behavior is called for, not necessarily that in that way. Like, could I have done something different? I want to know. Like,
versus
could I have,
slapping?
because I was afraid. I was like, oh shit.
Was it a reflex?
Oh shit. It was reflex.
Okay. I mean, I understand.
Because he
was
getting ready to start calling himself chewing on my neck. I'm like, bam.
Okay. That makes me want to ask another question. Has anybody ever been injured during sex?
Oh my God, I have a story that
was the closest I got to being injured, other than when I got patted on the ass in doggy style. He thought he could up the damn notch by, being forceful. And I was like, we're not doing
I had to
that.
go to the hospital.
Me too.
No, because the motherfucker put my head through a
Am I the only one that didn't have to go to the hospital just to get some dick?
Listen, he put my head through the headboard, and then I hit my nose.
Come on now. Like,
and then I hit.
Go ahead, Taylor. I'm not gonna remind you about that Martin episode. So.
No, it wasn't like the Martin episode, but we were into it. My head hit the headboard, and it broke my nose. It broke the part of my nose, so I had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
To get that stitched up. But other than that, I haven't been injured since. Yeah. He felt bad about it though. And I was like, well, no, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Shit happens.
Were they asking you at the hospital? How did that happen?
They did. They
You
did.
tell them?
No, I did not tell them that. I said I tripped and fell. That's all I said.
Oh, go ahead, Taylor. Go ahead. So you saved him.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. I've been laughing on mute so hard. Okay. And not because you were injured, but a broken nose. And you covered for him. So I think you covered for him because it would have brought embarrassment to you, or were you actually concerned about him being prosecuted?
Both. Because he didn't do it. Yeah, because
okay. I just wanted to ask that question in between laughing and not laughing at your injury. I'm happy you're all right, and it hasn't happened.
God bless you, Mama.
So what do you do now to prevent these injuries?
I keep my head away from the headboard.
Keep your head above the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, let's welcome new entrances to the chat. Randy's sorry ass. We love you, but you're sorry, motherfucker. Eldridge Cleaver, I don't like you either. And everybody else had been mentioned, and they're making comments about what has been heard thus far. Does anybody else on the panel have commentary about what we've heard thus far?
Mela,
I'm
go
going
to
to mute
hell.
because I'm laughing. I'm sorry.
Mela, listen.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I understand. I ended up in the emergency room one time too, but I didn't break anything. I just had a bruised cervix.
Oh.
Yeah, I was messing with a pencil dick and it just wasn't working for me.
So he bruised
Were
your
you
cervix?
riding him at the time?
Yeah, and like, you know how when they get overzealous and they'll grab your hips and try to force you down on them?
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
So yeah.
Look, Eldridge, she said we don't want to kill y'all.
And then there was one time I ended up with like bruises and scrapes all over from real primal, like up against the wall fucking.
I had a rug burn before.
Oh God, yes, plenty of rug burns. Yeah.
Yeah, that rug burn pissed me off. I never did that position again. Now that was back when I used to give head, right? And
so you retired?
No, it's not necessarily that.
I feel you, Mela. Is it because do you not give fellatio to individuals that you aren't in a serious relationship with?
I believe in clean exchange of fluids, and
I agree with that.
I'm just not gonna put, something in my mouth that doesn't have papers behind it.
I agree with that.
It don't have what?
Like medical clearance paperwork. Medical clearance paperwork. Like I need to know, since we exchanging fluids, that what's going into me is acceptable medically. Okay. But yeah, that rug burn shit, man, that pissed me off. It really did. And it took a whole lot of emollients and nurturing.
There's some cocoa butter.
A whole lot of skin massages, of particular emollients and oils and essential oils and all that. Man, listen, that was a fucking rug burn. Okay, I'm talking about the skin came off that motherfucker because I was into it. I was into it. I was like,
Mela, you are a freak, Mela.
Man, listen, I tried to suck his dick like I was mad at it. Okay. It was not. I was on that shit. He was like, that type of shit. And so I'm on my knees.
Shout out to Mela.
I'm on my knees. I'm like,
I need a woman like that.
Ready to do
That's my new slogan. Suck it like you mad at me.
That's how you have to do. You can't look cute doing that. You gotta
listen.
That's
go win.
Suck it like you're mad at me. Suck it hard. Man, don't be gentle.
Just don't bite. Don't bite it.
And so he trying to run away. I'm like, no, nigga, no. So I'm rubbing like I got my hand gripping his back. Like, no, nigga, no, this is
He tried
happening.
to run, you grab him by the thighs.
Mela like, no, nigga, don't run.
So I got my other hand working the business. And my mouth is all over it, slobbing the knob. Man, apparently I dug too deep in the grip of that goddamn carpet fabric, and I tore my fucking knee up. This one knee, because I was like, I had one knee on the carpet, the other knee up, the left hand around his back, the right hand on his dick, my mouth working that business. I fucked my goddamn left knee up, and I had to, nurse it back to health.
Did you put Neurospring? What is it called? Neurospring or whatever?
Well, there was some hydrogen peroxide, of course, in the medicine cabinet, and it bubbled up, like it does. And when I tried to wash it off, it hurt. And so I left it alone for a few hours, cussing his ass like, look what you made me do. That type of shit, right? But, he was kissing it and everything. And he went out and he got, I think you're right, it was like Neosporin. It was in a yellow tube. And he rubbed it on there, right? And so I guess that now that I know what that is, I think it prevents infection. But the whole thing of it is that it's eventually had to go through a healing process.
Right. Well, did he return the favor, Mela? Because you put in some work. I mean.
Oh yeah, he ate me out real good.
Okay, good. I'm just making sure. I'm making sure you got yours as well, because
it was definitely reciprocal. But he didn't hurt him. He didn't hurt himself.
Right.
He had enough sense to lay me down and do his thing. But me, I wanted to be like super adventurous, right?
You are the original superhead, Mela.
I just put myself through a challenge that was a little too much for my left knee. That's all. I got over it.
That's good.
I wouldn't recommend it, but I got over it.
Right. I mean, I've had rug burns on my knees, not in that capacity though, but I think it happens. I think it happens. It's part of, it's part of sex. But I think oral sex is reserved for motherfuckers that you are in relationships with, like an actual relationship. Me personally, because I don't know where people's genitalias have been at. So, I wouldn't give fellatio to a random dude that I met at a club or a bar that same night, because I don't know you like that, So I think that's more intimate, and it should be reserved for someone that you are exchanging pleasantries with on a romantic level.
Now, while we doing all this soft telling, right? I see somebody said soft telling on themselves. Let's discuss whether or not, in the event, a man that we met at the club that wants to get his mustache wet, are we willing to let that happen?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you choose,
let's keep it 100.
I mean, not just any, because you can't have, like, if your mouth is nasty, if your breath stinks,
Well, I don't endorse people swapping foreign fluids with one another. And
why not?
No, it's strange. Like, I believe in certified medical clearance when it comes to swapping fluids.
Oh, I agree with that, Mela. I'm not talking about no random individual that you just met. I'm talking about someone that you are in an actual relationship with. I'm talking about on that type of level, but not no random motherfucker. There's too many diseases out here. Hell no. It's nasty. Plus, you got to know how people's hygiene is and different things like that. You don't know what they be doing.
I've heard stories online about the stripper thing, and I have found, now there was one woman who claimed she was actually a stripper, and she's now a nurse practitioner. This was on
Oh
a
wow.
different channel somewhere, and she said that she danced. It had nothing to do with prostituting herself. She danced, and I think a lot of strippers, and I guess I should call them exotic dancers, they get the stigma of being pseudo prostitutes, and that's not necessarily the case. They're there for what their gig is. Now, if they want to embark upon a side hustle, I think that is what propelled the assumption that they're for hire, right? So I think that's why people, namely men, get the impression that they can walk up to some random woman as if it's cool for them to just bump it like that, and there's no medical certification of, clean fluids in their body. And then Bomb also disturbed me when she said there's some type of pill that's out on the market that gives someone that has HIV a clean blood work. Now she's scared. Bobby saying shit that scared the fuck out of me sometimes, man. She also said something that it didn't even occur to me that it was possible to conceive that when two people who meet online and they agree to a meetup at something humble as, any random fast food restaurant or Starbucks, the woman goes there and she's sitting there waiting for the guy, and she's texting him, "I'm here." He doesn't respond. She texts him again. He doesn't respond. She's getting, just distraught. Like, damn, we set up to meet and greet. We've been talking online about all the wonderful things that's going to happen when we get to know each other better, and he doesn't show up at all. So she leaves. What she doesn't know is that MFer is sitting in the cut in a booth somewhere watching her, right?
Wow.
And when she gets up and leaves, he follows where she goes to identify the addresses of not only her home, but her place of business, her car tag, all that shit. Just because she trusted some online guy enough to go to a meet and greet. Bomb scared the fuck out of me when she said that. I was like,
That's
damn.
that's why you really got to be careful as far as who you be meeting on these dating apps.
Because there's all types
social
of
media.
opportunities for a
Yeah.
stalker to practice.
Right. And you really
A
don't know nobody
pervert.
like that, to be honest. And like, I know people may disagree, but I feel like you meeting someone on the fly, whether that be a grocery store or like even a bar, let's say even a club, I think the energy is different. Like, yes, you may not know that person, but you look in the motherfucker in their goddamn eyeballs and you peep that their energy and their frequency at that very moment. So, I mean, if you choose to do whatever it is that you're going to do with them, I mean, at least you have that, you peeped out their frequency level. But I just like meeting someone online, like on that aspect of it, and you don't know if the motherfucker's going to show up. You don't know if they're a weirdo. You don't know if they completely lie about the type of lifestyle that they live or living or whatever. So you really got to be careful. You really do.
Absolutely. We have new entries. Sakatra, welcome. As always.
Sacrilegious. How you doing?
Kamikaze One, welcome. Happy Saturday, everybody. All right.
This is this is an interesting conversation. Anybody else on the panel like to add stuff?
I think they're shocked at this point.
Are they?
Yeah, they think that I'm just gonna just blurt out something shocking. And And
Mela.
even though that might be true, I mean it with love.
We know, Mela. We love you.
I'm here to engage the energy of an adult conversation, no matter what the topic is.
Yeah, we all grown.
All are welcome. Trust and believe that
Absolutely.
all are welcome. Like, for real, like if you want to exercise something to get off your chest before you have to meet some asshole today, come on and do it on the panel. We'll listen.
We're
And if you ask
grown.
us to say, look, I just need you to listen. I'm about to meet my aunt today. I don't like that bitch. And this is why. And I don't need you all to respond to it. I just want to get it off my chest. You can do that. Okay? All are welcome.
Hello?
No judgments here. If you've
No
eaten ass
judgment.
before, if you have eaten ass before, licked a booty hole, I'm not judging you at all.
Stinking
We've all been there. I ain't never ate nobody's fucking ass, but I I've done had.
I've never
my
licked
groceries.
ass. I've never sucked toes. None of that crazy ass shit. However, there comes a time in a man's life when he wants to taste his woman, and I'm gonna let him do it. That's what it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with being a nasty motherfucker. There's levels to it. And I want people to embrace that nastiness because everybody got it up in there. Okay? Just takes the right motherfucker to bring it out.
Silent, why aren't you saying anything but cool?
So I
He's
just
trying to
clocked
figure out
out.
how to get you to Vegas, baby.
I just clocked out.
You did
working.
what?
Okay, so
I
You
just
trying to
clocked out.
fly her out, Silent?
I just got off work.
okay, so Mela and Taylor, y'all both said what y'all haven't done,
Mhm.
or the two things y'all said y'all haven't done, but would y'all do it?
Would
If
I
your
eat a
man
nigga's
asked?
ass?
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Absolutely the fuck not. The fuck? No.
Mela, you suck a man's toes if he
No.
asks you?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
I know. I can't
And
do
I'm
the
gonna tell you
anal.
why. I'm gonna tell you why. Men are different from women.
Right.
Our pampering, the way we care for ourselves, is a bit more conservative than what a man usually does. Women, we get pedicures, right?
Wait. No,
Wait. Hear me out.
There's no weight there, I am. We
No,
keep
what I'm
up.
asking is, are you saying majority of women keep their feet up? That's what you're going on, correct?
The
No, I'm not
overwhelming
saying the majority. No.
I'm saying the majority, and I ain't got no proof of it, but I'm gonna go off of anecdotal evidence. God damn it!
Oh shit.
Okay.
The majority.
No,
of
I'm just
women-
asking because I've seen some rough ass feet out here. I've seen some
Right.
scary ass heels, some
But
fucked up
here's-
ass toes.
But the thing is, between women and men, I mean, women, we tend to have, we worry about our hygiene a lot more than men do. And like with some revelations that I've heard on this platform, as far as niggas not changing their drawers and
Now, that's
different things
crazy.
like that, that is alarming to me. Okay.
Wait, so are you saying that most men don't change their drawers, or just
No,
that
I'm not.
But
No, I'm not saying.
Taylor, you got to think about that source who said that. That's the same one that
put deodorant in his
submitted
ass,
and
or
said
whatever
he'll
said
kiss
he
another
did.
man's feet. So
That's true. But no, I think men don't worry about hygiene enough like women do. We're more pristine.
That is not true.
Yeah, I
So
disagree
you
with
saying men
that.
are
I
walking
know
around
a
here just
lot
thinking?
I need
of
y'all to tell me. I need y'all.
I know a
So you said,
lot of
I'm sorry, go ahead.
clean. I said I have to disagree with that. I know a lot of men that are very, very clean and care about their hygiene. I've never messed with a man that didn't care about his hygiene ever. Like they are most of the men that I know, they're very on top of that for sure.
Now because
Well,
y'all might
God
have like
bless
certain
those
hot
men.
spots,
Relax.
y'all showers
God-
might be and baths might be longer than ours, but I don't
Right.
think that y'all care about Yeah, I mean, we gotta have special parts that need extra attention. We don't really have that. You know what
Y'all
I'm saying?
don't.
We got
No,
one.
everybody needs attention in the shower, man
No, but what
and
I'm
woman.
saying
There's
is,
no difference. Everybody needs
No,
to use
but
yeah, but men,
hot water, soap, and a
relax.
rag.
I'm agreeing with you. Relax. I swear to God. Listen, y'all gotta listen.
Everybody needs hot water, soap, and a rag.
no, but what I was
But not
referring to
every.
is
Do
that
you
like y'all have a
understand?
Man
month
and
into
Everybody
woman.
was raised. Not everyone was raised to have good hygiene. I didn't have motherfuckers tell me that they didn't know that they were supposed to be using wash rags.
Yeah,
No
some
Do you know
black
how
cultures
people
don't.
though.
draining that is?
Yeah, some cultures do not believe in
Okay,
wash
Like,
rags.
let me say this. How many wash rags do you use per bath session?
I have 3 in total. I have. Well, if you want to count my if you want to count my loofah, I have 4. Okay, so I have one for my face, I have one for my genitals, I have one for my back area, and then I use my like my it's like an African sponge, but I use that to exfoliate.
Okay, well you're a
I
little
use that.
extreme. Well, at least you said
Yeah,
more than
that's a
one.
lot.
Yeah,
Well,
but you're
yeah,
supposed to
it's
have
a
2
ritual.
because you ain't supposed to wash your face with your ass
Right.
and
Thank
private part rag.
You're
So
not supposed
if
to
you
do that.
using one, you a dirty motherfucker. That's all
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna say. Unless you
Yeah.
wash your face first and go down.
Right.
But,
No,
You
I have
could
to
wash
have
your face
separate
first, but
towels.
how often? But my thing is you have to change out your rag and your towel often. So some
Yeah,
people will use the same rag all week long. I don't do that. You have to
I
change at
do.
least 2
I
to 3
change.
times a week.
Yeah, I change mines maybe 4 days, 3 to 4 days.
Right. You're supposed to change
yeah.
that and wash them because water
Yeah.
does it can carry bacteria. Just to make it an educational moment, it can carry a lot of bacteria. And if
Uh-huh.
you scratch yourself while you're washing, you can really especially as a woman, we have different parts that we need to be careful about, and you can get a
Mhm.
serious infection if you're not careful with your
Well,
cleanliness
you
of your
got dead
rags.
cells. Plus you got dead cells every day. So I use a loofah and use a different face rag
That's
every
why
day.
you got to have more than one
So
wash rag because you can't
Mm-hmm.
use your ass towel or your coochie towel. That no, you can't do that.
yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm
keep
different.
on top of them rags.
Too.
And
And you got to know where they
go
at
get
too.
that Dr. Bonner's peppermint. It'll make your
Yeah,
body
that's the
feel
one I
good.
have. That's the one I
That's
use.
the one I love. Dr. Bonner's peppermint. It always dries
Oh
me out
yeah.
though.
I like Vino
Have you tried
lavender.
the lavender one or even the rose?
I have not.
I tried the lavender one. I
Right.
haven't tried the rose and the tea tree one.
Yeah, I don't like that one's too strong for me. I don't like that one.
Yeah, that one be having me tingling and shit. I'm like,
I'm a Neutrogena woman.
I like
Oh,
the
okay.
I like the Neutrogena, yeah. I like the apricot, scrub and stuff like that. But no, I'm not saying I'm not saying most men don't have good hygiene. I'm not saying that. I just think that I think as women, we're more conscious of our hygiene versus men. Not saying that they don't have it, but it's just,
Then why in public settings y'all the nastiest ones then?
in the bathrooms.
Yes.
Listen.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
I'm just keeping it real.
I've had to clean public bathrooms, honey. No, we ain't.
Yes. What?
Thank you.
I work for a school district. The women's stuff
Not
is,
to mention
is
the freaky
horrible.
shit y'all be doing
In
in the
their
bathroom.
offices.
I'm gonna have to agree with I am on this one. I done walked in women's bathrooms where I done seen tampons on the goddamn just laying
some of
on the
these
goddamn floor.
females are
And I'm just like, what the fuck?
And I get shocked. Sometimes when I go in the restroom, I get shocked. Like, how could we even be like this? Like some of the stuff, it looks like it was a man in there. It's so filthy.
I've been in men's bathrooms that had shit on the plunger handle and all up the wall.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I mean,
That's
if I
why I
had
don't
to
use public
choose, I would
restrooms.
choose the woman's
Some women
restroom. And
don't.
if I but
But they're not like I've seen women that weren't even taught to wrap up their tampon or their pad when they take it off before they throw it in the trash. They just take it out and just put the wet thing just exposed. I've seen people that don't know that you're not supposed to flush a tampon.
right. I've seen that too.
Just trifling. I had a roommate
So
who
I
was
mean,
trifling
you'll be
like that.
surprised. You'll be surprised. You think that, once you get to a certain age, you would think we all kind of know, but there's some women out here, unfortunately, they don't.
They don't. My roommate in college, she was trifling like that. Like she would leave dirty pads and tampons just chilling until I put that shit in her room one day. And listen, I was done with this bitch. I was done. Like I put it in her room one day and she was like, what is this? I was like, that's your dirty ass tampon, bitch. That's what the fuck it is.
That's disgusting. And some women, they don't check the seat. You know what I mean? Because, sometimes we do have to look up and check the seat just in case if the flow is a little bit different this week or whatever. And some women, they're just not conscious enough to even check the seat. So sometimes they'll leave things, not to be vulgar, but, sometimes they'll leave blood on the seat and you'll walk in the public restroom and it's like, was she serious?
Right.
Like,
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I'm reading Sugar Bone's comment and I felt that in my spirit. She said, when I was 16 and I worked at Macy's, I quit when they told me to clean the bathroom.
Now, let me tell you what I did at my teenage job. So my very first job was Ross Dress for Less, right? And, it's a different demographic of people that go in there and shop. And I was probably about 16, 17. And they tried to get me to clean the restroom. I put a out of work sign on it and got in trouble. But I just I just wrote a sign and said it was out of work or something. I said, I forgot what term I used. Out of order. Thank you. I just made a sign and I wrote out of order. And then when my manager came back around, I told him I'm not cleaning that. I'm not cleaning it and nobody else can use it. But I guess that was like against the law to not have a public restroom or something. So I got in trouble for it, but I didn't give a fuck. I did not give a fuck. And they didn't even say anything.
I know that's right. When I was 16, I worked at McDonald's for like 3 years and they told me, I was like, I don't do bathrooms. So y'all gonna have to get somebody else to do it. Get Jorge or Felipe to clean the goddamn bathroom.
They always trying to get us to clean the bathroom. I think they do that shit on purpose. Like, oh, let's ask a Black employee. Like, no, ask one of them. I'm not cleaning that.
And they were gonna take me out of grill because I was in grill, like making the burgers and stuff, and they was gonna pull me out of grill to clean the bathroom. I said, "What the fuck?" I said, "If I clean this bathroom, I'm going home."
Okay.
Like, give me my check. It's my last day. I'm out of here.
I'm not doing this.
Yeah, that's what they told me because I was in charge of the fitting room that day, and they said, "Oh, whoever's watching fitting room has to do the bathroom." I'm like, well, it won't be me because I usually do register. So yeah, but that you guys took me back with that. That was that was my teenage years.
I don't take nobody's bathroom but my own. In
Taylor,
my house.
do you still eat McDonald's?
Huh?
Do you still eat McDonald's?
Not often, really. If I have a taste for it, I'll get it. But like I like their iced coffees and stuff like that. I'll get an iced coffee at McDonald's on my way to work.
I know sometimes when people learn the inner workings of the restaurant, they go on work.
I mean, the McDonald's that I worked at, it was in a suburb area. So like we would get pretty, there wasn't anybody coming over there that was on some fuck shit that was like, fuck you and fuck this fucking place. Where's my goddamn Big Mac? There's nobody over there like that. So it was pretty chill. For the meantime. So, I mean, we kind of, ain't nobody spitting in each other's food or anything like that. But when I found out how they make them goddamn nuggets, I was like, I'm not eating this shit. Eating no motherfucking nuggets.
How do they make the nuggets?
Well, so we get them, they're already frozen. So we kind of put them in the fryer. But I saw a fucking documentary on how they get them.
It's a slurry. It's a
Did
slurry.
Noah say how do they make the nuggets?
Yeah, it's a slurry.
Little chickens.
Yeah, like
they grind it all up into this paste and put them in this mold. It comes out
No,
like
no,
liquid stuff.
Taylor, I have a question. Why is the ice cream machine always down?
Well,
They don't
here's
want to
the
clean it.
thing. Here, I'm gonna give y'all some game. The ice cream machine is really never down. It's just the fact that
Right.
we don't like cleaning it because
Yeah.
Oh my
it.
God.
Because they have
I'm being
to take it all the way
honest.
apart. They'll take
We
it.
have
They'll take it apart,
Yeah,
and
we have
then
to take it
yeah.
apart, and that shit take too long. Like, listen,
Wow. So
it
y'all be
take too
lying when
goddamn
you
long.
say it's down.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
And then
Okay.
plus they're
Freaking.
always understaffed, and that takes time
Hey,
for
you'll
you to
stop at
go
Dairy
and
Queen now since y'all
get the
talking
ice
about
cream.
Yeah, because when I worked overnights for a little bit, they were like, okay, we're gonna clean the ice cream machine. And I cleaned that shit one time, never again. I was like, no, this took too long. And y'all expect me to take orders and shit. And no, you're not doing this.
I've only worked at 2 fast food restaurants. One was Doc's Fish, if you've ever heard of it. It's a fast food fish place. And there was a time they had frog legs on the menu. Yes, they did.
That sounds good.
And they had something called, no, what was curious is they had something called a Doc Berry shake. And you would think it was like some type of special formula, but all it was the strawberry and the vanilla mixed together.
They playing, they running game.
And they
They
called it
do
the
that.
Doc Berry shake.
They do that with the
Oh,
strawberry lemonade too. They just put like half strawberry, half lemonade, and then mix it with like a little bit of Sprite or something and try
Yeah,
to
they
make it
think
like
they
it's a
try to
whole new
make it
drink.
special.
they try to make no, you can't get any free refills on it. I'm like,
I hope I
okay,
didn't add it on to myself.
that's funny.
I think the only I applied for KFC. I didn't stick around long enough to accept the job because Doc's hired me first.
You
So
must
I
I
never
worked at
did fast
Subway.
food. I never
Subway
did
was my
fast
first
food
job.
because I knew I wasn't gonna be able to handle
Subway
those people
is
and their
top food.
attitude.
Yeah, you get used to it
Mm-mm.
after a while, or you just start giving them attitude back, which, that's what I did.
When I was a teenager, retail was my lane. That was my lane. I wanted to do like because all the kids, all the high school kids, they were doing fast food. So that was kind of like, oh, you can work here, da da da. But I just knew I couldn't take it. In the drive-through, I never wanted to work that. Like,
There's
I
a
just
bunch
had
of
too many
motherfuckers in that
hangups.
drive-thru. But working in fast food really helped me, really allowed me to appreciate, the
Mhm.
service that they put in. So I'm very
Right.
respectful, like when
That's
I
what's up.
order and stuff.
I was a little
But
bad
some
at
of these
work.
big-headed ass children now they don't even make eye contact with you. They don't even speak to you when they hand you their
Mhm.
goddamn food. Like,
They disrespectful. My
I
thing,
went,
that's why I like to stay at the register when I did retail. Like I never wanted to work the floor. I never wanted to do fitting room because people's attitude changes as their whole experience in the store changes. So when they're on the floor, they're kind of frantic. When they're in the fitting room, they're kind of annoying and bothersome. But once you get to the register, they're just ready to go. So I used to just love working the register. That was like my spot.
no, folks is disrespectful as fuck. Cause I went to Popeyes the other day for my aunt, and I ordered the food, and she told me the total. I said thank you. The bitch didn't say nothing to me back, and I'm like, okay.
Or
And
when
then
they
she
put
just
your,
hand, and then she
I'm
just hand
sorry.
me my food and hand me the drink, and then say nothing after that. I'm just like, well, you have a
No,
good day.
what about when they put your receipt?
Can I get a peanut
What
butter
about
parfait?
what? Oh, I'm sorry, he's talking to somebody. What about when they put your receipt and the change on the counter instead of in your hand?
It's the disrespect for me.
Does that not piss you off?
I don't think that they register it as disrespect. This generation is very socially awkward because they engage mostly behind a screen and not in person. So it's like when you see a room full of teenagers and none of them are talking, they all on their phone texting each other. Why the hell aren't you talking?
Right.
So I don't think that they take it as disrespect. It's a sign of their social awkwardness.
That makes sense.
That could be it, but I've seen them do that before this because I don't go to fast food, so I haven't even seen anyone do this as of late. I'm talking about things from like 5-6 years ago. But that it could be that too, because I mean we
I
still had
agree with
social media
her.
then.
I
But
agree with her on that
whatever it
because
is, whatever
yeah,
it is, I don't like it.
Because
You know,
like with the whole putting your change on the counter thing, like I would never do something like that because I know that that's a sign of disrespect. But that's because my grandma taught me that when she
right.
was younger, white people would do it just so they didn't have to touch your hand.
Okay. Yeah,
So
because that's
if they never had that explained to them because they were put behind a video game or watch TV and didn't really interact with people outside in the real world, you don't like common sense isn't always common.
right.
yeah.
That's a fact. And that's funny that you said that because my mom is actually the one who taught me that. And she's actually from South Carolina. So she was raised around a different level of racism. And she actually also taught me that too. You know, is when I started working retail, she said, you always make sure you hand people their change because they could take it as a disrespectful thing. You know, you acting like you don't want to touch their hand, like what you said. So yeah, everyone doesn't have that lesson.
Y'all was talking about ice cream, so I had to stop at Dairy Queen.
What
I
did
love
you
Dairy
get?
Queen.
A peanut butter parfait.
Okay, so then let's talk about Tiffany's and then maybe you can go buy me some jewelry. Is
Okay.
that how that goes? Like someone
If you
say
want
something and you
to
go.
go to Vegas, you might want to have this conversation. So
I'm not into
Yeah,
jewelry.
Are you,
The most jewelry I
are
wear is
you
an
in,
Apple
are you
Watch.
in Vegas? That relax.
No, I don't know. I'm in California.
Oh,
It's because he's visiting Vegas for
he
his
has an
birthday.
upcoming celebratory vacation.
hey, turn
But
up.
he wants to be on his own for his birthday. He already said that
Oh,
like a while
okay.
ago. Because he doesn't want to pay for somebody on his birthday or something like that.
He
Oh.
might pay for
Yeah,
those
that
legs.
was it.
It is hot in Vegas, and you might reveal a leg or two or more. Who knows?
Hey, turn up, turn up.
Because I was just thinking like I wasn't gonna bring somebody with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, pay for their tickets and pay for their whole trip while I'm there, and it's my birthday, or it's my birthday gift to myself. I'm cool off that.
Well, I
Okay,
hope you
so
enjoy
are
your
you
birthday.
willing to travel to California since you're in Vegas?
Yeah, we was talking about that, but I'm not sure if I want to because it's gonna be like 2 or 3 other people in the car with me, but then they don't want to drive. I'm supposed to do all the driving there and back.
Well, make
So
them walk.
Yeah, they can catch Uber. Like, are you serious?
Because I'm thinking like, because we was talking about maybe going to Universal Studios, and they talking about that's probably like 4 or 5 hours away. So I got to drive 4 or 5 hours. Then we do whatever we do. Then I drive 4 or 5 hours by myself. Y'all gonna be asleep. I'm gonna be fucking trying to stay up.
Driving is exhausting. That's
It
true.
is. It's tiring. It is very, very
So I was
tiring.
thinking maybe I haven't made up my mind yet, but I could just wait till next year when I do a Florida trip to go to Universal Studios. Honestly,
Do you have any rides in mind that you want to embark upon at Universal?
I don't know.
Because
I
I
never
don't
been
know
there.
what
I don't
rides
know. I was
they
gonna go
offer.
look.
Speaking of rides, look at this damn jet, baby. That's the F-15 in your face. Don't ask me how I know. I was just under that bitch loading fucking weapons to defend this country.
Turn
Okay?
up, Mello.
The fuck?
They better stop playing with you, Mello.
Man, listen. They don't know. They
Shit.
don't know.
F-22.
That look like an F-15.
Yeah, I know the wingspan. I'm the camera is far away.
That
But
looks
that's
cool.
the Raptor. Yeah.
I have a question for the men.
Okay, yeah, the back tail do look different. My bad.
I have a question for the men on the panel. Are y'all opposed to getting pedicures as men?
No.
Who
I
said
have
no? Is that
done
you,
it
son?
before. Yeah, I've done both. I've took me a young lady and we got manicures, pedicures. I just
You
didn't
got
put none
man,
of
you
that.
got a man, you got a Manny too.
Yep, manicure, pedicure, yep. Then when my
Oh,
cousin was going through school, she needed someone to practice on. I let her practice on me.
okay. I respect that. I respect
Did
men
you
that,
like it?
yeah.
Cool.
You know what's important is the formula that they use to disinfect and thoroughly clean your undernail, right? That's you'd be surprised what that formula will do to make sure everything is suckable. That's why,
Suckable?
yes, I mean, because we're talking about a particular formula that kills viral and like microbes, just unseen things. I'll put it that way. The formula that they use when they're soaking your feet in a pedicure bath and when they're doing your nails, if they're doing it right, it kills unseen things. And that's a very important aspect as to why women's feet are more likely suckable than a man's feet.
Right. You gotta, it makes you guys don't want to be sucking on no dirty ass toenails. So that's why we keep our feet done, just in case you wanna, you decide to put the big toe in your mouth or put all the motherfuckers in your damn mouth.
Yeah, that's why those pedicures mean something, because
Mhm.
they are cleaning out the unseen things that are still transferable. Just because you don't see them, that doesn't mean they don't exist. The pedicure will eliminate all doubt. They are eradicated and they're now suckable. Now, let's talk about a man and how he should wash his hands before he urinates. Okay? That's
Before and
important.
after.
Say what? Yeah,
So
before.
before and after.
Absolutely. Before and after. When a man is going through his daily thing, when he's taking on the day and he's doing his hand washing routine, that's all well and good. He's touching doorknobs, he's shaking hands, he's counting money, he's, I don't know, whatever. For whatever reason, there are men in this world that don't consider that when they go to the restroom to handle themselves to urinate. So they're putting all of those germs that they've encountered through doorknobs, counting money, putting their hands, opening and closing doors, all that good stuff, right? Those germs accumulate. And next thing you know, he's taking those germs and transferring them to his phallus to urinate. And then he's
But
going
you
to
have
wash his
control over
hands
it. You may not have to
afterwards,
use your hands.
right? And the only message I'm delivering is that consider washing your hand or sanitizing your hands in some fashion before you touch skin to skin like that. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. You should clean under your fingernails and wash your hands. It's part of good hygiene, and just in case you with your woman, and you maybe want to slide your index finger in her hole. We appreciate clean hands. So you don't give her any type of yeast infection.
There is no amount of money that a man is gonna finger me with, baby, at all. Okay, because if they're not getting manicures, if like you can tell when a man is concerned about his nails, you can tell. And if they have the regular basics, I took a shower, I brushed underneath my nails and I filed them. You can tell the difference between that and professional knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I'm not really into that.
Okay. Understood.
And I was told that a long time ago. Whatever you do, don't let a man's hand touch your pussy because they don't know how to wash their hands. And that shit stuck with me for a long time. I was like, okay. So I've not ever experienced anybody taking his hands and rubbing my pussy like that. Like it's just something about a man's hands. I'm like, no, you're not gonna you can put your mouth on it after we go through this procedure of, you know, us cleaning one another up. And you know, I know it sounds complicated and pretty. It's necessary. We don't want to come up with any type of unexpected occurrences, okay? I don't think it's prudish to explore the cleansing routine necessary before engaging in some rug burning sex.
knee burning sex.
They actually like take a shower with them and wash it for them.
Wash it up.
Yeah, so that way you know it's done right, because some of them don't lift the trap door.
And we can explore what that means.
And just be on, like they let the water just drip down the crack of their ass. They scared to touch their own booty hole.
I heard that men are
that's
scared to
why
wash
I
their
said
ass.
I had a
Because
guy.
they think it's gay.
I
They
had a
think it's
guy
gay
tell.
to touch their own ass with soap and water.
Yeah, no, not even just that. Like I had made a post on Facebook and I said that I can't fuck with a nigga who don't have baby wipes on the back of his toilet. He told me that was suspect.
That's crazy.
Oh,
He said that the only time a man should be washing his ass is in the shower.
Lord Jesus.
I don't know why they're so against cleaning their ass. I don't know. I've heard a lot of pushback from these dudes on here about wiping their own ass, and I don't understand what the issue is. Not at this age.
Wow, what the hell
If
wrong with
baby
these dudes?
wipes are good for babies, okay, then I mean they're good for adults as well.
And they have the flushable kind. So so there's no evidence of you doing it. So like, what's the problem?
But I wouldn't recommend flushing them down the toilet because
No, they have the flushable brands.
My shit got clogged, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. My shit got clogged.
Well, Cottonelle actually has flushable brands that are
Well, they said that even if
So let me
it
jump in.
says
Let me jump in here.
flushable-
Like y'all.
Let me jump in as a man.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So they're called wet wipes. You don't do baby wipes because they're too thick. You don't want to flush those down your drain. Then you be calling the plumber to unclog it. So they're called wet wipes. And yes, every man should have a pack of wet wipes on your toilet or whatever else so you don't get the shit stains in your drawers. I actually take some to work. So it's wet wipes.
Don't smell
The
like
wet wipes are
Walmart.
flushable, right?
Right, they wet wipes, yeah.
I'm
So,
not using
yeah,
Contel.
sell them at
Contel got me fucked up.
Target, Walmart, whatever. So if you want your girl or whoever to wash your drawers and you don't want to have shit stains in them, you use the wet wipes first, then you come behind it with the dry one so your ass don't be all wet and moist from the wet wipes. Now I don't know why these niggas are afraid. I guess because everything is correlated to being gay, but that's your own ass. You have to clean your own ass. That's why you're supposed to have 2 wash towels, because you ain't supposed to be bigger than your ass with that wash towel, then wiping your face. Now you're putting shit all on your face. Okay? So yeah, man, clean your ass.
Please.
That's why you niggas think you got all the cologne and shit and you still walking around stinking, because your ass is shitty.
Right, back of the ball smelling like muskrat and shit.
Yeah, your ass is shitty. So
Lift your balls and scrub them, goddammit.
Carry your wet wipes. It's like your Visa card. It'll save your life.
The Visa card.
What brand?
Save
Okay,
your
what
life.
brand? What brand do you recommend for anyone who may be listening and
I
interested?
use the cotton ones. It's
Cottonelle?
Cottonelle from Walmart because because it comes in that
clog my goddamn toilet.
No, it shouldn't, because it comes in that plastic tube and it keeps them moist
Wait
and
a
wet.
minute, which version of the Cottonelle? Which version?
Now were they dry?
Was it the baby wipes, Taylor?
No, it was just the flushable wipes.
Oh,
Did
Well,
it say
Walmart got
flushable on the
a
back?
good brand too. They're a little thin though, so they rip.
Yeah,
So you gotta
it
use a
said it on the
couple of
back.
those. But yeah, get the Cottonelle ones because they come in that plastic tube and they're reusable. So you can just open a little fresh pack, throw it in there, and keep it moist. They get dry, just add a little bit of
You
water
mean
in there.
refillable? Don't say
Well, yeah.
reusable. You mean
Well, yeah,
refillable.
the refillable ones. Then there you go. Yeah, don't be using the same wet wipe. You wipe and dump, wipe and dump. But yeah, I use that. So
Now, when you
yeah.
wipe, do you fold or no? I'm just playing.
Well, yeah, you supposed to double
Now
fold
let's
because
get into it.
well, yeah, I double fold mine because they thick. You know what I'm saying? So, but if you have, and then
Let's talk about this
This-
clogging up the plumbing situation though. Because
Wow.
Taylor's saying that Cottonelle is not reliable for septic flushable purposes.
No.
And I've never had a problem with Cottonelle, not ever.
Yeah, maybe
Are
it was
you
a bad
using them
batch.
back to back? Yeah, maybe she's, only doing one wipe and then throwing them in there, and then maybe you're using too many at a time or something. So,
Her water
maybe
pressure
you.
her water pressure ain't strong
It could
to
be
flush it down all the
it could
way.
be a number of things.
All I
Yeah.
know is the damn plumber told me not to be flushing them damn wipes down because it's something about they're not, although they do say flushable, he said something about
Mhm.
like a biodegradable or something. He said they don't break down really like
The only
that.
ones I know
I heard
are the
that
baby
too.
wipes because they're thick, and there's some other kind of wipes too that you don't want to flush down because they don't dissolve. But the flushable ones dissolve like tissue. So it really what it is a double, like I think it's a double or triple layer of tissue that they're able to keep moist, and then they dissolve.
I
So,
guess what the key
yeah.
part is to look on the label biodegradable.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
a key.
Okay.
That's a key thing to look for. Biodegradable and septic safe. Septic tank safe, rather.
But I mean, so the women on the panel, like, have y'all dated or known guys in your lives that just didn't keep their ass and their body
No, he
Oh,
wouldn't be in my
I keep.
life.
I
haven't dealt with anybody
I
personally
haven't dealt
on the
not with
clean? Oh,
one
okay.
person
no
who,
on
I'm gonna
when we
wash
were,
a man
no.
up like he's a newborn baby. So
Well, go ahead then, Miller.
yeah, I'm
not on
gonna
no
wash him up
intimate
like he's a
level,
newborn
like,
baby.
but
I don't fuck around like that. So
but I've known some men that that their hygiene was very questionable because not only could I smell them, everybody else around them could smell them, and it was a problem. So me being the nice person I am, I pulled them to the side and be like, hey, did you put on some deodorant today? Did you bathe today? Like, what's going on?